Chapter 1. In the vast and dense jungle, a sudden roar reverberated through the air, causing the entire forest to tremble as flocks of birds hastily fled the area. A colossal elephant, towering dozens of meters high, raised its head skyward, its massive forebody suspended momentarily in the air, while its pillar-like legs forcefully stomped. Downwards, the target of this provocation was none other than a little fellow boom. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters shuddered, as if an earthquake had struck. The earth cracked violently under the onslaught of tremendous force, sending shards of stone flying. The explosive impact even stirred a wave of air with another thunderous stomp. The ground sank beneath its weight, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The giant elephant trumpeted defiantly, for it was the sovereign of this realm, having vanquished countless foes beneath its formidable legs. What is amiss? Sensing something awry, it glanced down to find one of its legs precariously lifted from the ground in the shadow below. An arm supported its massive foot, anchoring its entire form and preventing it from descending further. Is your strength insufficient? A calm voice emanated from below before the elephant could react. An unparalleled force surged upward in that moment. It felt as though the heavens had turned upside down, and only when it regained its senses did it realize it had been overturned. Its gargantuan body crashed heavily to the ground, and as it twisted to rise, its powerful trunk and legs supported its weight, instinctively sensing a threat. Its trunk swung forcefully to the side, pivoting its massive form. The once cumbersome body exhibited an unprecedented agility. The insignificant figure was struck by the trunk, sent flying backward from the violent impact, crashing into several trees before finally halting. It landed gracefully, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet unscathed. Several hundred meters away, a battalion of 1,000 soldiers observed the clash from a distance, clad in elite armor and fully equipped for battle. Do not fret. Zoro's such destructive force cannot possibly harm His Highness. As you well know, chuckled a burly figure devouring a roasted leg, glancing at the fidgety Zoro. This is unnecessary for you to point out, Titan, replied Zoro, a young leader clad in leather armor with a long blade at his waist, casting a sidelong glance at Titan before returning his gaze to the unfolding scene. Though aware of the terrifying prowess of their lord, whose monstrous physique and vitality bore no scars, he recognized that even Titan, who had consumed a devil fruit, could not rival him. This was only fitting, for he was their lord, the heir to the royal bloodline and the Tartaros family. Yet, in Zoro's view, it was a disgrace to call upon their lord's strength. Any adversary should be dealt with by his loyal subjects, clearing all obstacles in their path. It was not a matter of right or wrong, but of unwavering loyalty. However, this was a decision made by their lord himself, and he held no authority to interfere. This is also an instinct of his long ago. He had resolved to dedicate everything he possessed, even his very life, to His Highness. He is the future of the kingdom of Kronos. Have I been a bit careless? Gently touching his chest, which ached slightly, Hades gazed at the immense elephant in the distance, a creature that would have astounded the world in a past life, worthy of being enshrined in a Ziet. He had long since acclimated to this. It was merely the norm of this realm. He ran his fingers through his somewhat disheveled purple hair and brushed off the dust from his attire, disregarding the enraged elephant in the distance, its trunk flaring in indignation at his indifference roar. The colossal beast trumpeted, then charged towards Hades with alarming speed, each thundering step causing the ground to tremble, its thick skin akin to a wall forged from steel. Do you know who I am? Come at me. Watching this unfold, he couldn't help but recall a different scene. The outcome remained the same. It charged headlong into the barrel of the gun. How foolish! Do you still not recognize your own limitations? Hades' violet eyes shimmered with a chilling light. An invisible pressure suddenly erupted, mingling with a surge of wrath that swiftly enveloped the elephant like a tidal wave. The creature hesitated, its massive form ensnared by an intangible force. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, yet its immense inertia propelled it forward uncontrollably. The little fellow before it had inexplicably transformed into a figure of terror, exuding an aura that made its very body tremble. Beads of sweat visibly formed around its small eyes, cascading down in droplets. Before Hades stood a being far more ferocious than any beast, its presence seemingly casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, causing even the king of beasts to instinctively bend in fear. It yearned to flee, but it was already too late. Time seemed to freeze under this weighty pressure. It had yet to regain control of its own body. In an instant, Hades vanished from sight, a rush of air signaling his swift return. Now directly in front of the elephant, with a fist imbued with a malevolent energy and formidable strength, he struck down upon its head with a devastating force. Crack! The sound of shattering bone resonated clearly as the elephant's left eye bulged grotesquely, as if it might pop from its socket. Boom. As the dust settled, the elephant lay sprawled on the ground, its eyes glazed over in unconsciousness. One cannot deny that Hades had been in a foul mood lately, seeking an outlet for his frustrations, and the unfortunate elephant had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. But who truly cared? Moreover, it was not the only one to suffer. Few among this forest would escape unscathed. Let us return, Hades declared, not bothering to mask his displeasure, an air of danger radiating from him. Something must have transpired, but they were oblivious at this moment. No one dared to disturb the furrow of Hades' brows. Your Highness, in the grand and ancient hall, the traces of time are vividly reflected, with decorations adorning the walls that would be treasures coveted by many a noble warrior. They cast upon the ocean. These artifacts, however, are displayed here with casual indifference, reminiscent of a palace-style museum. At this moment, Tartaros Hades, the king of the Kronos kingdom, attired in a more relaxed robe, gazes at the youth beside him, an unmistakable blend of satisfaction and concern flickering in his eyes. At merely 12 years of age, the boy stands at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, making it difficult for anyone to discern his true age. Yet, in this world, particularly within the tumultuous New World, such occurrences are commonplace. Moreover, given the family's genetic lineage, even he could reach heights exceeding 10 feet. With striking violet hair and a handsome visage, the boy's noble purple eyes exude an air of regal authority. Indeed, he bears an uncanny resemblance to a familiar figure reflected in Bane's gaze, their silhouettes merging into one. Brother, Hades is growing up, Bane muses inwardly, feeling a sense of comfort, for he has watched Hades grow from infancy. However, he inquires, have you made your decision, Hades? Bane regards him earnestly, attempting to dissuade him. There is no need for haste. Our family possesses the means to protect you, sufficient to see you through to maturity. Yet Hades stands resolute, shaking his head. No, joining the Rocks Pirates will divert the attention of the world government. Moreover, as the Rocks Pirates continue to grow in power, they have become a thorn in the side of the world government, and I can harness their strength. As he speaks, a glint of hatred flashes in Hades' eyes. Furthermore, my growth has been too slow. Only by going there can I rapidly increase my strength. The world government's reach does not extend to that realm, and for the next decade, the Rocks Pirates will not vanish. There exists no better sanctuary for growth. After all, it is a den of ruthless pirates, devoid of any semblance of order. Bane, well aware of the situation surrounding the Rocks Pirates, is puzzled by Hades' unwavering confidence. Hades' conclusion is not without merit. Bane has kept a vigilant eye on the development of the Rocks Pirates and is privy to much information. The Rocks Pirates are indeed formidable, a veritable breeding ground of monsters, particularly their leader, Rox DZbeck. At present, the Kronos Kingdom cannot hope to contend with the Rocks Pirates. Of course, given the strength of the Kronos Kingdom, the Rocks Pirates would also suffer significant losses. Currently, the Rocks Pirates reign supreme, having established their dominance in the New World for over a decade. Meanwhile, the Navy remains in a state of silence since their last confrontation, retreating step by step in the face of the Rocks Pirates' expansion, their influence in the New World continually diminishing, and their operational range shrinking. Trust me, my father still wields influence there, and Mr. Jybeck will take care of a few matters. Moreover, my mother is also present. Within 2 years, I shall establish my foothold. Hades had contemplated this decision thoroughly. It was indeed the most prudent choice available to him. Reflecting upon the current situation, Hades felt an intense anger, although he had claimed to depart voluntarily. The truth was he had been compelled by circumstance. The world government had somehow acquired knowledge of his existence, utilizing its power to incite rebellion within the kingdom of Kronos, aiming to once again overthrow the rule of the Tartaros royal family. The underlying objective was singular: to eliminate Hades. A month prior, Hades had already survived an assassination attempt. An operative from the world government's CP organization had navigated through numerous obstacles to reach a palace in a brazen act. He had slain the guards and attendants, breaching the palace and risking death to behead Hades. However, that was not the true Hades, but rather a to safeguard Hades. Bane had meticulously trained a substitute for him. Typically, Hades remained concealed, seldom venturing out, and all information regarding him was thoroughly suppressed. This concealment was already quite profound, with the substitute serving as a secondary layer of protection. In hindsight, Bane's decision to cultivate a decoy for Hades proved to be exceptionally astute. This event served as an alarming wake-up call to many of the high-ranking officials within the Kingdom of Kronos. Promptly, they dispatched the Royal Intelligence Bureau alongside the forces of the Shadow to conduct a thorough investigation of the capital. The Kingdom of Kronos is a superpower with a population of 80 million, encompassing a land area of 400,000 square kilometers, including 80,000 square kilometers of pristine forest in this world. It is indeed a vast island. Verging on landmass, Kronos is also one of the few kingdoms with a rich history, having been inherited for over a millennium. 60% of the island consists of expansive plains, while hills and mountains are predominantly located in the northern primeval forests and the surrounding Chaoyao Mountain range in the northeast. The internal resources of the Kingdom of Kronos are abundant, boasting the largest silver mine in the contemporary world. In truth, given the strength and foundation of the Kingdom of Kronos, the rebellion incited by the world government is merely a minor disturbance, easily quelled if desired. Moreover, more than half of the New World is under the dominion of the Rocks Pirates, with the Kingdom of Kronos situated in the northern New World, somewhat lagging behind. Precisely within the active sphere of influence of the Rocks Pirates, however, they're continuously watched by the Navy, which has established a base for surveillance. Possessing power, yet unable to utilize it, or rather, concealing their strength once they strike, it would signify the intervention of naval forces, and the Navy reigns supreme upon the seas. Even though the Kingdom of Kronos stands as a world superpower, capable of contending with the Navy, it refrains from doing so. Furthermore, there exists the covert influence of the world government, which, even if it manages to endure, would only suffer losses themselves. However, this is merely the worst-case scenario. Envision the Navy and the world government dare not engage in a severe conflict with the Kingdom of Kronos. The world government has already faced defeat once, and with formidable adversaries like the Navy and the Rocks Pirates looming, caution is paramount. As Bain aptly noted, everything hinges upon the maturation of Hades. Yet the world government evidently lacks the patience for such a wait. Long ago, the world government set its sights on the Kingdom of Kronos. After extensive scheming, over 3 decades passed, they instigated a rebellion within the borders of the kingdom. Their aim was to dismantle the Kingdom of Kronos, fostering a regime loyal to the world government, plunging the entire island into chaos to weaken its power. As one of the rare superpowers in the world, endowed with substantial military and economic might, the Kingdom of Kronos has steadfastly refused membership in the world government. This repeated rejection posed a significant threat to the world government. The outbreak of rebellion engulfed a staggering 1/7 of the kingdom's territory. The Tartaros royal family swiftly responded, dispatching troops to quell the insurrection and reclaim considerable land, though vast areas remained under the control of the insurgents. Domestic factions colluded with the world government, openly betraying the Kingdom of Kronos and establishing a new regime on the occupied territories, aptly named the Kingdom of Kronos, with intentions to usurp the original kingdom. It is evident to all that the Kingdom of Kronos serves as a mere instrument for the world government to deplete the Kingdom of Kronos' resources. Backed by the support of the world government, a steady stream of arms and provisions was delivered via ships. It is crucial to note that, in the perilous and complex environment of the New World, such vast logistics entail exorbitant costs in terms of manpower, material, and economic strain. The Kingdom of Kronos possesses formidable strength, and under its military prowess, the Kingdom of Kronos struggles to maintain its position. Throughout, the army has remained firmly under the control of the Tartaros royal family. With no unexpected occurrences, the core regions of the Kingdom of Kronos remain intact. Faced with the rapidly mobilized forces of the kingdom, the insurgents suffered continuous defeats. The hastily assembled armies were utterly no match for the kingdom's military. To obstruct the forces of the Kingdom of Kronos, the world government and the rebellious factions invested 2 months, utilizing vast resources to construct an imposing defensive line stretching 18 kilometers. With an average height of 20 meters, thousands of cannons stood guard along this line, ready to unleash a barrage upon any who dared approach. Moreover, due to their significant military disadvantage, the world government secretly dispatched an army of 300,000 troops stationed on the Red Earth, led by a general, to withstand the counteroffensive from the Kingdom of Kronos and secure the territories they had seized. Despite possessing geographical, resource, and military advantages, the Kingdom of Kronos finds itself unable to breach the formidable defenses, bolstered by the significant support of the world government. In the shadows, the world government has dispatched operatives to infiltrate the Kingdom of Kronos, targeting key figures for assassination. The Tartaros royal family had long anticipated such tactics from the world government and took preemptive measures to safeguard the kingdom's vital personnel. As a superpower with a legacy spanning millennia, the Kingdom of Kronos boasts a profound heritage that far surpasses that of ordinary kingdoms, naturally housing numerous formidable warriors, including those whose strength rivals that of top-tier generals in the sacred land of Marioa. Each celestial dragon family cultivates its own specialized forces, independent of the world government's control, belonging solely to the family. In addition to the overt strength of the kingdom, the Tartaros family oversees a unique institution known as the underworld, which includes an elite force referred to as the Shadow Guards, aptly named for their covert operations. Each individual has undergone rigorous selection and refinement, pledging their loyalty to the Tartaros royal family. They are orphans, meticulously nurtured by the Tartaros royal family, gathered from the homeland and the new world, destined to become members of the infernal forces under royal command. Some have been directly recruited from within the kingdom. Among the numerous Shadow Guards, the elite known as the Infernal Guards stand out, comprising a total of 24 members. Their duty is to protect the Tartaros royal family and eliminate obstacles, specifically targeting the world government SCP-0. Additionally, the Infernal Guards and Shadow Guards are led by a formidable commander who wields power over all infernal forces. In contrast, the realm of intelligence is overseen by the Spectral Division, which, together with the might of the infernal forces, forms a vast organizational structure. Beyond the cultivation of intelligence and operatives, individuals unsuitable for life in the infernal realm either join the military or enter various sectors of the kingdom, contributing to the Tartaros royal family's dominion over the Kronos kingdom. After all, not everyone possesses such exceptional talents. However, even those trained within the military can become elite warriors, securing a brighter future. Consequently, the political regime of the Tartaros royal family has remained remarkably stable, swiftly suppressing any disturbances, often detecting issues before they fully arise. The world government cannot deploy all its forces against the Kronos kingdom. In the face of such unjust warfare, covert actions are necessary, even if the Navy is aware. Participation is not an option. Unlike the Navy, the Army is largely uninformed while stationed on the Red Earth continent, having seen few encounters, allowing for the potential of disguise as rebels. If the Navy were to engage, concealment would be impossible, signaling overt intervention by the world government. The Tartaros royal family seeks to avoid exhausting resources in a significant conflict with the world government, which could destabilize domestic tranquility. The logistics of transporting supplies, munitions, and provisions to sustain the Kronos kingdom against the Tartaros kingdom demands vast financial resources, amounting to no less than 8 billion berries annually. The world government aims for the Kronos kingdom to withstand the pressures imposed by the Tartaros kingdom, thus achieving its ultimate goal of dismembering the latter. The cost of establishing a super defense line alone is astronomical. Furthermore, the scale of warfare between the two nations is immense, far exceeding that of the minor conflicts among the seas. While the world government possesses considerable resources, it cannot outlast the Kronos kingdom, given that this is the new world. The time and cost of transportation far exceed those of the Kronos kingdom. The Kronos kingdom boasts vast plains and is a major exporter of food, maintaining unbroken ties with the outside world. The Tartaros royal family frequently dispatches agents to sever supply lines from the world government, whether through piracy or sinking supply ships. Thus, the costs incurred by the world government are significantly greater than anticipated. If this stalemate persists, the world government will eventually falter, as this is the new world, unlike the seas and the Grand Line, where its control is stronger. Moreover, the Kronos kingdom can afford missteps, as it harbors hidden strengths and ample resources to resist the world government, which cannot afford the same. In time, any lost territory will naturally return to the embrace of the Kronos kingdom. The world government finds itself unable to retreat, with numerous factions and affiliated nations observing covertly. Any halt would render past investments futile and deliver a severe blow to its prestige. In this context, a stalemate has ensued between the world government and the Kronos kingdom. The world government seeks to assist the Kronos kingdom in territorial expansion, as its current holdings are minuscule compared to the vastness of the Kronos kingdom. Conversely, the Kronos kingdom aims to avoid significant losses, preferring to exhaust the world government. Thus, leveraging its formidable comprehensive strength, the Kronos kingdom has set numerous traps, fortified by overwhelming firepower, effectively ensnaring the armies of both the Kronos kingdom and the world government within the heavily fortified defenses constructed by the latter. Ironically, the world government's defenses have become a prison, hindering their external expansion. This situation persisted for over a decade until the return of the prince, Yega, from his maritime ventures. Tartaros Yega, father of Hades and brother of King Ben, is a legendary figure of the seas, whose tales remain woven into the fabric of the ocean. To alleviate the kingdom's dire predicament amid escalating tensions, the then Prince Yega embarked on a journey across the seas. Armed with formidable talent and the unparalleled powers of the Death Devil fruit, he rapidly evolved, earning the moniker of the Grim Reaper. Over 20 years ago, Yega concealed his identity while traversing the seas. Upon amassing absolute strength, he returned to the kingdom of Kronos. During his absence, the kingdom had gathered extensive intelligence on the rebel factions. Yega intervened directly, displaying overwhelming prowess. On the soil of the kingdom of Kronos, an army general's attempt to flee was futile, as he was decisively vanquished in a confrontation with Yega. In the realm of warfare, it is always the strong that dictate the course of events. With the general's demise, the investments of the world government were rendered futile, leading to the complete collapse of the kingdom of Kronos. The army, which had swelled to 500,000 over the years, suffered catastrophic losses. With nearly half being captured by the kingdom, the insurrectionists were swiftly executed, and lost territories were reclaimed by the kingdom of Kronos. Inevitably, Yega's identity was revealed, making him a target for the world government. However, he did not return to inherit the throne of Kronos. Prior to his exposure, after years of growth, Yega had already become a renowned pirate upon the seas. The pinnacle of his journey was marked by his alliance with Rox d'Abec, eventually becoming one of the founding members of the Rox Pirates. The Grim Reaper was no benevolent figure. The world government suffered immense losses, including the navy dispatched to assist the army. The name of the Grim Reaper became a haunting nightmare for countless naval officers, as 2 naval fortresses in the New World were obliterated, leaving no survivors. In the early days of the Rox Pirates, they did not yet possess the formidable reputation they hold today. The world government controlled global narratives, suppressing the dissemination of information. Hades was born in the first year following the establishment of the Rox Pirates, when Yega was nearing 40, while his mother was barely 20. Reminiscent of future figures like Roger, who also sought youthful companionship. Now, in the year 1469 of the Sea Era, 8 years prior, when Hades was 4, Yega fell into a trap orchestrated by the world government and the navy during a campaign of annihilation. He faced an onslaught from 2 naval admirals, 12 vice admirals, 10,000 elite naval soldiers, and 18 CP0 agents. This cataclysmic battle raged for 2 days and nights, resulting in the complete destruction of the island, erasing it from maps. By the time Rox received word and arrived, it was too late. He was intercepted by Admiral Black and another admiral, Steelbone Kong. Although Rox was immensely powerful, the Navy's intention to delay him left him unable to gather the strength of the Rox pirates in time. Ultimately, Yega perished, albeit with severe casualties inflicted upon the world government and the Navy. 1 admiral was killed, another wounded, 8 vice admirals perished, and only 5 CP0 agents survived, while the entire contingent of 10,000 elite naval soldiers was annihilated. Naval soldiers were merely fodder, expendable resources to wear down Yega's stamina. The destructive potential of the Death Devil fruit had been fully realized in Yega's hands, compounded by his formidable physique. His mastery of the 3 types of hockey reached its zenith, rendering him a world-class powerhouse without weaknesses. It was due to such devastating setbacks that the Navy has been in a state of recovery in subsequent years, and the world government has quieted down. This allowed the Rox Pirates to develop undisturbed, making these years in the New World relatively tranquil compared to the past. As the son of Yega, Hades could not escape being a target for the world government. Eliminating him was the most effective way to eradicate future threats. They were determined not to witness Hades becoming the next Yega. Initially, the kingdom of Kronos had restored its tranquility, but in recent years, the world government re-emerged, inciting rebellion within the kingdom. Despite numerous contributing factors, he is one of them. In a previous life, he was born into a prestigious family in the Demon City, possessing a fortune in the trillions. The family's progression was overseen by his elder siblings, while he bore the weighty responsibility of ensuring the family's lineage and expansion. Boasting an ambition to father 100 offspring, born at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, he needed little effort, aside from some fatigue. Regrettably, he only achieved a quarter of his goal. After a night spent with 12 destitute maidens, he returned to the womb, arriving in this familiar yet strange world once more. One cannot help but wonder how many were affected. With such a lineage and background, Hades believed, much like in his previous life, that effort was unnecessary. He intended to fulfill his past aspirations in this new world, yet he was unprepared for the unforeseen upheaval. Initially, he could have strived for success, but it seemed superfluous. It was entirely different from being compelled to exert himself. Had it not been for the world government, none of this turmoil would have transpired, and he had already resolved to seek vengeance in due time. Since that is the case, I shall not impede your path. Remember, you are the heir of the kingdom of Kronos, the future of the Tartaros family. Nothing is more paramount than your existence." Bane, anticipating Hades' steadfastness, patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Titan will accompany you, while Zara remains in the kingdom for more suitable cultivation. As a superpower, we naturally require formidable commanders to safeguard against the prying eyes of the world government. Only then can we create a sanctuary amidst the chaos of this new world and defend against the ferocious pirates. A bountiful land cannot be preserved without adequate strength. Does no one covet the kingdom of Kronos? It is merely a matter of capability. Zoro and Titan stand as paragons of the current generation in the kingdom of Kronos. One is an exceptional genius, while the other is a remarkable powerhouse. Both are pillars of the Empire's future. Titan, endowed with immense strength and a monstrous physique, possesses an astonishing appetite, requiring sustenance fit for 100 men at each meal. At merely 14 years of age, he towers at nearly 5 meters. And further growth to 8 meters seems a trivial endeavor. At the age of 6, he fortuitously consumed the mythical beast fruit, the gluttonous fruit, a supreme devil fruit perfectly attuned to his innate talents. Today, he is perpetually engaged in consumption, visibly showcasing potential that marks him as a formidable candidate for the position of the Hell's commander. Once fully matured, he could ascend to lead the underworld. However, due to his temperament, Titan is ill-suited for covert operations, and with the current leader of Hell in the prime of his life. Along with the emergence of a potential successor, this plan was abandoned in favor of nurturing his loyalty by assigning him to follow Hades. Conversely, Zoro is a prodigy of the sword, 3 years Hades' senior, who awakened his observation haki before the age of 10, showcasing extraordinary talent. The current pillar of the Empire is Zophie, the Grand General, who happens to be Zoro's father. Beyond mere strength, Zoro must also absorb knowledge regarding commanding troops and warfare. It is anticipated that he will inherit his father's legacy, as he is already capable of leading a 1,000-man battalion. Originally, the Empire had 2 pillars. Yet the other perished alongside Jaeger, falling in battle against the encroachment of the world government and the Navy. This bears a striking resemblance to Titan, who once ventured into the sea alongside Hades' father, YG. Gradually, he matured into a formidable force. In that fateful battle, the world government and the Navy targeted YG. Yet he was not alone, leading the illustrious Death Fleet. He was accompanied by not only the powerful ally who had sailed with him, but also a multitude of YG's subordinates and followers, each a formidable pirate in their own right. This formidable legion included 2 top-tier combatants. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for YG to withstand such a terrifying array of adversaries. However, the legends that circulated across the seas eventually mythologized the events, rendering it a tale of YG alone. For centuries, the kingdom of Kronos has been safeguarded by its dual pillars, serving as vital forces for the realm, one overt and one covert. The overt force is the kingdom's Grand General, while the covert aspect is represented by the Hell Commander, who commands the elite troops of the Tartaros royal family. As for the commander of the River of Hades, while strength varies, it is not insignificant. They are at least on par with the elite vice-admirals of the Navy, often possessing the prowess of quasi-admirals. Frequently, these roles are filled by the elite members of the Tartaros royal family. With each new generation that rises, the elder warriors relinquish their positions, becoming the hidden strength of the kingdom. The loss of a powerful candidate for the Hell Commander, who perished alongside the Crown Prince, dealt a significant blow to the kingdom of Kronos. In a millennium, the kingdom had never before suffered the simultaneous loss of 2 such formidable forces, one of whom was the Crown Prince himself, blessed with the most prestigious bloodline of the Tartaros family, exhibiting unparalleled physique and potential, destined for greatness. Initially, there was considerable controversy within the Tartaros family, contemplating vengeance against the world government and the Navy. However, after rational deliberation, they ultimately chose to restrain their impulses, for they still had Hades. This also accounts for the relatively low profile of the kingdom of Kronos today, which is indeed prudent. Ultimately, this matter is entrusted to you, and it can only belong to you. With it in hand, the Rock's pirates need not harbor any concerns, and it effectively extinguishes the aspirations of certain individuals. Tartaros Bane spoke as he slowly unveiled a meticulously prepared box before Hades. What emerged was a pear-shaped, ashen-gray devil fruit, adorned with peculiar patterns that seemed to emanate a sense of death. Beneath the fruit lay a small booklet. This is... Although Hades had never witnessed the appearance of that devil fruit, He had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. Indeed, the death fruit. It is the power of Hades. Since your father's demise, everyone has been in search of this reincarnated devil fruit. The Navy is searching, the world government is searching, the rocks pirates are searching, and other factions on the seas are also in pursuit. Perhaps it is the favor of fate, for in his celestial spirit, has allowed us to ultimately acquire this devil fruit. Though the words were calm, Hades could sense the hardships entwined within, and he could only wonder at the great cost incurred. Considering the sudden intensification of the world government's actions, Hades realized that it was likely due to this devil fruit. The world government, having suffered a severe blow, would not dare to sow discord within the kingdom of Kronos. The kingdom of Kronos is not intimidated by the loss of numerous agents of the world government. It is merely that he might not provoke their apprehension. The severely weakened world government and navy would prefer not to offend Kronos, a superpower with extraordinary influence in the new world. Moreover, Hades is still just a child. They have ample time to strategize and calculate. They will have future opportunities to contend with the kingdom of Kronos, and a little more time would not be a hindrance. Whereas the rocks pirates are the primary concern for the world government and the navy. However, with the addition of the death fruit, the scenario changes significantly. This process may have been influenced by the intervention of the rocks pirates, with his mother also holding a position in the contest for the fruit of death. It is highly likely that a fierce struggle is taking place in the shadows. However, such matters have become trivial as Hades finds himself stirred, his body erupting with an insatiable desire for this devil fruit. Whether this sensation is merely psychological remains uncertain. Moreover, it is indeed a premier paramecia-type devil fruit, which Hades could not possibly overlook. He extends his hand, seizing the fruit of death, and opens his mouth to swallow it whole. Aware of the revolting nature of devil fruits, he naturally wishes to avoid tasting it, even if he is unaware of its flavor. Bane observes quietly. But suddenly his expression shifts. In the blink of an eye, he appears several meters away from Hades. As the current king of the kingdom of Kronos, Bane, though not comparable to his elder brother is no weakling either. Moments ago, he sensed a looming threat. Fixing his gaze upon Hades, he can feel a dangerous power surging forth from within him. Hades' body begins to exude a chilling, ashen-gray gas that gradually spreads outwards. Such power is remarkably familiar, perceptible from a distance. At a military base outside the royal city, General Zophi of the kingdom suddenly lifted his head, sensing this force. His gaze turned toward the palace, and his trembling hands, filled with excitement, were unable to suppress the tears that welled in his eyes. Your Highness, Hades felt an unceasing surge of power emanating from within him, a peculiar force he could manipulate at will without inflicting harm upon himself. This enigmatic death force, if not countered by other powers or obstructed by formidable will, is utterly insurmountable through mere physicality. Life would effortlessly wither and decay. Even the mightiest physique crumbles under the weight of death's grasp, akin to fragile paper. Furthermore, employing techniques to disrupt with willpower in conjunction with the fruit's abilities could directly inject the death force into an enemy's body. Although the death force would be somewhat weakened by the willpower during this process, its potency remains formidable. The interior of the human body is exceedingly vulnerable. Starkly contrasting with its exterior, the death fruit relentlessly erodes their physical forms, cumulatively amplifying its advantages. Those of lesser strength may lose their lives as a result. Organ failure and the ebbing of life are effects wrought by the death force. Following that battle, despite the survival of one general, 4 vice admirals, and several CP0 agents, their existence could be deemed as diminished, their lifespans severely curtailed. Weaker individuals possess diminished resistance to the death force, attributed to their frail willpower, while the strong become prime targets for Jaeger. It is said that the admiral aged considerably after the conflict, his bodily functions deteriorating rapidly, unable to sustain himself. Within 2 years, he retired. 2 years later, he succumbed to heart failure, an unfathomable fate for a top-tier warrior. Even in advanced age, one would typically retain an extraordinary vitality. Other body parts may distribute damage through life restoration, yet the heart is particularly challenging, with the brain being even more lethal. Moreover, life restoration is not omnipotent. Under the relentless erosion of the death force, bodily decline becomes irreversible. The most severe consequence is the depletion of potential, let alone any hope for recovery. This illustrates the terrifying capabilities of the death fruit. The erosion of life by the death fruit, its insatiable appetite for existence, epitomizes ultimate demise. All things are in constant motion, not just the living. Even the inanimate possess their own lifespans. Matter is constituted of molecules, which are in perpetual motion. This represents Hades' perspective from a previous life. In this realm, in stark contrast, there exists the act of attuning oneself to the breath of all things. Every entity possesses its own breath. The exquisite tiles beneath him, under the influence of the power of death, are subjected to continuous erosion, their functions deteriorating. The once rigid materials become pliable, the fragile turn brittle, and the resilient grow stiff, while those imbued with vitality face decay. Ultimately, they shall all be disassembled, transformed into dust and ashes, subsequently obliterated by the force of death. Yet, before long, this power ceases to expand, maintaining a defined boundary, and then gradually retracts, beginning to be reclaimed by Hades, drawing them back into his essence. He clenches his fist tightly, acutely aware of this formidable power. His understanding of the death fruit's abilities is profound. After all, it is a legacy from his father. And he has witnessed his father's utilization of the devil fruit powers on numerous occasions. Thus, he does not find himself bewildered like those fortunate enough to have consumed a devil fruit for the first time. In a brief span, Hades is able to wield this capability with simplicity. The essence of death circulates within him, slowly radiating and enveloping his being. The emergence of such a force within him fills Hades with wonder. A mere fruit has bestowed upon him this extraordinary ability. To truly arrive in this world and experience it firsthand remains a marvel. The flow of death's essence does not affect his garments, which astonishes him further. He can control the power of the death fruit within a limited expanse surrounding him. In Hades' perception, this constitutes a domain, albeit one of limited scope. As the gray mist dissipates, the tiles beneath his feet lose their luster, crumbling to dust upon contact. If time were to linger, even the dust would vanish, directly consumed by the power of death. This is a notebook left by your father, containing insights on the development of the death fruit, as well as experiences related to hockey and physical techniques. It should prove beneficial to you. Bane stepped forward with a box, retrieving a small notebook and presenting it to Hades. This was left by Jaeger, and he had not anticipated that it contained precisely what Hades needed, nor that his child would inherit such powers. This may well be the choice of destiny. Hades ultimately treads a path akin to his own. In the past, Hades had little need for such matters, yet they would soon become crucial to him. Setting aside the experience in developing the death fruit, Hades had yet to awaken the armament hockey. As for the observation hockey, it had manifested at the moment of his birth, granting him the ability to perceive emotions and an extensive range of observation. As he matures and grows stronger, his observation will continuously expand, encompassing vast areas within his mind, akin to possessing a divine perspective. The Conqueror's hockey, on the other hand, erupted after the traumatic loss of his father at the tender age of 4, and he has since mastered its control. Within the Rock's pirates, there were no mentors to meticulously instruct him in the art of combat. It was all reliant on battle and personal insight. The exposure to such profound knowledge was beneficial. Without it, one could never hope to awaken such abilities. The Rock's pirates served as a platform, providing countless wayward souls a path upward. Thus it is no surprise that many of the ocean's most formidable pirates hail from this crew. Rox was proud, imbued with unshakable confidence, never concealing his prowess, untroubled by the thought of others surpassing him. Such was his nature, and it was precisely for this reason that he established the fearsome Rox pirates. Taking the manual into his hands, Hades gazed beyond the grand hall. "Uncle, please assist me in gathering more devil fruits." "What purpose do they serve, Hades?" Bane queried, puzzled. "You have already consumed a devil fruit. What need is there for so many more? Are you intending to cultivate subordinates?" The kingdom of Kronos naturally possessed the means to do so, both in terms of wealth and influence, and they had dealings in the shadowy underbelly of the New World. "I shall ultimately return to expand my Tartaros family. Our numbers are still too few, though I will establish my own power. I shall trust no one beyond my blood relatives and a select few," Hades stated calmly. In both his past and present lives, the only individuals he could rely on were his kin. Carrying the grand aspirations of his previous life, he sought to amplify his lineage. Titans and Zaro, too, were his vassals, and thus regarded as family. Yet, the most trustworthy of all remained his blood relations. His experiences across 2 lifetimes have rendered him particularly close to his family. In this current era, there are still over 50 years until the narrative commences, affording him ample time to expand his family. Bane paused, momentarily bewildered by Hades' words. It took him a while to comprehend, and upon realization, he could not help but applaud Hades' intentions. How could such a request possibly be declined? The expansion of the family is precisely what these elders yearn to witness. If it is the bloodline of Hades, it is certain to yield a multitude of exceptional descendants. Moreover, as Hades himself remarked, the number of members in the Tartaros family is indeed somewhat sparse. To this day, the combined branches barely exceed 60. Although each member is elite, this ultimately does not bode well for the family's development. Should the number of family members increase, the kingdom of Kronos would not so readily succumb to insurrection incited by the world government. This revelation illuminated for him that while the Tartaros family's dominion appeared steadfast, it was not without its vulnerabilities. He pondered whether it would be prudent to encourage the family members to procreate more heirs, especially since he currently held the title of Patriarch of the Tartaros lineage prior to Hades' return. Although the situation had yet to unfold, Bane had already begun to entertain the most pessimistic scenarios. An increase in family members would enhance their chances of survival in the face of adversity. He was acutely aware of the world government's tactics. For centuries, their influence had insidiously expanded, as chronicled in the annals of the family's secret archives. Before that eventuality, he was resolute in his commitment to assist Hades in stabilizing the circumstances to avert unforeseen calamities. No problem, leave it to me. I will ensure that attention is directed towards the more exceptional devil fruits. There are indeed some within the kingdom as treasury. The Royal Trading Guild and the underworld are also actively amassing these rare treasures. Though devil fruits are scarce, they can still be collected from the vast seas, provided one has the financial means and access to channels, particularly those within the underworld, where a considerable number of devil fruits flow annually. This marks a threshold. Once crossed, it leads to an entirely new realm. For many, the devil fruits are legendary treasures, yet for some, they are not particularly rare. The death fruit consumed by Jaeger was once a prized possession within the treasury of the kingdom of Kronos. Periodically, the kingdom would seek out these devil fruits, whether for their intrinsic value or to cultivate their subordinates. However, from this point onward, one must exercise greater discernment as a scion of the Tartaros family. How could one indulge in mere ordinary devil fruits? The kingdom operates as a colossal machine, generating a formidable energy once set in motion. Particularly in the case of a superpower like the kingdom of Kronos, the internal rebellions within the kingdom are mere trifles. After the upheaval over 30 years ago, the kingdom of Kronos has gained ample experience in managing such dissent. They even foresaw the potential for renewed insurrections due to prior unresolved issues with the world government, thus implementing preemptive measures. A rebel force of merely 100,000 stands no chance against the 3 million strong army of the kingdom of Kronos, akin to ants attempting to shake a great tree. Even the previous army of 500,000 was no match for Kronos, let alone this insignificant faction. Public sentiment within the kingdom dismisses the rebels, with the majority voicing their disdain, lamenting the disturbance after a hard-won peace. Within the ranks of the insurgents, there is considerable unrest, with many leaning towards the Tartarus royal family. Under such circumstances, the rebels find it exceedingly difficult to expand, lacking the fertile ground for their survival. The geographical and socio-political advantages lie firmly with the kingdom of Kronos. As long as the Tartarus royal family remains steadfast, the insurgents will inevitably falter and collapse. Moreover, the kingdom of Kronos is no longer the same as it was decades ago. The war has catalyzed economic growth and enhanced productivity, significantly boosting national strength. Particularly in recent years, the military prowess of the kingdom of Kronos has seen remarkable advancement, eliciting a sense of threat from the world government. However, having learned from past experiences, the world government's current investments are substantially greater than before. After all, the kingdom of Kronos is now on high alert. The cost of inciting a comparable rebellion has escalated. The influence of the Tartarus royal family, particularly regarding the assassination of Hades, aims to prevent the recurrence of past mistakes. The kingdom's operations remain unaffected, with the vast territory allowing the rebels to only occupy remote corners near the primordial forests. The areas previously embroiled in rebellion are now heavily guarded, and various factions have been purged to prevent the world government from igniting further insurrections in the same locales. They are merely forced to relocate to other territories, a remnant of the world government's clandestine maneuvers. Yet, under the prepared might of the kingdom of Kronos, the rebels were swiftly driven into a corner. With scarce resources and all communications sealed by the kingdom, they can only rely on external supplies from the world government. Sustaining the rebels' existence and development will demand a considerable investment from the world government, encompassing not only weapons and provisions, but also essential living supplies, all of which require substantial funding. While the world government possesses vast resources and has endured significant consumption over time, should results remain elusive, it might abandon the endeavor, deeming it unworthy. The depth of the world government's foundations is unfathomable, yet it should not be viewed as excessively formidable. A significant portion of its power remains static, stationed within the world government or under its control. In contrast to over 30 years ago, the Tartaros royal family is now more secure than ever, fully aware that the tranquility of the new world cannot last indefinitely. Once the Rock's pirates mobilize, their terrifying strength will sweep across the globe, necessitating the world government to divert its focus away from the kingdom of Kronos. All investments will inevitably fall into the arms of Kronos. Moreover, Hades' unique observation hockey provides them with ample confidence. This time, they will not leave as many traces for the world government to uncover. As the crown prince, Hades resides in his own palace, featuring enormous bright floor-to-ceiling windows that invite a gentle breeze and offer a picturesque view. Sitting on the sofa, Hades examines the documents in his hands, which contain intelligence from the New World in various corners of the globe. This document has been meticulously compiled by the advisory group within the underworld. The advisory group serves as a vital institution within the underworld, operating under the auspices of the netherworld, and acts as the nucleus of intelligence operations. The underworld possesses intelligence networks across the globe, which constitute a significant asset for the Tartaros royal family in their quest to remain informed about global affairs, ensuring they do not lag behind during critical events. Although a successor to the throne has yet to be appointed, the Tartaros royal family has commenced the training of Hades to prepare him for a seamless transition to the leadership of the Kronos kingdom. Recognizing Hades' potential, they introduced him to the underworld at the tender age of 8, and he is now nearing full immersion in its operations, thereby facilitating his understanding of intelligence pertaining to the Kronos kingdom and the wider world. The internal dynamics of the kingdom require constant vigilance. The rising pirate crew of Roger has recently evaded capture by the naval officer Garp. The naval forces redeployment, an analysis of future strategies in the New World, and the burgeoning power of the Rock's pirate crew over the past 6 months are critical points of interest. Furthermore, the anticipated core members of the Rock's pirate crew, such as the formidable Shiki and the powerful Edward Newgate, merit attention. The intelligence concerning the Navy and the Rock's pirate crew has always been a focus of the underworld, as these entities wield the true influence capable of reshaping the world order. Notable figures of the future, including Roger, Garp, Shiki, and Edward Newgate, are subjects of particular interest to Hades, who is keenly aware of their emerging prominence. At this juncture, Hades' primary concern does not lie in direct involvement. Rather, he seeks to familiarize himself with the unfolding events, which, for now, remain somewhat distant. His true priority is the development of the kingdom, as this will serve as the foundation for his future endeavors. Having lived 2 lives, and in light of the current inability to initiate reforms within the kingdom's governance, Hades places utmost importance on commercial trade, political relations with other kingdoms, and technological advancements. There is no need for Hades to intervene in political matters, as the strength of commercial trade alone fosters close ties between the Kronos kingdom and various other realms. The Kronos kingdom boasts substantial economic prowess, supported by 10 colossal island turtles, each exceeding 10 meters in length. In this era, before rampant inflation takes hold, the annual maintenance of a single island turtle requires 20 billion wak, which translates to 40 billion berries. The wak is the local currency of the Kronos kingdom, uniformly issued by the Royal Bank of the kingdom. Thanks to the vast silver mines within its territory, the wak is directly pegged to silver, circulating primarily within the kingdom and a few closely allied nations. Outside its borders, the berries remain the predominant currency. The world government tends to overlook this, as many powerful nations resort to their own currencies to avoid economic constraints imposed by the world government, as long as the berries continue to dominate the financial landscape. These island turtles possess the remarkable ability to traverse vast oceanic expanses, seamlessly crossing the doldrums to reach distant shores, navigating through storms with unwavering resolve. Unafraid of the sea deities, each journey enables them to transport a wealth of unique resources and products from the kingdom of Kronos to the farthest corners of the world, engaging in trade with numerous realms. Every island turtle serves as a mobile trading hub. Upon arrival in foreign waters, they invariably attract countless merchants eager to conduct business on their backs. Additionally, travelers from across the seas flock to these islands to procure goods from around the globe. The shells of the island turtles bear entire small towns, and the rental income from the shops alone proves immensely lucrative for the kingdom of Koronos. Upon their return from distant waters, these turtles also bring back substantial supplies to be sold in the New World. In the grand tapestry of the world, the kingdom of Koronos stands alone in this venture. It is not that other powers lack the capability. Rather, they see no necessity for such endeavors. Situated in the New World, Koronos has a distinct demand for this. For the nations along the first half of the Grand Line, conventional merchant ships suffice. In this current era, the seas remain relatively tranquil, unlike the chaos that awaits in the future. Furthermore, the cost of nurturing these island turtles is beyond the means of most factions. The annual expense of raising a single turtle could easily purchase an entire nation. This does not even account for the investment prior to the maturation of the island turtles. Moreover, there exists the peril of plunder, necessitating the kingdom to possess formidable military strength. However, the situation is not as perilous as one might imagine. The navigational routes of the island turtles are relatively secure, traversing areas near kingdoms that maintain trade relations with the kingdom of Koronos. Simultaneously, they engage the naval forces of the Four Seas for protection. The substantial remuneration offered ensures that the governors of the Four Seas would not refuse such an arrangement. Consequently, the true adversary to the navy is the notorious pirate, the Grim Reaper Jaeger, rather than the kingdom of Koronos. After all, the kingdom of Koronos can be regarded as the benefactor of the Four Seas Navy. Few are privy to Jaeger's true identity, and the kingdom of Koronos has never made it public. At least, the vast majority would never suspect that the Grim Reaper Jaeger could be a crown prince. They would most likely believe that Koronos is merely his place of birth. Thus, from an outsider's perspective, any aggression from the Navy towards the kingdom of Koronos would seem unfounded. The kingdom possesses unique technology capable of taming island turtles, enabling them to control these creatures to submerge into the sea, creating a sealed environment within their bodies, thus alleviating concerns over water intrusion and potential damage to cargo. A colossal glass dome can envelop an entire town, safeguarding it from the erosive forces of the sea. The world's most advanced glass products originate from the kingdom of Koronos, equipped with top-tier technology and materials that even cannonballs struggle to penetrate. When faced with danger, this technology can provide protection and facilitate a swift escape into the depths of the ocean. While there are those who have contemplated seizing the island turtles, their endeavors have proven futile. Such technology forms the bedrock of the kingdom of Koronos' trade across the Four Seas. Trade partner kingdoms serve as the primary layer of insurance, while the Four Seas Navy acts as the secondary safeguard. The latter is formidable in its own right, as the current strength of the Four Seas Navy surpasses any potential future rivalries. The governors of various maritime regions serve as powerful regional ambassadors, holding the rank of vice admiral, wielding authority and status comparable to that of naval admirals. The Four Seas faction wields significant influence within the naval headquarters. The Navy is undeniably the sovereign of these waters. While there may be some dissent in the New World, this is unequivocally true in the Four Seas. Furthermore, the third layer of protection comprises the elite forces of the kingdom of Koronos that guard the island turtles, each unit led by 3 commanders, each possessing strength equivalent to that of a naval rear admiral. Just as the Four Seas form the foundation of the Navy, their vast numbers consistently provide a reservoir of reinforcements, evidenced by the fact that the majority of high-ranking naval officials hail from the Four Seas. The kingdom of Koronos is a populous nation, enabling it to cultivate talent more efficiently than the Navy. Among the kingdom's 3 million troops, only 6 generals rank just below Grand General Zofi, while there are a remarkable 32 commanders. The ongoing conflict with the world government does not impede the kingdom of Koronos' trade within the Four Seas. It only exerts a slight influence on the New World, which is not particularly significant. In fact, the war serves to bolster the overall strength of the kingdom's military. Thanks to the conflict, the kingdom's investment in military expenditures in the underworld has significantly increased. Pressure breeds motivation. Over the years, apart from its elite combat prowess, the overall strength of the kingdom of Koronos has paradoxically been on the rise. The kingdom boasts 5 prestigious royal trading guilds, all of which are affiliated with the Tartaros royal family. Most industries within the kingdom are predominantly dependent on these 5 royal guilds, which alone possess the capacity to facilitate such dependencies. Moreover, numerous factions in the New World collaborate with the 5 royal guilds of the kingdom of Koronos, as they too require access to the kingdom's unique channels for the transportation of goods. Although the world government's Red Port offers alternative passage, the perilous nature of the New World, rife with pirates, renders it exceedingly hazardous. The pirates roaming the seas often act without restraint. Additionally, there lies a formidable route of the Grand Line in between. The tolls imposed by the world government are significantly higher than the transportation costs of the Kingdom of Kronos. Rather than be exploited by the world government, it is far more advantageous to align with the Kingdom of Kronos, which enjoys a long-standing reputation. Furthermore, the direct route to the four seas through the Kingdom of Kronos can save an immense amount of time while providing a much higher degree of safety. The Kingdom of Kronos serves as a vital link between many factions in the New World and the Four Seas, embodying vast interests. Should the world government take serious action, they would not remain passive, for the Kingdom of Kronos is the nucleus of this interest group. However, the kingdom remains largely unaffected, its foundations and governance unshaken, which is why they have not intervened. Nevertheless, numerous individuals work clandestinely to undermine the world government, with many unforeseen losses attributed to their actions. Many are bold enough to challenge the world government. In these waters, there are numerous strategies to distance oneself and safeguard information from leaking. It suffices to place the blame on the Kingdom of Kronos, which engages in similar undertakings. The first royal trading guild oversees trade with the New World, while the other four royal guilds manage trade across the four seas. After deducting costs, the profits generated annually are substantial. In addition to amassing a considerable fortune in berries, they also obtain countless scarce resources for the Kingdom of Kronos, thereby supporting its development. Simultaneously, the first royal trading guild initiates trade of the acquired resources from the four seas with other factions in the New World, flowing into the black market and the underground world. Consequently, the Kingdom of Kronos wields immense influence across the globe, with each trading partner representing a potential ally. The kingdom frequently dispatches officials to engage in visits and exchanges with these realms, fostering closer ties. Technology is the primary productive force. For the kingdom to further strengthen its stature, the advancement of science and technology is imperative. This aspect is also of paramount importance to Hades. The Kingdom of Kronos remains unaffected by the constraints imposed by the world government on maritime technology. For these superpowers, the influence of the world government is exceedingly limited. The Kingdom of Kronos boasts a formidable technological foundation, possessing powerful artillery and firearms that are not only more precise, but also possess greater range. All of this serves as a crucial foundation for the Kingdom of Kronos, standing resilient against pirates and suppressing insurrections. To this end, the Kingdom of Kronos has established dedicated research facilities. Within its borders, there exists a plethora of formidable scientists excelling in various fields. Remarkably, some have even developed wireless communication technology that operates independently of the unique magnetic field encompassing the entire island of the Kingdom of Kronos, eliminating the need for telephonic insects for communication. The esteemed scientist, Nikola Tesla, stands as an unparalleled titan in the realm of electromagnetic mechanics within the Kingdom of Kronos and indeed the entire world. He has garnered divine admiration from Hades, who regards him as a godlike figure, having achieved a level of transcendence in electromagnetic research. The so-called wireless communication technology is merely a rudimentary innovation that Tesla had explored long ago. However, despite its potential to unveil new horizons, this communication method was largely overlooked at the time, as the telephone worm served as an alternative. Numerous attempts to delve into communication technology found themselves ensnared in the chaotic magnetic fields of this world. Only the biological magnetic field of the telephone worm could establish independent connections. Wireless communication technology is a sophisticated and advanced endeavor, with its essence lying in the establishment of independent communication amidst tumultuous magnetic fields, a true battle against nature itself. It is noteworthy that in certain particularly chaotic and enigmatic maritime regions, even the communication capabilities of the telephone worm can falter. Yet, with appropriate processing, wireless communication technology can indeed facilitate communication in such areas. Hades is acutely aware of the vast potential that this technology possesses, should an independent communication network be established, enveloping the entirety of the Kingdom of Kronos, and a product akin to the telephone be developed. It could entirely supplant the function of the telephone worm. Subsequently, by disrupting the telephone worm's signal, the Kingdom of Kronos could be fortified like a fortress, preventing any information from leaking beyond its borders. As the signal of the telephone worm would be rendered unusable, internal communication within the kingdom could then be substituted with specially designed products. The unique environment of this vast ocean signifies that the information network can only encompass the kingdom of Kronos and its surrounding waters. In the more distant seas and islands, the magnetic field undergoes fluctuations. Thus, it would be necessary to establish a communication network tailored to the local magnetic conditions. However, such an endeavor is deemed unnecessary. This represents Hades' vision. However, the current development of the kingdom appears insufficient in Hades' eyes. After engaging with the underworld and gaining insight into the internal circumstances of the Kronos kingdom, Hades promptly applied for the establishment of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Naturally, the royal family would extend their full support for this initiative. The existing research bases were directly integrated into the newly founded Royal Academy of Sciences. With the material and financial backing provided by the Kronos kingdom, various projects were initiated, including weapons, missiles, submarines, and telecommunication networks, along with compatible telephones. Additionally, more advanced projects such as laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, human enhancement, and nutrient pods were also proposed. Although the emergence of the Vegapunk heralded the true technological explosion of this sea, and the level of technology continued to ascend, it does not negate the fact that this sea possesses a robust technological foundation. Technologies like laser cannons are now within reach and entirely feasible, particularly in a place like the Kronos Kingdom, which boasts a significant technological heritage and top-tier scientists. Under Hades' guidance, the Tartaros royal family extended invitations to numerous renowned scientists within the kingdom, as well as to those exhibiting unique talents across various fields worldwide. With ample financial support, most of them would be unlikely to decline the invitation, and to alleviate any potential concerns, the Kronos Kingdom could also facilitate the relocation of their families, providing generous compensation. The 5 major royal trading companies are interconnected with the 4 seas, leveraging the intelligence capabilities of the underworld to extend their reach like tentacles into various kingdoms and islands, gathering those with sufficient talent to avoid arousing suspicion and drawing the attention of the world government. All of this is conducted discreetly, particularly in the case of the technologically advanced future nations, due to the world government's restrictions on maritime technology. Naval fortresses have been constructed on nearby islands to keep a watchful eye, making ingress and egress rather cumbersome. In the realm of technology, the future nations undoubtedly lead the world, having even developed rudimentary artificial intelligence technologies. More advanced forms of artificial intelligence have been researched in the past, though few are aware of these endeavors. A multitude of scientists converge to explore the domains and concepts that Hades wished them to investigate. Various prospects and ideas, especially the proposed concept of satellites, sparked considerable interest among many researchers. Having lived 2 lives, Hades possesses ample insight into how to cultivate the growth of a nation, understanding which directions to pursue and which industries to develop, yet few have contemplated this aspect throughout history. The world government's suppression of technological advancement is also a contributing factor. In the invention and creation of weaponry, Hades is capable of offering numerous suggestions. He is an enthusiast of weaponry, not quite a military aficionado, yet knowledgeable about various types of arms. This became one of the initial projects undertaken by the Royal Academy of Sciences. Once a concept is articulated, for those genius scientists, understanding the functions of various components often suffices to facilitate research and development. For instance, the Kronos Kingdom possesses ample technological support for automatic rifles, and weapons akin to Gatling guns have already emerged in this world. The only drawback lies in their high production costs, stemming from a lack of sufficient technical support. Hades understands that all of this is anchored in a robust industrial framework, necessitating precision equipment such as machine tools and lathes, just like the future Beast pirate crew, which relies on the artisans of Wano country to manufacture their highly precise weapons. Such production cannot achieve high volumes. The costs involved are beyond imagination. Although the concepts of assembly lines and automated production exist in this world, they are only implemented to a moderate extent, with machinery often encountering significant limitations. However, with a robust industrial foundation in place, establishing a comprehensive production line would dramatically enhance efficiency and reduce costs exponentially. Most crucially, precision is paramount. The ability to mass-produce artillery does not equate to the capability of producing firearms at scale. The smaller the device, the higher the precision required. This strong industrial base can also invigorate other sectors, stimulating the economic development of the kingdom. Hades' initial focus is on arms trade, primarily aimed at bolstering the military strength of the kingdom of Kronos, showcasing what true firepower suppression entails. On an individual level, personal strength is of paramount importance. Yet for a nation, aside from top-tier combat capabilities, individual power seems trivial. Every citizen of the flower-bearing nation harbors a fear of inadequacy. And Hades finds little interest in firearms that can only fire a shot or two. The thrill of a sweeping barrage is absent. The research into the kingdom's latest weaponry is naturally aimed at equipping the military and enhancing its strength, with the profits from arms trade being a secondary concern. In this vast ocean, the arms trade harbors immense profits that Hades is not inclined to overlook. Currently, no laws exist to curb or constrain them. The commercial channels of the Kingdom of Kronos can extend arms sales across the seas. After a year of research and development, with unwavering support from the royal family, a designated area in the mountains was established as a restricted zone, within which a series of armories were constructed, culminating in a comprehensive military-industrial system. Multiple production lines were assembled, and a significant workforce was recruited specifically for the manufacture of firearms and ammunition. This operation is divided into two segments, one focused on widely used firearms, grenades, and artillery for arms trade, and the other on more advanced weaponry like automatic rifles, reserved exclusively for internal supply to the kingdom's military, ensuring Kronos retains its advantage in weaponry. To facilitate the arms trade, the Tartaros royal family established the Hephaestus Weapon Manufacturing Company, representing the Kingdom of Kronos in arms dealings. Concurrently, they supported a representative in the underground world of the New World, covertly eliminating the current arms king and seizing control of the underground arms trade market, positioning themselves as the new arms monarch of the underground realm. This strategy aims to subtly expand the kingdom's influence within that shadowy domain, thanks to sophisticated production machinery. The arms produced by the Kingdom of Kronos are not only efficient in output but also exhibit superior quality, with minimal defects, extended longevity, and greater power. The precision alone allows them to stand out among numerous weapons. Upon entering the market, they quickly gained immense popularity, priced only slightly above the market average. It's worth noting that the precise firearms favored by the nobility, renowned across the seas, are predominantly handcrafted and machine-finished, resulting in exorbitant costs that render them impractical for mass production or widespread military use. A special invitation was extended to envoys from allied kingdoms to hold an internal press conference to assess the quality of the weaponry and compare it with arms circulating across the seas. With stark contrasts evident, kingdoms engaged in trade with Kronos promptly placed substantial orders. Following testing, they recognized the superiority of these weapons. A considerable quantity of arms, in the absence of formidable opponents, can decisively sway the outcome of a conflict. Should their experience prove satisfactory, they would continue to procure from the Kingdom of Kronos. This is indeed imperative, as these arms have begun to circulate within the underworld. If they refrain from purchasing, they shall be the ones to suffer. Although the weaponry remains unchanged, the disparity is palpable, and in the theater of war, such differences are magnified many-fold. Following the influx of munitions from the Vulcan Corporation into the market, their superiority has become evident in localized skirmishes, compared to the previous erratic marksmanship. The enhanced precision has significantly improved the hit rate. In the context of warfare, this often translates to an advantage of hundreds or even thousands. This development is particularly fortuitous for marksmen in the Royal Army, enabling the rapid formation of combat strength. An abundance of arms has flowed through the channels of the Kronos Kingdom to various corners of the globe, enriching the kingdom immensely and further expanding its influence. In this tumultuous world, orders will continue to pour in ceaselessly. Currently, the situation at sea is not yet so chaotic, especially in the fourth seas, where the naval power is unprecedentedly robust, securing a prominent position within the naval headquarters. In fact, due to the tumultuous conflicts of recent years, the naval headquarters has suffered significant losses, with the Four Seas faction entirely dominating the naval command. During the conflict between the Kronos Kingdom and the insurgents supported by the world government, the orders from trading partners may also signify their latent support for the Kronos Kingdom. Perhaps the influence of the Rocks pirates is gradually manifesting across the globe, leading to a greater number of pirates venturing out to sea compared to the past. Perhaps some have sensed the imminent changes that may unfold upon the ocean. Who can say for certain? Such circumstances have further stimulated the sensitivities of the world government, which is reluctant to see the Kingdom of Kronos continue its expansion. A multitude of factors has converged, compelling the world government to take action against the Kingdom of Kronos, despite its weakened state and the formidable adversary posed by the Rocks pirates. Otherwise, a period of quietude lasting several decades would be entirely reasonable, affording ample time for preparation. As the sovereign power of the world government possesses sufficient time and means to dismantle and fragment a nation. It may face countless failures. Yet a single defeat for the kingdom of Kronos could spell irretrievable loss. The flow of arms into the underworld inevitably falls into the hands of pirates, particularly the Rocks pirates, who can discern the quality of a firearm after use. Consequently, the munitions from the Hephaestus Company are quite popular among pirates. The burgeoning strength of these outlaws poses a significant threat to the dominion of the world government, which finds it increasingly difficult to impose a blockade. This is largely due to the fact that the Hephaestus Company's arms are predominantly funneled to nations with trade relations with the kingdom of Kronos. The mere stipulation that the world government refrain from interfering in the domestic affairs of allied nations renders them powerless to act. Furthermore, within the regulations established by the world government, arms have never been classified as prohibited items, akin to the status of slaves. In this scenario, the only recourse is to take action against the arms-selling entity, the Fire God Company. However, the stronghold of the Fire God Company is situated within the kingdom of Kronos, which also stands behind it, bringing us back to square one. The Navy is not included in this equation, and other forces seeking to procure arms can only do so through the clandestine channels of the underworld. In this manner, the Navy inevitably finds itself at a disadvantage concerning weaponry and equipment, particularly aside from the military arms circulating across the seas. The innovative weaponry developed by Hephaestus Corporation has garnered widespread acclaim, such as landmines and the flintlock pistols previously witnessed on the oceans. However, the craftsmanship of flintlock pistols is notably intricate, often bespoke and reserved for the elite. Presently, Hephaestus Corporation has achieved the capability for mass production. The latest creation, a revolver aptly named the Left Wheel, has undoubtedly captured the admiration of many nobles. Compared to flintlock pistols, it boasts superior stability and advantages in various aspects. To emphasize the exclusivity of the Left Wheel, Hephaestus Corporation sells it in limited quantities and offers customization services, ensuring a lavish appearance with gold and silver embellishments. Currently, a standard left wheel can command a staggering price of 100,000 berries on the black market, and for noble customizations, the price could easily multiply tenfold or 20-fold. The purchasing power of berries remains robust. For the nobility, the left wheel, as a modern handgun, undoubtedly holds greater appeal than those exquisite swords meant solely for display. As for imitation, the world government has contemplated this, but the costs are prohibitively high, and the output is inferior to that of the kingdom of Kronos, rendering it unfeasible. It would be more prudent to procure directly from Hephaestus Corporation. Yet, to do so would equate to a concession to the kingdom of Kronos, forcing the world government to relinquish its investments in that realm, a prospect they find difficult to broach. They are left with no choice but to acquire these weapons through the underworld at inflated prices or under the guise of other factions or member states. The world government remains cognizant of the implications. A comprehensive update of the Navy's arsenal would not bode well and would necessitate substantial financial outlay. Over the years, the investment from the world government has been substantial. To ensure the orderly development of the Vulcan Corporation, Hades has even commissioned a specialized weaponry upgrade plan, allowing for the optimization of the corporation's arms at opportune moments, gradually enhancing their performance. Additionally, he has established the Zephyr Corporation to rival Vulcan, introducing various styles of similar weaponry and making alterations in aspects such as aesthetics. The same type of weapon must be available in dozens, if not hundreds, of variations to maximize profit. The development of the kingdom of Kronos also necessitates the enormous profits from arms trading to rejuvenate its economy. The funds required for internal construction, research grants for the Royal Academy of Sciences, and investments in the military and the underworld are indeed colossal. Hades prefers not to have a monopoly. Despite his control over it, as human nature is intricate, competition fosters better growth. In fact, high-end weapons such as submarines, missiles, and electromagnetic cannons are not produced overly, nor are they sold to Vulcan or Zephyr. Sniper rifles, semi-automatic rifles, and subsequently automatic rifles, machine guns, submachine guns, and handguns will be incrementally optimized and updated. Until external parties successfully develop similar technologies, the kingdom of Kronos will securely guard its innovations. Once others have made advancements, Kronos will seize the market with superior products. Naturally, the kingdom hopes to delay exposure for as long as possible. However, complete concealment is unattainable unless they intend to refrain from utilizing these technologies. It is believed that in the not-so-distant future, Vulcan and Zephyr will capture a significant portion of the global arms trade market. Currently, the most advanced weaponry consists of cannons, which serve as the flagship products of both Vulcan and Zephyr, surpassing the standard naval artillery and favored by numerous kingdoms. The enhanced accuracy of these cannons makes naval warfare more perilous, emboldening pirates and strengthening the kingdom's defensive forces. With 2 more generations of upgrades, the precision and range of the artillery will further improve. At that time, a new profession will emerge on the historical stage, the gunner. Presently, there are no gunners among pirates, with only a handful in the Navy. The combination of superior cannons and skilled gunners will become a formidable asset in naval combat, unlike the current reliance on chance, which often pales in comparison to the accuracy of those who can directly wield cannonballs. Conversely, the number of gunmen at sea will increase, and as firearm precision enhances, the requirements for gunmen will diminish significantly. After all, an exceptional marksman requires substantial innate talent to excel. This is foreseeable. Throughout this process, efforts will be made to ensure that the Kingdom of Kronos maintains its absolute superiority in weaponry. However, once missile technology is developed, this concern may become less significant. Nonetheless, akin to the aspirations of the world government, the Kingdom of Kronos also seeks to impede the progress of rival factions, safeguarding its own dominance. Firearms and ammunition are the principal instruments of warfare in this realm. Even the mightiest, barring a select few with extraordinary physiques, would sustain injuries without the defense of armed hockey. Only hockey can transcend all. Even the future pirate king, Roger, was not impervious to harm, having been pierced by 2 blades in the absence of hockey protection. The demand across various kingdoms reaches tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. And the total requirement escalates when considering all factions involved. Whether instigating war or fending off pirate incursions, possessing superior weaponry is always advantageous. The widespread proliferation of powerful armaments will inevitably impact the dominion of the world government, igniting the ambitions of affiliated nations and factions. This method serves to exert pressure on the world government, as the evolution of weaponry will plunge the world into greater chaos, particularly in the war-torn North Sea. It is crucial to acknowledge that conflicts between kingdoms often occur without interference from the Navy. Currently, the world government has reignited insurrections for a multitude of reasons, including the assassination of Hades and the pursuit of arms manufacturing sites. Numerous spies from the world government exist within the kingdom. Yet these threats have been effectively thwarted by the Kingdom of Kronos. Outside the forbidden zones, a myriad of watchful eyes have been established. Any approach will trigger detection, and certain life-sensing devices will sound alarms. At such a time, a multitude of concealed specters and shadow guards will spring into action. Additionally, a standing army of 300,000 is stationed at the forbidden areas. It has only been 3 years since arms began to flow into the world, with their influence largely confined to the 4 seas and the New World, lacking substantial reach. Although the automated production efficiency of the manufacturing lines is high, it has yet to meet the expectations set by Hades. The total production of firearms, including both long and short-barrel flintlocks, has only reached 6 million over 3 years. This figure bears little impact on the world, as the majority have been appropriated by the armies of various kingdoms, with only approximately 1 million truly entering the seas. Such a quantity scarcely stirs the waters. In the crime-ridden West and North Seas, which are plagued by rampant gangs, arms represent a significant drain on resources. It is important to recognize that these are rudimentary weapons, easily produced, yet they fall woefully short of Hades' envisioned expectations. Continuous enhancement of production lines, automation efficiency, and machine tool operation is imperative. This forms the foundation of industry and represents the technological accumulation that the Kingdom of Kronos must undergo to craft superior machinery. Furthermore, these production lines, established in the early days of the kingdom, are far from perfect. They are now poised for complete renewal, bolstered by experience. Presently, the Kingdom of Kronos focuses primarily on heavy industry, steelmaking, metallurgy, machinery, and energy, particularly the advancement of electricity. Hades has initially concentrated on military industry, radiating outward into broader domains from this core. In this vast ocean, nothing holds greater significance than the mastery of power. All else must take a back seat. With a technological foundation rooted in heavy industry, the kingdom will gradually progress towards light industry, aiming to distribute its goods across the globe. While the steps must be measured, the prospects remain exceedingly promising. Technologies such as laser cannons and electromagnetic guns, though seemingly daunting, pose no challenge to world-class scientists like Tesla, who have already devised methods for their realization. Human enhancement and nutrient pods possess a certain foundational knowledge, as the Kingdom of Kronos has conducted research touching upon the realms of supersoldiers and longevity. However, the kingdom requires further insights into human anatomy and medical sciences, an area where the medical powerhouse of the Kingdom of Magnet Drum holds greater authority. They have dispatched individuals to seek collaboration. Surely, some cannot resist the allure of wealth. With sufficient financial offerings, there will be those willing to come to the Kingdom of Kronos. The environment here is significantly more favorable than that of the Kingdom of Magnet Drum, and a profound medical heritage does not necessarily equate to a high quality of life for its residents. Indeed, Hades does not shy away from employing unscrupulous methods. The prevalence of pirates and human traffickers provides ample opportunities. Many concepts can be transformed into finished products within mere months, given Hades's slight prompting. Within the Royal Academy of Sciences, there exist formidable theoretical weapons, such as oxygen bombs, capable of catastrophic explosive power. Upon detonation, they not only unleash destruction but also absorb vast quantities of oxygen, creating a lethal wasteland. This is essentially a mother bullet, akin to two bombs, a life-giving one and an explosive one. After all, combining such contrasting effects is exceedingly challenging and perhaps unnecessary. The Wrath of the Sea King can emit unique sound waves that resonate with aquatic beings, drawing them closer while inciting their fury. This phenomenon unleashes terrifying consequences upon the ocean, resulting in indiscriminate devastation. Named after the legendary ancient weapon, the Sea King, it aptly reflects their grand ambitions. This weapon is specifically designed to target formidable fleets at sea, akin to the pirate alliances and the Navy's demon-slaying orders. These two types of weapons aspire to achieve widespread devastation, merely requiring time for their creation. However, the Royal Academy of Sciences is currently focused on missile technology. Additionally, there exists a formidable array of practical applications such as artificial intelligence, nano-insect drones, military robots, electromagnetic rail guns, and metal storms, all of which have a certain technological foundation in their conceptualization. It is certain that these advancements will be realized in the future. What is lacking now is merely time. Thanks to the robust technological foundation of this world, such innovations are not far-fetched. After all, even cola can be harnessed as an energy source. For Hades, the manifestation of once fanciful advanced technology is indeed exhilarating. The Royal Academy of Sciences, established merely 4 years ago, has already assembled a vast team of numerous scientists and researchers. A multitude of achievements has emerged from this institution, injecting fresh vitality into various sectors of the kingdom. Presently, the kingdom continues to cultivate talents with research capabilities and vigorously supports developments in this area. Simultaneously, it maintains efforts to gather talents from across the globe and the seas. Currently, these are merely subtle maneuvers, intended to avoid drawing the attention of the world government. As the world descends into further chaos, the underworld will hasten its actions. Hades has even set his sights on the individual known as Vegapunk, reputed to possess wisdom surpassing that of 5 centuries. His whereabouts are unknown to Hades, save for the knowledge that he hails from the future nation. This nation is no ordinary entity, situated in a frigid zone. It faces harsh environmental conditions and struggles with the hardships of its residents, yet it boasts formidable technological prowess. Many high-end technological products found on the seas originate from the future nation, whose economic strength is substantial, enabling it to become a member state of the world government. The Kingdom of Kronos must employ a covert approach to send individuals there for learning, ensuring they remain undetected by the Navy. Otherwise, they would attract the scrutiny of the world government. With the vastness of Mechanism Island, locating Vegapunk is no easy feat. Once he gains notoriety, he will inevitably catch the attention of the world government. However, should Hades manage to obtain the designs left behind by Vegapunk in his youth, it would be a considerable gain. Furthermore, Hades intends to send individuals aboard the grand vessel known as MADS, which gathers the world's foremost scientists. He will not overlook the so-called lineage factor, referred to as the blueprint of life. Whether it involves cloning, biological modification, or even the creation of artificial organisms, the application of the lineage factor technology is essential for administering the devil fruit to inanimate objects and producing synthetic devil fruits. As its name suggests, mastery of the lineage factor could even pave the way for the creation of life itself. This is the future. One can even recruit some of the world's foremost scientists from this organization. When numerous leading scientists converge, it is certain that there are more than just the renowned Vegapunk, Quinn, Gaji, and Stussy. The others are either in hiding, evading the relentless pursuit of the world government, or have been captured or slain. If a few can be preserved, it would mean that the kingdom of Kronos has mastered the technology of genetic factors. Hades glanced at the research progress of certain projects within the Royal Academy of Sciences. The communication technology, spearheaded by Dr. Tesla, has been further refined, even producing a prototype of a telephone. It bears a resemblance to the tablet computers of the past, akin in size to an iPad, and possesses not only calling capabilities but also the ability for video chatting, although it still requires further development. Whether for photography or live broadcasting, it can accomplish these tasks by merely replicating some functions of the telephone book. Furthermore, it can be folded for easy portability. Currently, the only missing component is the base station to amplify the signal, with just a few final steps remaining. Once completed, a communication network covering the entire kingdom will be established, simultaneously distributing mobile phones to the kingdom's citizens, thus replacing the telephone bug. Of course, external communication and intelligence gathering will still rely on the telephone bug. The kingdom will create designated areas to prevent the disruption of the telephone bug signal. Given this situation, even if citizens wish to use the telephone bug to relay messages, they can only do so under the kingdom's surveillance. Meanwhile, a tablet that can be utilized across the seas has also been developed, albeit solely for the seas, as their magnetic fields are relatively stable and only require the construction of dedicated base stations. Once features such as music, games, forums, and live streaming are integrated, it will swiftly captivate the entire region across the seas. These functionalities far surpass those of the telephone insects. Primarily, if Hades is willing to promote the widespread use of tablets, they could potentially replace telephone insects to a certain extent, as the diverse range of features is a distinct advantage of tablets. However, it is impossible for the Kingdom of Kronos to establish base stations in every kingdom and island. Moreover, the coverage area of base station signals is not extensive, necessitating a period of technological accumulation. Due to the Grand Line, the existence of the doldrums, and the peculiar magnetic fields of the Red Land, communication is only feasible through telephone insects. These insects possess their own unique signals, unlike telephones that share a common network. Additionally, while certain specialized telephone insects may be costly, the ordinary ones are relatively inexpensive. The resilience of telephone insects is remarkable, making them indispensable for pirates in extreme situations. Avoiding competition is also straightforward. One merely needs to disable the calling functions of tablets outside the Kingdom of Kronos. The advent of tablets will significantly impact the world, particularly in terms of grassroots communication and information dissemination. This will inevitably create a tremendous upheaval in the Grand Line, where there exist resources not found in the Grand Line itself, drawing attention to the Kingdom of Kronos. In response, they have devised a plan to establish independent base stations that connect to the Four Seas communication networks. However, to establish a connection, one must remain within a certain radius of the base station. Exceeding this limit renders connection impossible. Depending on the size of the coverage area, base stations can be classified into large, medium, small, and even super large categories. As for the cost, it is difficult to articulate. If every pirate ship in the future were to possess a base station, akin to the Eternal Pointer, it would become an indispensable asset, an intriguing concept indeed. However, this remains purely speculative, or rather, in the realm of planning, as the base stations have yet to be constructed. Nonetheless, the Kingdom of Kronos will possess an independent information network. In this era, it would be prudent for the Kingdom of Kronos to maintain a low profile. Presently, Hades has no intention of pursuing such ambitions, as the technology is still in its infancy. Furthermore, the forthcoming development of the kingdom necessitates substantial funding. While resources are indeed ample, with enormous annual trade profits, tariffs from goods transiting through the Kingdom of Kronos, shipping fees circulating in the Four Seas and the New World, domestic taxation, and profits from arms trade, the economic strength of the Kingdom of Kronos ranks prominently within the global arena. However, the kingdom has an overwhelming array of tasks ahead. For Kronos, sufficiency is paramount. There is no need to rush to broadcast their advancements. Progress must be made step by step, without overreaching. The intermediate version of the nutrient solution has been developed. The primary nutrient solution can replenish nutrients, swiftly restore energy, and recover stamina and injuries, proving effective for ordinary warriors, though its impact is less noticeable for those of greater strength. The intermediate nutrient solution boasts even more potent effects. facilitating rapid absorption in conjunction with medical pods, thereby revitalizing the body and offering some remedy for hidden injuries. In the envisioned advanced version, it may replenish vitality, delay aging, and optimize the body, as well as treat concealed injuries. There even exists the notion of a top-tier nutrient solution, an enhanced version of the advanced one, which could transform individuals and extend their lifespan. Regarding weaponry, the classified submarines have long been completed. Some nations across the seas already possess submarine technology. However, the submarines of the Kingdom of Kronos are not mere conventional vessels. They resemble the nuclear submarines of a bygone era, powered entirely by robust domestic energy sources, thus eliminating any concerns in that regard. Currently, only the missiles remain. Missile technology is exceedingly complex, with the challenge of achieving precise guidance and extensive range being a conundrum that Hades has posed to numerous scientists. Otherwise, launching them akin to rockets would be trivially simple. It is the ultra-long-range guidance that Hades desires. The crucial guidance systems, and even the automatic tracking systems, must fully leverage intelligent technology. Once accomplished, the Kingdom of Kronos and its coastal regions will be rendered exceptionally secure. Otherwise, any intruder shall witness the formidable power of missile strikes. A series of weaponry research projects perfectly encapsulate Hades' acute fear of insufficient firepower. Should the range of guidance be further expanded, even some islands within the maritime vicinity of the kingdom could fall under the dominion of Kronos, for there are indeed numerous resource-rich islands in the New World. Hades, perusing the intelligence within the kingdom, grasped a pen and began to write. This document outlines a strategic plan prior to his departure from the kingdom, emphasizing the necessity of meticulous preparation for future development, particularly in the realm of agricultural reform. Agriculture holds paramount significance for any nation, and the Kingdom of Kronos, endowed with vast plains, stands as a formidable agricultural power. Previously, the focus had not been on agriculture, as the Kingdom of Kronos did not have pressing food demands, relegating it to a secondary priority. In Hades' perspective, the agricultural productivity of the Kingdom of Kronos is suboptimal, despite the good physical condition of its common folk. It is envisioned that the kingdom will soon adopt precision mechanization tailored to its unique geography, maximizing land utilization. Various environments, plains, coastlines, mountainous regions, and lakesides will be adeptly utilized for the production of grains, livestock, irrigation agriculture, and fruits. The expansive plains of the Kingdom of Kronos are a significant advantage. Moreover, the royal family has established the Kronos Crown Company, emulating agricultural production models from a bygone era. This initiative aims to integrate agricultural industries with commerce, creating a cohesive production chain that encompasses everything from primary cultivation and breeding to deep processing and sales, establishing a seamless operational model. This approach harmonizes the strengths of agricultural practices from both the United States and the land of fairy tales. In addition, there exists a plethora of agricultural auxiliary equipment. According to Hades' conjectures, if this model is successfully implemented, the profits from agriculture and animal husbandry in the Kingdom of Kronos could multiply exponentially. He is acutely aware of the immense benefits that such an advanced production model could yield, both for the citizens and the state. The number of farmers will diminish, liberating more productive forces for national development. Due to time constraints, implementation has yet to commence. This reform is a significant undertaking that necessitates detailed planning and a gradual approach to minimize adverse impacts. Currently, a small experimental plot, authorized by the kingdom, has yielded promising results, and upon his departure, the efforts will commence from the core regions, gradually expanding throughout the nation according to the established plan. The entire process may require several years. The Kingdom of Kronos is substantial yet manageable, at least in Hades' estimation. The remaining responsibilities will be delegated to others within the kingdom, which boasts ample talent and execution capability. The Tartaros royal family is the sole ruling entity, with no other noble houses remaining. Those that once existed have either been eradicated over time or diminished in influence, and even those that persist do so quietly, avoiding disturbances. Only the Tartaros royal family remains eternal. Dissenters have largely been dealt with following the last war instigated by the world government. Hades feels fortunate to reside in such a kingdom, where the monarchy wields absolute power and the state maintains a complete monopoly. It is akin to a blank canvas upon which he can freely express his vision. This concentration of power instills trepidation within the world government, complicating their attempts to dismantle the Kingdom of Kronos. Even in Hades' absence, the underworld and the Royal Academy of Sciences continue to report intelligence and progress to him. Since he took charge of the underworld, he has effectively become a co-ruler of the kingdom. The kingdom of Kronos possesses formidable strength, yet it remains vulnerable to assassination attempts by the world government. The agent responsible for the assassination of his decoy was an elite operative, possessing remarkable infiltration skills and the ability to diminish his presence to an imperceptible level, enabling him to bypass numerous obstacles and infiltrate the palace. Ultimately, the assassination succeeded but failed simultaneously, as the target was merely a decoy who perished under siege. What if the assassination target had been Hades himself? Who knows what other peculiar abilities the world government possesses? This is also the reason why Hades intends to depart from the kingdom. Although his observation haki allows him to perceive emotions, his inherent lack of strength remains his most significant vulnerability. The kingdom, while formidable, is not entirely secure. Much of this stems from his yearning for power. The assassination attempt has instilled in him a sense of urgency, compelling him to seek greater challenges for rapid growth and the attainment of true strength. Orcus, the capital of the Kronos kingdom. To the northeast of the capital lies a research facility. On this day, Hades arrived, wishing to survey the state of research before departing from the kingdom of Kronos. The intelligence relayed from the underworld was incomplete, as it stemmed from two distinct organizations, each operating independently. Your Highness, you have arrived. A young researcher clad in a white lab coat greeted him with deep respect upon witnessing Hades' presence. Word of Hades' impending visit had reached the research base in advance, and arrangements had been made for someone to await him outside. Let us proceed inside. Hades nodded slightly. Without the need for intervention, the sealed door opened automatically, as the surveillance system had already detected Hades' figure, even reading his retinal patterns from the image. Within the confines of this research facility, Hades undoubtedly held the highest level of authority. Inside, a completely different scene unfolded, brimming with technological marvels. Long corridors interconnected various laboratories, the design and manufacture of firearms, experimental effects. Most of the latest weaponry developed by the Kingdom of Kronos originated from this very research base. This research facility was originally established in the Kingdom of Kronos. However, as Hades formed the Royal Academy of Sciences, the existing infrastructure could no longer accommodate the growing demands of research. Consequently, a more expansive research base was constructed in a different location. The original facility was not entirely abandoned. It continued to serve as a hub for the development and enhancement of conventional weaponry. In stark contrast, the truly significant and classified research, particularly concerning advanced weapon technologies, was relocated to the newly established facility. In comparison to those cutting-edge technologies, items such as sniper rifles and automatic firearms are hardly deemed confidential. The disparity in their significance is as vast as an abyss. This does not imply that the research facility beneath the capital is devoid of significance. Rather, it simply suggests that there is no necessity for those exceptional scientists to squander their time in such a place. Upon entering the research facility, he was no longer followed. Within its confines, every scientist and researcher was exceedingly occupied, each engrossed in their own projects that demanded completion. Most of these projects are closely associated with significant endeavors within the newly established research base, in comparison to those cutting-edge technologies. The armaments here are undoubtedly of a more rudimentary nature. Should they gain recognition in their research, they could seamlessly transition into the more advanced research facility known as Tianxin, which harbors the most elite scientists from across the kingdom and even the world. The nomenclature of the two research bases alone underscores the disparity. They are also acutely aware that Hades, with his esteemed status, would naturally not set his sights on the Starfire research base. Hades made his way to the innermost sanctum of the research facility, where a unique chamber awaited him. Upon facial recognition, the grand door swung open, revealing a striking array of weapons meticulously displayed along the walls, akin to an exhibition. Semi-automatic rifles, sniper rifles, automatic handguns, assault rifles, machine guns, submachine guns, light machine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and an assortment of portable knives, grenades, and flashbangs were all present. In both this life and the next, Hades had longed for a personal armory. And at last, his dream was realized. Most of these weapons have already been developed, while a small portion remains as conceptual design models, requiring only a certain amount of time to be transformed into finished products. However, Hades' intent is not to oversee this process. He merely wishes to take a glance. Within the Spark research base, there exists a clandestine elevator that leads directly to the Divine research base. Descending via the elevator, one arrives in the expansive underground of the Spark Institute, which boasts a vast and open space adorned with various facilities. The first sight that greets the eye is a sleek silver train. This is a train that stretches along the tracks from the depths of the kingdom to the outskirts of the majestic Xiaosong Mountain. The research facility of the Kronos Kingdom is nestled within the heart of Xiaosong Mountain, both above and below ground. In order to construct the Celestial Research Base, the Kronos Kingdom undertook the monumental task of hollowing out the entire interior of Xiaosong Mountain, a truly grand endeavor. The primary function of this train is to transport individuals and materials. Now, Hades is set to embark on a journey to the Celestial Research Institute via this very train. Upon entering, and with the operator's initiation, the train glides smoothly and swiftly along its course. In the vast underground expanse, a colossal cavern is illuminated brilliantly. The Celestial Research Base, an immense facility resembling a pyramid, houses a total of 8,000 scientists and researchers. In comparison to the entirety of the research base, this number is relatively modest. It is quite common for each individual to have their own laboratory. The construction of the Celestial Research Base was originally designed by the Kingdom of Kronos to accommodate a scale of 100,000 individuals. The financial investment was astronomical. Not to mention the incessant expenditure on experimental funding, which vanishes like water through one's fingers. Much like a pyramid, the laboratories located higher up symbolize increasingly significant research projects. However, many of these projects are intricately interconnected, such as the relationship between nutrient solutions and human enhancement serums. The medical chambers designed to work in tandem with the nutrient solutions incorporate a core technology that establishes a unique magnetic field, enhancing human vitality and facilitating the perfect absorption of nutrients. This can even yield beneficial effects on the human body. Research in electronic communications is linked to technologies such as radar and missiles. Naturally, the entire research conducted at the Celestial Research Base is focused on projects with minimal destructive potential. Projects posing significant threats are transferred to another experimental base for testing and study, located in a desolate area near the Fuyo mountain range. Otherwise, should an experiment go awry, the entire research base, along with its multitude of researchers, could face catastrophic destruction, losses they are keen to avoid. Certain specialized projects also warrant the establishment of a small research facility. For instance, research on oxygen bombs and the Wrath of Poseidon is conducted by the seaside, while submarine research takes place at a clandestine military port of the kingdom. Hades did not linger, merely glancing at the internal conditions of the research base as he proceeded directly toward the pinnacle of the Celestial Research Institute. For the researchers, Hades' identity was of little consequence. In truth, the formation of the Royal Academy of Sciences and the conception of Hades' innovative ideas were largely orchestrated behind the scenes, known to only a select few. Only a handful of scientists whom Hades genuinely values have met him in person and engaged in dialogue. At the apex of the Celestial Research Base stands an imposing research institute. The three letters TSL are prominently displayed, signifying the owner of this institute, who is also the most formidable figure within the entire Celestial Research Base. Hades regards him as a man nearing divinity, Nikola Tesla. Such an appellation does not merely speak of strength, but rather of an astonishing intellect and talent that seem almost divine in their omnipotence, particularly in the realm of electromagnetism. His research surpasses that of the entire world, marking him as an unequivocal genius of science. With a mere utterance, the gates swung open. "Your Highness, it has indeed been a long time." From within emerged a figure, extending a warm greeting towards Hades. The other members of the Research Institute would undoubtedly be taken aback, for Tesla is an enigma. Despite possessing remarkable talent, his personality is not particularly endearing. Most notably, before Tesla, those who pride themselves as geniuses appear somewhat foolish. Yet they cannot deny his extraordinary abilities. Many have succumbed to the mastery of Tesla. Within the Celestial Research Base, Tesla is revered as one possessing wisdom that transcends 3 centuries beyond the world. I am on the verge of departing from the Kingdom of Kronos, and my next return may not occur for another decade. Hence my visit today. Hades did not conceal his admiration for Tesla. He held a profound respect for him, possessing an impressive ability to perceive emotions. He understood the art of cultivating relationships with extraordinary individuals like Tesla, and undoubtedly, friendship was the most effective approach. For Tesla, Hades was the discerning mentor, the one who comprehended him best. His research into electromagnetism possessed the potential to alter the very fabric of the world, all under the unwavering support of Hades. Consider the multitude of projects Tesla pursued. Each was undeniably central to the kingdom of Kronos. He could generate thunderstorms through electromagnetic fields, adjusting the parameters to manipulate the intensity of lightning for various applications. His mastery over magnetic fields created spaces of unique gravitational influence. The devastating electromagnetic rings he devised could unleash terrifying bolts of lightning, serving immense purposes in both confinement and defense. The electromagnetic cannon speaks for itself. Within the medical chamber, the electromagnetic domain generated beneficial waves for the human body. The Tower of Death could deliver pinpoint strikes with intense electrical discharges. The magnetic storm bomb contained formidable destructive power. Moreover, there were advanced studies on missile systems, artificial intelligence, and robotics. Most critically, within the confines of the Divine Research Base, lay a classified project codenamed X, associated with the Divine System. The purpose of this system was to temporarily control magnetic fields through unique methodologies, studying the magnetic fields of extreme weather around the globe. By artificially altering a location's magnetic field, one could manipulate weather patterns, incite natural disasters, and even provoke magnetic storms. This entire project was an absolute taboo within the kingdom of Kronos, known only to 3 individuals, Hades, Tesla, and King Bane, though it had not been officially sanctioned. Research had already commenced. The projects and technologies currently under investigation were essentially laying the groundwork for the creation of the Divine System. Some projects were directly linked to the Divine System, unbeknownst to the researchers involved. Are you leaving for such an extended period? Upon hearing Hades' words, Tesla furrowed his brow. He was unaware of the circumstances outside and had no desire to inquire further. However, his keen intellect sensed that this was not a favorable development. Turning around, he entered the laboratory, where a concealed mechanism in the wall revealed a sealed safe. Grasping the safe, he approached Hades. I intended to present this to you once the technology was fully developed, but since you are departing, I shall give it to you in advance, Tesla stated, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He slowly entered the code, unlocking the safe to reveal its contents, a metal sphere the size of a fist, equipped with a device reminiscent of a timer. This was the magnetic storm bomb. However, the technology was not yet complete, and its dimensions could not be further reduced, with its explosive power only achieving 1/3 of its envisioned potential. Please exercise caution in its use. Tesla closed the safe once more, presenting it to Hades. Tesla had successfully developed a magnetic detonation device, which took Hades by surprise, though not to the point of astonishment. For Tesla, the perpetual constraints on his research capabilities were time and funding. Thus, it was time to part ways. A mere encounter sufficed for Hades. The magnetic bomb was an unexpected delight. Such a prodigious talent as Tesla must be kept under close watch. He had already conceived plans to acquire the magnet fruit and the thunder fruit, believing that any of these devil fruits in Tesla's hands would be cultivated to unimaginable extremes, perhaps even without limits. Yet, this was not a scenario he wished to witness. Who could fathom the consequences? It would suffice to reserve them for his future offspring. And with Tesla's guidance, they would undoubtedly unlock the fruit's potential to an extraordinary degree. Hades departed from the research facility and returned to the palace. For him, daily training was indispensable. Whether in strength or endurance, a formidable physique is the fundamental basis for any strong individual, requiring prolonged dedication. Combat is merely a means of unleashing one's potential. Each limb was adorned with 2 black rings, each forged from a unique, mystical iron, characterized solely by its weight. Each ring bore a ton of mass. Thus, Hades bore a staggering burden of 8 tons. Such pressure is well within Hades' capacity to endure. Within the meticulously designed training chamber, the ground is leveled, and after each of Hades' training sessions, individuals are tasked with restoring the damaged terrain. With a tremendous force, the earth beneath him shatters in an instant, and Hades' figure vanishes, only to reappear several dozen meters away. He does not pause. Instead, he unleashes his speed across the entire arena. Dozens of Hades' apparitions manifest upon the ground, mere phantoms created by his extraordinary velocity. The enclosed training facility, stirred by Hades' swiftness, generates a vortex of air, resembling a tempest. The guards stationed outside, feeling the commotion within the training grounds, have long since grown accustomed to such phenomena. This is merely the beginning, for His Highness. It is but a warm-up. It is evident to all that His Highness is a true monster. Even some of the old guards who have served in the palace for decades recall the formidable presence of Jaeger during his training. Though equally thunderous, he was far less powerful than Hades at the same age. After all, the sense of crisis faced by the two was distinctly different. leading to variations in the duration and intensity of their training. Time passed, and Hades suddenly halted, pressing a button on the wall. Columns crafted from ironwood ascended from the ground. With a fierce resolve, Hades unleashed his arms, extending his fingers like unsheathed swords, executing linear thrusts aimed directly at the resilient ironwood. His fingers danced in a myriad of motions, striving to hone every digit to perfection. In response to Hades's relentless assault, cracks began to mar the ironwood, which soon fell victim to his penetrating strikes. After acclimating for a while, Hades integrated his violent foot technique, moving around the arena, this time employing it in conjunction with his sword flash, targeting the ironwood pillars. Each strike came from various angles and movements, with his focus shifting fluidly. The sword flash saw Hades' arms extend, his index and middle fingers resembling the dual edges of a blade, generating formidable cutting force through rapid, wing-like motions. Combined with the violent foot, Hades' finger swords sliced through the ironwood, leaving a trail of fissures, some pieces shattered under the weight of his might. If the violent foot and unsheathed techniques were derived from the Navy's 6 styles, the sword flash was a synthesis of the spear and sword techniques. Following this was the lightning flash, akin to the derived technique of the flying spear. His 10 fingers struck the air with extraordinary agility. As immense power coalesced at Hades' fingertips, unleashing air slashes that converged into a single point, shooting forth like lasers, effortlessly penetrating the ironwood with terrifying cutting power. From a distance, it appeared as though beams of light emanated from Hades' fingers. This relentless onslaught persisted for some time, transforming the arena into a scene of devastation. With the ironwood reduced to splintered remnants. Breathing heavily, Hades felt an overwhelming fatigue in his limbs, the burden of weight upon him intensifying. As if he bore the weight of a mountain. This was precisely the effect he sought. With a gentle leap, he began to tread rapidly upon the air during his descent, striving to maintain a consistent height, as if suspended by an invisible string. Simultaneously, Hades continued to shed the weight of his body, the burden of the rings he wore, and the resistance of the air itself. This is undoubtedly impossible. Yet Hades persistently endeavors, integrating the techniques from paper drawing and a particular martial art into his own physical prowess. The results are evident. Once Hades sheds his burdens, he can traverse the air with remarkable speed. The technique known as void pursuit is a further refinement of Hades' lunar step. However, this represents merely the foundational aspect. What Hades truly hones is his physicality and the art of releasing force. The martial arts of this world are steeped in violence, where so-called techniques ultimately boil down to explosive power, the cultivation of the body, and the mastery of blood, muscles, and bones. In response to this, Hades has meticulously developed a unique system of martial arts inspired by the Bejiquin he previously studied. Each movement is imbued with a formidable strength, exhibiting terrifying destructive power and explosive force. Simultaneously, Hades has delved into another avenue of technique, refining the skill of neutralizing force learned through Tai Chi, which he has seamlessly integrated into his martial arts. The techniques of Zukong, inspired by the lunar step, and Yulong, derived from paper drawing, both employ the art of neutralizing force. Such techniques greatly assist in the development and mastery of the body. By minimizing unnecessary physical exertion during combat, one can achieve the utmost efficiency in bodily utilization, abstaining from the need to physically resist the adversary's onslaught. The harmonious blend of hardness and softness, along with the unity of mind, body, and skill, embodies his aspirations. Bejiquin will serve as his primary offensive method, with corresponding techniques for clawing, punching, and kicking. Conversely, Taijiquin integrates the art of yielding force into his martial practice, while Hades pays less heed to leveraging strength against strength. In the face of absolute power, all else is rendered futile. The technique of yielding is merely a means to enhance one's efficacy in battle. Ironically, Hades' pursuit of Taijiquin stems from a profound fear of his own strength. There was a period, particularly after the demise of his father, Jaeger, when Hades recognized the significance of power and embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Armed with the kingdom's finest resources, ferocious beasts, marine delicacies, and precious herbs, Hades experienced an explosive surge in potential, leading to a rapid enhancement of his abilities. However, the swift elevation of his prowess rendered him unable to fully control his newfound strength. Outwardly imperceptible, he could nonetheless keenly sense it. Consequently, he began to train his martial arts, acquiring various techniques in the mastery of power, which encompassed not only the Navy's 6 styles, but also diverse martial arts collected by the kingdom. Among these, His prior experience with Bajiquan and Taijiquan served as a foundational base. Through relentless sparring, Hades' innate talent for combat gradually emerged, culminating in the development of his unique martial style. As his strength grew, so too did his mastery over power and the body. The Navy's 6 styles, known as the essence of life's return, were effortlessly grasped by Hades. Simultaneously, he assimilated the essence of Bajiquan's inch power, although similar techniques exist in this world. Such as the 8 charging fist of the 8 treasure water army, Bajiquan possesses its distinctive characteristics. The 8 charging fist merges offense and defense, while Bajiquan excels in sheer destructive capability. The 8 charging fist can unleash a powerful, diffusive shockwave, whereas Bajiquan concentrates force into a singular point, delivering a fearsome inch power that is not only difficult to perceive, but can also penetrate the enemy's interior, causing internal damage. When compared, this bears resemblance to the internal destruction technique of the armament hockey. Thus, mastering the internal destruction of armament hockey poses little challenge for Hades. Once he awakens the armament hockey, he will naturally attain mastery as his hockey reaches a certain threshold. Moreover, with Hades' current martial prowess and control over his body, the concepts of hardening, binding, and the external manifestation of hockey present no difficulty for him. This is not merely a display of dominant prowess, but rather an exhibition of the intricate techniques associated with such power. For some, these techniques pose an insurmountable challenge, akin to crossing a vast chasm, while for others, they are remarkably straightforward. Numerous individuals have managed to master the advanced applications of this power within a brief period at sea. Indeed, there are even factions with experienced personnel dedicated to facilitating rapid mastery of these advanced techniques. It is precisely due to this that some individuals undergo astonishing transformations in a remarkably short span, experiencing profound enhancements in their capabilities. Through relentless training, Hades has pushed his body to its very limits. As he concludes his final set of Tai Chi, he exhales deeply, generating a column of energy in the air. His breathing has returned to a state of tranquility, and his heartbeat has stabilized. His entire being seems to ease from the tension of that extreme state. His mind is clear and serene, emotions balanced, and the mental fatigue begins to rejuvenate. Unbeknownst to him, he has developed the habit of practicing a set of Tai Chi after each training session. During these moments, Hades feels an unprecedented sense of relief. Perceiving subtle advancements in his strength, he becomes acutely aware of his body, sensing the flow of blood, the rhythm of his organs, and the interplay of muscles and bones, all contributing to an enhanced mastery over his corporeal form. Moreover, the cultivation of his spirit, particularly the innate awakening of his observation hockey, progresses incrementally each day, sharpening his divine perspective and broadening its scope. Even the Conqueror's hockey is being adeptly honed during this journey, while Hades' inherent talent plays a significant role. It must be acknowledged that Tai Chi has bestowed immense benefits upon him, serving as a catalyst for his perseverance. The circular weights he bears are not intended for removal. He has begun to acclimate to their heft. Departing the training grounds, he returns to his palace. Immediately after his departure, others arrive to commence repairs on the training arena. After cleansing his body, Hades approaches a medical chamber, where, under the guidance of professionals, he dons a mask connected to a respiratory apparatus and reclines within the chamber. As the machines were to life, a crystalline, nutrient-rich liquid quickly envelopes his entire form. An invisible magnetic field envelopes Hades, penetrating his being and exerting a unique influence upon his internal structure. Suspended within the chamber, he closes his eyes and drifts into slumber, his body relaxing under the magnetic field as if countless massage devices are tending to every cell. The mental exhaustion gradually dissipates, leaving him in a state of profound comfort, akin to resting in the embrace of a mother. Hades greedily absorbs the nutrient solution, replenishing his body's energy reserves and repairing any potential damage incurred from his extreme training. Though such damage is minimal, Hades possesses a constitution akin to that of a beast, endowed with formidable recuperative abilities. The so-called extreme training serves merely to unlock Hades' latent potential. After each training session, Hades requires a stint in the medical chamber, where each application of the nutrient solution is valued at 2 million. Notably, the solution he utilizes is no ordinary blend. It is meticulously crafted to ensure its efficacy while incorporating rare herbs known to enhance bone and muscle strength, including vital organs from formidable beasts such as snakes and bears. The expansive Zhaoyao Mountains and the Forest of Beasts are treasures of the Chronos Kingdom. The abundant medicinal resources and formidable creatures within the forest are viewed merely as resources by the kingdom. The Zhaoyao Mountains, interconnected with the Forest of Beasts, are entirely claimed by the Kronos Kingdom, where a standing army of 500,000 is stationed to safeguard the kingdom's interests and repel any potential incursions from the forest beasts. The region is rich in mineral resources, including gold, iron, and rare gemstones, with the famed Silver Mountain being home to the world's largest silver vein. Indeed, the Kronos Kingdom exemplifies opulence. 10 minutes later, the nutrient solution within the medical chamber is fully consumed, absorbed by Hades' body. With his energy replenished and his strength restored to its zenith, Hades finds himself in a state of complete recovery. So abundant is the nourishment that he feels no need for dinner. In fact, he has not dined in the evening for the past year. Relying solely on the nutrient solution, Hades' palace is situated in a prime yet inconspicuous location within the royal compound, serving merely as his temporary residence, while his true palace lies elsewhere. It was here that his substitute met an untimely assassination without warning. It is worth noting that even his substitute was under the protection of two shadowy guardians. Yet, he was still slain in plain sight. The mere presence of a CP0 agent, if allowed to escape, would be a profound disgrace for the Kronos Kingdom. Standing by the window, Hades contemplates the news of the failed assassination. The world government must surely be aware of it by now, though the means through which they ascertain such information remains a mystery. During this period, espionage and assassination have persisted. Concealed in the shadows are 8 spectral guardians, and even deeper within, formidable beings possessing unparalleled strength. With such a protective force, it is inconceivable that Hades could face any peril. Suddenly, Hades furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the western palace. Another intrusion. Without the need for conjecture, it was evident that these were agents of the world government, either on a mission of assassination or gathering intelligence. From a distance, he could almost sense the ominous aura. His rapidly developing observation haki could effortlessly envelop the entire royal capital. Any malevolent presence that dared to approach would be detected by Hades. However, he remained unfazed, for this infiltrator had already been uncovered. Soon, measures would be taken to address the threat. With the advancement of technology in the kingdom of Kronos, the control over internal affairs would be fortified. Instruments for monitoring life, strategically placed in the armaments industrial zone, also existed in the palace's hidden corners. Perhaps these very shadows were intentionally left for the invaders. Over the past year, they have successfully apprehended numerous agents of the world government in such a manner. Few possessed the audacity to infiltrate the royal palace as openly as that fruit user did. 10 days hence, within the palace gardens, marked the day of Hades' departure from the kingdom of Kronos. The gathering for farewells was modest. Both Hades and Bane preferred to keep it low-key, having already made prior arrangements. "Ananke, why are you following me?" Hades inquired, glancing at the golden-haired maiden beside him, his tone unusually gentle. "Of course, I wish to accompany you to see Hades." "Ananke." The beautiful girl insisted earnestly, her arms tightly wrapped around Hades' right arm, her well-developed bosom brushing against him. With her radiant golden hair, exquisite features, and a sweet fragrance enveloping her, she was truly captivating. "No, that will not do," Hades firmly rejected, understanding the gravity of the situation. "You must remain in the capital and await my return." "No, I want to go with you," Ananke implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, causing Hades some distress. The others present discreetly averted their gazes, respecting the moment between the two. Ananke, a member of the Tartaros family, was 3 years Hades' senior and could be considered his cousin. Though their blood relation was distant, belonging to separate branches, they had lived together in their childhood, forging a deep bond. Moreover, she held the title of Hades' fiancée, a union established long ago by his mother, with his father's approval. Upon meeting Ananke, his mother Nyx had taken an immediate liking to her, decisively endorsing the match. Hades accepted this arrangement with equanimity, for in both this life and the last, he could never be bound to only one woman, especially not one as stunning as her. The blood connection also provided Hades with a certain emotional resonance. This sentiment is universally acknowledged among the members of the Tartaros family. Hades is destined to be the future of the Tartaros lineage, the rightful sovereign of the kingdom of Kronos. Ananke stands as the most exceptional among the young women of the Tartaros family, possessing remarkable beauty, intellect, and potential. The union of Hades and Ananke would undoubtedly yield outstanding progeny. "Take Ananke with you, Hades," her abilities will provide significant assistance. Bane had previously attempted to persuade Ananke, though his efforts were in vain, ultimately leading to his acquiescence. As he rightly stated, Ananke's capabilities would greatly aid Hades. Ananke is a user of the clock fruit, a power that manipulates time, functioning as a near-bug ability. She can control the flow of time within a localized area, moving it forward or backward. When applied to herself, it allows her to heal wounds, reverting to a state prior to injury. This power can be pivotal in battle. It can also be utilized on others, returning their physical state to a recent moment, typically only a few seconds in the past due to the immense toll it takes on stamina. While the duration seems brief, its strategic significance is profound, enabling recovery from injuries or even resurrection from the brink of death. This has been thoroughly tested. The only limitation is the necessity to remain within that temporal threshold. In essence, she can resurrect someone who has just perished, effectively negating a fatal injury. The sole drawback lies in the excessive drain on physical endurance. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of many across the seas. Possessing such an ability, Ananke is an invaluable treasure of the Tartaros family. However, without accompanying Hades, her potential would be rendered meaningless. Despite the inherent dangers, the advantages for Hades outweigh the risks. Should Hades fall, Ananke could very well save his life, a prospect worth the peril. In summary, Hades is paramount. He is the fated heir and the sole legitimate descendant of the Tartaros family. All acknowledge only Hades. The previous individual was Jaeger. Although Bane is Jaeger's brother and possesses commendable qualities, he has not demonstrated the same potential. His strength is at the level of a quasi-commander. Yet he remains distanced from the pinnacle of martial prowess. As the patriarch of the Tartaros family and the king of the Kronos kingdom, one could only say he is barely adequate. Within the family, there are those whose strength surpasses Bane's. As king, one cannot afford to lack the power to command respect and authority within the realm. Of course, this stagnation in his strength is also due to the myriad responsibilities he assumed upon becoming king, leaving little time for training. The kingdom of Kronos operates on the principle of power politics, where the king wields absolute authority, and the Tartaros royalty holds the highest status. Even in the absence of sufficient political maneuvering, strength remains an essential requisite. This pertains to the stability of the kingdom and the ruling status of the Tartaros family. The Tartaros royal lineage has maintained its dominion over the kingdom of Kronos for centuries, relying on absolute power. Naturally, after more than a millennium of rule, certain sentiments have become deeply ingrained in the populace. Governing a nation, one must possess a plethora of talented individuals to undertake such responsibilities. Even the hidden elders within the Tartaros family harbor great expectations for Hades. Since Bane ascended to the throne of the kingdom of Kronos, he has merely acted as a regent for over 20 years. Bane awaits his departure from the throne, having once been succeeded by Jaeger and now by Hades. This is a family, for they are acutely aware of who can bestow glory upon the Tartaros lineage. The kingdom's strength lies in whose hands it rests, particularly after Hades assumed control of the underworld, which led to transformative changes that further solidified their conviction. Faced with Ananke's compelling gaze, Hades remained silent for a considerable time before letting out a sigh. Upon receiving Hades' consent, Ananke embraced him tightly. At this moment of parting, joy mingled with a tinge of melancholy. "Well then, you may depart. Your mother has arranged a vessel to escort you," said Bane with a nod. The kingdom of Kronos is vast, and traversing on foot from the royal capital to the shore would take an indeterminate amount of time. Moreover, given the prevailing chaos in certain regions of the country, there is a significant risk of attracting the attention of the world government. Thus, ordinary means are inadequate. The kingdom of Kronos has specially bred a flock of fish hawks, also known as the Kes eaglets, symbolizing dominion over the skies. This is a unique creature of the kingdom of Kronos, a species of giant eagle among avian beings, with wingspans exceeding several meters. And the largest can even reach 30 meters. They possess a gentle disposition and remarkable intelligence, becoming affectionate towards humans after proper nurturing. This eagle not only possesses the ability to soar through the skies, but can also glide over the sea for brief periods. It has a penchant for fish and is even capable of hunting small marine mammals. This is also the steed that carries Hades and his companions away. At this moment, the majestic eagles are prepared, draped with blankets, with 2 in total. One will bear the Titan, while Hades shares the other with Acheron. "Let us depart." Hades calls to the Titan. "Yes, your highness." The Titan responds, following closely. Beneath his somewhat corpulent exterior lies an immense power. He retrieves a roasted leg from beneath his ample clothing, tearing into it with his mouth and swallowing it whole, bone and all. As a wielder of the devouring fruit, the Titan possesses a vast, nearly boundless space within him, a terrifying talent for gluttony that comes with the ability to consume all matter. He can release a toxic mist, formed from a malevolent aura that can corrode even steel, complemented by the formidable absorbing power of his insatiable appetite. Being a creature of ferocity, the Titan naturally exudes a malevolent aura, akin to the innate ferocity that Hades possesses. In the future, this may synergize with Douglas Barrett's ghostly energy, enhancing their combat prowess. Hades and his companions carry no belongings, as all their necessities, food, daily supplies, exercise equipment, even treasures of gold and berries, are stored within the Titan's consuming space. The fish eagles, facing the Titan, clearly display fear in their eyes, overwhelmed by the malevolent presence that exudes from the beast, exerting a suppressive force on their very existence. Nevertheless, they reluctantly allow the Titan to mount upon their backs. Hoping to swiftly conclude this task, the two eagles take to the sky, soaring high with Hades and his companions. As they ascend, the royal capital diminishes in their view. The sky's splendor is breathtaking, yet Hades feels no attachment, for he knows he shall return. Gazing at the vanishing forms in the sky, Bane murmurs softly. No sooner had he spoken than a tall figure materialized from thin air behind him, clad in a black cloak, resembling a specter, utterly devoid of any presence, remaining silent. Ensure Hades is protected from the shadows. No unforeseen events shall be permitted, Bane asserts with utmost seriousness. Understood, the cloaked figure nods, then vanishes as if he had never been there. How could Bane and the others feel at ease with Hades' departure? Who knows if any unforeseen circumstances will arise during this process? While words may remain unspoken, measures are discreetly taken to ensure protection, to avoid any disruption to Hades. The most formidable guardian from the underworld has been specifically dispatched to safeguard him. This guardian, known as Geo, possesses unparalleled combat prowess and serves as the most robust shield of the Tartaros family, mastering the dual-colored aura and exhibiting formidable martial skills. Geo ranks among the elite forces of the seas, even without relying on the powers of a devil fruit. However, he also wields the abilities of a space-type superhuman, specifically the exchange fruit. This unique power allows him to interchange positions with both people and objects at will. His recent appearance and disappearance were facilitated by using his ability to swap places with the dust in the air. In essence, Geo possesses the capability of instantaneous movement, and he can transport others alongside him. Such abilities can wield terrifying effects in the theater of war, whether it be for the purpose of saving lives or for more sinister ends. Without a sufficiently potent will, one would be utterly incapable of withstanding the capabilities of the exchange fruit. In a certain sense, the dove symbolizes invincibility. As of now, the exchange fruit has long since reached a state of awakening, evolving from the ability to exchange a singular entity to now being capable of separating and exchanging the entirety. What does this signify? The possibility of a dove exchanging a person's heart for a stone evokes a rather chilling contemplation, possessing the power of substitution. The dove stands as a formidable force even among the elite, particularly in the realm of assassination, where its prowess far surpasses that of direct combat. However, what the esteemed Bane values most is the dove's ability to traverse space, enabling it to whisk Hades away in perilous times. The life of Hades supersedes all else. The Tartaros family has already suffered the loss of one Jaeger and cannot afford to lose Hades as well. The departure of the dove does not hinder the functioning of the underworld, and for the time being, the kingdom of Kronos does not require the dove's strength. The threat posed by the world government is rather minimal. While it has created quite a stir within the realm, it is merely a tempest in a teapot. General Zophi alone is more than capable of managing the situation. Even during the last conflict instigated by the world government, the kingdom of Kronos refrained from deploying the dove, and this time will be no different. To the world government, the dove remains an enigmatic and concealed force. In response to the pressures exerted by the world government, the Tartaros family has intensified its investments in the underworld, leading to a significant increase in its membership and the emergence of numerous talents. Furthermore, a specialized training and analysis team has been established to assess potential, devise tailored training plans, and meticulously cultivate those with promise. Individuals not selected will also be assigned roles based on their varying capabilities. This system has gradually been refined in recent years, proving to be even more efficient than the naval forces prior to the establishment of the elite naval training camp. Prior to this, Ben and Hades had contemplated increasing the number of the 24 Underworld Guardians to 36. They even considered adding 3 Underworld generals to the ranks between the Guardians and the Supreme Commander of Hell, Geo, in addition to the specialized training camp in the Underworld. The Kingdom of Kronos has also established an elite military academy within its forces, one that clandestinely nurtures the elite under the auspices of the Tartaros royal family, while the other publicly trains the elite of the Kingdom of Kronos. For many within the kingdom, the underworld remains a mysterious institution known only by name. The Tartaros royal family also arranges for some exceptionally talented individuals who are deemed unsuitable for the underworld to join the elite military academy. The forthcoming seas are anything but tranquil. While the pressure from the world government on the Kingdom of Kronos may diminish, there remains a pressing need to bolster its strength. Fortunately, the substantial profits from arms trade support this endeavor, and the 5 royal trading guilds are steadily increasing their share of commerce in the 4 seas and the New World. The foundation of the Kingdom of Kronos is also robust enough to sustain internal development, whether in terms of investment in the underworld, the Royal Academy of Sciences, or the forthcoming agricultural reforms within the kingdom. Initial phases are likely to incur minor losses. Following Hades' departure, the agricultural reforms in the Kingdom of Kronos will commence, expanding outwardly. Simultaneously, certain regions of the kingdom have begun constructing magnetic levitation trains, which will ultimately form a transportation network connecting various key towns and ports within the kingdom. Additionally, there will be dedicated freight trains for transporting goods, distinctly separated from passenger services, working in tandem with maritime transport to deliver substantial cargo in containers, thereby reducing costs and vastly improving efficiency. There will also be specialized military trains designated for the transportation of troops and supplies, although these military trains will be constructed underground. As this transportation network develops, the role of the Kingdom of Kronos as a trade hub will become increasingly significant, fostering closer ties with various factions in the New World. As long as there are profits to be made, more individuals will be drawn to this grand trading alliance, gravitating towards the Kingdom of Kronos. Before Hades' return, Bane needed to assist him in completing various monumental tasks, from agricultural reforms to the establishment of a transportation network, endeavors that would require many years to accomplish. With a clear future objective in sight, the only course of action was to execute the plan, as the entire kingdom would engage in the forthcoming construction. The clarity regarding the kingdom's development had never been so pronounced, with a defined purpose and measurable goals laid out before them. They would traverse the northern regions, crossing the primordial forests, ultimately reaching the shores of the Kingdom of Kronos. An osprey descended gracefully from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. "You may proceed first," Hades said, affectionately stroking the osprey's head. Embracing Ananke's slender waist, he leaped to the ground. Before him lay steep cliffs, where a pirate ship had anchored beneath the precipice. Contrary to expectations, the pirate flag did not belong to the notorious Rocks pirates, but instead bore the image of a black moon shrouding a skull. Hades' eyes sparkled with delight as he recognized a familiar figure aboard that pirate vessel. Upon seeing the flag, Hades immediately understood who had come to fetch him. This was something he had not anticipated. He had assumed that his uncle had made the necessary arrangements, specifically dispatching someone to escort him to Hachino's island. The two exchanged distant glances, one belonging to a captivating woman cloaked in black robes, her visage adorned with a purple veil. She was none other than Nyx, the mother of Hades. After the demise of Hades' father, YG, 2 years later, when he was merely 6 years old, Nyx departed from the Kingdom of Kronos and returned to the Rocks pirates. She sought to harness the strength of the Rocks pirates to exact vengeance upon the world government and the navy, ultimately establishing the Night Pirates. One must never underestimate a woman's thirst for retribution. The navy had suffered considerable losses at her hands, and within their ranks, Nyx was infamously known as the Madwoman. They had never anticipated that following YEG's death, Nyx would unleash such formidable potential. It is worth noting that Nyx had initially been a mere shadow, a common member of the Rocks pirates, despite possessing immense power. The navy had, to be frank, not regarded her as a significant threat. Lady Nyx, a senior member of the Rocks pirates, captain of the Night Pirates, a user of the Night fruit with a bounty of 400 million berries, had garnered considerable notoriety across the seas. The Night Pirates were established by Nyx upon her return to the Rocks pirates, and soon became an affiliated crew under their banner. Over the years, Hades had received some news regarding his mother. However, he had not anticipated that she would come personally to retrieve him. In retrospect, it was not surprising. With Yeg's passing, Hades had become Nyx's sole pillar of support, and she could hardly entrust his safety to anyone else. What if he were to fall prey to treachery? After all, she was acutely aware of the internal dynamics within the Rock's pirates, where no one could be deemed trustworthy. My dear darling. Upon arriving aboard the ship and catching sight of Hades, Nyx was overwhelmed with emotion and embraced him tightly, planting a gentle kiss upon his cheek. She then gazed upon his handsome visage, delicately caressing his alabaster skin with her slender fingers. Hades, you have grown. Nyx felt a mixture of nostalgia and excitement. After all, when she departed, Hades was merely 6 years old, and now, 6 years had swiftly passed. During this time, their encounters were few and far between. Only a handful of occasions. The Rock's pirates had been exceedingly busy, seizing the opportunity to expand rapidly. With the increasing number of subordinate forces, the overall power of the Rock's pirates surged like a rolling snowball. These subordinates took the initiative to challenge and conquer the New World, refusing to submit to the pirates who had not yet yielded to the Rock's pirates. The weaker pirate crews were not dealt with directly by the Rock's pirates. Instead, they were entrusted to the affiliated night pirates. As the Rock's pirates gradually established dominance over the New World, many sought to join their ranks. From Hades, she could distinctly perceive the shadow of Jaeger. Suddenly, Hades furrowed his brow, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes, sharpening his demeanor with an intensity that was palpable as a surge of wrath ignited within him. Mother, who has harmed you? In Hades' memory, the once flawless visage of his mother now bore a grotesque scar. Despite Nyx's veil, it was no match for his keen perception. It was a certain vice admiral named Vic who had inadvertently inflicted the wound during an attack. Witnessing Hades' furious stance, Nyx felt a profound sense of reassurance. She cared little for the scar upon her face. As a pirate, she held her life in disregard, and thus, a mere scar was of no consequence. Regarding Hades, she concealed nothing, for she was aware that her child would seek vengeance for her. Vic, Hades silently repeated the name, etching it firmly in his mind. You must live well. From that moment, the countdown for the life of the vice admiral named Vic began. After a brief exchange of memories, Nyx set aside Hades and joyfully embraced Ananke, who stood beside him. My dear Ananke, it has been far too long. She is indeed the daughter-in-law she has chosen. And upon seeing Ananke, how could one not feel a surge of excitement? You still look as beautiful as ever, Sister Nyx, Ananke sweetly remarked, feeling a deep familiarity with Nyx after many years apart. Subsequently, Nyx greeted Titan, saying, Little Titan, how you've grown in these past few years. Nyx was acquainted with Titan, who had already been by Hades' side for a year when she departed. I have met the princess, Titan declared, having long since devoured the food in her hands. Even the bones without hesitation. Titan held a deep respect for Nyx. All right, mother, where shall we go next? Are we heading directly to Hive Island? Hades inquired, attempting to steady his emotions. He sensed that his mother had a plan in mind for their journey. No, do not underestimate that place, Nyx replied, shaking her head. She preferred that Hades not venture there too soon. With Hades' current strength and the powers of the Death Fruit, merely establishing a foothold within the Rock's pirates would be a considerable challenge, let alone becoming a formal member. To ascend to the ranks of leadership was an even greater hurdle. Hades was still quite young, and Nyx did not wish for him to attract too much attention. He required ample time to mature. Jumping too exuberantly could easily make him a target, and even Nyx would find it difficult to protect him. That place is a gathering ground for monsters. Even among the leadership, individuals were classified into 2 tiers based on their strength, and she was merely an ordinary officer at present. In truth, the Rock's pirates are divided into 3 categories: cannon fodder, formal members, and officers. Though many cannon fodder mistakenly consider themselves as formal members, each formal member is a formidable pirate in their own right, much like herself. Yet, when compared to the true monsters, there exists an insurmountable chasm of disparity. Venturing there without a solid foundation could lead to being utterly devoured. If Hades were merely an anonymous rookie, it would be manageable. He could simply remain low-key for a while. However, Hades' identity renders it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous, and the likelihood of him becoming a target is significant. I intend to take you to a place for training for 2 years. The abilities of the fruit require time to develop, and hockey must be honed. After 2 years, I will escort you to Hive Island. Nyx articulated her intentions with a premeditated plan. She harbored confidence in Hades, believing that 2 years would suffice for a remarkable transformation. The Tartaros lineage was formidable, with Jaeger standing out as a paragon among them, a natural monster endowed with the terrifying physique deemed as the god of death within the Tartaros family, possessing an indomitable constitution, prodigious strength, and a vitality akin to that of a beast king, along with a malevolent aura reminiscent of a demon. Jaeger was, even without the death fruit, a top-tier creature of the seas. Rather than attributing Jaeger's prowess solely to the death fruit, it was more accurate to assert that Jaeger had elevated this devil fruit to its esteemed status. As Jaeger's offspring, Hades perfectly inherited such attributes. His instinctual mastery of observation hockey hinted at a potential surpassing that of Jaeger. Hades nodded, recognizing that his mother possessed a deeper understanding of the Rocks pirates than he did. His impressions of the Rocks pirates were primarily shaped by his previous life, where many future maritime sovereigns emerged from this crew. At present, however, the Rocks pirates had yet to reach their zenith. Notable figures such as Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Big Mom had not yet joined the crew, and even those who were merely formal members, still on the periphery and yet to become integral. Among the well-known names were John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, who, perhaps due to their age, had already ascended to core positions within the Rocks pirates. Nevertheless, numerous formidable individuals remained unknown to Hades, perhaps having perished in future conflicts or been imprisoned within Impel Down, their legacies obscured. Among them were the likes of the violent King Kosa, a paramecia-type user of the muscle fruit, Deadshot Leon, a paramecia-type user of the penetration fruit, Golden King Donovan, a paramecia-type user of the gold fruit, and Werewolf Quello, a mythical Zoan-type user of the human fruit in its werewolf form, who was also a member of the rare werewolf race in the seas. These warriors had joined the Rocks pirates during its nascent stages, contemporaries of Roxty, Zebek, with some even older than him. Initially, they were renowned sovereigns of the New World, all vanquished by Rocks and subsequently subsumed into his crew. They constituted the true core of the Rocks pirates, while figures like the already ascendant John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, along with future legends such as Shiki and Whitebeard, were merely the rising stars of the crew. Yet, it was through their collective efforts that the true pinnacle of the Rocks pirates was forged. Countless other unknown monsters awaited in the future. The world government had suppressed all information regarding the Rocks pirates, and with the passage of time, many had been forgotten by history. Thus, Hades found himself in an early era, affording him ample time for development. Having someone to protect him was advantageous. It was also the primary reason for his departure from the kingdom of Kronos. What he sought now was merely time to grow. No matter how immense one's potential, it necessitated pressure to be activated and time to be transformed into power. Even upon joining the Rocks pirates, he would require several years of maturation. He needed rigorous trials, as the ferocious beasts of the kingdom of Kronos could no longer provide the pressure he sought. Hades felt a sense of anticipation regarding where his mother would take him. Though he could surmise the general circumstances, different paths leading to a common destination, harsher environments, and fiercer beasts. Islands of this nature abound in the New World. Yet their existence hinges on the assurance of safety, free from disturbances. As you say, Mother, Hades remarked, his eyes narrowing, an intense aura of malevolence emanating from him. However, prior to that, a few rodents needed to be eradicated. Hades cast his gaze around, noting that nearly 200 pirates occupied the ship, all loyal subordinates of his mother, members of the Black Knight pirate crew. His eyes slowly settled on a few individuals, a palpable malevolence locking onto them firmly. Sensing Hades' gaze, they stiffened, their expressions shifting. Meanwhile, the Titan behind Hades unleashed a terrifying presence, its eyes scanning the surroundings intently. A strange, devouring power manifested around him, exuding an irresistible allure. Astonishingly, a vicious and greedy maw sprouted from the palm of the Titan's right hand. Ananke, too, remained vigilant, prepared to employ her abilities. Who goes there? Nyx gritted her teeth, an icy aura radiating from her, as if the air itself had crystallized. Nyx was aware of Hades' powers, the innate ability to perceive emotions through observation hockey, which, once developed, enabled him to discern whether others harbored ill will towards him. Even in the absence of malice, certain emotions could betray hidden intentions. To a certain extent, Hades could surmise their thoughts. Even if deeply concealed, he could detect subtle hints. Coincidentally, Hades had studied psychology for a time in his past life. Coupled with years of honing his observation hockey, his grasp of emotions had reached profound depths. The aura of observation hockey enveloped the entire pirate ship, and the diverse faces of the crew seemed to materialize before Hades. No matter how well they masked their intentions in the presence of Hades, their minds were riddled with vulnerabilities. This indicated that among her crew, spies from other factions had infiltrated. As a pirate, nothing is more detestable than a traitor, and nothing is more inescapable. Ships often change hands on the tumultuous seas. Yet, this revelation undoubtedly struck a nerve with Nyx, considering Hades was currently aboard her vessel. Should this information leak, it would attract the attention of the world government and the Navy, leading to significant troubles. This is something she absolutely does not wish to witness. How could it even be permitted? No sooner had the words left his lips than the entire vessel was shrouded in an oppressive gloom, forming a shadowy domain that sealed off any possible escape. Eliminate him. Unable to conceal their intentions any longer, the leading agent gritted his teeth and issued a decisive roar. The piercing gaze he met confirmed this grim reality. Though he remained oblivious as to why his identity had been compromised, he realized this was a moment to fight with all his might. As intelligence operatives, they possessed an innate sensitivity to presence and gaze, and they were acutely aware that they had been targeted by Hades. They were merely agents cultivated by the world government, possessing commendable skills. Yet they paled in comparison to a formidable pirate like Nyx. The threat posed by Nyx hardly warranted the world government's utmost attention, leading them to dispatch only a handful of CP0 agents. Even if they were to eliminate Nyx, it would scarcely affect the larger dynamics of the sea. Moreover, Nyx herself was perpetually vigilant. She required mere cannon fodder, and any show of excessive strength would arouse suspicion. For them, Nyx represented an insurmountable force. Especially now that she had enveloped the entire ship in her shadow, their chances of escape had evaporated, signaling the failure of their covert mission. However, if they could slay Nyx's son, all their efforts would be justified. Yet, how could this be possible? Events would not unfold as they had envisioned. This was merely a deluded fantasy before their demise. The entire ship had transformed into Nyx's shadow domain, and tendrils emerged from the darkness, binding them inescapably, leaving them no room for resistance. In the next moment, shadowy spears pierced their bodies, extinguishing their lives. Even having mastered armament hockey, they were unable to cover their entire forms. The entire sequence transpired within mere seconds. Nyx's display of power was nothing short of astonishing, even within the Rocks Pirates. None dared to underestimate this woman. The abilities of the Night fruit enabled her to manipulate shadows at will, particularly amplified under the cover of night. She could transform into shadow, moving swiftly within the darkness, almost ghost-like. Compared to other Logia users, she possessed numerous advantages. The capacity to conceal oneself within shadows granted her an inherent, unassailable position. Even when faced with adversaries stronger than herself, she could prolong engagements without succumbing, and could disengage from battle at will. Thanks to the powers of the Night fruit, despite the Navy's repeated attempts to encircle Nyx, she ultimately evaded capture, leaving them with considerable losses. In the shadows, Nyx was known as the Queen of Night, but her most renowned title remained that of the wife of the Grim Reaper. Jaeger. After all, Jaeger's aura was overwhelmingly potent, still casting a significant influence to this day. This can be described as a minor mishap, swiftly extinguished by Nyx. The sky once again transformed into a brilliant blue. The enveloping shadows vanished, reabsorbed into Nyx's being. The other crew members aboard the vessel dared not gaze upon them, their unabashed fear evident as they diligently attended to their tasks. What transpired? What words were exchanged among Hades and his companions? They are oblivious and indifferent to their ignorance. Nyx is unconcerned. Among these members, there are no formidable individuals, merely fodder in her eyes. Indeed, within the Rocks Pirates, those who have not attained formal membership are akin to mere ants. The vast multitude of ordinary members, who essentially serve as expendable assets, can be summoned in abundance, akin to consumables, with their absence easily remedied. Even in death, they go unnoticed, and should they fall at the hands of other members, no one will come to their aid. Only those who have secured formal membership within the Rocks Pirates can truly be deemed significant. The title of cadre is merely a label bestowed by the lesser pirates, for they consistently view themselves as part of the Rocks Pirates. Yet, their own strengths remain unacknowledged, forcing them to rely on the might of more powerful pirates. Thus, the individuals who ascend to the rank of cadre are predominantly those with bounties in the hundreds of millions, formidable lone wolves, leaders of small factions, or captains of subordinate pirate crews. Death within the Rocks pirates is a commonplace occurrence, and internecine conflict is frequent. In essence, strength reigns supreme. To possess power, to vanquish superiors, and to achieve ascendance is to easily usurp another's position. Numerous pirates vie for inclusion in the Rocks pirates, competing fiercely for a spot. Each time the crew suffers losses, they swiftly replenish their ranks. Despite the fierce competition, the presence of these strong leaders ensures that they can consistently lay claim to vast treasures. As promised by Rocks upon establishing the crew, following him guarantees substantial riches. The entire New World, vast expanses of land, is nominally under the dominion of the Rocks pirates, with countless islands proudly flying their flag. Even the chaotic underworld factions must pay tribute to the Rocks pirates, maintaining close ties with them. The tribute from these islands and factions alone suffices to sustain the growth of the Rocks pirates. Compared to their initial brutal expansion, the Rocks pirates now boast a profound foundation. At the very least, in terms of intelligence, they can even surpass the world government and the Navy. Among them are capable individuals who secretly receive support from factions opposing the world government, including the superpower of the Kingdom of Kronos. Thus, the significance embodied by the Rocks pirates is far from simplistic. This unprecedented legion of malevolence is not mere rhetoric. The Rocks pirates have become the unequivocal maritime overlord of today's world, relying on their absolute strength. Moreover, they possess a corresponding sphere of influence. Currently, over half of the New World has succumbed to the Rocks pirates, while the remaining portion belongs to the active territories of the Navy. The border areas, however, are rife with friction. In recent years, the Navy's influence in the New World has been steadily diminished. As time passes, an increasing number of factions climb aboard this colossal supercarrier known as Rocks. Nyx requires only a few expendable pawns, facilitating her endeavors. Besides the Rocks pirates, there exists a substantial number of affiliated pirate crews, with the Night Pirates being but one among them. This is the Rocks pirates, a formidable conglomerate of pirates led by the formidable Rocks himself. In this era, the uncrowned king reigns supreme. The Night Pirates have departed from the Kingdom of Kronos. The whereabouts of Nyx are not concealed. Traversing the vast ocean inevitably leads to the necessity of resupplying on land. After the pirate ships sailed beyond the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Kronos, the presence of Lady Nyx caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. The Rocks pirates, the Navy, the world government, and other interested factions have taken notice. When the death fruit fell into the hands of the Kingdom of Kronos, many turned their gaze towards both the kingdom and Lady Nyx. How could one expect to leave unnoticed? Although merely a devil fruit, it signifies little on its own. It is the individuals who embody the true threat, not the fruit itself. Despite the absence of concrete evidence, they hastily concluded that the power of the death fruit had been acquired by the son of Jaeger. Their attitudes vary. Who can assure that Hades will not become the next Jaeger? The examples of fathers and sons abound upon the seas. Hades remains unaware that he has already attracted interest. Yet what does it matter? He has long been mentally prepared for such eventualities. This is an inevitability we must confront. Let it come. Beehive Island, Hachinos. Is that so? The son of Jaeger. How utterly fascinating. Once he arrives, I shall take it upon myself to instruct him thoroughly. He must be in his teenage years by now, I presume. News of this situation has reached the Rocks pirates, and within the intricacies of their ranks, a multitude of sentiments has emerged. Some reminisce fondly of Jaeger. Others are filled with excitement, while a few who have suffered at his hands seek vengeance through his offspring. Among them are Jaeger's former subordinates, those who revered him, discontented individuals regarding Hades' identity, and some who are merely spectators, having joined the Rocks pirates later on. After all, it has been 8 years since Jaeger's demise. Ample time to dull many memories, especially for pirates who revel in the pleasures of the sea. In summary, they can be categorized into 3 factions: the antagonistic, the neutral, and the supportive. However, the antagonistic faction is quite small, for very few who have crossed Jaeger have lived to tell the tale, given his formidable strength and renown. Their grievances are more directed towards Hades, believing that since Jaeger is dead, there is no merit in further discussion. It is futile. What significance does the son of Jaeger hold? He is not Jaeger himself, so why should they pay him any heed? Those with cruel dispositions might even wish to inflict suffering upon Hades, eager to administer a thorough education. The deceased Jaeger does not instill fear in them. Rather, the identity of Jaeger's son serves to heighten their thrill, providing a perverse sense of pleasure. In the name of Jaeger's son, even if he were to arrive, he would merely be regarded as a privileged individual, unworthy of their respect. Pirates, at their core, embody the essence of wickedness. and among them are a considerable number of deranged individuals. When Jaeger passed, the Rocks pirates had only recently been established, yet they left an indelible mark. Ultimately, it is Hades' youth that renders him merely a child in their eyes, not deserving of serious consideration, leading to a predominantly dismissive attitude. In the world of pirates, strength is the only reliable currency. So-called camaraderie ranks far behind, and some pirates operate devoid of any moral compass, resorting to any means to achieve their goals. Yet, the potential impact of Hades' arrival has sparked a flicker of anticipation among many. After all, he is the progeny of the Grim Reaper, Jaeger. Will he be a dragon or merely a worm? One trial reveals that the Rocks pirates serve as a veritable congregation of monstrosities. Yet, within this notorious crew resides a formidable faction, remnants of the pirates once under the command of Jaeger. During that fateful battle, Jaeger, alongside the vice commander of the Hell Command, bore the brunt of the world government and Navy's overwhelming firepower. Despite incurring significant losses, more than half of the pirates ultimately survived. Among CP0, there exists an individual endowed with the powers of the barrier fruit, who immediately activated their ability upon Jaeger and his comrades entering the barrier. This formidable barrier enveloped a third of the pirates, including Jaeger, akin to a spatial bastion, while the remaining pirates were effectively isolated. The absolute defense of the barrier rendered any attempts to breach it futile, leaving them as mere spectators to the impending conflict. Jaeger's power was thus fragmented. It is crucial to remember that at that time, he wielded the most potent strength within the Rocks pirates, supported by numerous loyal subordinates. Unlike Jaeger, who stood alone, the other formidable sea overlords each commanded their own domains, gathering forces that once belonged solely to them. Following Jaeger's demise, these pirates naturally dispersed. Yet the recent news of Hades has stirred considerable unrest among them. Even after many years since Jaeger's death, his influence remains profoundly resonant in their hearts. However, acknowledging Jaeger does not inherently translate to endorsing Hades, despite the latter's superior capabilities. Many pirates who benefited from Jaeger's patronage still exist, representing a priceless legacy bestowed upon Hades. With their presence, Hades may well evade numerous predicaments in the future. Hive Island serves as the stronghold of the Rocks pirates and has become a gathering point for the pirates of the New World. News of this rapidly spread across the globe. The island is adorned with colossal structures resembling skeletons, housing vast treasures that accumulate like mountains. In the dim light, a solitary figure sits upon a lofty throne, not particularly imposing in stature, yet exuding a terrifying power that instills dread. This is Captain Roxty, Zebek of the Rocks pirates, the leader of the nefarious organization. Upon these vast seas, a single question may yield numerous answers. However, if you inquire, who is the most terrifying creature in this world? The mightiest man upon this vast ocean is undoubtedly none other than Roxty Zebek. He once stood alone against the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, engaging in a fierce confrontation where he matched 3 adversaries without yielding, leaving an indelible mark upon the seas. This is the most fearsome creature of the sea, the admiral, the pinnacle of naval strength, a Fade of the world government. Yet, despite their unity, they could not contend with even a single pirate. This incident transpired a decade ago when the newly formed Rocks pirates erupted onto the scene, becoming a significant threat to the world government. The Navy and the world government lost face, and doubts began to arise among member nations regarding the Navy's ability to protect them. Some contemplated severing ties with the world government to forge their own maritime power. However, such aspirations were strictly forbidden by the world government, which has long suppressed member nations from developing their own naval forces, even enacting laws to foster a reliance on the world government. The premise of this reliance was that the world government and Navy would safeguard the interests of the member nations, should they fail and losses reach a certain threshold. This law would naturally be repealed. Consequently, to demonstrate their might, after failing to achieve results in the war against the Rocks pirates, the world government and Navy set their sights on the formidable figure of the Grim Reaper, YG, intending to cripple the Rocks pirates. Otherwise, the combined threat of these 2 monsters posed a severe risk to the authority of the world government. The world government paid a heavy price for this endeavor, subsequently facing the wrath of Rocks, in exaggerating the death of Grim Reaper YG and deliberately downplaying their own losses. They managed to present results sufficient to appease the member nations. With the robust foundation of the world government, they swiftly filled the vacant admiral positions within the Navy, stabilizing the maritime situation and averting turmoil within the world government. Should this precedent be set, the financial contributions from member nations would undoubtedly diminish, as they would no longer feel the necessity to rely on the Navy or the world government. Presently, Rox is merely 49 years of age, compared to a decade ago. His strength is even more formidable. No one knows the extent of his power. The man capable of subduing numerous monsters, Rox D. Jibek, is undeniably the most monstrous of them all. Upon receiving the news, he cast aside the bottle in his hand, his gaze filled with anticipation for Hades' arrival. Hades will inevitably come to his side. This is an unchangeable truth. He knows it, and the Navy and the world government know it as well. This is a matter that can be anticipated. However, that is all there is to it. Hades is ultimately just the son of Jaeger, and still a mere youth. Given his relationship with Jaeger, he may receive some care and attention. After all, he is the child of an old friend, and among pirates, there exists a code of honor. Yet, if Hades proves to be nothing but a disappointment, a mere wastrel, then he cannot fault others for their lack of compassion. The pirate world has its own survival principles. Upon joining the Rox Pirates, one must abide by their rules. Should he fail to exhibit the requisite potential, then he is unworthy of support. Even if he is the son of Jaeger, no, in such a case, he would not deserve that title. His existence would only bring shame to Jaeger. Nevertheless, there is no rush. He is quite familiar with Nyx and understands that the doting parent is unlikely to send Hades to his ship at this early stage. After all, Hades is still quite young, merely 12 years of age, without sufficient strength to back him. Joining the Rox Pirates could very well lead to a blow that leaves him utterly defeated. Such pirates are indeed numerous, conceited as they set sail, only to be defeated and subsequently join the Rox Pirates, suffering one crushing blow after another. Ultimately, their spirits shatter completely, failing to rise above adversity and persevere. Without sufficient resolve to complement their innate talents, growth becomes a mere illusion. Beneath the overwhelming might of the Rox Pirates lie countless remains. The number of disillusioned pirates, their dreams shattered, is beyond count. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the worst has transpired. Current Marine Admiral Black lets out a sigh, furrowing his brow. Admiral. He is merely a small fry. Does he warrant such concern? Wonders Admiral Steelbone Kong. There can only be one Jaeger. How could another possibly emerge? Who can guarantee that? Black retorts. The Tartaros family has never known weakness, particularly when it concerns Jaeger's progeny. Even if they cannot rival Jaeger, they will inevitably rise to become formidable figures of the sea. How much weaker could they possibly be? Even possessing merely half of Jaeger's strength would pose an unimaginable threat to us. After all, the losses we suffered in that battle were staggering. Black sighs again, acknowledging that in the struggle against Jaeger, the Navy sacrificed half of its elite forces, and recovery has yet to occur. The destructive power of the Death Fruit is truly terrifying, a nightmare etched into the hearts of many. Coupled with Jaeger's tyrannical prowess, it strikes at the Navy's very lifeblood. Now in his 70s, Black has long contemplated retirement, yet that day remains distant. Until the threat of the Rox Pirates is neutralized, he cannot step down. The negative implications of a leadership change during such tumultuous times are significant. And the Navy still requires his strength. Relying solely on Kong would be insufficient to maintain stability. It is also possible he may perish before that. Yet he is prepared for such an eventuality. Upon hearing Admiral Black's explanation, Steelbone Kong's expression grows grave, no longer dismissive of the situation. The threat posed by Hades looms larger in his mind. As Black has articulated, even if Hades cannot match Jaeger, how much weaker could he be? The menace he poses to both the world government and the Navy surpasses that of the vast majority of pirates. Such individuals must be swiftly eliminated while they are still young, before they have the chance to fully mature. He has been overly complacent, focusing solely on the present without regard for the future, which is precisely his shortcoming. We must promptly dispatch someone to track down Nyx. He must be eliminated before that young whelp grows in strength, Steelbone Kong declares decisively, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Indeed, I have already dispatched personnel. The Navy bases in the New World will be vigilant. Though such words were spoken, Black harbored little hope. Originally, Hades had taken refuge in the kingdom of Kronos, rendering the Navy's task exceedingly arduous. They had suffered considerable losses, to the extent that even gaining access to the royal palace was beyond their reach. The more formidable world government had failed in this endeavor, so what could the Navy possibly achieve? Presently, the only feasible option for departure lay with the Rox Pirates, a domain that remained beyond the Navy's grasp. Attempting to intercept the Night Pirates vessel now would be futile. What remarkable young talents existed within the Navy today? Black cast his gaze upon Steelbone Kong. He had a multitude of affairs to manage, most of which lay outside the Navy's purview. A scant few matters were entrusted to Kong, serving as a form of training for him. Once he relinquished his position, it was certain that his successor would be Steelbone Kong, whose prowess now rivaled, if not surpassed, his own. This also grants the authority to cultivate a personal cadre. Black places his hopes on the future generation of young naval officers. It is imperative to recognize that the naval forces have suffered a significant depletion of elite capabilities in their efforts to confront Yega. And only recently have they begun to recover. Without the emergence of remarkable young naval officers, how could the Navy instill fear upon these vast waters? There certainly exist some commendable naval personnel. Upon hearing this matter, 3 youthful figures from the Navy surfaced in Kong's mind, individuals he had previously taken note of. Presently, there are no elite training camps within the Navy. Upon graduation, one cannot immediately attain high ranks. All must begin at the grassroots level, honing their skills step by step. Ascending through merit, and without connections or recognition from superiors, the pace of promotion can be exceedingly slow. Instances of suppression occur frequently within the Navy. Everyone starts from the same point, often leading to the sudden appearance of talent. The advancement of those 3 young naval officers has been remarkably swift, consistently accomplishing their missions, thus attracting Kong's attention. In contrast, another individual, ZFA, remains obscure, toiling away at the grassroots level, needing to wait until the age of 28 to be promoted to junior sergeant, only to truly rise after mastering the Navy's 6 styles. You should observe closely, Kong. As the Rock's pirate crew grows stronger, the pressure on our Navy intensifies. If necessary, you may retrieve some resources from the Treasury, Marshal Black stated earnestly. Yes, I understand, Kong replied, comprehending Black's intentions. The Naval Treasury harbors numerous valuable items, precious devil fruits, rare natural and mythical species. Black hopes to utilize these to nurture outstanding young naval officers, enabling their swift development. The merit required to exchange for such precious devil fruits is monumental, and currently, only Steelbone Kong and Black possess the means to do so. Black is willing to expend his own merits to procure treasures from the Treasury for Kong, as he is already in his 70s, having dedicated his life to the Navy. Retaining these merits serves little purpose. The current internal situation of the Navy is far from favorable, with fierce factional struggles. Particularly, the 2 newly appointed admirals are relentlessly expanding their influence and promoting their confidence. This situation is far from favorable for the Navy, as numerous promising young officers find themselves unable to ascend the ranks. The formal rise of the Four Seas factions over the years has left Brack somewhat overwhelmed. The Four Seas factions are deeply entrenched within the Navy, having long been independent strongholds. Their influence extends not only throughout the Four Seas, but also into the Navy's headquarters, where many belong to these factions. The Four Seas serve as the foundation of the Navy and the world government, boasting the most expansive maritime territory and population. With such a vast base, they continually provide a steady stream of talent for the Navy, with the earliest recruits often hailing from the Four Seas factions. In this era, the navies of the Four Seas are far from the frail entities they will become in the future. Each governor of the Four Seas is a formidable figure among the vice admirals, serving as the ambassador of their respective maritime territories, commanding all naval forces within their domain, wielding power comparable to that of a fleet admiral. The governor's office itself is a testament to opulence, with each establishment resembling a fortress, maintaining a permanent garrison of 10,000 naval personnel. Every maritime region boasts a naval stronghold, helmed by a vice admiral who oversees a contingent of 5,000 sailors. Indeed, the strength of the Four Seas Navy in the present is beyond imagination for the times to come. Each maritime area is fortified by 5 vice admirals, and the authority of the governor's rivals that of fleet admirals, even possessing the power to appoint vice admirals. He is, without a doubt, a naval admiral of a vast maritime domain, yet his authority as such has been curtailed. It is indeed a reality that the Four Seas pale in comparison to the Grand Line. A governor, comparable to a vice admiral, lacks the true power of a vice admiral. Similarly, the vice admirals of the Four Seas do not possess the prowess befitting their rank. At best, they barely reach the level of a vice admiral, or they are merely commonplace figures within that realm. Their capacity to dominate a maritime region is more than sufficient, although Black harbors some dissatisfaction regarding this. He does not entertain any peculiar thoughts. To be precise, he hails from the Four Seas himself. Yet, he stands as a representative of his own will, having ascended step by step to become the leader of the Doves. The Navy has always operated in such a manner. But following the conflict with the Rocks pirates and the crackdown on Jaeger, the naval headquarters has incurred significant losses of elite combat power in a remarkably short span of time, resulting in a period of vacuum among the high-ranking officials within the Navy. At this moment, the previously suppressed and formidable Four Seas faction suddenly rose to prominence within the naval headquarters, securing a place of significance. In this situation, Blark finds himself at an impasse, as the naval headquarters indeed suffers from a deficiency in strength and requires prompt reinforcement. Even amidst such inadequacy, the formidable figures from the Four Seas factions can enhance their prowess through the consumption of devil fruits. The newly appointed admirals include one named Puyol, representing the West Sea faction and embodying a neutral stance, and another named Davis, who stands as the representative of the South Sea faction and adopts a hawkish approach. Together with the hawkish Admiral Steelbone Kong, they constitute the current trio of admirals. This arrangement appears rather unbalanced, with the neutral faction being overtly overshadowed. While the two hawkish admirals unmistakably signify the naval headquarters' resolute stance against pirates. However, the influence of the Four Seas is profoundly entrenched within the naval headquarters. Both of the newly appointed admirals maintain close ties with the governors of their respective regions, actively courting members from the same seas and factions to expand their own power. Such actions have profoundly impacted the unity within the Navy, potentially disrupting the existing tripartite structure of the naval headquarters. Should the harmonious balance of this triad be supplanted by the factions of the Four Seas, one can only speculate on the dire repercussions that may ensue. The Four Seas, distant from the imperial authority, are overseen by governors who are often mired in corruption. Over the years, this malfeasance has escalated, colluding with local powers to amass illicit gains. Such a trend in the prevailing winds has emerged alongside the burgeoning influence of the Four Seas faction within the naval headquarters, exhibiting a tendency to spread. This is precisely what Blark strives to suppress. In light of such circumstances, the Navy urgently requires a surge of new vitality, whether for the present or the future. Relying solely on the current Navy, it is nearly impossible to thwart the ever-expanding influence of the Rocks pirates. He has faced Rocks D. Jibek and is acutely aware of his formidable prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, he is simply no match, with only the formidable Steelbone Kong capable of contending. However, at that time, Kong had yet to consume a devil fruit. Later, spurred by a sense of shame and determination, he consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit to acquire greater power to combat Rocks. Coupled with his immense physique and hockey, Kong's strength has grown significantly, granting him the potential to stand against Rocks D. Jibek. Yet, this is merely a possibility. He is an unprecedented monster, and who can ascertain the extent of his current abilities or the hidden powers he may possess? The mere thought of Rocks sends a twinge of pain through his arm. The Rocks pirates have spiraled completely out of control. As the fleet admiral, he is privy to the machinations of the world government, in which the Navy naturally plays a part. Initially, during the nascent stages of the Rocks pirates' establishment, both the Navy and the world government facilitated their growth, intending to forge a flag under which the Rocks pirates would become a target of disdain. The ultimate goal was to incite infighting among pirates, depleting the strength of the new world pirates. Subsequently, the Navy and the world government would be positioned to reap the benefits, uniting their forces to ultimately annihilate the Rocks pirates. The power of pirates will be significantly diminished, thereby bolstering the dominance of the world government. Despite the formidable presence of Rocks and Jaeger within the Rocks pirates, the world government remains unwavering in its confidence, not believing that the Rocks pirates can thrive amidst the onslaught of other maritime sovereigns. Every situation possesses dual aspects. The weakening of pirate strength may solidify the world government's rule, while a surge in pirate power would plunge the world into greater chaos, increasing the dependence of allied nations on the world government and potentially leading to a rise in the number of allied nations, further enhancing the government's prestige. However, this could also result in unforeseen losses. The world government has tailored its strategies in response to various scenarios, a practice it has long adhered to. This plan appears impeccably devised, yet the unfolding events have deviated entirely from their expectations. They underestimated the might of the Rocks pirates, whose strength surpassed imagination. Numerous challenging pirates capitulated before Rocks, allowing the influence of the Rocks pirates to expand rapidly. Not to mention, there was Jaeger, a monster with the astonishing record of having slain a marine admiral. Even before the establishment of the Rocks pirates, Rocks D. Jibek had extended invitations to numerous formidable beings from the New World to join his ranks. The formation of the Rocks Pirates was a premeditated endeavor, not a spur-of-the-moment decision, as it was fortified from its inception with numerous fierce warriors. Ironically, the world government's machinations inadvertently became a boon for the Rocks Pirates. They did not need to seek out challengers. They merely waited for these arrogant pirates to confront them, defeating and subsequently subjugating them, thus saving Rocks considerable time. In the realm of pirates, the fate of the vanquished typically culminates in death. However, those defeated by the Rocks Pirates merely needed to submit and join forces with them. Retaining a semblance of autonomy, what could be more advantageous? By the time they realized this, it was too late. The power of the Rocks Pirates swelled rapidly, akin to a rolling snowball, reaching a level that posed a genuine threat to the Navy in a remarkably short span. Consequently, the Navy dispatched a grand fleet led by the three admirals, aiming to eliminate the Rocks Pirates before they could further expand. A world-shattering battle ensued, yielding results that astonished all. The Navy faltered, and their defeat was alarmingly hasty. Even with the combined efforts of the three admirals, they could not decisively vanquish Rocks. The Navy's highest combat strength became the stepping stone for Rocks D. Jibek, instilling shame upon the Navy. Had it not been for the timely retreat, this fleet would undoubtedly have faced annihilation. Who could have anticipated that Rocks, such an anomaly, could endure the onslaught of three admirals? Furthermore, the Rocks Pirates boasted numerous formidable entities, and few could withstand Jaeger's prowess. Thus, the Rocks Pirates have become increasingly formidable, while the Navy and the world government have fixated their attention on them. A fierce rivalry has ensued between the two factions, with even Admiral Black taking personal action. For over a year, a significant portion of the New World has devolved into a battlefield between these two powers, resulting in considerable losses on both sides. Neither could claim the upper hand. The Navy possessed advantages in superior intelligence and the ability to concentrate their forces, as well as stronger firepower from their warships. The strength of the pirates, though formidable, was more dispersed. It was only after a significant operation that the hostilities between the two sides abruptly ceased. The protracted conflict against the Rocks Pirates placed immense pressure on the Navy and the world government from global public opinion, leading allied nations to lose faith in their capabilities. In response, a special plan was devised to undermine the Rocks Pirates, targeting the Grim Reaper, Jaeger. Although the operation against Jaeger was deemed successful, it resulted in mutual devastation, with substantial losses preventing them from halting the growth of the Rocks Pirates. Jaeger's demise ignited a cataclysm within the Rocks Pirates, leading to the destruction of nearly all Navy strongholds in the New World. The battered Navy found itself unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering severe casualties and economic repercussions. The Rocks Pirates once aimed to assault the G1 branch, the gateway of the world government. The current naval bases are merely rebuilt structures, with expenditures that are unfathomable. This is also the reason why the Kingdom of Kronos regards the rebellion against the world government with such disdain. The world government is simply incapable of enduring prolonged financial expenditures without tangible outcomes, as their losses have been substantial, resulting in immense fiscal pressure. Most of the allied nations align themselves with the Kingdom of Kronos, while the world government continues to rely on the heavenly gold from these allies. Ultimately, this conflict culminated in the triumph of the Rocks Pirates, who officially supplanted the Navy to become the sovereign ruler of the New World, thus establishing themselves as the sole dominion of this realm. In recent years, the Rocks Pirates have grown increasingly formidable. While the Navy is still merely in a phase of recovery, lacking the preparedness to confront such a colossal entity directly. It is indeed a challenge for a group as vast as the Rocks Pirates to convene without a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, the Navy would struggle even to return to the New World. Admiral Black also hopes for the swift maturation of the young Navy, and has thus made a special request to the world government for a batch of invaluable resources. The finest devil fruits among them were sent by the world government. Historically, the Navy has seldom had the chance to acquire such precious devil fruits. Even when they did, they were quickly exchanged, either consumed by individuals or preserved for future generations. In most instances, the devil fruits discovered at sea would be hoarded by private collectors or consumed outright. Therefore, although the Navy has amassed a considerable collection of devil fruits, the truly rare ones remain exceedingly scarce. This was still a request made by Blackbeard, who sought assistance from the world government. The world government, in an effort to alter the unfavorable situation of the Navy, provided a batch of devil fruits. Nowadays, these devil fruits have captured the attention of many, primarily the naval commanders from the Four Seas factions. This situation is decidedly unfavorable for the Navy, a scenario that Brack wishes to avert. Allowing the precious devil fruits to be squandered upon them would merely waste their potential. Thus, Brack aspires for Steelbone Kong to exchange these invaluable devil fruits in order to cultivate a new generation of promising naval officers, thereby fortifying the Navy's future. With their contributions, the Navy's secret treasury has become a veritable treasure trove, devoid of anything that cannot be bartered. Brack also urgently needs to eliminate the deleterious thoughts festering within the Navy. The emergence of the two newly appointed admirals presents both advantages and disadvantages. They have ascended through the ranks primarily due to the powers granted by the devil fruits, lacking the strength to command widespread respect. In comparison to Kong, their capabilities are significantly inferior, potentially hindering the Navy's future development. Kong enjoys immense prestige within the Navy. However, it is often the allure of self-interest that draws allegiances. Many naval officers are inclined to gravitate towards the two new admirals, with an increasing number of individuals aligning themselves with them. Should Kong ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral, he cannot guarantee effective control over his subordinates. This is a scenario Brack wishes to avoid, especially in light of external threats posed by the Rocks pirates. Although factional rivalries within the Navy have historically been intense, the current moment is ill-suited for such discord. He must assist Kong in swiftly securing a dominant position within the Navy, focusing on nurturing the next generation of officers who will be loyal to Kong. Indeed, this is precisely what he is doing. With Brack's endorsement, Kong has promoted several exceptional officers within the Navy who will serve as the backbone of his faction in the future. Only through unity within the Navy can they effectively confront the formidable Rocks pirates. Brack has chosen Kong as his successor, representing the Dove faction, while Kong embodies the Hawk faction. Though they belong to divergent camps, Brack is fundamentally a naval officer against a nefarious organization like the Rocks pirates. Victory can only be secured through the resolute and powerful hands of Kong. As for the Four Seas faction, Brack has resolved to suppress it. He believes that once Kong ascends, he will similarly seize opportunities to undermine the Four Seas faction. For now, he simply aids Kong in various endeavors. The other two admirals will be dispatched to the New World to maintain order and avert any troublesome incidents. Concurrently, he intends to summon the naval leaders and elite forces from the Four Seas to the Navy headquarters. The world government has expressed hopes for a reorganization of the Navy in the New World in order to combat the increasingly menacing criminal organizations. Under the world government's directive, even the governors of the Four Seas would dare not refuse. The Navy is poised to engage in a full-scale war against the Rocks pirates. To abstain from this call to arms would be tantamount to rebellion. The Steelbone Void has emerged, gaining the recognition of Marshal Black. His primary objective is to secure those precious devil fruits, for the Navy he has nurtured is comprised of his own loyal subordinates. As the office door closed, Black gazed at the intelligence reports on his desk, letting out a sigh. The Rocks pirates have given rise to a few young prodigies, notably a brute named Edward Newgate and a young dual-wielding swordsman known as Shiki, who has already earned the title of the Lion Demon. They are newcomers to the Rocks pirates, having recently joined, yet they are already beginning to make their mark. Given time, they are bound to become formidable adversaries. Additionally, there is a young female pirate named Charlotte Linlin, whose intelligence is well known within the Navy. She is a natural-born anomaly. Initially, she had the potential to become the Navy's highest combat power. However, for reasons unknown, she vanished for many years, only to resurface now with a bounty of 50 million. Black is acutely aware that such a bounty is far from sufficient and that it will soon escalate dramatically. Moreover, another figure has emerged, Tartaros Hades, who is backed by the world's superpower, the Kingdom of Kronos. While Black is aware of the movements of the world government, he finds them of little consequence. Unless absolutely necessary, he wishes to avoid conflict with the Kingdom of Kronos, not only because it is a formidable opponent but also due to the fact that without the full might of the Navy, capturing it would be impossible. Furthermore, the Kingdom of Kronos boasts a population of 80 million and maintains a standing army of 3 million. The kingdom's general is a warrior few in the New World can rival. Should hostilities ensue, the ensuing negative public opinion alone would be enough to embroil the Navy and the world government in scandal. Although numerous kingdoms have fallen to the invasions of the celestial dragons or pirates, often influenced by the world government, these are minor nations with limited impact, unable to even meet the demands of the celestial gold. The nations that have been eradicated have never included the member states of the world government. Even if they did, such information must remain concealed. The member states are most apprehensive about the interference of the world government in the internal politics of their kingdoms. regardless of whether they themselves are members. While smaller nations may remain indifferent, the Kingdom of Kronos is markedly different, possessing immense influence across the globe. Situated in the New World, its power extends throughout the entire world. The 10 colossal island tortoises, capable of traversing the doldrums to reach the farthest seas, transport vast quantities of goods, maintaining close trade relations with numerous kingdoms in the New World and beyond. With such capabilities, many factions in the New World engage in trade partnerships with the Kingdom of Kronos. Through these affiliations, the benefits accruing to the Kingdom of Kronos far surpass those obtainable by underground forces, particularly in terms of political and economic advantages. The Kingdom of Kronos enjoys a distinctive standing. As a superpower, its formidable military strength enables the Kingdom of Kronos to maintain its position of prominence, standing resilient amidst the turmoil of the New World. This is not a glimpse into the future. Rather, it is a stark contrast to the Joker, who has risen to dominance in the shadowy realm through arms trading. The disparity in essence is monumental. Among the few kingdoms possessing unique positions in this new world is the giant nation of Elbaf, nestled within treacherous waters, where ordinary ships cannot easily navigate. Elbaf, home to the formidable giant race, yields astonishing wealth through the annual harvest of Adam's tree remnants. The legendary giant pirate crew, which once swept across the globe over 50 years ago, still evokes nightmarish tales, representing only a fraction of the giant nation's might. Enveloped in an eternal storm lies the Eternal Kingdom, aptly named for its unyielding existence. Virtually no vessels can traverse this tempest, save for those belonging to the Eternal Kingdom itself. This realm possesses the unique eternal metal, renowned for its unparalleled hardness and stability, capable of absorbing impact. Weapons forged from this material are indeed fearsome, while the eternal warships navigate the storm with unyielding tenacity, boasting formidable military strength. Similar to the Kingdom of Kronos, which has stood as a superpower for over a millennium, the Holy Light Empire in the South Sea, a theocratic nation centered around the God of Light, holds remarkable influence throughout the region, with its members dispersed widely across the South Sea. The ancient Dacia Kingdom of the East Sea, located near the doldrums, is rumored to maintain close ties with the elusive dragon race, said to be one of the last remnants of foreign beings. In the West Sea, the Landis Kingdom occupies more than 80% of St. Valendo Island, which was once solely ruled by Landis 2 centuries ago. This kingdom became the previous victim of the world government, embroiled in a protracted conflict lasting nearly a century. Ultimately, while the world government seemingly succeeded in dividing Landis, most of the newly formed kingdoms remained loyal to it or were indirectly ruled by Landis. The Landis Kingdom executed a masterful retreat, subtly maintaining its governance over St. Valendo Island. In the North Sea, the Golden Kingdom of Hilton thrives, living up to its name as a prodigious producer of gold, possessing a terrifying economic strength. With its vast financial resources, Hilton excels in various developments, sustaining a standing military force of 2 million. It maintains some connections with the world government and is a member state. No one can overlook the formidable power of gold, not even the world government itself. The share of heavenly gold is trivial for Hilton, allowing it to secure numerous privileges for clandestine growth. However, like the Kingdom of Kronos, these nations remain exceedingly discreet. Many may not have even heard their names, and those who do are cautious not to provoke them. Under the pressure of the world government, they have refrained from making their presence felt, observing the ocean's evolution. As for the first half of the Grand Line, it was once dominated by the superpower of Alabasta, sprawling over 1 million square kilometers. However, it has gradually weakened over the past 8 centuries, no longer qualifying as a superpower, its strength now mismatched. It is somewhat ironic that a nation once recognized as a superpower has now fallen from grace. The actions of the world government towards the Kingdom of Kronos may seem inconspicuous on the surface, yet these member states are keenly aware of them, especially with Landis Kingdom setting a precedent. One must never underestimate these member states. The very foundation upon which the world government relies rests upon them, represented by heavenly gold. Without this precious resource, sustaining the world government would prove exceedingly difficult. There was a time when the world government's actions incited discontent among member states, leading them to unite in resistance, resulting in a drastic reduction of 70% in heavenly gold allocations. The impact on the world government is immense, and they did not anticipate such a situation, leaving them powerless to respond. Should they dare to implement stringent measures, numerous kingdoms would sever ties with the world government and withdraw from the ranks of its allies, leading to predictable consequences. The world government nearly collapsed, necessitating significant layoffs, and the Navy experienced unprecedented reductions in personnel due to insufficient military funding. After incurring considerable costs, the world government managed to stabilize the situation, imparting a profound lesson. Besides these superpowers, there are numerous formidable nations with deep-rooted strength, such as the Flower Kingdom in the West Sea. Consequently, certain actions must be conducted clandestinely, avoiding any overt evidence. In light of Hades' emergence, the world government has intensified efforts to infiltrate the Kingdom of Kronos, seeking to ascertain Hades' whereabouts while gathering intelligence on the Night Lady. The individuals at the helm do not regard this matter with significant gravity, considering it merely concerns a child of tender age, rather than fixating on a yet-to-mature youth. It is more prudent to focus on the more formidable threat posed by the Rock's pirates. One represents a future peril, the other a present danger. Undoubtedly, Rock's D. Gibek is of greater importance. The Rock's pirates have developed steadily over the past few years, and given their understanding of that man, it is clear that tranquility will not endure. The current calm is merely a prelude to a far greater upheaval. Action will soon ensue, compelling the Navy to mobilize. In recent years, the world government has consciously increased military funding for the Navy, significantly augmenting its resources. Currently, the conflicts in the New World are but minor skirmishes. After several days at sea, the night pirates arrived at Night Island. Night Island is the territory of the night pirates, characterized by its unique geographic features and peculiar magnetic fields, perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with sunlight penetrating only for a month each year. Therefore, the island is dimly lit, maximizing the effects of the Night Lady Nyx's abilities. Moreover, Night Island is an ordinary isle, lacking in abundant resources, under the watch of the night pirates. Few pirates dare to raid it. Even if the night pirates were to depart, the island, bearing their flag, would remain undisturbed. As a prominent pirate in the New World, many refrain from provoking the Night Lady Nyx lightly. A mere ordinary island is beneath the notice of the powerful, while the less formidable dare not offend. From a distance on the sea, against the gloomy backdrop, the island sparkles with bright lights. As one approaches, it becomes evident that the island is ablaze with illumination. For the residents of Night Island, nightlife is perpetual. Consequently, commercial development thrives, attracting numerous pirates, particularly in the realm of body art, leading to the establishment of an entire street dedicated to it. It is apparent that under the protection of their matron, the development of this island is quite commendable. Nyx is unconcerned with the expansion of territory, as all belongs to the Rock's pirates, including Night Island. The Night Lady has returned. The pirates patrolling the harbor promptly noticed the ship of the night pirates. Word quickly spread across the entire island, and the vessels along the way hastily made way. A specific spot in the port was reserved for the night pirates. Hades felt a tinge of curiosity. It was the first time in either of his lives that he had witnessed such a scene. After all, he had remained in the Kingdom of Kronos since his birth, with no opportunity to venture beyond its borders. Hades, this is merely a transit point. Do not disembark. I shall take you away at night. We have many watching us. His mother cautioned. The pirate ship gradually approached the dock, and Nyx cast a quick glance around the harbor, certain that individuals from rival factions were secretly present. Understood, mother. Hades replied, focusing on honing his abilities by manipulating the power of death, enveloping his form and compressing it at his fingertips. The terrifying destructive force could easily erode the flesh of others, and vitality would wither away under the influence of death. With the manual left by his father, the progress and the development of the death fruit advanced swiftly, providing him with a clear direction. The insights within the manual were remarkably detailed. By adhering to its guidance, he could avoid unnecessary detours. Hades harbored some unique ideas regarding the development of this formidable paramecia-type devil fruit. However, it was evident that, given his current level of development, such aspirations were unattainable. The extreme and terrifying lethality came at the cost of physical stamina. Had his father, YG, possessed greater endurance, he might not have met his demise. After all, with a physique akin to that of a monster and mastery over the three types of hockey, YG remained one of the most formidable beings on the seas, even without relying on the powers of the death fruit. Ultimately, his father succumbed to exhaustion, worn down like a frog in gradually boiling water by the relentless assault of the Navy. This is akin to the future Navy capturing the devil's offspring, Douglas Barrett. However, Yeager remains unyielding, unwilling to be ensnared by the world government and the Navy. Once imprisoned and impelled down, he would effectively lose his freedom. Such a fate would also render the kingdom of Kronos susceptible to threats from the world government, leading to unforeseen and undesirable consequences. In that scenario, the kingdom of Kronos would be perilously close to disintegration. Surely, they are aware of the world government's intentions. What is death? It is the passage of life, an irrevocable loss. Yet for Hades, death signifies the act of plundering, the seizing of another's life. Jaeger's death hunt can unleash a terrifying force of death, annihilating all life within a certain radius. In Hades' vision, while the sheer power of death plunder may not rival that of death hunt, it possesses the ability to siphon vitality from others to replenish his own. This vitality can then be transformed into physical strength, restoring his condition. Essentially, the process remains the same, albeit with an additional facet of self-replenishment. If he can achieve this, continuously augmenting his stamina and state, he could function like a perpetual motion machine, engaging in endless combat. In the face of overwhelming odds, this could become an advantage. Even when confronting a single adversary, the power of death can ceaselessly extract life force from the surrounding environment. Hades' experience reveals that having consumed the fruit of death, he is the sovereign of death itself, wielding dominion over both life and soul. This is something his father, Jaeger, had neither touched upon nor contemplated. Currently, Hades merely harbors an idea, and whether he can attain such a level remains contingent upon his own development. The potential of this devil fruit remains vast and untapped. Jaeger's path is indeed a valid one, yet it is not without its imperfections, as it veers towards extremity, achieving the pinnacle of lethality. This also saves Hades time, allowing him to devote his energy to the development of other facets of the death fruit. Many believe he will become the second Jaeger, a notion that Hades does not wish to entertain. He possesses his own pride. He is Tartaros Hades, one of a kind. He will surpass his father, the god of death Jaeger, in every regard. This must begin with the development of the death fruit. No one desires to live in the shadow of another. Yet, Hades possesses unwavering confidence in himself. Not only he, but also his mother, his uncle Bane, and even his father YG, all believe that Hades can surpass YG. Beyond the devil fruit, it is the rigorous training of the body, enduring the weight of burdens while engaging in daily and arduous physical exercises, that naturally strengthens one's physique. Hades has firmly grasped the key points for awakening armament Haki. However, it requires intense battles to unleash this power within him. In fact, Hades has begun to sense the Haki within his body, and his physical prowess is more than sufficient. Once he awakens his Haki, his strength is destined to surge dramatically. What manner of power is Haki? It exists innately within the human body. According to Hades' understanding, the stronger the physique, the more formidable the Haki. Many monsters possess inherently powerful Haki, awakening to a level that surpasses many who have honed their Haki for years. The enhancement of one's physique can elevate the quality of Haki. Similarly, once Haki is awakened, it can passively and gradually refine the body, augmenting physical strength in a comprehensive manner. Thus, when some individuals awaken their Haki, their combat prowess experiences a significant boost. As one trains in Haki and increases its intensity, the effects of body refinement are further enhanced, enabling the individual's physique to ascend toward the realm of monsters. In this world, Haki reigns supreme. This statement has never been erroneous. Upon reaching a certain level, one can even harness the formidable aura to actively refine their physique, resulting in effects that surpass those achieved through passive refinement, with an accelerated enhancement rate. A powerful aura, in turn, fosters the fortification of the body, rendering one increasingly perfect. It bridges the gap between those who are inherently disadvantaged in physical prowess and those who are born as monsters. It resembles a unique force, akin to inner strength, that promotes the secondary development and even evolution of the body. Truly exceptional beings possess not a trace of feeble aura. Furthermore, the aura will serve as the most effective means for Hades to augment his strength before the onset of rapid physical development. Hades is fervently eager to awaken his armed color aura, for his physical strength is already more than sufficient. Ananke is immersing herself in the study of maritime knowledge. Beyond the conventional training in combat, she aspires to become a navigator, thus enabling her to assist Hades in future voyages across the vast seas. Joining the Rock's pirates necessitates navigating the unpredictable waters of the New World, where the presence of a skilled navigator is invaluable. Titan's training is remarkably straightforward. Aside from enduring the same weight-bearing exercises, it involves the consumption of the devouring powers of the glutton fruit. By continually consuming, Titan's physique is destined to enhance relentlessly. His formidable voracious talent, akin to the abilities of the Gura no Mi, allows him to effortlessly digest even iron and steel. As time progresses, Titan's strength only intensifies. Presently, his physical prowess surpasses that of Hades significantly. The augmentation provided by the glutton fruit is merely one facet of his burgeoning might. During his time in the kingdom of Kronos, Titan consumed vast quantities of precious metals, rendering his body impervious to blades and bullets, his skin merely bearing faint impressions of impact. The consequence of this transformation is a considerable increase in bodily weight, but this does not pose a substantial hindrance. In terms of sheer strength, Hades currently pales in comparison to Titan. The amplification granted by the mythical Zoan type is exceptionally formidable, and the capabilities of the glutton fruit allow Titan to transcend physical limitations, rapidly augmenting his power in a short span. Having consumed the glutton fruit for nearly a decade, Titan has developed a profound mastery of its abilities, far beyond what Hades, who is merely beginning his journey with the devil fruit, could hope to achieve. Furthermore, there exists a significant age disparity. Hades, now 12, will only enter his growth spurt around the ages of 15 or 16, at which point his body will undergo an explosive transformation, as if breaking free from shackles. Titan follows Hades due to the innate talent he possesses, combined with the powers of the devil fruit, creating a synergy that positions him to become one of the world's preeminent warriors and Hades' staunchest ally. After all, in the New World, many possess natural strength and robust physiques. Individuals like Carp, who displayed exceptional power in their youth, are not uncommon. Hades' observation Haki enables him to detect those with ulterior motives nearby, which breeds a profound trust in Titan. The daylight on Night Island is dim, illuminated only by the reflection of the sea from regions unaffected by the peculiar magnetic fields. The night, however, is enveloped in darkness, devoid of moonlight, prompting the island's lights to remain perpetually aglow. Hades and his companions have not set foot on the island, instead residing in their quarters aboard the ship. While the arrival of the Night Lady Nyx has stirred the tides beneath the surface, many seeking information are present, but the inevitable outcome is their discovery by Nyx, leading to their demise, regardless of the factions backing them. Hades' observation Haki envelopes much of the island, revealing a few stragglers. However, he pays them no mind, understanding that such individuals are inexhaustible. Eliminating one batch will only summon another. Moreover, his stay on Night Island is fleeting. For his mother Nyx, Night Island holds little significance. It is merely a temporary refuge, easily replaceable. Even the night pirates are not held in high regard by her, as she is prepared to abandon them at a moment's notice. The unique environment renders the waters beyond Night Island particularly dark, yet departing this small sea will bring relief. With his mother's arrival, a shroud of night envelopes their forms. Together, they embark on a small boat, gradually departing the harbor. The watchers at the port have long been discreetly dealt with by his mother. Cloaked in the darkness, no one perceives the vessel slipping away. They remain oblivious to the news of Lady Nyx's departure. Hades is aware that his mother has forsaken the night pirates, arriving with an abundance of treasures. It is evident that she has no intention of returning. After her departure, whatever turmoil or conflict arises on the island, or any other pirates that may set their sights on this land, will bear no relevance to her. This group of burdens has lost all its worth. Isn't it a certainty? A mother leads them to a secluded place for training. How could she possibly bring along those ordinary pirates? However, Hades felt a twinge of curiosity about their destination. The small boat sailed towards a specific direction, and in the mother's hand was a life card, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, slowly shifting within her delicate grip. At last, they encountered a pirate ship ahead, and as Hades gazed intently, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The pirate flag, radiant like the sun, was adorned with 9 serpents encircling a gaping maw. 2 massive sea serpents propelled the vessel forward. The appearance of the ship had changed significantly after so many years. It was not uncommon for a pirate ship to undergo renovations or even complete reconstruction. Moreover, each captain of this pirate crew had their own distinct style and preferences. Is this the 9-snake pirate crew? Hades couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, the place we are headed is the doldrums, where we can evade the disturbances of the Navy and the world government, and where they will never find us. The environment there will also provide ample challenges for you. Nyx gently ruffled Hades' hair as she spoke. Mother, do you know the captain of the 9-snake pirate crew? Yes. The 9-snake pirate crew is an affiliate of the Rocks Pirates, having joined nearly 2 years ago. Their captain is also the king of the Amazon kingdom. A mere 19 years old, yet her strength is not to be underestimated. As she spoke, Nyx cast a knowing glance at Hades. A playful smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. You should know, she is a dear sister to me, an absolute beauty. If you take a liking to her, I can introduce you. This little monster, combined with you, will surely produce an extraordinary lineage. It was unexpected for Mother to be so frivolous, especially in front of Ananke, and although her voice was soft, everyone on the ship could hear her. This was indeed Nyx's sentiment. Ananke pouted slightly, crossing her arms around Hades, aware that his future would not be limited to her alone. Yet she was determined to be the first. Mother, why the haste? It is still far too early. Hades found himself in a state of resignation. At merely 12 years of age, what was the urgency? Although his physical development could be deemed excessive by the standards of his previous life. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he had nearly reached his mother's height. Nevertheless, Hades adhered to a principle of acceptance, refusing to resist or reject such matters. In his past life, he was renowned for his romantic escapades, with women eagerly vying for his affection, a plethora of types he had experienced. Relying solely on fate for his encounters, earning a formidable reputation as a wolf of the war in the bustling metropolis. Yet, it had been 12 long years since he had savored the pleasures of intimacy. While he possessed all that one might desire, he deemed it premature. A few more years of patience were required. At that moment, the 9 serpent pirates seemed to have taken notice of their presence, 2 serpentine vessels drawing closer. As the pirate ship approached, Hades gradually discerned a figure standing at the bow. With cascading, lustrous hair, clad in enticing leather, and possessing sun-kissed long legs. Half of her bosom tantalizingly exposed, she struck a familiar chord within him. Though her appearance and style diverged significantly from what he would recognize in the future, he nonetheless identified her as Shaki, the previous Amazonian queen and captain of the 9 serpent pirates. Chronologically, this was indeed the period wherein Shaki began to establish her prominence. My dear Nyx, you have kept me waiting. Upon boarding the ship of the 9 serpent pirates, Shaki rushed to embrace Nyx, their ample bosoms pressing together as if on the verge of bursting. Such openness was to be expected, given her origins from the land of women. The 12-year age gap did not hinder the bond between them. Visually, they resembled sisters. Shaki had made quite a name for herself by the age of 17, simultaneously holding the titles of captain of the 9 serpent pirates and queen of the Amazonian realm. The daughter nation was the term used by outsiders. Situated in the calm belt of Amazon Lily Island, inhabited solely by fierce female warriors, each a formidable fighter. For the daughter nation to thrive, it relied heavily on the plundering efforts of the 9 serpent pirates. Certain resources needed to be supplemented from the outside world, lest they gradually weaken. Without strength, the only fate that awaited them was annihilation. Thus, each generation of the 9 serpent pirates' captain emerged as a powerful figure upon the seas. Although Shaki was still young, she had already begun to exhibit such potential. She had caught the attention of the Rocks pirates, who sought to recruit the 9 serpent pirates, with Nyx being the emissary. Nyx had high hopes for Shaki, providing her and the 9 serpent pirates with substantial support to swiftly acclimate to the new world, along with essential guidance. Naturally, the two became fast friends. Ah, here they come. Allow me to introduce, Nyx said, pulling Shaki's attention toward Hades and his companions. This is my son, Hades. I trust you will have much to discuss. This is Ananke, and he is Titan. Are you the son of Nyx? Gazing at Hades, Shaki crossed her arms, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. I have heard your name from Nyx on multiple occasions. Nice to meet you, Sister Shaki. Hades greeted, observing her. The impression she left was vastly different from his memories of her past life. Her healthy, sun-kissed skin glistened, and her open leather jacket revealed a sculpted torso boasting 8 well-defined abs. Her arms and long legs were robust and powerful, her physique akin to that of a graceful cheetah, with a wild spark evident in her eyes. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, her shapely figure evoking memories of a fitness instructor he had once shared an intimate rapport with, albeit taller and more proportionate. Ah, little Hades. Though Shaki sensed Hades' gaze, she paid it no mind. Upon hearing her name, she chuckled softly. You all should find a room to rest. We will be heading back to the Amazon shortly. Do remember not to run around the ship. With a playful reminder to Hades and his companions, she turned to Nyx and added, Sister, you should share a room with me. With that, she took Nyx's hand and led her towards the captain's quarters on the upper deck. Nyx did not decline. waving goodbye to Hades and the others before following Shaki. This left Hades somewhat speechless. Is this truly acceptable? However, over the years, he has come to embrace various perspectives, even adapting rather swiftly. Glancing around, the openness of the nine-snake pirate crew was much as he had envisioned, with much of their skin exposed, concealing only their intimate areas. Numerous women donned little more than skirts and bras. It is no wonder they are said to hail from the legendary land of the daughters. Yet, the gazes surrounding him elicited a sense of discomfort, though he did not outwardly display it. The Amazon Kingdom's reproduction largely relies on the warriors of the nine-snake pirate crew, whose plundering expeditions often target men. After conception, they return to Amazon Lily, where male infants are typically dispatched, while female infants are nurtured for future purposes. Men serve merely as instruments of their propagation. The rumors of adopting girls from outside are deemed unreliable. The inhabitants of Amazon Lily are known as the Amazon Nine-Snake Tribe, a race steeped in ancient history. Hades surmised that their veins likely coursed with the blood of serpentine beings. This was not merely a symbol of their pirate flag, but also a reflection of the island's customs surrounding serpent husbandry. The serpent people are a unique race akin to merfolk, possessing human torsos and serpentine tails, which may transform into human legs upon reaching a certain age. The Serpent Head tribe is said to have emerged from the union and subsequent mutation of serpent people and humans. Such beings are exceedingly rare, and the kingdom of Kronos possesses scant intelligence regarding them, as they have nearly vanished from the seas, allegedly retreating into the doldrums to evade avaricious traffickers. Why is there any record of them? Because the kingdom of Kronos once took notice. Located in the northern reaches of the New World, the serpent people fled from there to the doldrums. Hades expressed understanding towards their distinctive customs, as they bore no relevance to him. However, the covetous glances cast upon him were quite repulsive, particularly from two heavily pregnant warriors of the Nine-Snake pirate crew. The members of the Nine-Snake pirates are indeed well-versed in the ways of the world. This is particularly true when compared to the warriors of the Daughter Kingdom, who have yet to set sail. Fortunately, this is merely a portion of the crew. Some members of the Nine-Snake pirates are quite ordinary. One warrior, adorned with a bow and a serpent coiled around her waist, approached the trio. "Follow me," she commanded before turning away, though Hades sensed that she cast a lingering glance in his direction. Paying it no mind, he patted Titan, who appeared somewhat flustered, and encouraged, "Let us proceed." Hades realized that the real world starkly contrasts with the fantasies he once conjured. Ultimately, his objective was to seek a place that could challenge and refine him. It is true that the Daughter Kingdom consists solely of women, yet the notion that they are all beauties is nothing but a myth. Among the warriors of the Nine-Snake pirates, although there are many striking figures, some possess rather peculiar, fierce, or even grotesque appearances that do not align with Hades' aesthetic preferences. For those, he wouldn't even spare a glance. In contrast, the untraveled Nine-Snake warriors still possess potential for further transformation. Moreover, Hades found himself more inclined toward the women of the Wano country than those of the Daughter Kingdom. As the Nine-Snake pirates journeyed north, they could not evade the bloodshed and plunder that sustained their existence. Though Hades and his companions did not partake, they bore witness to the brutality of the Nine-Snake clan. It must be said that the crew of the Nine-Snake pirates consists of meticulously selected warriors, encountering little resistance along their path. In the earlier segments of the Grand Line, the Nine-Snake pirates, adept at utilizing haki, could easily sweep through adversaries. Naturally, there were a few members of the crew with agreeable personalities, with whom Hades could engage in conversation. His fantasies had not been shattered. After all, he had prepared himself mentally for this journey. Besides, he was no paragon of virtue. Having previously resided in the kingdom of Kronos, he was only now beginning to truly immerse himself in this new world. Life aboard the ship was remarkably fulfilling, and both Hades and Titan began to find themselves busy. From the second day onward, they commenced rigorous training under the tutelage of Nyx and Boa Hancock. Their sole endeavor was to engage in combat, relentlessly honing their skills. "Little Hades, allow your sister to witness your prowess." A smile adorned Xiaqi's face. Before Hades could respond, she swiftly dashed before him, her long legs sweeping across the air, a sound of slicing through the void resounding as she struck towards Hades' head. Instinctively, Hades raised his arm to defend, feeling an immense force that caused his arm to bulge slightly, unleashing a power that was scarcely inferior to Xiaqi's. Unfazed by this, Xiaqi placed a foot on Hades' shoulder, leveraging that strength to evade his grasp. She was propelled backward for several meters, executing a somersault in the air before landing gracefully on the ground. At the moment of her descent, Xiaoqi slightly bent her body, and the next instant, she surged towards Hades like an arrow released from a bow, her speed astonishingly amplified. Simultaneously, a brilliant black radiance enveloped her foot. Xiaoqi's explosive prowess was remarkable, prompting Hades to cross his arms defensively in front of him. However, as her kick approached, it changed trajectory, soaring above Hades' crossed arms and striking forcefully at his abdomen. By the time Hades registered the attack, it was far too late. His entire body was sent flying several dozen meters, nearly tumbling off the pirate ship, but was ensnared by a sturdy fishing net prepared in advance by the nine-snake pirates. The net, remarkably resilient, remained intact despite the impact. Hades' primary adversary was still Xiaoqi, whose formidable strength and mastery of both armament and conqueror's haki at such a young age made him outmatched. Hades was no match for Xiaoqi, especially when she employed her armament haki. Each strike against him was excruciating. Although Hades possessed considerable innate advantages, Xiaoqi, at 19, was separated from him by a 7-year gap that loomed like a chasm between them. In terms of combat experience, Hades was also inferior, suffering significant setbacks in their encounters. His robust physique endowed him with remarkable resilience and recovery, allowing him to swiftly replenish his strength by consuming the flesh of sea beasts. Should he sustain injuries, Ananke could utilize her abilities for recovery, though it was deemed unnecessary. Hades refrained from employing the powers of his devil fruit or martial arts, as he sought sufficient pressure to stimulate the awakening of his armament haki. However, the following day, circumstances began to shift. Enduring Xiaoqi's haki-infused assaults, Hades' armament haki awakened, and soon he mastered it completely. Impressive young Hades. After the battle concluded, Xiaoqi took a deep breath and gazed at Hades with a sense of awe. Having always considered herself exceptionally gifted, she was struck by the realization of what true prowess entailed upon encountering Hades. Moreover, during their confrontation, Hades had not even unleashed the full extent of the martial skills showcased during their training, relying solely on remarkable instinct to engage with her. The advancement in physical prowess was not markedly evident. Instead, it was the enhancement of martial skills and combat capabilities that stood out. The terrifying sense of battle awareness allowed her to swiftly adapt to the rhythm of their conflict. The awakening of armament haki nullified her advantages. At such a tender age, she possessed an extraordinary mastery of observation haki. Had Xiaoqi known that Hades' observation haki was a natural awakening, she would have been even more astonished. Within a single day, she awakened her armament haki, and by the next day, she skillfully commanded the technique of haki hardening. By the 10th day, she had mastered the technique of haki wrapping. Such remarkable learning ability is truly formidable, especially following the awakening of his armament haki. As Hades' strength has been in a constant state of ascension, it can be said that Hades possesses an extraordinary mastery over his power, a testament to the rigorous training he has undertaken over the years. Through relentless battles, his control over haki has improved, consequently enhancing its quality. Each day, Xiaoqi, Hades' opponent, feels the weight of his progress, realizing the monstrous potential of her sister's child. Previously, she had only heard rumors. Now, she has taken it upon herself to delve into the information regarding the Grim Reaper, Jaeger, and feels an overwhelming sense of dread. Hades' advancement brings a palpable pressure upon Xiaoqi, who is reluctant to be easily surpassed by him, acknowledging that she has perhaps grown complacent in recent days. The awakening of armament haki has resulted in a significant surge in Hades' combat prowess, bringing him closer to Xiaoqi's level of strength. With a robust foundation and an inherently powerful physique, the quality of Hades' awakened armament haki is not to be underestimated. Supported by his formidable body and stamina, his battles appear to be evenly matched at first glance. However, this equilibrium is merely temporary. Such bursts of strength are short-lived, and further rapid enhancement will prove challenging, requiring gradual accumulation. This includes the development of physical strength, martial techniques, and combat awareness. A breakthrough in observation haki or armament haki would be necessary. Though this remains an improbable feat, the application techniques of armament haki at sea can be classified into 4 categories: hardening, wrapping, external release, and internal destruction. The first 2 are foundational and relatively simple. The latter 2 are more advanced, necessitating a certain degree of haki strength, which, if one possesses talent, can be mastered with relative ease. With the aid of training manuals and prolonged practice, mastering sophisticated techniques is not insurmountable. Ultimately, techniques are merely techniques for Hades. who has already grasped the hockey's inch power, they pose little difficulty. However, both external release and internal destruction require a strong foundation in armament hockey. The quality of hockey is paramount. Without sufficient quality, even if one masters the techniques of internal destruction, breaching an opponent's hockey defenses remains unfeasible. Hades is not anxious about this aspect. His innate talent assures that he will ultimately succeed. The manual left by his father also provides insights. Through his training, physical development, and ongoing battles, the quality of his hockey will naturally improve. In due time, he will master both external release and internal destruction techniques, which will not be overly challenging for someone skilled in the inch power of the 8 extremes fist. Hades does not aspire for unattainable heights. He understands what is truly important. After completing his battle with Shaki and restoring his stamina, Hades will confront his mother, Nyx, as a user of the Night fruit. Nyx possesses abilities akin to a shadow mage and assassin, though her close combat skills are formidable as well. Initially, under the protection of his father, Jaeger, her strength progressed slowly. However, over the past 6 years, as Nyx has waged her revenge against the Navy, her power has seen rapid enhancement, particularly in the development of her devil fruit abilities. It can be said that during the years of stability for the Rocks pirates, Nyx has been the most active and the pirate with the most skirmishes against the Navy, bar none. In the face of Nyx's adeptness in surprise attacks and widespread assaults, the Navy has suffered considerable losses, including numerous high-ranking officers. However, at the level of Navy Rear Admiral, both forms of hockey have typically reached a certain standard, making it quite difficult for Nyx to easily eliminate them if they are able to react in time. In one-on-one combat, Nyx would undoubtedly prevail. Yet the Navy seldom engages in such straightforward confrontations. Though she is a Logia-type devil fruit user, Nyx was merely an ordinary member of the Rocks pirates. Compared to a direct confrontation with Shaki, battling her mother is undoubtedly far more perilous. Nyx's strength far surpasses that of Shaki. The powers of the Night fruit enable Nyx to move stealthily within shadows. This enigmatic ability demands high levels of physical instinct, reaction capability, and combat awareness. To this end, Nyx has even sealed Hades' extraordinarily potent observation hockey. By sensing emotions, Hades can precisely gauge his mother's general direction and position, preparing himself for potential attacks. While he has not sustained significant injuries in his fights with Shaki since awakening armament hockey, battles with his mother will undoubtedly draw blood. Though she refrains from using lethal strikes, she continuously imposes pressure and threat upon Hades. Without the use of his observation hockey, Hades finds himself somewhat at a disadvantage, even experiencing rigidity in his body. Nyx, with her vast experience, quickly identifies Hades' reliance on observation hockey. After all, how could a woman chosen by the Grim Reaper, Jaeger, be anything but extraordinary? She relies not solely on the natural powers granted by her devil fruit. Prior to her transformation into a pirate, NYKS was a cultured and astute noblewoman, irresistibly drawn to Jaeger, which propelled her onto a rebellious path as a pirate. Intriguingly, Jaeger himself hails from noble lineage. Lacking the ability to perceive the future, he too must adapt to hardships, with injuries accumulating over time, some so severe that they necessitate Ainan's restorative powers, while others can be mended through his own vitality. This approach may seem harsh, yet its effectiveness is strikingly evident. NYKS must instill within Jaeger a profound sense of urgency. Compelling him to evolve swiftly, she skillfully calibrates this pressure, ensuring it does not pose a lethal threat to him. While Jaeger's strength has grown rapidly, he has often encountered little resistance. NYKS aspires for Jaeger to mature expeditiously, not only in might but also in resolve. She believes this method embodies a mother's love for her child. NYKS possesses unwavering confidence in her son. However, the challenges awaiting Jaeger extend beyond merely establishing his place within the Rocks pirates. He must journey further, inevitably confronting some of the world's most formidable and terrifying adversaries. All she can do is lay a solid foundation for him over the next 2 years. After that, he must forge his own path, with limited assistance from her. The training under Ainan is relatively straightforward, involving physical training alongside the warriors of the Kuja pirates, engaging in sparring, mastering observation and armament hockey, and exploring the capabilities of their devil fruits. The intensity of these battles pales in comparison to those between Jaeger and Titan. Unlike Jaeger and Titan, who possess exceptional physiques and regenerative abilities to withstand relentless trials, each individual's training regimen varies significantly. Few in the vast ocean can match the prowess of Jaeger and Titan. At 2 years Jaeger's senior, Titan is a true anomaly, especially after consuming the gluttonous fruit. When facing Shaki, he too cannot utilize his fruit's powers. Otherwise, she might very well outmatch him. Presently, Shaki can hold her own against Titan through her combat experience. Her steel-like physique seems armored, endowed with immense strength capable of shattering barriers. The explosive air accompanies each punch, and while she has not yet awakened observation Haki, her armament Haki has been active for over a year. Each of her strikes, infused with armament Haki, feels as though they collide against an impenetrable wall. Her agility continually presents challenges for Titan. In contrast to Titan, who has yet to awaken observation Haki, he appears somewhat clumsy despite his astounding explosive power when confronted by Shaki. Panting heavily, Titan's once plump form has visibly slimmed, drenched in sweat as if he has shed a layer of oil. In comparison to the tense battle with Shaki, encountering MKS feels perilously daunting. Shadowy spikes emerge unpredictably, forcing him to evade constantly. A moment's hesitation could lead to severe injury. Unlike Jaeger, who possesses an innate ability to awaken observation Haki, the process is far more arduous for Titan. His training in observation Haki does not start from scratch. He requires a blindfold, as he has some foundational training but has yet to awaken, needing merely the right catalyst. In the vast ocean, the awakening of observation Haki often occurs at the precipice of life and death. NYKS aims to provoke such an awakening in Titan, further stimulating his development. The formidable vitality of the mythical Zoan type, coupled with the gluttonous trait, allows him to recover swiftly from life-threatening injuries as long as he breathes, simply through consumption. Under this pressure, combined with Titan's beast-like intuition, he successfully awakens observation Haki, though it remains somewhat inconsistent. With more time to hone his skills, he will master it proficiently, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. With Shaki and his mother NYKS as sparring partners, Jaeger's potent bloodline unleashes terrifying potential. The exhilaration of his continual growth captivates him, allowing him to disregard the subtle provocations and temptations from the Kuja pirates. Fully immersed in his training, a month later, the Kuja pirates returned to Amazon Lily. Before this, their ship docked at the shores of a beast island, where they disembarked Jaeger and Titan, instructing them to remain on the island for training while promising to send supplies and food regularly. Xiaoqi exchanged a few words with Hades and left behind a cache of supplies before boarding the perfume ship, subsequently departing from Beast Island. Ruskana is the name of this formidable island, which will also serve as the training ground for the future King Luffy and Rayleigh. In ancient times, a nation thrived on this island, but ultimately, humanity succumbed to the terrifying forces of nature, either perishing or fleeing from this land, leaving behind only colossal and fearsome beasts. Consequently, the ferocious creatures of the island, alongside the unique seasonal transformations that occur 48 times a year, have rendered it an ideal crucible for trials. The beasts of the Koronos kingdom pale in comparison to those that roam this island, especially since these creatures have autonomously awakened their Busashoka Haki, further enhancing their physical prowess through rigorous refinement. From a distance, Hades could hear the roars of the titanic beasts, and the distant sky was graced by the sight of pterosaurs soaring, their claws dripping with blood, while shadows of predators lurked, fixating on them. The harsh environment invigorated Hades, as he believed that one must push oneself. If one becomes too comfortable, growth is unattainable. Let us conquer this island over the next 2 years, he declared, striding forward with clenched fists, deeply satisfied with the prospect of this land. Despite having developed a systematic martial art, he recognized its lingering roughness and resolved to perfect it on Beast Island. High above, the piercing gaze of a pterosaur had locked onto him, identifying him as a delectable target. With wings unfurled, the creature plunged downward like a cannonball toward Hades and his companions. Hades raised his head slightly, fixating on the pterosaur. He had resolved to break free from his reliance on Kinbunchika Haki, having been taught by his mother. While he understood the rationale, using Kinbunchika Haki had become instinctual, leading him to overlook this critical aspect. Even during training, his Kinbunchiku allowed him to perceive the internal state of his body, akin to introspection, enabling him to identify deficiencies and make precise adjustments. Thus, Hades' martial arts were already quite profound in the vast ocean. With determination, Hades lifted his hands, his wrists bending slightly backward, and his fingers danced with the dexterity of a pianist, striking the air. His astonishing control and explosive power concentrated into singular points, unleashing beams of light that shot forth at incredible speed toward the descending pterosaur. To an observer from afar, It appeared as though Hades were capable of firing lasers from his very hands. Such skills would astonish even Nikes. As she marveled at her son's remarkable prowess at such a tender age, a feat she could scarcely compare to. In terms of mastery over strength, Hades had already surpassed the overwhelming majority of the pirates within the Rock's Pirates crew. After all, for many pirates, martial arts primarily serve as a means to unleash greater explosive power through specific techniques. It appears that Hades has indeed matured during her absence over the years. He has achieved astonishing growth, revealing a complexity beyond mere appearances. In his battle against Shaki, he had yet to exert his full strength. To her, Shaki possessed even greater potential than herself, and with time, could evolve into a pivotal figure within the Rock's Pirates. Although he may not rival the true monsters of the seas, he is certainly not far behind the latest two admirals of the Navy. The strength of those admirals is somewhat inflated. Most who ascend to such ranks are among the elite, the very best within the admiral tier. Thus, while these two admirals may be deemed to possess admiral-level power, they are still among the top-tier powerhouses of these waters. Therefore, one can only imagine the heights Shaki could ultimately reach, which also explains Nike's eagerness to foster a bond between Shaki and Hades. The sentiments expressed by Hades during his discussions with Bane had reached Nike's in due course. Naturally, she felt obliged to help Hades in selecting a suitable partner. Presently, her only significant concern lay with Hades and his future progeny. With Jaeger deceased, Hades was her sole family, and she found herself eagerly anticipating the prospect of grandchildren. Suddenly, sensing a threat, the pterosaur flapped its wings, deftly maneuvering to evade a barrage of powerful airwaves. Hades let out a slight sigh. While such attacks appeared spectacular, their accuracy left much to be desired. At close range, they were manageable, yet achieving precision from a distance required extensive practice. The lethality of the lightning flash was formidable, as Hades had compressed his power to its utmost, but ultimately, being unable to land a hit rendered the effort futile. Nevertheless, Hades had not expected to dispatch this pterosaur with ease. As the creature continued to evade his attacks, its gaze towards Hades bore a hint of mockery, and it dove downward once more. The previous skirmish had merely served as a warm-up. Hades leaped into the air, taking several steps upon the very atmosphere, his form soaring upwards, charging toward the pterosaur. In the aerial realm, the pterosaur outpaced him, descending with blades like wings slicing through the air, aiming for Hades' neck. With a keen gaze, he swiftly identified the vulnerable spots on Hades. After all, to the pterosaur, Hades was no different from the monkeys and gorillas on another mountain peak, merely smaller and less fur-covered. This particular breed of monkey has yet to experience such a novelty. It is the perfect opportunity for a taste of the unfamiliar. The figure of Hades, serpentine in its agility, deftly maneuvers through the air, executing profound techniques as if treading upon solid ground. In an instant, he appears at the right flank of the pterosaur. With a flash of lightning, at such a close range, beams of laser effortlessly pierce through the wings of the pterosaur, leaving behind a series of gaping wounds. Sensing the pain coursing through its body, the pterosaur emits a furious shriek, launching a frenzied counterattack against the diminutive adversary. However, the movements are too overt. Hades remains unaffected in the air, skillfully evading the pterosaur's assaults with impeccable timing. In the past month, during the fierce battles with Summer Chi and his mother, Hades has exhibited a remarkable enhancement in combat skills. Engaging in hours of relentless fighting each day, he absorbs all that he can learn like a sponge. Moreover, he has adeptly digested his previous knowledge, applying it with agility in the heat of battle. Below, his fighting resembles an art form, dancing upon the blade's edge with a masterful command over the rhythm of combat. The pterosaur is completely led by Hades, its aerial prowess proving futile against him, as his nimble figure evades each of its assaults, causing its frustration to mount. Hades plays with it like a kite on a string. Is Hades truly stronger than the creature? In reality, he is not. The razor-sharp wings of the pterosaur, combined with its speed, constitute a formidable weapon of slaughter, especially since they have been tempered by an overwhelming ferocity, rendering them as hard as steel. Once Hades truly provoked the beast, it was no longer able to breach the pterosaur's defenses as easily as it had at the outset, initially. The pterosaur had underestimated him. Now, Hades refrains from revealing his full capabilities, instead choosing to practice his techniques in this perilous situation. Compared to the routine drills in the training grounds, the experience gained in actual combat is undoubtedly far greater. The pterosaur unfurls its wings, summoning gusts of wind in an attempt to disrupt Hades' movements in the air. Observing this, Hades' eyes gleam with determination. 8 extremes, hurricane. In an instant, he unleashes astonishing speed, as if harnessing the very essence of the wind to propel his body forward. A whirlwind subtly encircles his right leg. The special technique guiding the wind becomes a source of strength for Hades. With a powerful kick, the wind howls like a fierce beast, striking forcefully against the pterosaur's neck. Crack! Confronted with this tremendous force, the pterosaur's neck twists, and its entire body crashes down to the ground under the impact. Compared to its sturdy neck and wings, the pterosaur's neck is undoubtedly more vulnerable. Despite the beast's formidable vitality, it does not succumb to death from this strike, however. It loses consciousness and falls into a stupor. A single pterosaur is hardly a significant challenge. Residing on the periphery of this beast island signifies that it occupies the lower tier of the food chain on Ruscano Island, where even more ferocious monsters await. It is indeed a formidable challenge for even the most notorious pirates, with bounties exceeding 100 million, to survive on this island. NYKS has never set foot on this land. His knowledge comes solely from tales shared by Shaki. The moment Hades activated his observation haki, the entire island came into view, revealing ferocious beasts whose violent appearances were vividly displayed before him. The air was thick with a menacing aura. The strength of these creatures was monstrous, and the roars of the wild echoed amidst the chaos of battle. Particularly fearsome were the beast kings, rulers of their territories, whose might was enough to instill a sense of dread even in Hades. It is essential to note that this island retains the essence of ancient times, with its feral inhabitants possessing the bloodlines of primordial giants. One such creature, a colossal ape exceeding 20 meters in height, was covered in fur that coalesced into a black substance, forming an armor-like protection. A stealthy leopard attempted an ambush, its claws enveloped in armament haki. Yet it could not leave even a scratch on the giant ape. The disparity in their haki was simply too vast. The giant ape pounded its chest with tremendous force, emitting a fearsome roar that reverberated with overwhelming ferocity, effectively intimidating the leopard. Suddenly, the surge of armament haki erupted as the ape pivoted and delivered a devastating punch. Causing the ground to tremble violently, the leopard, unable even to struggle, was obliterated into a mere pulp. Shortly thereafter, a massive saber-toothed tiger met a similar fate, being torn asunder by the giant ape. Such is the inevitable outcome for those who dare challenge the beast kings. Such formidable prowess is indeed somewhat terrifying, particularly the dominance of the conqueror's haki, which these colossal beasts naturally possess. Even though Hades harbors a more fearsome potential, he remains in his juvenile state, yet to reach full maturation. However, this only serves to invigorate Hades further. On this island, his 3-color haki, martial arts, physique, and aura of dread can be honed to perfection. He is eager to grow stronger, for without sufficient power, there can be no sense of security. Thus, he must become ever more formidable. Come forth. No one can impede my advance. Hades laughed heartily, an aura emanating from him that seemed to grow even more potent. With a mighty leap, he plunged into the jungle, ready to seek his target. I too shall follow, my princess. Titan trailed closely behind, albeit with a slight deviation in direction. In recent days, Hades' astonishing rate of growth has left him both awestruck and pressured. Hades represents his entire world. Safeguarding him is his solemn duty, and Hades' commands are absolute. Presently, Hades' strength has reached parity with his own. As the destined sovereign, it is only fitting that Hades surpasses him in power. Yet, if he falls too far behind, unable to keep pace with Hades' development, how can he hope to remain by Hades' side? The island of Ruscana, home to ferocious beasts, has now been invaded by a few unwelcome guests. Although they have yet to attract the attention of the formidable beasts, it is certain that they will stir up a storm on this island. Vicious strike. 8 extremes. Falcon hunt. Hades erupted forth with astonishing speed, his hands claw-like as they lunged toward his target, a massive python. The serpent sensed impending danger, flicking its tongue and twisting its body slightly to evade the strike. With cold, calculating eyes fixed on Hades, it swiftly moved, coiling its form to attempt to constrict him. The dragon of the waters. Hades effortlessly maneuvered through the encircling coils of the yet-to-form giant python, a perilous endeavor, for in the very next instant, the serpent's formidable jaws were poised to strike. A fierce contest unfolded between man and python. The ferocity of the beasts from the kingdom of Kronos paled in comparison to those inhabiting this island. Even a chance encounter with a single beast proved to be immensely challenging. Hades, harnessing his aerial speed, triumphed over the pterosaur, but against the remarkably responsive python. Such dominance was not as pronounced. The clash between man and serpent was intensely fierce, particularly in their grappling. Hades displayed his agile prowess while the python unleashed its instinctual bursts and constricting strength. Unlike Hades, who consciously honed his combat techniques, drawing insights from the postures of the beast to refine his martial arts, the Titan was bound solely to the act of relentless fighting, bearing a weight akin to that of Hades, if not heavier. His relentless challenges against each beast served to augment his own strength, ultimately culminating in their consumption. The Titan's gaze was imbued with insatiable greed, a reflection of the primal instinct for gluttony. In his eyes, these ferocious beasts were merely a feast. Consuming them would undoubtedly enhance his strength. The very bones of these creatures contained substances that could be absorbed and assimilated into his own body, fortifying his skeletal structure. Even the essence of these beasts could elevate his ferocity. With such intentions, Titan embarked on his journey. His combat style was remarkably straightforward, lacking the perilous flair of Hades. Armed with a formidable defense forged from an amalgamation of rare metals, he charged at any beast that crossed his path. Many of these creatures, despite wielding armed haki, found their strikes ineffective against Titan's defenses, as their strength and the potency of their haki were insufficient. Even when they did manage to breach his defenses, the damage was minimal, and thanks to the recuperative powers of the glutton fruit, he swiftly healed. Moreover, by devouring the carcasses of several beasts, he could rapidly convert them into energy, replenishing his vitality. Hades drew inspiration for the development of his death fruit's life-draining abilities from Titan's capabilities. With such powers at his disposal, Titan could be said to possess boundless stamina, capable of outlasting others in battle. This was indeed the case, as one beast after another fell to Titan, bolstering his confidence. Unfamiliar with the depths of this island, he perceived the ferocity of the beasts as merely a fade. Brimming with assurance, Titan ventured deeper into the island of Ruscana, only to be abruptly caught in the clash of two beast kings. His unexpected presence drew the attention of these Titans, who were astonished that anyone dared to linger in their midst after clearing the area. In unison, both giants unleashed terrifying armed haki, their formidable aura spilling forth, and before Titan could approach, he was overwhelmed by this dreadful onslaught. The shockwave from their collision left him dizzy and injured internally, prompting a hasty retreat. Nyx, for the first time, grasped the true terror of this island. As it was her inaugural visit, in the vast new world, she encountered an entire island where every beast wielded armed haki, a sight she had yet to witness. Some rare beasts even commanded observation haki, making them formidable adversaries even for her. The island's resilience was remarkable, remaining unaffected amidst the devastation wrought by so many creatures. Nevertheless, survival on this island posed little challenge for her. The abilities granted by the night fruit allowed her to conceal herself in shadows, rendering her nearly undetectable to the beasts. Her singular task was to safeguard Hades and Titan, rescuing them from peril when necessary. In truth, it was Hades who required more protection. Unlike Titan, who possessed formidable defensive capabilities, Hades needed to prepare a supply of beast carcasses, akin to an inexhaustible source of restorative potions. Even consuming dirt would enable Titan to regain energy. As long as he did not provoke the island's beast kings, Titan would remain unharmed. Even if he did incite their wrath, his life would not be in jeopardy. He could always flee if overmatched. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, each blow he endured would enhance his abilities, naturally augmenting his strength. With the gradual improvement of Titan's armed haki, the oppressive force exerted by the beast kings began to wane, dissipating the sense of invincibility they once possessed. To unlock Titan's potential, Nyx even encouraged him to provoke a beast king every few days. At times, she urged him to fully transform into his beast form, becoming a glutton in primal combat, which greatly aided in mastering his abilities and awakening his devil fruit powers. At this juncture, the true trials of Titan began, akin to a descent into the depths of hell. The inherent capabilities bestowed by the gluttonous fruit destined Titan's ascent in power to outpace that of Hades, albeit not by a vast margin. The voracious strength to consume metals and other extraordinary materials did not offer limitless transformation for his physique. Absent new substances, the effects would be negligible. Titan's original skeletal structure was already remarkably robust, and even devouring the bones of ferocious beasts yielded only minute enhancements. The evolution of the mythical beast species demanded relentless combat and pressure. The harsh environment of Ruscana Island allowed both Hades and Titan, these formidable entities, to adapt within a mere 2 months. Hades steadily grew stronger while Titan endured a continuous barrage of assaults. Hades gradually set his sights on beasts of greater strength, while Titan faced the utmost challenges from the outset. Each individual requires a distinct cultivation approach. Hades had his own strategic plan. Titan, on the other hand, necessitated immense pressure, for he possessed sufficient resilience to withstand it. An intriguing scene unfolded as Titan initially struggled against the Beast King of Ruscana Island, enduring a relentless beating before fleeing. However, with the intensification of his prowess and ample stamina, Titan managed to hold his ground, albeit only for a limited duration. Hades' combat style was a harmonious blend of strength and technique. As his power escalated, he vanquished increasingly formidable beasts, absorbing their strengths. Throughout this period, Hades remained dedicated to perfecting his Tai Chi skills. In the face of 48 harsh environments, he became more attuned to the grandeur of nature, listening to the breath of all living things. 2 years elapsed. Boom. Confronted by one of the mightiest beast kings upon the island, Hades remained composed in the presence of the colossal ape he first encountered. Enveloped in the formidable aura of armament haki, he exuded a terrifying power, effortlessly manifesting the haki without the need for precise control. The overwhelming vitality inherent in these beast kings rendered their haki exceptionally robust. Even if some of it was squandered, the cost was entirely bearable. Merely being touched by the fluctuations of their haki could result in severe injury. Yet, Hades was no longer the individual he had been 2 years prior. His abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although he could not yet compare to these titans, whose physiques had been honed through years of haki refinement, his own formidable armament haki could not bridge the gap between them. Despite his disadvantage in raw strength, Hades, having mastered the techniques of internal destruction and pinpoint strikes, wielded astonishing lethality. His elevated martial arts equipped him to contend with one of the most formidable monsters of Ruscana. Skillfully evading the ape's frenzied assaults, Hades consistently maneuvered past the outwardly released haki. The farther the haki extended, the weaker its force became, allowing Hades to seize the optimal range to effortlessly withstand the giant's haki without hindering his own mobility. His proficiency in the dragon dance, a martial art rooted in paper drawing and Tai Chi deflection techniques, showcased remarkable effects both on land and in the air. They were indeed familiar adversaries. Hades always managed to evade the ape's attacks with the agility of an eel. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate this awakened beast, now endowed with observation haki. In direct confrontations with the colossal ape, Hades found himself at a disadvantage, as his haki intensity paled in comparison to that of the beast. While combat could enhance armament haki, there remained an inherent limit to this augmentation. It could not be infinitely increased. Ultimately, one's physical strength served as the foundation. Coupled with the immense size, formidable physique, and vitality of the ape, even Hades' mastery of internal destruction techniques and pinpoint strikes yielded only limited damage. Hades could not afford to remain perpetually evasive against the giant. He needed to exhibit the collision of forces to overcome it. His reliance lay in the art of deflection. With each clash, Hades endeavored to mitigate the ape's offensive power, preventing it from unleashing its full strength, while simultaneously dispersing the force he absorbed. The giant sensed its overwhelming power being rendered ineffective and recognized the peculiarity of this situation, yet it lacked any effective countermeasures, making the encounter exceedingly troublesome. Hades did not employ physical techniques to deflect. That would be akin to facing the ape's punch head-on, a feat nearly impossible to achieve. How could the armored giant be swayed by such minor tactics? The true power Hades wielded was that of armament haki, a flowing aura representing a unique force. Under Hades' command, he maximized the pliability of this power to diminish the giant's offensive while safeguarding himself from harm. Should the opportunity arise, Hades could inflict significant injury, seamlessly alternating between offense and defense. The complete fusion of these two combat styles became integrated into Hades' martial framework, representing the balance he had come to understand. A seeker of perfection, he reflected on his father, Jaeger, whose might was formidable yet ultimately led to his sacrifice. If Hades were to face a similar predicament, how would he respond? 8 extremes, Dragon Tooth, evading the colossal ape's powerful strike, and seizing the moment while it remained momentarily stunned. 5 crimson flashes pierced the air as Hades' claw tore through the formidable back of the beast. Ever since he comprehended the art of listening to the breath of all beings, Hades can, in a sense, be regarded as a master swordsman. His exposure to swordsmanship has allowed him to integrate techniques such as the sword flash, which has now been entwined with the prowess of his claws. Roar. The giant ape, sensing the pain, twisted its body, swinging its right arm like a steel pillar towards Hades. Hades lightly stepped into the air, deftly tapping his finger against the ape's sweeping arm to evade the attack. In a graceful mid-air turn, he executed a powerful strike. Hades reappeared before the giant ape, his right foot charged with terrifying energy. 8 extremes, razor. A silver arc sliced through the air, leaving a gruesome gash on the ape's visage. In any direct confrontation, Hades would deftly employ techniques to dissipate the force of his opponent's attack. Typically, he would evade and await the opportune moment to counterattack. This is the ultimate weapon of Hades, as the battle gradually succumbs to his rhythm. The colossal ape is unable to unleash its true power, as if it is being toyed with by Hades. Dragon Dance. 8 extremes, Falcon Strike. Dragon Dance. 8 extremes, Hurricane. Violent Kick. 8 extremes, Whale Assault. Over the past 2 years, Hades has forged a formidable physical technique rooted in the 8 extremes fist, encompassing claw, punch, and kick techniques, along with some seldom-used elbow and shoulder maneuvers. The damage inflicted by his inch power and overwhelming might accumulates relentlessly. Boom. With Hades' final punch, the massive body of the Beast King from Ruskana Island finally collapses, drenched in blood, particularly the scabs formed by the potent vitality that healed its wounds. Hades exhales lightly, yet his expression remains unchanged. This is not an achievement worthy of boasting, for he accomplished this feat 2 months prior. At the age of 14, Hades has undeniably become a formidable entity. However, before the Beast King of Ruskana Island, his fearsome constitution does not confer him any advantage, as his physical potential has yet to fully manifest due to the constraints of his youth. The colossal ape itself is a creature of immense power, possessing advantages that Hades currently lacks. If one were to liken Hades to a great dragon, then the disparity between them mirrors that of a juvenile dragon and an adult giant. Despite Hades' greater potential, he is yet to reach his zenith. Potential is one thing, while strength is another. They cannot be conflated. Thus, he can only defeat the colossal ape through gradual damage, ultimately exhausting it, a method that starkly contrasts with his desire for absolute power. This approach is not uncommon among the many strong beings of the sea. However, it is the only means available to him, as the disparity in the quality of their domineering presence renders the giant ape superior in both offense and defense. As a member of the primate family, the colossal ape possesses astounding intelligence and a remarkable capacity for learning. During this time, it has begun to acclimate to Hades' combat rhythm, significantly enhancing its observation haki, particularly in the utilization of armament haki. Faced with such a creature, Hades experiences constant pressure that fosters his own advancement in strength. In Hades' estimation, the combat prowess of the colossal ape has reached an almost vice-admiral level, at least in terms of vitality and physicality, fully embodying the capabilities of an admiral. Yet, before him, its displayed strength is not as formidable. As Hades incorporates his technique of releasing force into battle, both his defensive and evasive capabilities witness remarkable enhancement. By perceiving the flow of air and mitigating the friction generated through his technique, Hades deepens his mastery of observation haki. Upon concluding the battle, Hades sits upon a massive boulder, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he turns slightly to observe another battlefield. Thousands of meters away, the protagonists of that conflict are Titan and a gigantic lion. This lion is also one of the beast kings of the island, enveloped in flames, resembling a sovereign amidst the inferno, with its fur untouched by harm. This is a creature of the island, endowed with the ability to conjure flames. Its forepaws are extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly penetrating steel. On the other side stands the Titan, a beast transformed into a formidable entity, its massive and robust body exuding an aura of menace. Its fearsome head is adorned with deep, abyss-like pupils, and it possesses an additional pair of eyes nestled beneath its armpits. A pair of horns, reminiscent of both cattle and sheep, curve backward with substantial girth. Its gaping maw reveals serrated fangs, hinting at an insatiable, terrifying power of consumption. With claws like those of a tiger and a bony tail, it boasts a pair of fleshy wings resembling ears, adorned with peculiar patterns. Compared to the mighty lion, the Titan's form is even more colossal, resembling a small mountain. In the primal chaos of battle, it is completely immune to the lion's flames, asserting an absolute advantage. With its greater mass, enhanced physique, and formidable strength, the Titan's formidable aura is on par with that of the lion. Its prowess and technique is also significantly more powerful. Such an ending was determined from the very beginning. Titan's power escalated rapidly, fueled by the development of his devil fruit, immense pressure, and relentless battles, which facilitated his comprehensive enhancement. Initially, Titan endured a constant barrage of attacks, suffering defeats and retreating, only to regroup and challenge again, perpetuating this cycle. Throughout this process, aided by the power of the gluttony fruit, Titan's physical potential began to explode with age, and his body's strength and the speed of his haki development far surpassed the progress of Hades. His formidable regenerative abilities rendered him nearly invincible. In his fully transformed beast form, he was mercilessly beaten by the Beast King from the outset. Yet he seldom faced life-threatening danger, which emboldened him further. After his defeats, Titan often lay motionless, enduring relentless assaults from the Beast King. However, these kings could not vanquish him, for his defenses and regenerative powers were terrifyingly robust. Ultimately, the result was often that they exhausted themselves and left in frustration. The following day, Titan would return, fully rejuvenated, ready to challenge once more. Thus, he faced nearly every Beast King on the island, and in time, they all came to recognize him, occasionally banding together to confront him. Yet Titan remained unchanged, as his strength had only grown with the development of his abilities. His defenses further improved, his physique strengthened, and the quality of his haki rapidly enhanced. This increase in power enabled Titan to gradually begin counterattacking, ultimately defeating the Beast Kings on the island even before Hades could do so. Throughout this journey, Titan refrained from utilizing the toxic mist of the gluttony fruit or the malevolent aura he had mastered. Similarly, Hades did not employ the powers of the death fruit or the malevolent aura that could be fused with haki. The combination of armed haki could enhance both defense and destructive capability, while the amalgamation with Conqueror's haki could amplify the psychological impact of his assaults. The terrifying Conqueror's haki of Douglas Barrett, the Devil's progeny, was a result of the fusion with malevolent energy, creating an effect akin to that of an Azura. This was a crushing battle, and soon the mighty lion was defeated, bowing its proud head before the Titan. The Titan swiftly transformed back into his human form. Towering over 6 meters, with thick, shoulder-length black hair cascading down his back, he emanated a formidable and fearsome aura. Hades observed with great satisfaction, for the Titan's strength surpassed his own. As a potential top-tier combatant, the Titan's prowess could only enhance Hades' ambitions. Simultaneously, he harbored absolute confidence that he would soon surpass the Titan. Moreover, when it came to actual combat, the outcome remained uncertain. 2 years was ample time for Hades to delve deeply into the capabilities of the death fruit. Unlike others who stumbled in their exploration, Hades was acutely aware of how to develop his powers and the direction he should take, never straying into confusion. Although he refrained from utilizing his abilities during battles, countless ferocious beasts had perished at his hands in the course of harnessing the fruit's potential. In a secluded corner of the island lay a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. A true forbidden zone. Hades perused the information in his hands, sent from the kingdom of Kronos. It detailed the internal progress of the kingdom, the status of the world government's insurgents, and various tidbits concerning the Rocks pirates and the Navy. Periodically, these reports would appear in Hades' frequently visited cabin. He had an inkling of who was responsible for this. Only one individual in the kingdom of Kronos possessed the capability to achieve such a feat. The kingdom's development was proceeding remarkably well, with both agricultural reforms and the establishment of transportation networks yielding initial results. The automation of agricultural production was progressing smoothly. The agricultural techniques derived from the splendid nation were not particularly challenging for the kingdom of Kronos to implement, and even before Hades' departure, a batch of such equipment had already been crafted. Remarkably, the modest expanse of fairyland could claim a significant share of the world's pork production. This unique cooperative management system, which integrates production, processing, and marketing, operates with remarkable efficiency. This approach is precisely what Hades truly desires. However, it necessitates a substantial accumulation of knowledge. The wealth of information regarding pig farming alone could fill thousands of tomes. Breeding the most advanced swine and achieving fully automated production requires considerable technical support. While the current state appears promising, it falls significantly short of Hades' expectations. The comprehensive development of the entire technological system will require at least a decade or more. Reaching even a tenth of the standards set by the fairy tale kingdom would bring him immense satisfaction. Approximately 3 months after his departure, a rebellion within the kingdom of Kronos mounted a counteroffensive. Unsurprisingly, this insurrection was effortlessly quelled, failing to breach the confines even a single step. Despite possessing ample strength, the kingdom of Kronos harbored no intention of annihilating them directly, opting instead for a strategy akin to boiling a frog slowly, gradually depleting the resources of the world government. This is a strategy that the kingdom has steadfastly upheld over the years, aimed at avoiding direct antagonism with the world government. Between nations, there are no eternal enmities, only interests. As they have surmised, the world government is nearing its breaking point. It is not due to a lack of strength, but rather the overwhelming pressure from various fronts. Whether internal or external, even dissent exists within the ranks of the celestial dragons. One must not underestimate the influence of superpowers, which maintain connections with the world's aristocracy and the Tartaros royal family. The world government is not a monolithic entity. It is divided into 3 distinct parts. The first is the conventional conception of the world government, epitomized by the elders, who stand at the pinnacle of power, each an elite among the celestial dragons. From a young age, they receive the most prestigious education, mentored by the finest instructors in various fields, and after rigorous selection, they occupy significant positions within the world government. Next is the Celestial Dragon Council, comprised of celestial dragons, representing the broader collective of their kind. Lastly, there exists the highest military organization of the world government, the Knights of God, entirely composed of the world's aristocracy, which serves as the enforcement agency of the celestial dragons. The Celestial Dragon Council has the authority to enact laws pertaining to the celestial dragons, most notably the power to appoint or dismiss them. Being a celestial dragon is a symbol of status. As long as the vast majority of the council approves, a celestial dragon identity certificate can be issued. Holding this certificate signifies the possession of celestial dragon status, which is lifelong, granting the bearer the privileges of the world's aristocracy. However, this does not guarantee that their descendants will inherit such status. Upon their death, the identity certificate will be revoked. For the past 8 centuries, the number of individuals who have ascended to become celestial dragons is exceedingly limited, comprising kings of allied nations, admirals of the navy, and formidable warriors who have rendered significant services. The descendants of these powerful figures ultimately transform into devoted servants of the world government, thereby preserving the lineage of strength and augmenting the foundation of the world government. Each member of the Knights of God possesses immense power, standing as the elite among the celestial dragons, with each individual qualifying as a prospective elder star. The elders differ from the Celestial Dragon Council, despite both being celestial dragons. One represents the interests of the world's nobility while simultaneously advocating for the world government, whereas the other solely embodies the interests of the aristocracy. Their positions dictate their thoughts, leading to inherent conflicts of interest. Historically, the Celestial Dragon Council wielded complete control over the world government, with the elders serving merely as their spokespersons. However, as the years have passed, the council's grip has weakened. Today, the elders stand united with the Knights of God, not only emerging from this esteemed order, but also embodying the true elite of the celestial dragons. Consequently, a distinct divide forms between them and the overwhelming majority of their kind, who are often likened to swine. The elite among the celestial dragons constitute merely a minuscule fraction of this vast populace, categorized into 3 distinct types. The first type is those who, despite wielding supreme power, lack the desire to strive for greater achievement. The second type comprises individuals indifferent to power or those who have chosen it, including some members of the Knights of God, who are ineligible to ascend to the rank of Elder Star. The final type mirrors the elders themselves, balancing both strength and wisdom, existing at the pinnacle of the celestial dragons, capable of directly engaging with the most profound secrets of the world government. The actions of the world government against the kingdom of Kronos merely reflect the will of the 5 elders and a fraction of the aristocracy, and do not encompass the sentiments of all noble families across the globe. The kingdom of Kronos maintains close ties with several noble families, such as the Fiorella, Reuven, and Furland families. The 20 monarchs who established the world government nearly 8 centuries ago still have their kingdoms intact, even after their families migrated to the Holy Land of Mariehua. Numerous astute families have adeptly wielded their bloodline connections to indirectly govern these realms. The likes of the Don Quixote family, who audaciously relinquished their kingdom to former servants, remain an exception rather than the norm. The kingdom of Kronos enjoys a robust trade relationship with the kingdoms overseen by these families. In fact, one king of Kronos once was a celestial dragon, forging a matrimonial alliance with the Fiorella family. With such connections, gaining the recognition of certain celestial dragons is a relatively straightforward endeavor. In terms of lineage, the Tartaros family's direct descendants also possess the blood of the world nobles. If they so wished, Hades could easily ascend to the status of a celestial dragon. Likewise, the head of the Tartarus royal family in every generation could attain such a title. While this may sound somewhat extravagant, the kingdom of Kronos indeed possesses such formidable strength, and the Tartarus family wields considerable influence. This was also a promise once bestowed upon the kingdom of Kronos by certain noble factions of the world. This also serves as a contingency for the kingdom of Kronos, albeit at the potential cost of certain sacrifices. However, they are unlikely to resort to such measures, especially since the situation has not escalated to that critical juncture. Even if one were to ascend to the status of a celestial dragon, it would necessitate the entire Tartaros family achieving this status, thus establishing a new lineage of celestial dragons. Such a scenario is strictly prohibited by the Celestial Dragon Council. The laws governing the celestial dragons explicitly state that the 20 royal families who establish the world government must remain hereditary and unchanging, with no additions permitted. Consequently, the kingdom of Kronos has never feared provocations from the world government. It is this underlying confidence that empowers superpowers. Furthermore, the Tartaros family constitutes only a fraction of the global nobility, with a significant number being marginalized. Over the past 8 centuries, the various celestial dragon families have inevitably developed disparities. Some have thrived and grown even more formidable, while others have waned, relegated to the lower echelons of global nobility. The Tartaros family, possessing power comparable to that of the world's noble families, harbors deep-seated resentment and trepidation. The multitude of fearsome superpowers across the seas are both coveted and dreaded by the world government. Ironically, while the world government seeks to harness the strength and support of these superpowers to mitigate a colossal threat, it is unable to provide them with what they truly desire. It is noteworthy that nearly 8 centuries ago, among the 20 kingdoms that established the world government, most were significantly weaker than the kingdom of Kronos. Many could merely be classified as powerful nations, having seized the opportunity to ascend during the kingdom of Kronos' period of observation and indecision. They acted decisively, becoming the most illustrious entities of that era, thus laying the foundations for their enduring legacies. Upon learning this news, Hades was profoundly astonished, never anticipating that he could one day become a celestial dragon, an ambition now tantalizingly within reach. However, he would not pursue such a path, as it seemed unnecessary. For the Tartaros family, this remains merely a fallback option. Meanwhile, the Rocks Pirates, alongside Shiki and Edward Newgate, have officially risen to prominence, beginning to make a name for themselves in the New World. A year ago, the formidable Charlotte Linlin, at merely 15 years of age, received a bounty of 500 million berries upon joining the Rocks Pirates. With her innate and terrifying prowess, she quickly emerged as a new star alongside Shiki and Edward Newgate. The Navy, refusing to be outdone, has introduced its own youthful figures, the Iron Fist Carp and the warlord Sangoku, who has consumed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit granted by the Steelbone and Crane, who has also begun to make her mark in the New World. Each of these young commanders in the Navy has showcased considerable strength and wisdom. This also underscores a signal that the conflict between the Navy and the Rocks Pirates seems poised to reignite. The protracted war from many years ago remains etched in the memories of many. The perfume ship, Snake, docked at the shores of Ruscana Island, where Hades and Titan awaited as the vessel approached. Their mother, Nyx, had departed 6 months prior. Having realized that Titan and Hades were no longer in peril on this island, bolstered by the covert protection of formidable allies, freed from concerns regarding Hades' safety, she found herself with matters to attend to. She sought to pave the way for Hades, assisting him in finding a suitable partner. Although this endeavor may seem somewhat frivolous, it is significant. As Hades matures alongside Titan, shielded by elite guardians in the shadows, her capacity to aid him as a mother dwindles. Her contributions are limited to modest efforts in seeking out devil fruits and a daughter-in-law who would meet her approval. Hades' father, the Grim Reaper Yg, had established an organization that integrated intelligence and assassination prior to the formation of the Rocks Pirates during his adventures at sea. YG concealed his identity, clandestinely controlling this entity known as the Knight. Even after his demise, the organization persisted, thriving under the covert support of the Tartaros family. Presently, the reins of this organization lie in Nyx's hands. Over nearly 2 decades of development, Knight has become a minor assassination syndicate in the New World, with assassins whose prowess is not particularly formidable, having once executed a bounty close to 40 million berries. Although Knight is classified as an assassination organization, its primary focus has been on intelligence, a fact unknown to most. Moreover, Knight had garnered some notoriety in the first half of the Grand Line, standing out amidst the comparatively weaker powers of the Four Seas and the initial stretch of the Grand Line. Nyx utilizes Knight to engage in covert communications with the Kingdom of Kronos, seeking devil fruits, placing informants, and acquiring intelligence. Knight also possesses affiliations with the underworld. Hades, however, remains indifferent to the assassination aspect. The establishment of Knight was fundamentally to embed a stake within the underworld, thereby enhancing the intelligence capabilities of the underworld. Over the years, although it cannot be compared to those formidable forces with strong backing and centuries of history, the Dark Knight has nonetheless made significant progress. Currently, Hades is unaware of what his mother is up to. However, he finds himself somewhat speechless upon learning that she has indeed brought forth 2 elven maidens from the rare and enigmatic race known as the Elves, or the Sharp-Eared clan. Renowned for their beauty, the elven maidens once possessed a kingdom, but their numbers have dwindled due to the rampant slave hunting, rendering them nearly extinct in the vast oceans. Now primarily concealed within the mysterious island known as the Emerald Forest. This forest lies in a perilous maritime region characterized by extreme weather and formidable guardians, making it exceedingly rare for poachers to venture there. Most are annihilated by nature before they reach the Emerald Forest. Yet, every decade or so, fortune smiles upon a few who manage to capture elven maidens from the forest, igniting fierce competition over their acquisition. Each elven maiden commands a price comparable to that of a mermaid, for rarity begets value. It is possible that Hades' previous research into the unique races of these waters led his mother to believe he harbors an affinity for such beings. To this, Hades can only assert that he does not wish to bear that burden. However, he cannot deny the allure. Indeed, he has entertained thoughts of collecting them. Nyx, being Hades' mother, has astutely grasped his inclinations. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that these 2 elven maidens had inadvertently fallen into the clutches of slave traders and were subsequently rescued by his mother upon receiving word of their plight. As for the informants, they were swiftly silenced, leaving no trace of news to escape. Since Hades' emergence into adulthood, Nyx has resolved to operate from the shadows, aiding him in managing the underground realm's power and intelligence, especially as he is soon to engage with the Rocks pirate crew. Hades requires a degree of support from his mother's forces. In her departure, she also took Ananke with her. For Ananke, strength is not paramount. Given the rapid growth in Hades and Titan's prowess, remaining by Hades' side would only serve as a burden. Besides her fruit abilities, Nyx aims to cultivate Ananke's other skills, which could prove beneficial to Hades. Young Hades appears to have grown taller. Aboard the perfumed serpent, Shaki gazes at Hades on the shore, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she scrutinizes him closely. Presently, Hades dons a black coat, open at the chest to reveal his robust physique. With shoulder-length purple hair, even after 2 years on Beast Island, he retains an innate air of nobility. Shaki, it's been a long time. Hades unabashedly allows his gaze to wander over her significant features, causing Shaki to feel a rush of warmth as her body tenses slightly. How small can you be? You will find out in due time. Regarding the address for Shaki, it appears that it cannot be altered, much to Hades' discontent. He eagerly anticipates an opportunity to impart a thorough lesson, allowing her to personally experience his formidable prowess. Shaki remains clad in her usual attire, yet her figure seems to possess an even more alluring quality, with her slender form accentuating the curves in all the right places. In the past 2 years, Shaki has made several visits, eager to engage in battle with Hades and test her own strength. After all, she has not neglected the enhancement of her abilities. However, it is evident that in the face of Hades' meteoric rise in power, Shaki has been consistently defeated, with the gap between them widening each time. More often than not, she finds herself navigating the vast oceans, plundering resources and undertaking missions for the Rocks pirates. Yet, seemingly influenced by Nyx, Xiaqi's developmental trajectory diverges from that of a primary combatant within the Rocks Pirates. The formidable monsters she encounters are terrifyingly powerful, a level she may never attain. Instead, she has begun to immerse herself in the intelligence network controlled by the Rocks Pirates, delving deeply into the realm of information gathering. Nyx, too, holds a significant position within the intelligence apparatus of the Rocks Pirates. This is a shrewd approach, remaining concealed and occupying an unremarkable position, thus avoiding becoming a thorn in the side of the world government and the Navy. It also allows Hades to offer greater assistance. History attests to this, as Shaki thrived 50 years later. Though their interactions were few, their bond grew increasingly intimate, especially after their last encounter, when Anan had departed. Presently, Hades scarcely conceals his intentions, and Shaki is acutely aware of his desires, showing no inclination to refuse, but rather a sense of anticipation. The nine-serpent tribe of Amazon Lily reveres strength above all, with each generation's queen being the most formidable and promising. Should someone defeat the queen, they may usurp her position. The principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme, has been deeply ingrained in Shaki's very essence. Such individuals are easily subdued by men of greater strength. In comparison to Xiaqi, Hades embodies such a formidable presence. At this moment, she has yet to attain the composure, experience, and focus on intelligence that she will possess in the future. She still bears the unmistakable marks of the Nine-Snake tribe, appearing as two entirely different individuals in Hades' memory. Hades understands that everything will unfold naturally as long as he is willing to speak. However, he is not in haste. The allure of tenderness and the grave of heroes beckon, and he has only just begun, needing to firmly establish himself within the Rocks Pirates first. Well then, I shall await your move, Xiaqi teased as always, igniting Hades' desires and nerves, as if anticipating actions from him. After casting a serious glance at Hades and the Titan standing behind him, Xiaqi adopted a more earnest demeanor. Let me outline the forthcoming arrangements. As we approach an island, I will directly cast you into the sea, providing you with a small boat to reach the shore. The subsequent journey will be yours to navigate. This is the eternal pointer leading to Hachinos. With that, Xiaqi tossed an eternal pointer, which the Titan caught steadily and then secured within the devouring space. In March, the Rocks Pirates are set to recruit new members, and you may seize this opportunity to join their ranks, but it will depend on your own efforts, lest others accuse you of favoritism. Hades' rapid growth has made Nyx realize that he no longer requires her protection, thus dispelling her thoughts of safeguarding him within the Rocks Pirates for several years. Given Hades' strength, establishing himself within the Rocks Pirates is no longer a daunting task. To prevent any connection between the Nine-Snake Pirates and Hades from drawing attention, Xiaqi intends to release them directly at sea. However, let me clarify, you will undoubtedly attract the attention of the world government and the Navy. They have never ceased their pursuit of you, young Hades, as an intelligence officer for the Rocks Pirates. Xiaqi has already detected some hidden eyes of the Navy and the world government on certain islands, likely monitoring Hades' movements, waiting for his appearance. An operation will surely ensue. So be mentally prepared. The Navy may begin to stir, and you could very well be the catalyst that disrupts the tranquility. Though she expresses this as a friendly warning, Xiaqi possesses great confidence in Hades and Titan's capabilities. As long as the Navy refrains from deploying Admiral-level forces, Hades and Titan will not be in mortal peril. The most likely scenario would involve a vice admiral stationed at a nearby naval fortress. If that is the case, the Navy will face significant losses. She is fully aware of the monstrous potential held by these two individuals. However, as tensions between the Rocks Pirates and the Navy escalate, a single trigger could ignite a larger conflict. If that were to happen, it would serve as an excellent stepping stone. Hades confidently asserted that nothing is more persuasive than a remarkable track record, which allowed him to circumvent certain troubles during his induction into the Rocks pirate crew. He dealt with the obstacles in his path with ruthless efficiency. Titan, exuding an aura of dominance, casually wielded his formidable weapon, a heavy hammer adorned with the image of a fearsome beast with its jaws agape, resting it upon his shoulder. At long last, Titan and Hades departed from the Beast Island, where they had resided for 2 years, as the snake of perfume set sail from the calm belt into the New World. During the journey, Shaki intentionally shared insights about the New World with Hades, particularly regarding the Rocks pirate crew, vital intelligence, names, photographs, and even character descriptions of individuals to be wary of, alongside accounts of their past exploits. This endeavor aimed to alleviate Hades' unfamiliarity. for there were many details that even he was oblivious to. Under the cloak of night, Shaki dropped Hades and Titan off, providing them with eternal pointers and maps corresponding to their destination islands, thereby ensuring they had a clear path to follow. She harbored no concerns regarding the small vessel's ability to survive the harsh conditions of the new world. With Titan's flight capabilities and Hades' prowess in aerial movement, they were bound to face no issues. It was even conceivable that Titan's space contained several warships. In the second month of the year 1471 of the CU1 calendar, they arrived at Kent Island, a trading hub in the New World. The island was rife with underground black market dealings, frequented by pirates and illicit factions. Backed by numerous dark sovereigns, few dared to stir trouble on this island. As they traversed the streets, Hades and Titan made their way towards a grand and opulent edifice in the distance. Having learned of an impending auction where devil fruits and renowned swords were to be featured, this piqued Hades' interest. For the Bailey and treasures within the Titan space had long been gathering dust, essentially unseen and unused. When Hades departed from the kingdom of Kronos, he had taken with him 30 billion Baileys. As he strode forward, he disregarded the lurking, covetous gazes surrounding him. Dressed in resplendent attire, he donned an exquisite purple robe adorned with golden edges. Following closely behind was Titan, whose towering stature exuded an intimidating presence. On this island, one could easily resort to violence, provided it did not disrupt the ventures of the dark forces. Ordinary skirmishes were merely the norm and hardly constituted a disturbance. The death of anyone would elicit no concern, as scavengers would inevitably cleanse the streets thereafter. Clashes between the underground factions and pirates were commonplace on the island. As Hades walked along, he chanced upon a tavern where two pirates were embroiled in a conflict stemming from a dispute. The outcome was grim, as one was pierced through the heart by a long blade. The other pirate, resembling a triumphant victor, held his rival's severed head in one hand while brandishing the bloodied sword in the other, returning to the tavern amidst the raucous cheers of his fellow pirates. Such scenes have become utterly commonplace. Hades observed them keenly, yet he never allowed them to occupy his thoughts, for regardless of past or present, they belonged to entirely different realms. If circumstances necessitated, he would not hesitate to embrace the role of a celestial dragon, standing atop the highest echelons. With his cunning, he firmly believed he could procure all that he desired. Everyone despises the celestial dragons. Yet, paradoxically, everyone yearns to become one. As Hades and his companion continued their journey, they eventually halted in their tracks. A band of pirates had set their sights on them, gradually encircling them until they were ensconced in the center. The leader, a pirate donning a captain's hat, stood prominently at the forefront, his gaze greedily fixated on the bulging pouch at Titan's waist. Finally, they had drawn the attention of others. This development did not take him by surprise. Indeed, it was the very scenario he had anticipated. The pouch Titan adorned was a deliberate choice, one he had insisted upon, as it could have easily been concealed within the spatial realm. The glimmering gold, slightly exposed, radiated an alluring brilliance, tugging at the hearts of onlookers. Hades awaited this very moment, seeking to attract attention through the demonstration of his might, heralding his emergence into the world. The only thing capable of swiftly captivating pirates was visible wealth. Few were acquainted with them, and even fewer could recognize Hades by his appearance. The Navy and the world government were utterly oblivious to Hades' visage. His existence had always been shrouded in absolute secrecy. As for the Rocks pirates, they were not privy to such knowledge, save for his mother, Nyx, and the members of the Kuja pirates. Those familiar with the Jaeger might deduce Hades' identity upon encountering him. They say that when his debut marks the pinnacle of their journey. Even before his emergence, Hades had already become a focal point. As Shaki rightly noted, achieving remarkable accomplishments before reaching Hive Island could avert numerous troubles. He had no desire for incessant provocations at that juncture. Naturally, the Navy would become his target. What could serve better as a stepping stone than a Navy vice admiral? Perhaps the Navy and the world government were unaware of Hades' appearance. Yet the emblem representing the Tartaros family was singular and unmistakable. With a lineage spanning over a millennium, it symbolized the Tartaros family, a nine-headed dragon encircling a solitary throne, bathed in the light of the sun and moon. The family crest is emblematic of one's lineage. No one dares to forge it, for discovery would lead to the cleansing by the Tartaros family. The opulent robe draped across his shoulders bore the insignia of the Tartaros family. To those unfamiliar with the sea, these pirates might not regard such matters with any significance. Indeed, those who possess a family crest are often of noble lineage. And the Tartaros family undoubtedly occupies the zenith of nobility, second only to the celestial dragons, who are referred to as the world's aristocracy. The world government and the Navy will certainly deduce Hades' identity immediately. At that juncture, they will act as anticipated, dispatching a rear admiral to apprehend him. The consideration of an admiral has not been factored in. Currently, there are 2 admirals stationed in the New World. Admiral Puyol is stationed at the G1 fortress, the closest to the Red Line, while Admiral Davis oversees the G5 fortress. According to intelligence, he has set his sights on a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 400 million berries, situated more than 10 sea territories away from Hades. To reach him would require at least 3 days. With such a time frame, Hades would have long since departed, and the tasty fruit possesses the ability of flight, albeit at a leisurely pace. Thus, it became imperative for the Navy to dispatch personnel within a few maritime regions surrounding the island of Hades, where a naval fortress stood. One must commend the Navy's remarkable efficiency. With a plan of action set in motion and the backing of the world government, the Navy was revitalized. During the 2 years that Hades languished in the clutches of Ruscana Island, the New World expanded its influence and re-established its presence. The current structure of the Navy is vast. Beyond the naval headquarters, there exist a total of 46 naval fortresses worldwide. The G1, G5 branches that were originally in the New World have since seen the construction of 13 additional naval fortresses, numbered G34 through G46, either through reconstruction or new establishment. The fortresses G1 and G5, each guarded by a vice admiral, boast a naval strength of 10,000, while the remaining 16 fortresses each house 5,000 sailors. Furthermore, each naval fortress is surrounded by 4 naval branches, enhancing control over the seas and ensuring swift support when needed. Each naval fortress is commanded by a rear admiral, while the leaders of the branches are officers of brigadier or major general rank. In total, the naval fortresses comprise 100,000 sailors. And when combined with the naval branches guarding the fortresses in the New World, their numbers swell to approximately 4 times that of the fortresses, with each branch maintaining a garrison of 1,000 sailors, along with all other personnel. It appears that the naval forces deployed in the New World amount to nearly 200,000 personnel. In recent years, aside from conscription, bolstered by the endorsement of a global government, Marshal Black has transferred a substantial number of elite troops from the relatively stable Four Seas region. This includes 20 officers holding the rank of Rear Admiral, among whom is the governor of the Four Seas. A considerable number of brigadiers and major generals have been systematically gathered from the Four Seas faction and dispatched to the naval headquarters in the New World. They found themselves with no recourse to refuse, belonging to various internal factions with their own vested interests. However, they all share a singular external identity: naval officers. Many among them joined the Navy in pursuit of justice. The Navy has concentrated the majority of its forces in the New World, evidently preparing to confront the Rocks pirates. Nevertheless, it is important to note that not all are elite. The so-called naval elite constitutes merely a quarter of the total. The remainder comprises numerous personnel who serve as mere numbers. More accurately, they are cannon fodder newcomers, rapidly trained through a mentorship system to cultivate combat readiness as swiftly as possible. A significant portion of these naval personnel comprises newly recruited Marines during the period of military expansion, or those directly transferred from the vast expanse of the Four Seas. The extensive reach of the Four Seas boasts a formidable naval force. In the forthcoming conflict, survival alone will undoubtedly signify elite status. This is a reluctant measure in response to the pressures exerted by the Rocks pirates, merely in terms of military strength. The Navy in the New World now constitutes nearly 1/3 of the entire naval force. In this era, the number of the Navy has not surged to the staggering figure of 1 million, as one would expect to confront the age of exploration. Even the Army pales in comparison. It is noteworthy that the Army, tasked with safeguarding the Grand Line, boasts a formidable strength of 3 million, securing various checkpoints that connect the Red Line to the Four Seas. In the face of the vast Red Earth continent, such numbers appear rather insignificant. While the Army boasts a greater troop count than the Navy, its overall strength cannot be compared to that of the Navy, whether in terms of individual prowess or advanced combat capabilities. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Navy's operational scope is extensive, far larger than that of the New World, with only 8 fortified naval bases established, the G6, G9, and G14, G17 divisions. These naval fortresses can be regarded as standard for vice admirals within the Navy. Each fortress accommodates 5,000 personnel. supported by naval branches positioned at various points for distant assistance. The scale of the naval branches is slightly smaller than those in the New World, with each branch comprising 800 members, including the remaining 100,000 troops at the naval headquarters. The Navy commands over 160,000 forces in the first half of the Grand Line. The Four Seas host the largest contingent of the Navy, and currently, the most dominant faction within the Navy is the Four Seas faction. Compared to the future, the present strength of the Four Seas Navy is exponentially greater. Each maritime region is governed by a naval governor, holding the rank of vice admiral, who is the rightful authority over the naval power of their respective waters. While their strength may not rival that of an admiral, in terms of status, naval governors stand on equal footing with admirals. Each maritime region boasts 5 naval fortresses and a governor's office, with the additional 4 fortresses positioned in the cardinal directions of the region. The current Four Seas Navy is notably formidable, with multiple vice admirals in addition to the naval governor. However, it is a fact that the Navy in the Four Seas is weaker compared to that of the headquarters. Although the disparity is not as pronounced presently as it may be in the future, due to the dominance of the Four Seas faction. The rank disparity with the naval headquarters is merely 1 level, rather than the 3-level gap that exists later on. Each governor's office commands 10,000 naval personnel, while the fortresses in the Four Seas house 5,000 each. Each maritime region typically possesses around 150 naval branches, with troop deployments averaging 500 per branch. However, due to reallocations from the naval headquarters, each naval branch in the Four Seas has had at least 200 personnel reassigned, leaving approximately 300 remaining. The manpower in the naval fortresses has also been reduced by at least half. Overall, the Four Seas Navy retains around 200,000 personnel, with the elite forces having been dispatched elsewhere. It appears that Marshal Brack has resolved to suppress the Navy of the Four Seas faction, providing reasons that are difficult to contest. The comprehensive strength of the Rock's pirates grows increasingly formidable, necessitating a unified naval force to mount an effective defense. This is a grand conspiracy. The formidable military strength on display reveals the immense dominance of the Four Seas faction in this era, boasting at least 20 vice admirals who constitute half of the naval elite. While the Four Seas are home to numerous pirates and criminals, they remain suppressed by the Navy. Nonetheless, the pirates of the Four Seas have grown formidable enough to endure amidst the might of the Navy. With the naval power of the Four Seas significantly diminished, it is inevitable that pirates and criminals will become increasingly active. The region is set to descend further into chaos. This trend is already evident, as the elite forces of the Four Seas Navy are continually being siphoned off to the New World. Presently, the Navy commands an impressive force nearing 600,000. Excluding the vice admirals stationed at the headquarters, there are 26 vice admirals solely guarding the fortresses. Although their abilities vary greatly, such a number is undeniably substantial. The vacancies in the ranks of vice admirals over the past years have afforded many within the Navy opportunities for advancement, not exclusively from the Four Seas faction. Among them are undoubtedly skilled individuals who have risen through fierce competition, particularly under the deliberate support of Marshal Black and Admiral Steelbone for the younger members of the Navy. The geographical divisions have faded, allowing the Navy to coalesce into a unified force, standing together against formidable foes. They have begun to sense a renewed vigor. The naval ranks no longer exude the lethargy of yore, but instead, they forge a mightier collective strength. Bloodshed, hatred, and combat are sufficient to overshadow various grievances and conflicts. While it is not entirely out of the question for CP0 agents to target Hades, the likelihood remains low. Coincidentally, the Vice Admiral stationed at G36 Fortress bears the name Vic. The notion of enacting revenge without delay compels Hades to act in the waters near G36 Fortress. A calculated move indeed. With the audacity to mar his mother's visage, Hades is eager to shatter Vic's skull in a bloody tribute. Casting a disdainful glance at the pirates obstructing his path, Hades perceives their feeble presence as an affront to his prowess. Their filthy garments emanate a foul stench, a combination of bodily odors mingled with the pungent scent of alcohol and the iron tang of blood. The dried blood clinging to their attire remains unwashed, instead serving as grotesque badges of honor, smeared across their clothing in bizarre patterns. The detritus of the ocean revolted him. Although he too would soon join the ranks of pirates, they remained fundamentally different. This is a quagmire. Once an ordinary person is ensnared within, they find it nearly impossible to extricate themselves, bearing such labels for a lifetime that are often irreparable. It remains uncertain whether the initial step taken was one of volition. Yet, Hades never contemplated a life as a pirate. In fact, throughout his journey, he did not even perceive himself as one. Is it truly so arduous to rescind a bounty? Do you wish for death? The pirate captain before him, having roused from a state of mild inebriation, gripped his long blade tightly, a surge of fury igniting within him as he glared at Hades and bellowed in rage. Hades' gaze, unmasked in its contempt, resembled that of a predator observing a pack of scavenging rats, vying for scraps. His condescending demeanor instantly incited the ire of the crowd, not only among the surrounding pirates, but also from numerous onlookers. Such illicit factions abhor the disdainful glances he cast upon them. This was once their greatest terror. Yet after becoming pirates, they cast aside all reservations. In fact, facing the nobility only ignited their thirst for bloodshed. How could they possibly endure it? The shift in circumstances was abrupt. Merely a glance from Hades stirred such tremendous upheaval, awakening the hearts of countless criminals. They yearned to brutally torment Hades and his companion, to plunder their treasures, and to revel in their anguished cries. Hades keenly sensed the waves of perverse, frenzied, and wrathful emotions. However, within him, there was not a trace of change. Such a lamentable pride. Hades scoffed, turning his gaze aside. Titan, eliminate them, leaving none behind. Hades commanded, his eyes sharpening, his tone cold and imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, my lord. The Titan was already prepared, wielding a massive hammer, fury flickering in his eyes as a cruel smile spread across his face. From the moment this campaign was decided, their fate was sealed, death. Now, another reason had been added to their sentence, the violation of the king's dignity. Hades was a born sovereign. How could he be challenged by this group of arrogant fools? When the weak dare to provoke the strong, is it not sheer audacity? At this moment, Titan began to comprehend the essence of those words. Had Zoro been present, he would have undoubtedly charged forward with his sword. Merely a slight against the prince would have sufficed to warrant a brutal end for them. Now, all Titan yearned for was to eliminate them, leaving none alive, to vanquish them, to seize their treasures. I shall sever his head, gouge out his eyes, dismember him to feed the rats. Titan's aura was immensely powerful, yet it failed to instill fear in them. Rather, Hades' recent remarks only served to further incite their fury. They longed to extinguish this noble, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, along with his retinue. That innate nobility and haughty demeanor provided them with countless justifications to rend Hades to pieces. Hades himself had not anticipated that a simple act of entrapment would escalate in such a manner. The catalyst was not his treasures, but rather the jealousy that stemmed from within. However, this aligned perfectly with his desires. The more tumultuous the situation became, the better. This marks the true beginning of his journey into the vast ocean, as he integrates into this era. The expanding aura of observation has already detected the presence of individuals akin to intelligence operatives, who are vigilantly monitoring the surroundings or hastening towards this locale. Amidst the throngs on the island, Hades precisely pinpointed their locations. He harbored no interest in their identities or affiliations. His sole desire was to disseminate the information, suppressing the urge to utilize the powers of the death fruit, which would reduce these remnants to mere bones. He could not deny that within Hades' being and soul lay an innate yearning for combat and destruction. Certain actions that were once unattainable in his previous life now bore no constraints. The malevolence of humanity stirred restlessly. Before they could make a move, Titan struck. His massive and heavy form, though not swift, possessed astonishing short-term explosive power. The sky seemed to darken abruptly as Titan appeared before the pirates who had first fixated on Hades. With his arm raised high, he wielded a colossal hammer that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. The hammer, with a handle measuring 1.5 meters in length and a diameter of 1 meter, swung through the air, carrying an unmatched force akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. A group of pirates stood frozen in shock, none wishing to be struck by such a hammer. However, Titan's speed was too formidable. They had no time to react. The giant hammer descended, tracing a beautiful arc through the air, bringing with it the specter of death. How insufferable! Go to hell! Titan bellowed, dismissing the cacophony of their futile protests. His arm muscles swelled dramatically, resembling an inflated balloon. Seemingly anticipating the commotion that Titan's strike would cause, Hades lightly leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby building, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Boom! Accompanied by the resounding crash of a colossal hammer, the air was filled with the ominous sound of shattering bones. The ground fractured inch by inch, a multitude of cracks spreading outward like an intricate spider's web. The terrifying force centered around the descending hammer, caused a significant depression within a 100-meter radius, creating a small basin. This overwhelming power unleashed shockwaves from the impact of the iron hammer against the earth, generating a dreadful torrent of air. The surrounding pirates and criminals found themselves utterly powerless against such might, as they were hurled skyward by the formidable shockwave. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, blood flowing from their mouths and noses. Many suffered grievous injuries from the resulting turbulence, with some even losing consciousness. The most unfortunate were those closest to the hammer. Their bodies were grotesquely deformed and crushed under the appalling impact, bones splintering. The few pirates who faced the hammer directly were reduced to a gruesome pulp, leaving only a mass of flesh in their wake. In the instant of contact with the hammer, their heads and upper bodies were obliterated, blood and flesh splattered, painting a scene of utter carnage. 2 entire streets lay completely devastated by the overwhelming destructive force. Few remained standing. Only the house beneath Hades remained largely intact, with half of it still upright, uncollapsed. Hades stood unharmed on the rooftop, effortlessly deflecting the flying debris and shockwave with an invisible barrier emanating from his overwhelming presence. The sheer magnitude of destruction from a single strike left the severely injured and distant onlookers in shock, all eyes fixed on the Titan's fearsome figure, akin to a deity of war. At this moment, they finally comprehended the true nature of the monster they faced. The closer one ventured to the Titan, the more harrowing the scene became, especially for those grotesque beings, which were almost too ghastly to behold. Their hearts, already saturated with dread, were acutely aware of the Titan's terrifying presence and its unabashed intent to kill. Those who remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos were equally struck by the devastation wrought by the Titan, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to approach, lest they be caught in the maelstrom. Yet the ordeal was far from over. The Titan turned its gaze, grasping its dual hammers, and began to move with deliberate slowness. The sound of its footsteps resonated heavily, accompanied by ominous guttural noises. All eyes were fixed in horror upon the looming figure of the Titan. With each step, its arms swung nonchalantly, delivering precise blows to the fallen and wounded pirates and criminals. To be specific, it was their heads that met the hammer's unforgiving wrath. With every stride, the brutal fate of 1 or 2 individuals was sealed, their skulls shattered and brains splattering onto the ground. Even the self-proclaimed fearsome pirates found themselves overwhelmed by a wave of nausea at this gruesome spectacle, which was simply too repulsive to endure. A demon! A demon! In their eyes, the Titan appeared as a cruel executioner, mercilessly reaping lives in its wake. Contrary to the horror surrounding him, the Titan felt a sense of exhilaration. On Ruskana Island, with the exception of nighttime, the Titan and Hades typically kept their distance, disdainful of the complexities of preparing food to satiate his hunger. The Titan often resorted to devouring ferocious beasts raw. Like a savage, he required merely a sprinkling of seasoning. The powers bestowed by the gluttony fruit endowed him with formidable digestive capabilities, leaving him unfazed by any discomfort. He relished the sensation of being sated by his meals, seldom resorting to the absorption of energy through his devouring strength. Eating was not only a primal instinct but also an innate passion for the Titan. And the gluttony fruit had amplified his voracious appetite, a craving that could not simply be replaced by mere consumption. Having feasted on an abundance of wild beasts, the Titan remained utterly unfazed by the gruesome tableau before him. Run, flee. With the relentless slaughter perpetrated by the Titan, the number of survivors in the area dwindled rapidly, and it would soon be their turn. Move, now. Severely wounded, they felt as though their very essence had been siphoned away, leaving them utterly devoid of strength. A desperate yearning to escape, to break free from the Titan's malevolent grasp, consumed them. Outside, a scant few, still in a semblance of good condition, discovered to their dismay that their bodies were rendered immobile. An imperceptible yet suffocating pressure enveloped them, rendering movement impossible. Given the decree of total annihilation, how could Hades permit any to flee? With mastery over the conqueror's haki, Hades exerted a formidable coercive force that stifled their every attempt at action. Seizing this opportunity, the Titan hastened its assault, shifting its focus from the injured and incapacitated to those pirates who still harbored a chance of escape. In concert with Hades' conqueror's haki, they systematically eradicated any hope of survival, ensuring that none could elude their fate. This is nothing short of a massacre, devoid of any resistance. Soon, only Hades and Titan remained standing in this desolate expanse, while the distant onlookers dared not approach. No one had the audacity to draw near at such a moment. Hades observed the scene in silence, his heart unperturbed by the hellish tableau before him. Let us depart, he stated calmly. With the objective achieved, there was no reason to linger. Upon hearing Hades' voice, Titan delivered the final blow to the last victim, dragging his bloody double hammers, from which crimson droplets incessantly fell. He followed in Hades' footsteps, retreating into the distance. Once the two had completely vanished, an eerie stillness enveloped the place, where even the seasoned scavengers, accustomed to the sight of corpses, hesitated to advance, their arms trembling. The scene was simply too grotesque to bear. This is a senseless massacre, with many individuals caught in the crossfire, entirely uninvolved in the events unfolding around them. When Hades covertly unleashed his conqueror's haki, the parameters of the slaughter were already delineated. Yet, are there truly innocent souls among them? Kent Island is a hub of nefarious trade. Teeming with underground factions and pirates, it is a locale devoid of virtuous inhabitants. Even if there are civilians, they either meet a grim fate or flee to safer havens at the earliest opportunity. It is conceivable that even the courtesans of the red light district have blood on their hands, bearing the identity of pirates. In Hades' eyes, there is no one on this island who is beyond the reach of his wrath. Even the Navy, should they dare to take action against this isle, would spare no one in their pursuit. In this world, apart from himself, the constraints of any governing rules are virtually non-existent. True innocents would not find themselves targeted by Hades, yet the justifications for murder are plentiful. After a considerable time, it was only then that someone dared to cautiously approach this hell on earth. Did those two individuals truly fear no repercussions for inciting such chaos? Gazing at the vanishing figures, his voice trembled as he spoke. Nearly 2 entire streets lay in ruins, with a significant portion belonging to the enterprises of the underground powers. And lurking behind them was the Dark King of the New World. The remaining structures operating on the island are obliged to pay tribute to its ruler. Such monumental losses inevitably call for accountability. It seems that some have begun to foresee the consequences, eagerly anticipating retribution against these two enigmatic figures. However, the formidable power displayed by Titan has left many with little hope for success. Such a beast, even the underground forces may not dare to offend. And it remains uncertain whether there exists any power on the island capable of confronting them. In the New World, those who recognize the shifting tides are truly the wise. If indeed they are individuals beyond reproach, then these losses must be borne in silence. In this realm, it is always strength that determines status rather than mere commerce. A few years ago, the underworld of the New World experienced a seismic upheaval. The Dark King, who controlled the largest arms supply in the New World, was assassinated, plunging the entire arms trade network into chaos. Countless factions vied for dominance, seeking to seize greater profits and secure their share of the market. Even aspiring to become the new king of arms, the sovereign of the underground world. However, within just a month, a figure named Victor rapidly expanded his influence, effortlessly seizing 2/3 of the former arms king's power. Following another month, armed with superior weaponry, Victor established trade connections with various factions throughout the New World, including the infamous Rocks Pirates. This is far from over. Another month has passed, during which several factions with considerable competitiveness in the arms trade within the New World have either been annihilated or have surrendered. Some factions have persisted over the years, maintaining their own territories, impervious even to the interventions of the erstwhile King of Arms. Thus, Victor has assimilated them, officially ascending as the Dark King of the New World, the undisputed sovereign of the arms trade. The illustrious Dark Monarch has been supplanted, with Victor now commanding a larger share of the arms trade than the previous generation's arms king. Such upheavals can trigger significant ripple effects. The greater the power, the more fervently it seeks to maintain stability, fearing the emergence of uncontrollable situations. In the present day, the New World is firmly under the dominion of the Rocks Pirates. And even though the Navy has returned to the New World, displaying such formidable formations and military strength, many still perceive the Rocks Pirates to hold a considerable advantage. Various factions within the underworld, both overtly and covertly, have submitted to the authority of the Rocks Pirates. Currently, the epicenter of the New World lies on Hive Island, in Hachinos. Most of the rising pirates have been assimilated into the Rocks Pirates, as the Rocks Pirates are in search of new recruits. Should those two individuals wish to join, the likelihood of their acceptance is exceedingly high. For these low-tier pirates, the prospect of joining forces with an insurmountable power such as the Rocks Pirates is indeed enticing. As for the possibility of noble lineage, is there truly a shortage of such individuals within the Rocks Pirates? The aristocracy, the declining nobility, giants, fishmen, and various tribes of extraordinary beings abound, creating a chaotic M-Lang. In this harsh competitive environment, exceptional inclusivity prevails, provided one possesses sufficient strength. Presently, tensions are escalating between the Navy and the Rocks pirates, casting a pall over most regions, particularly in the central New World, where an atmosphere of anxiety prevails, as everyone fears becoming victims of unforeseen calamities. The islands and towns, which often serve as battlegrounds, devolve into ruins. The Rocks pirates remain indifferent to the fate of the innocent, while the Navy struggles to ensure the safety of civilians. The scent of gunpowder thickens. Perhaps, in time, these two figures may ascend to prominence, garnering a capital of prestige worth boasting about. There are typically two pathways to join the Rocks pirates. The first involves the periodic recruitment drives at Hive Island, which are nothing short of terrifying bloodbaths, where thousands of aspiring pirates vie for a place among the Rocks, with only a mere tenth surviving the ordeal. Those who endure are the elite, as the Rocks pirates seek mere fodder and do not demand much. Yet, those who excel may ascend to become formal members or even officers of the crew. Presently, the rising stars of the Rocks pirates, Shiki and Edward Newgate, emerged from this very crucible. Before they truly matured, they were merely somewhat renowned. It was the Rocks pirates that provided them with a platform to make their mark. The second pathway is reserved for those who have already established a reputation and possess formidable potential, who are directly sought after by the Rocks pirates. For instance, Shaki was already well known when the Rocks pirates dispatched Nyx to extend an invitation. The most notable example is the natural destroyer Charlotte Lin, whose second bounty reached an astronomical 500 million berries. It is noteworthy that, over 2 decades later, the bounty for the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo is only 500 million. This formidable potential, combined with her already manifested strength, has secured Charlotte Lin's standing within the Rocks pirates. Moreover, her invitation came personally from Captain Rox DZ Beck, underscoring the value placed on her. Although she was merely 15 at the time, she already possessed formidable combat prowess. Upon joining the Rocks pirates, Charlotte Lin's status aboard the ship significantly surpassed that of Shiki and Edward Newgate. The news swiftly disseminated throughout the entire island. Before long, everyone was aware that 2 formidable individuals had arrived, and they were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, someone clandestinely captured photographs and relayed the information to their superiors. Some were eager to witness how the underground forces on the island would respond next. To their disappointment, however, the local factions exhibited no signs of activity, as if nothing had transpired at all. In fact, a day prior to Hades' arrival, the forces behind them had been forewarned and dared not provoke him. This was because Hades was backed by the Rocks pirates. Hades' mother, Nyx, had recently returned to the Rocks pirates and was in control of their intelligence operations, effectively embodying the will of the crew. Just a single phone call was enough to send them into a state of panic. This also spared Hades considerable trouble. Otherwise, he would have to expend some effort to dispose of them. With his formidable strength, he could effortlessly annihilate the entire island. From that moment on, his mother began to covertly safeguard Hades. Moreover, the Kingdom of Kronos was undoubtedly monitoring Hades' every move and would have received advance intelligence. With numerous factions engaged in trade collaborations and controlling the maritime trade routes, a mere word of caution would deter any short-sighted entity from causing trouble for Hades. Indeed, the deceased were merely the detritus of the sea, of little concern to them. At worst, there would be some minor economic loss, which was hardly significant. The Kent Auction House, named after Kent Island, was a collaborative endeavor among various underground factions. It was held approximately every 3 months, and opportunities to encounter devil fruits were scarce. In most cases, any obtained devil fruits would typically be consumed by their own. The emergence of a devil fruit with exceptional abilities, akin to the mantis fruit, is indeed a rarity among the ordinary zoan-type fruits. Attracted by the allure of this extraordinary fruit, numerous factions, alongside pirates, have converged upon this island. This influx has indirectly fostered a flourishing economy on the island, highlighting the acumen of the governing powers in leveraging the devil fruit and various treasures as a captivating lure for trade. This is a common tactic employed within the auction house. As one enters the venue, the space remains relatively sparse. With half an hour remaining before the formal commencement of the auction, Hades strides directly to the forefront, arms crossed, eyes closed in tranquil anticipation. Behind him stands Titan, silent and imposing, exuding an aura that discourages proximity. The lingering scent of blood clings to him, and the hammer resting on his shoulder is a formidable symbol of intimidation. As time progresses, the number of guests in the auction house begins to swell. Surrounding them are glances, some veiled and others overt, filled with trepidation, fear, and intrigue. The island's influential figures converge here, including renowned pirates and leaders of certain underground factions, bounty hunters, and lone wolves. Although those slain by Titan were not particularly formidable, the sheer destructive force he wields is undeniable. Most attendees are well acquainted with the intelligence prior to their arrival, and the knowledge that a single blow could obliterate 2 streets speaks volumes about his capabilities, abilities that are exceedingly rare on this island, with few capable of matching such prowess. The mere display of such strength instills a sense of caution. Provoking him would be an act of folly. A pirate who once underestimated the beauty of Charlotte Linlin fell victim to a single, fatal slap, his bones reduced to fragments. After all, the youthful Charlotte Linlin was indeed striking. She must still be in her adolescent years now. With Charlotte Linlin's invitation to join the Rocks Pirates as an officer, tales of her exploits have begun to circulate widely. Even figures like Shiki and Edward Newgate have multiple versions of their own stories. During this time, news of events on the island began to reach other factions. In this critical period, the world government and navy have deployed numerous intelligence operatives throughout the New World. To maintain their informational advantage, any noteworthy event captures their attention. Within a mere 20 minutes, a comprehensive report was compiled and delivered to Admiral Black. After 2 years of silence, he had finally resurfaced. Black gazed at the printed photograph. The image, captured from a distance, clearly depicted Hades' visage. Recognizing the somewhat familiar features and his distinct aura, Black required no further analysis to ascertain the identity of this enigmatic nobleman. It was none other than the offspring of the Grim Reaper, Hades. Black murmured the name, both familiar and foreign. The Navy, alongside the world government, had suffered considerable losses in the kingdom of Kronos. It was implausible that they had not uncovered any information, at the very least. They must have learned the name of Jaeger's child. Nearby lay Jaeger's bounty notice, a staggering sum of 12 billion berries, a price set a decade ago. Should Jaeger still be alive after that battle, the bounty would undoubtedly soar by several billion more. In these waters, only Roxdy, Jibek could surpass such a figure. The current sovereign of the seas, with a bounty of 18 billion berries, has remained inactive for a decade. Hades bears a striking resemblance to Jaeger, exuding an undeniable aura of domineering will. Brack meticulously examined the report to grasp the unfolding events. As he set the document aside, a grave expression settled upon his face. How reminiscent it was. Jaeger once had a monstrous companion by his side. In Brack's eyes, Hades' visage in the photograph seemed to merge with that of Jaeger. What is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. Gazing into the photographs in different eyes, memories of the horrific calamity wrought by Titans surged within Brack, almost overwhelming him with an intense desire for vengeance. Hades, the son of Jaeger, undeniably poses a significant threat. It is imperative to eliminate him before he reaches maturity. This undoubtedly marks a significant adversary for the Navy in the times to come. Now that he has emerged, there is no escape. The Navy, in collusion with the world government, has hunted down Hades' father, leaving a trail of familiar faces perished at the hands of Jaeger, resulting in an irreconcilable enmity between the two factions. Initially, Hades had managed to conceal himself, rendering the Navy powerless in their search. However, with his current exposure, they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Bring forth the troop deployment map. A rough outline of the new world is affixed to the board, illustrating the current military distribution of the Navy across various islands. He requires this to determine the appropriate level of force to dispatch against these two who have yet to truly mature. Yet, Blark's expression swiftly shifted, revealing a troubled demeanor. In the waters near Kent Island, the only naval stronghold capable of reaching it in a short span is the G-36 Navy fortress, commanded by Vice Admiral Vick. The other naval fortifications, even at full speed, would take half a day to arrive at Kent Island. This appears to have been premeditated. Blark seems to have discerned Hades' intentions. He is acutely aware of what Vice Admiral Vick has previously done. Hades has orchestrated this incident almost as a bait, enticing the Navy to send Vick into the fray, specifically to confront him. The location of Kent Island is fortuitously situated, allowing only a limited naval presence to reach it promptly. This island lies centrally within the New World, where the influence of the Rocks Pirates grows increasingly potent. There, the Navy headquarters lacks military presence, for the Rocks Pirates would not permit the Navy's existence. Marshal Blark ponders meticulously, sensing the gravity of the situation. It is highly probable that Vice Admiral Vic may not be a match for the duo that is Hades and his companion. This conclusion is derived from an assessment based on the adversary's perspective. Regardless of the circumstances, Black places utmost importance on his enemies. He harbors no illusions at his age. He has long outgrown the arrogance of youth, oblivious to the dangers of the vast ocean. Such naive thoughts are simply beyond his contemplation. As the son of Jaeger, he has received the most elite education since childhood, never undertaking endeavors without certainty. Now, he has discerned Hades's general intentions. He is reluctant to forfeit this fortuitous bait, as it could represent the Navy's sole opportunity to neutralize this threat. Whether Hades remains in the kingdom of Kronos or joins the Rocks pirates, the Navy must act decisively. Various thoughts raced through Black's mind. He ordered the transmission of intelligence to Fortress G-36, directing Vice Admiral Vic to mobilize forces to encircle Kin Island, ensuring that no one escapes. The X-36-2 and X-36-4 divisions set forth alongside Vice Admiral Vic to assist in the operation. Marshal Black made his decision, but it was not yet concluded. He instructed Fortresses G-35 and G-37 to set sail immediately at full speed toward Kent Island. He summoned Davis back to block the route from Kent Island to Hive Island, proceeding along the way to Kent Island. Black issued a series of commands, preferring encirclement over direct confrontation with Hades to prevent anyone from fleeing Kent Island. If he could stall for time until the arrival of the other two rear admirals, the situation would be fundamentally stabilized. With 3 admirals, they would be more than capable of overwhelming Kent Island. This opportunity would also enable the eradication of this island of sin. This is a conservative decision made by Black based on his own judgment. As long as he could delay for half a day, how could such a formidable assembly of 3 rear admirals and 1 admiral fail? The Navy sprang into action, with 3 naval fortresses simultaneously deploying, racing towards Kent Island from various directions. Each fortress dispatched a small fleet, mobilizing at least half of their forces. A mere insignificant fellow, and I shall personally bring his fate to a conclusion. A tall man, his face marred by grotesque scars, stood at the bow of the ship, his white cloak billowing behind him, adorned with dark emblems of justice that danced in the sea breeze. This individual is none other than Vice Admiral Vic, the harbinger of doom for Hades, who has inflicted grievous harm upon his mother. A figure of ruthless disposition and formidable strength. He is a hawkish agent willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. His notoriety extends throughout the New World, establishing him as one of the preeminent forces even among the ranks of vice admirals. Marshal Black has shared his conjectures with him, urging Vic to maintain his composure as they strategize regarding Kent Island. After merely half a day's wait, no matter the stratagems employed by the son of Jaeger, they shall prove futile. After all, he remains youthful and has yet to fully mature. Vic's murderous intent is unrestrained, for he has witnessed Jaeger's formidable abilities and has seen many of his comrades fall victim to him. This very reality fuels his desire to eliminate Hades. While Hades seeks vengeance, so too does the Navy, albeit from entirely opposing viewpoints. The other 2 vice admirals, Henry and Cassius, are heavily marked by the influences of the West Sea and North Sea factions, respectively, belonging to Governor Guardiola of the West Sea and Governor Munoz of the North Sea. The 4 regional governors have arrived in the New World, overseeing their territories along the lines of Fort G1 and Fort G5. Even in the New World, they must wield sufficient authority, as the 4 Seas maintain their own promotion systems. Henry and Cassius have ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral through the endorsement of Guardiola and Munoz. As long as the 4 Seas can sustain such a relatively autonomous structure, the faction will not weaken, continually attracting Navy personnel and aspirants eager for status. Numerous officers, having lost their competitive edge within the naval headquarters, have been drawn to align with the 4 Sea factions. In regard to these factions, Marshal Black can only exert suppression. Should he seek to abolish the governor system, he will have long vacated his position by that time. He is also disinclined to risk his tenure, as over half of the current naval upper echelon belongs to the 4 Sea factions. Among the 4 candidates for admiralty, 2 are affiliated with the 4 Seas. Unlike commanding the vice admirals of the headquarters, he must first secure the governor's consent to command the vice admirals of the 4 Seas. This significantly constrained his authority as the admiral, a circumstance that Steelbone Kong would never tolerate. Brack, discerning this reality yet reluctant to intervene personally, demonstrated his political acumen by opting to remain in the shadows. For him, Steelbone Kong was merely a willing instrument. Meanwhile, In another maritime realm, Admiral Davis shifted his focus as his warship steered towards Kind Island. After a prolonged pursuit of the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, the two had clashed at sea on numerous occasions, and Davis found himself nearly evenly matched. However, a precise shot from one of the gunners aboard the warship severed a mast of the local pirate vessel, igniting a glimmer of hope for Davis in apprehending his quarry. Receiving orders from headquarters, Davis was compelled to redirect his pursuit, having ventured too deep into hostile waters. He was now positioned near the rear of the New World, where a careless move could alert the Rocks pirates, who would not hesitate to seize an opportunity to ambush him. Although it was regrettable, the importance of capturing the offspring of Jaeger was paramount. Securing such a prize would not only be a monumental achievement, but would also solidify his standing within the Navy. Admiral Davis, known as the Day Tiger, owed his ascension to the rank of admiral to the powers bestowed by the ancient Zoan-type saber-toothed tiger fruit. Seizing the opportune moment of a power vacuum within the Navy, and bolstered by support from behind the scenes, he acquired this rare ancient devil fruit. Coupled with his innate martial prowess, his strength surged to formidable heights. Yet, to claim the title of the Navy's supreme force still eluded him. The so-called top-tier strength was categorized into the admiral level, which could be further divided into 5 tiers: ordinary admirals, intermediate admirals, peak admirals, royal admirals, and legendary admirals. The divide between peak and royal admirals was marginal, often determining the outcome of battles. Similarly, the distinction between royal and legendary was not absolute, as two could often contend with one. Historically, to ascend to the rank of admiral, one would typically need to reach the peak level of strength. Figures like Davis and Puyol were somewhat hastily elevated during a critical period, benefiting from the circumstances. In terms of both combat prowess and merit, they found themselves wanting, desperately in need of validation. Thus, Davis's ambition to capture the pirate with a 500 million berry bounty was born from this necessity. Even if Brack had not summoned him back, the likelihood of his success remained slim. In the current landscape of naval and pirate warfare, the intimidation factor of cannons had escalated dramatically. A single shot could reverse the balance between two evenly matched forces. In comparison to a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, the offspring of Jaeger was undoubtedly of greater significance. Upon receiving this intelligence, Davis wasted no time in altering his objective. The fact that Hades bore no bounty was inconsequential. A bounty could be devised at any moment. What truly mattered was that the Navy found itself at a disadvantage in the ongoing rivalry with the Rocks pirates, necessitating a significant catalyst to bolster morale. Hence, they chose to pursue Hades. Various factors contributed to this undertaking, and the looming presence of the world government would certainly address the threats posed by the kingdom of Kronos. Previously, it was Jaeger. Now, it was Jaeger's progeny, Hades. One could only wonder what transformations this latest endeavor would yield. At long last, the moment has arrived. The principal figures of the Rocks pirates have largely gathered here, surrounded by a fleet of no fewer than several dozen pirate ships. Among them are the formidable Rocks D. Zebek, the violent King Kosa, Deadshot Rain, Golden King Donovan, and the Wolfman Quiro. Additionally, the illustrious Edward Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and numerous other formidable entities have convened. Not long after departing from Hakanosu, this news reached their vessel. It appears that the young lad may have encountered some difficulties, mused the violent King Kosa with an intrigued smile. Shall we intervene? Offer our assistance? Although Hades has yet to board their ship, they have already considered him a member of the Rocks pirates. There is a palpable curiosity surrounding the son of Jaeger. A decade ago, Jaeger was undoubtedly a monster second only to Rocks D. Zebek himself. They have also gleaned substantial intelligence regarding the Navy's operations. The information network of the Rocks pirates in the New World is hardly inferior to that of the Navy, and they possess a numerical advantage. The vast majority of pirates and underground factions serve as informants for the Rocks pirates. Their unwavering support for the Rocks pirates is evident, as the power of piracy has never been so immense. Historically, pirates have often retreated before the Navy. Few have had the audacity to confront them in open warfare as the Rocks pirates do. Unbeknownst to Davis, his whereabouts have long been known to the Rocks pirates. Yet he elicits no interest from them. The Rocks pirates have undertaken a special mission. Who among us would willingly confront an admiral of the Navy when there are more glittering treasures to pursue? 3 Navy vice admirals and 1 admiral. Such is the esteem in which they hold him. One cannot help but exclaim, merely 2 little brats. What say you? Who among you wishes to venture forth? All that is required is to contend with the Day Tiger, To buy some time for that young lad. Rox glanced at the others aboard the ship and had to concede that his bond with Jaeger was indeed profound, willing to lend a hand to Hades at this juncture. Simultaneously, this would serve to thwart the Navy's interference with our endeavors. The target of the Rox pirates this time is a nation affiliated with the world government, a kingdom ripe for plunder. Through this operation, they will herald their resurgence, awakening from a prolonged slumber, and serve as a prelude to their forthcoming recruitment efforts. After all, there are numerous rumors circulating across the seas about the Rox pirates succumbing to complacency and indulging in leisure. No one desires war with the Navy. Those who join the Rox pirates do so in pursuit of treasure. It must be acknowledged that, after years of development, the Rox pirates have reached a bottleneck. An excessive tranquility only serves to dissipate resolve. Thus, for their initial foray, the Rox pirates have secretly amassed nearly all their strength. Otherwise, merely confronting an affiliated nation would require only a handful of officers to breach its defenses. Let me take the lead. It's the perfect opportunity to test my newfound abilities, the young Shiki declared, his audacious visage radiating a fervent battle spirit. If there are any fine blades, do remember to hold on to them for me. Armed with twin swords, Shiki aimed to use Admiral Davis of the Navy as his whetstone. At 24 years of age, Shiki was a year senior to Edward Newgate. The swords he wielded were merely two ordinary blades. The renowned Sakuragi and the illustrious Kushi had yet to grace his possession. As a swordsman, Shiki harbored an insatiable yearning for legendary blades, and with the augmentation of his strength, his current swords had begun to feel antiquated. Shiki's rapid ascent within the Rox pirates had positioned him among the foremost combatants of the crew. In no time, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and Kosa, formidable figures who constitute the second tier of the Rox pirates. Just beneath the illustrious Rox D. Zebek, those familiar with Shiki's domineering nature understood that if he were to possess a top-tier sword exclusively, he would stop at nothing to seize it. Presently, Shiki wielded formidable power, having also acquired the exceptional float fruit, a paragon among the paramecia-type devil fruits. Thus, the treasures we obtain will surely include a share for you. As long as one contributes, Rox is never stingy with rewards. They held unwavering confidence in Shiki's abilities. Even if he could not match Davis, the powers bestowed by the float fruit, coupled with his dominion over the skies, rendered Shiki inherently invincible. Relying solely on his swordsmanship, he could easily make Davis rue his encounter. This is also a test for Hades. Even the presence of 3 naval admirals is not something to be easily resolved. It symbolizes the status Hades may attain within the Rox pirates after his arrival, contingent upon his survival. Without hesitation, grasping the eternal pointer, Shiki soared into the sky amidst the envious gazes of others. They too yearned for the ability to fly. Yet, they were unworthy. For Shiki was a talent favored by Captain Rox. Damn it, how could the entire Rox pirates simply vanish? Black erupted in fury, having believed everything was under control, only to be blindsided by this shocking news. What an uncanny coincidence. Find them immediately. Ascertain the current whereabouts of the Rox pirates and their intentions. He struck the table before him with such force that it echoed loudly, shattering under the weight of his lost composure. The once tranquil atmosphere transformed into one of impatience. He had anticipated that the current balance would be disrupted by the Navy, only to discover that it was the Rox pirates who had struck first, leaving the Navy in a precarious position. Boom. The office door was kicked open, splintering under the impact. A figure burst in, a towering presence with a chiseled physique, his bronze skin exuding a primal and violent beauty. It was Steelbone Kong, who strode in with urgency, stirring a gust of wind. "Marshal, what on earth is happening?" he inquired hastily after receiving some tidings. At this moment, Black was not in the mood to admonish Kong for barging in. He produced 2 reports and handed them to Kong. "Take a look for yourself. One pertains to Hades, the other to the Rox pirates." How could this be? No one understood the terrifying strength of the Rox pirates better than Kong and Black. The 2 admirals in the New World were utterly insurmountable. The initial plan was for Kong to lead the Navy against the Rox pirates, but they had fallen behind. What was happening within the intelligence department? Such crucial information had only just arrived, and they were still in the dark. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he pondered how to thwart the Rox pirates. What were the true objectives of the Rox pirates? The Navy? The world government? Or perhaps a specific kingdom or allied nation? With nothing confirmed, they felt excessively passive. Prepare the entire fleet. Conduct extensive reconnaissance and sweep operations. We must locate the Rox pirates. Furthermore, Inform the world government of this news. Kong, mobilize the troops. You must head to the New World at once. Black was resolute. Confronting the Rocks pirates demanded the Navy's utmost effort. But what about that little brat, Hades? Kong nodded and gestured toward Hades' photograph. The previous decision had been quite astute. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be regrettable to abandon it. The plan remains unchanged. Black stated calmly, "What shall we do about the Rocks pirates?" Kong furrowed his brow, uncertain why Admiral Black would make such a decision. With only 2 admirals in the New World, dispatching one to deal with the insignificant Hades left only Puyol to guard the G1 fortress. Although there were several admiral candidates, only those with the highest combat prowess possessed sufficient strength and deterrent capability. Do you realize we are already late, Kong? Black gazed deeply at Kong, speaking with earnest gravity. A single misstep leads to further missteps. Our goal is not to chase after the enemy, but to swiftly recalibrate ourselves. Only by amassing enough strength can we confront this formidable foe. Given the current circumstances, it is impossible for us to impede the Rocks pirates. It would be wiser to focus on what we can manage. Before acquiring intelligence on the Rocks pirates, we must prepare thoroughly. Kong discerned the intent conveyed by Marshal Black and did not relent in his pursuit of the Rocks pirates. However, should the Rocks pirates undertake any specific actions, as long as they do not target the Navy or the world government, the Navy would simply withdraw. In essence, if the Rocks pirates were to assault any allied nations or kingdoms, the Navy would merely put on a facade of resistance, refraining from direct confrontation. Conversely, if the target were the Navy or the world government, the Navy would undoubtedly detect their approach. This is due to the extensive network of surveillance established by the Navy in the frontiers of the New World. Any proximity of the Rocks pirates would be immediately noted. At such a juncture, the Navy would proactively retreat, regrouping their forces to confront the Rocks pirates as a unified front. As for other matters, one can only express regret. The current Navy requires time to amass strength. Vice Admiral Steelbone Kong would head to the New World to oversee the situation, simultaneously aiming to capture or eliminate the son of Jaeger. For the greater good, sacrifices must be made. A hasty response would only yield greater losses, further diminishing the Navy's capabilities. Capturing or killing Hades would suffice to provide an explanation to the world government and allied nations. A mere explanation is adequate. Concerning the allied nations, since they have already been obliterated, who would concern themselves further? One can only lament the misfortune of being targeted by the Rocks pirates. Although there is a sense of reluctance, this remains the optimal course of action for the Navy. A prompt mobilization of 30,000 troops and 5 vice admirals to the New World is imperative. The Navy's forces must consolidate. Black issued the command, asserting that only a more formidable Kong could instill fear among the various factions in the New World, thereby unifying the entire Navy. If necessary, Black would also take matters into his own hands, confronting the Rocks pirates, who have grown even stronger than they were a decade ago. Subsequently, I shall report the developments to the 5 elders. Such matters must be communicated to the 5 elders. Given the ambitions of the Rocks pirates, it is entirely plausible that they might directly strike at the Navy headquarters or the Holy Land of Mariawa. This is also a strategy to draw the attention of the world government to this intelligence, thereby providing assistance to the Navy. Concurrently, the world government must intensify its support for the Navy in terms of food supplies, armaments, and even direct financial aid. The ramifications of these actions are profound, and the undercurrents are palpable. A fleet of naval warships departs from the Crescent Bay of the Navy headquarters, led by the formidable Steelbone Kong, who stands with arms crossed. Accompanying him are 5 naval vice admirals. Behind him are his key Prot GS, the boisterous Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Sengoku, and Colonel Tsuru. What is transpiring? Such commotion suggests that war may be imminent. Sengoku and Tsuru have already sensed something amiss. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of impending conflict. With an army of 30,000, behind the naval warships follow supply vessels laden with provisions and food. At the port, naval soldiers tirelessly load boxes filled with supplies and sustenance onto the ships. Particularly prized are the fruits, which are exceptionally rare at sea and possess the ability to cure sepsis. The Grand Fleet has already set sail, with the supply ships to follow, some of which are under the protection of part of the fleet. Everyone appears to be in a state of urgency. No one is oblivious to the fact that war is approaching. Indeed, the Rocks pirates have mobilized. Kong has not concealed his plans for his core members and key Prot GS. The true era of chaos is about to commence, and everyone must be prepared. Kong states earnestly that he hopes they do not sacrifice themselves before they have truly matured. In his eyes, the abilities of Garp and Sengoku are not commensurate with their ranks. The majority of naval vice admirals would find themselves ill-matched against them, as their growth is astonishing. Garp relies solely on his iron fists, while Sengoku, having consumed the Buddha fruit, has become a perfect embodiment of body and technique. Tsuru's strength is formidable as well, predominantly relying on her intellect. Regardless of the opponent, I shall deliver a profound lesson with these fists, Garp exclaims, exuding absolute confidence in his strength as he swings his fist in the air. His robust physique contains astonishing power. We must swiftly prepare, in terms of high-end combat capabilities. We are at a disadvantage. You two must grow stronger quickly. A mature woman with dark blue hair, loosely styled bangs, and a ponytail spoke calmly. Tsuru had joined the naval general staff and had access to a wealth of intelligence, fully aware of the current disparity in strength between the Navy and the Rocks pirates. To be frank, aside from manpower, the Navy possessed no significant advantages. When it came to forces, the Rocks pirates could easily muster greater numbers if they so desired. The only edge the Navy had was the backing of the world government. Meanwhile, the Rocks pirates were merely a coalition formed out of self-interest, incapable of true unity. Yet, this era marks a genuine dark age for the Navy. In their struggle against the pirates, they have never gained the upper hand. This has been the case since a decade ago. The pressure on all naval officers is immense, with various factions uniting to confront this formidable threat. In Tsuru's view, although the Navy faces numerous internal challenges, they are resolvable, and she has already noted the strategies proposed by the Fleet Admiral and Admiral Kong. However, such measures would cost many lives, seemingly placing the burden on the younger officers of the Navy. This is precisely why younger officers like Garp are continually recognized, valued, and promoted. The persistent issues are far too many, necessitating decisive action. Sacrificing for justice is also a part of the power struggle, and it is a form of overt strategy that both Tsuru and Sengoku have recognized. Undoubtedly, Garp and Sengoku possess the potential to become top-tier combatants, especially Garp, who, with his astounding talent in martial arts and hockey, has left Kong in awe. Under Kong's deliberate training, these past 2 years have been a period of remarkable growth for them. Coupled with the Navy's recent promotional efforts, Garp and Sengoku have emerged as the current stars of the Navy, having defeated numerous rear admirals. They seem to embody the protagonists of a grand narrative. With the support of Kong and Black, their rise is unstoppable. The only thing lacking is merit, which poses no challenge for these two formidable individuals. Although Kong has yet to assume the position of Fleet Admiral, he appears to have already determined the future candidates for the Admiral ranks. This has intensified the competition within the Navy, which now boasts 4 candidates for the position of Admiral. Representing the North Sea faction and the neutral party is Kuruai. Ferdinand stands for the East Sea faction and the Dove faction. De Gea embodies the hawkish stance, while Neuer aligns with the Dove faction. Among the candidates, there are 2 vice admirals from the Four Seas faction and 2 from the headquarters. Currently, the 3 admirals include Kong from the hawkish side, Puyol from the neutral faction, and Davis from the South Sea, who also aligns with the Hawks. It is evident that the Navy is predominantly under hawkish influence, with 2 admirals representing their faction, while the neutral and Dove factions have no representation among the ranks of admiral. However, Fleet Admiral Black belongs to the Dove faction, indicating that they have not diminished in strength. Among the 4 candidates, 2 seats are allocated to the Dove faction as compensation, while the other 2 comprise 1 neutral and 1 hawkish representative. Moreover, in the positions of admiral and candidates for the rank, each of the Four Seas factions holds 1 seat, highlighting their formidable presence. This arrangement reflects a delicate balance, suggesting that while the Hawks are indeed dominant, their power has not escalated excessively. The strong presence of the Four Seas faction complicates matters considerably, creating a rather perplexing situation. Nevertheless, the dynamics are clear within the Navy. Prowess ultimately dictates authority. Both Tsuru and Kong possess unwavering confidence, while Garp and Sengoku face no competitors among the current candidates. Considering the Rocks pirates, Garp may exhibit a youthful audacity, yet Tsuru and Sengoku approach the matter with utmost caution. The more they comprehend, the more they recognize the formidable strength of the Rocks pirates. However, time is essential for their growth. They must mature rapidly. Following Kong, few individuals can shoulder the burden until the emergence of Garp and Sengoku alleviates the pressure on Kong and Black. Although Puyol and Davis are not incapable, They fall short of being recognized as the highest combat power. As for the purple lion Messi and the white mouse Ronaldo, representatives from the West Sea and North Sea respectively, they too are exceptionally talented and have attained the rank of Rear Admiral. Nonetheless, Kong and Black are reluctant to allow the Four Seas faction to wield excessive influence within the Navy headquarters. They prefer individuals like Garp, who are untainted by vested interests. Furthermore, Garp and Sengoku possess greater potential and strength, despite currently holding lower ranks. This, however, is merely a temporary state. Unless Garp and Sengoku meet their demise, they are destined to cede their positions to those selected by Fleet Admiral Black and Admiral Kong. The Four Seas admirals can only aspire to ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral. Higher positions necessitate the Fleet Admiral's endorsement. No one wishes to be sidelined. Once the Navy overcomes its personnel shortage and the younger officers mature, the expansion of the Four Seas faction will inevitably be curtailed. Meanwhile, on Hades' side, it remains uncertain what unforeseen events are occurring behind the scenes, as the tempests of the sea have yet to affect him. At this moment, the auction has commenced. The flamboyantly dressed auctioneer unveils the red cloth covering the display. The first item up for bid is a golden revolver, custom-made by the Vulcan Company for the nobility, starting at a price of 100,000 berries. The auctioneer's exuberant shout instantly enlivened the entire venue. The golden revolver, a symbol of status, has now entirely supplanted the flintlock in the esteem of many. Moreover, the revolvers are sold in limited quantities, and each bespoke piece is exceptionally valuable. Possessing a revolver is a remarkable point of pride, as it not only draws attention but is also a firearm of exceptional quality, boasting remarkable accuracy and range. For marksmen, it is indeed a treasure. Hades was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first item up for bid would be one of his own creations. He could not help but activate his observation hockey, sweeping the entire venue from a divine perspective. As expected, there were numerous firearms, ammunition, and artillery from both the Hephaestus Corporation and the Aeolus Company on display. In the underground realm, these commodities have surprisingly gained immense popularity, transforming into a form of hard currency. This phenomenon arises from the existence of established trade partners, even with the Kingdom of Kronos expanding its production. Only a meager portion permeates the underground world. The majority of this influx is seized by more formidable factions. Although the notorious arms dealer Victor is backed by the Kronos pirates, the quality of his weaponry, while commendable, still pales in comparison to that of the Wind God and Fire God corporations. The differences in style and other attributes are significant, deliberately crafted to prevent any association between Victor and the Kingdom of Kronos. Ultimately, this exquisite golden revolver was purchased by a leader of an underground faction for a staggering sum of 450,000. The payment was made on the spot, and the transaction was completed. Upon receiving the golden revolver, he excitedly caressed it and, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, tested its feel. At that moment, a slip of paper materialized in Hades' palm. This revelation enlightened him, indicating that an unseen ally was conveying intelligence from the vast ocean. However, during such a unique period, it was evident that a matter of great significance was at hand. Hades had already surmised the capabilities of those covertly safeguarding him. He possessed dominion over the underworld, well acquainted with all key figures within it. Among those endowed with the powers of spatial devil fruits, there was only one. Upon inspection, he discovered the Navy's strategic maneuvers against him, including the formidable actions of the Rock's pirates, who had dispatched someone to intercept a naval admiral on his behalf. As for the rest, it bore no relevance to him. To his surprise, he found himself intersecting paths with Shiki ahead of time. Yet, it remained uncertain whether their fates would entwine. Nonetheless, with 3 naval vice admirals in play, 1 vice admiral would suffice for combat. 3 would be no different. So let it be. Let them confront him together. May this island transform into a battleground. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong. The Navy possesses undeniable justification for their actions against his mother, Nyx. Yet, what does it matter? Humanity is inherently hypocritical. From Hades' perspective, the Navy has erred grievously. Their failure to eliminate the admiral named Vega reflects a profound lack of discernment. With a slight clench of his fist, the formidable force crushed the note into shreds, which, like fine dust, cascaded gently from his open palm. Suppressing the murderous intent that threatened to erupt within him, he then turned his attention to the unfolding auction. Though merely a fleeting glance, Hades gleaned a general understanding of the items set for auction. As per his intentions, the mantis fruit and a unique, renowned blade were among his targets. The auction progressed gradually, with each item inciting a flurry of exuberant cheers and fierce competition. The anticipated slaves did not materialize, after all. This was a den of iniquity where attendees comprised either pirates or members of the underworld. Their desires leaned towards acquiring enhancements for their power, such as devil fruits and weaponry. Items like slaves, rare treasures, and collectibles typically graced the markets of the affluent, akin to the islands of Shambadi, where they could fetch a high price. Next up for auction. The auctioneer smiled mysteriously, suddenly unveiling the cover to reveal the concealed item beneath. This is a scythe. A dark purple blade of approximately 2 meters in length, glimmering with an eerie radiance, exuding an aura of bloodthirsty carnage that leaves many present in a state of astonishment. This is undoubtedly a cursed blade, albeit a scythe. Unearthed from the ruins of the city of Carnage, it is presumed to have once belonged to the King of Slaughter, with an auction price set at 5 million berries. Is there anyone willing to bid? The auctioneer has taken great care to extol its origins. The city of Carnage and the King of Slaughter are legends from centuries past, yet they indeed existed. On an island in the New World, a formidable warrior known as the King of Slaughter established this city of bloodshed. Within the city of Carnage lies a gruesome arena, a city where everything revolves around the act of killing. Entry requires the surrender of a head. To drink, dine, or even find lodging, one must offer a life in payment. On this island, the stronger one is, the more prosperous one lives, for everything is free, provided one can survive. In those days, the city of Carnage was a haven for pirates, a paradise of vice. Each day witnessed countless deaths, while throngs of newcomers flooded in. The bloody arena at the heart of the city served as a battleground. In one-on-one duels, only one could emerge alive. In 10-man brawls, only one could walk away. In 100-man melees, only a single soul could endure. The city of Carnage was infamous across the seas, yet it held great renown. Even nobles and celestial dragons frequented this den of iniquity. After all, remaining on the island necessitated the shedding of blood, and heads could be prepared in advance. This led to a pervasive tide of bloodshed throughout the seas, as many pirates would commit slaughter and pillage villages and towns before indulging in the pleasures of the city of Carnage. The repercussions were immense, ultimately inciting widespread outrage. Numerous allied nations united in opposition, and the Navy deployed a formidable force to enact the Demon Slaughter Order, obliterating the city of Carnage. The Navy had long harbored such intentions, for the existence of the city of Carnage had birthed too many powerful pirates, each presenting a considerable challenge to them. However, the presence of the world's aristocracy had rendered them unable to act against the city of Carnage. At this moment, they cast aside all reservations. In the face of the Navy's assault, the city of Carnage was utterly defenseless. Its frequent patrons fled at the first whiff of danger. Ultimately, the aging King of Carnage was brutally beaten to death, and his scythe, which had been the instrument of countless slaughters, vanished without a trace. However, the atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. In this vast ocean, wielders of a scythe were exceedingly rare, far outnumbered by those adept with a blade. Despite the King of Carnage's considerable notoriety and the tales that surrounded him, 500,000 berries was no trifling sum, and no one wished to be the fool. Moreover, who could ascertain the truth of these legends? Hades's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixated on the scythe, its unique material extraordinarily resilient, rivaling that of the most renowned blades. An overwhelming scent of blood enveloped him. Hades sensed a life within this weapon, akin to a blood dragon. Every inch of its scales entwined with the anguished wails of suffering. It is highly plausible that this is true, for this scythe has claimed the lives of over 200,000 souls. The relentless slaughter has transformed it into a demonic blade. Or perhaps it was always a blade of malevolence, merely reaching its zenith in the hands of the King of Carnage. After centuries of dormancy, its once brilliant sheen has dulled. When it awakens from this slumber, its true power remains an enigma. Hades has already set his sights upon it upon receiving intelligence regarding its existence. He requires a formidable weapon, a symbol of status. In the days to come, few will possess the strength to compel his direct intervention, and even fewer will relinquish their weapons to engage him fully. Moreover, wielding a weapon proves more advantageous. Its blade is as hard as iron, and its destructive capacity far surpasses that of mere flesh. Before it fully matures to its potential, a reliable weapon will serve to augment his lethality. The auction hall fell silent for a few seconds, initially suggesting that this item would go unsold. 6 million. The sudden proclamation redirected everyone's gaze to Hades and his companion. Amidst the lively auction, they nearly overlooked these two, who unexpectedly made their move at this juncture. Excellent. 6 million for the first time. 6 million for the second time. 6 million for the third time. Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the auction item. The auctioneer beamed, relieved, as this scythe had been passed over twice before. Should it go unsold once more? Its backers intended to send it to the Four Seas or the first half of the Grand Line. Hades successfully acquired the scythe, which was delivered directly into his hands within a large square box. Titan assisted Hades in carrying the box while awaiting the next auction item. The auction event was scheduled to last at least half a day, particularly for arms, as waves of demand surged forth from both pirates and underground factions. Meanwhile, Hades was preoccupied with Admiral Vic, who had already arrived in the waters surrounding Kent Island, but refrained from drawing near to avoid alerting their adversaries. He was simultaneously receiving intelligence from naval informants stationed on Kent Island. Vic was decidedly impatient, glancing to the side and inquiring, "Have Henry and Cassius arrived yet?" The report indicated that they would reach Kent Island in approximately half an hour. Given Vic's less than amiable disposition towards the other two admirals, the officer named Ollie did not dare to voice any opinions. The vice admiral in question is an unequivocal force within the Navy, firmly aligned with the trusted subordinate of General Gongu. Thus, a brief period of patience is warranted. In Vic's perspective, Marshal Brack's actions signify a lack of faith in his capabilities. If he cannot subdue the son of Jaeger and his guardian, what value do Henry and Cassius possess? Vic harbors absolute confidence in his own strength, for he is distinctly different from those two individuals elevated by the governor. As for Hades, the son of Jaeger, whether it be through death or capture, he must first endure a cruel torment. Lady Nyx, the knight, is not a woman to be trifled with. She has left a scar upon his visage. Moreover, his own face bears numerous scars, transforming what was once a handsome countenance into a horrific visage, fueling Vic's animosity. At last, the moment has arrived. An expansive observation hockey envelopes the entire island, continuously stretching outward. Hades has discerned several warships lingering in these waters, likely awaiting something. As the situation unfolds, Hades finds an increasing sense of tranquility, as if it were of no concern to him. The attendees of the auction, representatives from various factions, remain oblivious to the fact that the entire island is now under the Navy's scrutiny. Who among them cares? The Navy remains indifferent, as does Hades. They can only fervently pray for Hades' triumph. Should Hades prevail, their losses will be minimal. However, if he fails, the entire island will face obliteration. The forces at Fort G36 comprise half the strength, while the X-36-2 and X-36-4 divisions contribute an additional half, culminating in a formidable total of 4,500 troops, not including reinforcements from forts G35 and G37. A fleet of several warships is more than sufficient to encircle the entire island. The auction sequence represented by this scythe is positioned towards the middle to the latter part, not serving as the grand finale. That honor belongs to the precious mantis fruit. It is hard to fathom that this auction diverges entirely from Hades' expectations, devoid of various rare treasures. Instead, the majority comprises arms. They are either from the god of Fire Corporation or the god of Wind Corporation, or sourced from the arms king of the underground world, resembling more of a wholesale arms fair. As the auction progressed, another renowned blade made its appearance, distinct from the one cherished by Hades. It was one of the esteemed fast blades, produced by the esteemed craftsmanship of 50 artisans. In comparison to Hades' scythe, the auction for this fast blade was evidently more fervent, ultimately fetching a staggering price of 16 million. In terms of quality, Hades' scythe undoubtedly surpasses it, yet it does not garner the same level of admiration as the fast blade. At long last, we arrive at the pièce d'arrestance of this auction, the top-tier Zoan-type devil fruit, the mantis fruit. The lengthy duration of the auction has left many feeling somewhat fatigued, yet the auctioneer exuberantly encouraged the crowd, striving to amplify the atmosphere. The vibrant green devil fruit, adorned with leaves that rise like scythes on either side, captivates the audience. This is the primary objective that resides in the hearts of many present. The starting bid is 20 million. This struck Hades as exceedingly intriguing. The future mantis fruit, a devil fruit, was typically valued at a staggering 100 million berries. Yet now it was being offered for a mere 20 million. This particular fruit, renowned among the Zoan-type devil fruits, carried significant prestige upon the seas, with its wielders generally possessing formidable strength. They included rear admirals of the Navy, notorious pirates, and formidable figures on the high seas. all of whom were notably active. History has attested to the immense power of this devil fruit. Merely chronicling the exploits of its past users would suffice for an entire tome. Had the seller not been a powerful lone wolf, this devil fruit would likely have been clandestinely seized by the forces behind the auction. Hades instinctively shifted his gaze to the rear of the auction hall, where a noble figure stood, clad in blood-red attire with crimson hair. A violet sword umbrella slung at his waist. Seemingly sensing Hades' scrutiny, the individual simultaneously turned to meet his gaze. A mutual attraction of kindred spirits ensued. Hades felt the other's arrogance, while the noble sensed Hades' domineering presence. They were, after all, the only two nobles present at this auction. Both figures who resided on the list of those not to be trifled with. Curiosity enveloped them as they regarded one another. Unable to penetrate the depths of each other's essence, they tacitly averted their gazes. Verilic Raidfield. Hades silently contemplated this name. In the future, this legendary pirate's prowess would place him alongside Roger, Shiki, and Edward Newgate, a solitary figure of the seas, the aloof Red Count, who was now beginning to make his mark upon the ocean. A creature of immense power, the moment Hades laid eyes upon him, he felt as though he were being thoroughly scrutinized. Yet, he was not. Equipped with a natural mastery of observation hockey, Hades possessed the ability to withstand Raidfield's probing gaze. That kind of mind-reading ability was undeniably overwhelming. Likewise, Raidfield experienced a peculiar sensation, his innate powers unusually rendered ineffective, as if he had encountered a kindred soul. Due to his exceedingly covert movements, Raidfield had not joined the Rock's pirates. How fascinating, he mused, a smile gracing his lips, for it was the first time he had felt such a connection. However, this was merely a fleeting interlude, as the auction continued. The price of the man's fruit steadily ascended, swiftly reaching 420 million berries. At this point, a devil fruit of considerable strength was approaching its zenith. At this moment, Hades began to comprehend the immense value of the 3 billion berries he possessed. The impending chaos of the seas had driven prices to staggering heights. However, this turmoil did not affect the kingdom of Kronos, where the primary currency was the wak, directly tied to silver, thus insulated from the devaluation of berries. Conversely, the depreciation of berries only served to enhance the worth of the wak. The more powerful the kingdom, the more independent its currency, thereby diminishing reliance on berries. The Hilton Kingdom, for instance, boasted a circulating currency, the Hygiene, that was directly linked to gold. Naturally, complete independence from berries was unattainable. Hades also intended to spend his berries swiftly, as their value would continue to plummet over the ensuing decades. The auction price for the man's fruit was rising at an ever slower pace, seemingly capped at 42 million. 50 million. Hades placed a bid, raising the amount by a staggering 8 million. A hush fell over the auction hall, as if this were the final straw that would break the camel's back. No one could contest Hades further. The mantis fruit was effortlessly secured. As he exited the auction venue, he had not walked far when alarms blared, and a throng of pirates and criminals rushed towards them, seeking refuge on the opposite side of the island. Panic ensued. The navy had arrived. The entire island was surrounded. There was no escape. The sudden news startled everyone. From their elevated vantage point, they could see naval warships patrolling the waters surrounding Kent Island, their cannons aimed menacingly at the shore. At the harbor, a fleet of naval vessels had encircled the area, placing all pirate ships and merchant vessels within cannon range. The Navy's arrival was shockingly abrupt, perfectly timed. Just as the auction was drawing to a close, the island's key figures and powerful entities had congregated within the auction hall. By the time they received the news and grasped the situation, it was already too late. The Navy had silently executed their strategy, encircling the island. "Fire!" commanded Vic, his face alight with a cruel grin as he gazed at the approaching harbor. Without the pirate ships, dealing with the island's nefarious elements would be as effortless as catching fish in a barrel. Boom, boom. The cannons roared in unison, and shells rained down upon the harbor like meteors descending from the heavens. In this scene, the pirates at the port flee in a state of utter panic, disregarding even their ships. Faced with such relentless bombardment, survival is an impossibility. The destructive force is overwhelming. Boom. The explosion reaches almost skyward. Within just 3 rounds of cannon fire, 90% of the vessels in the port have been obliterated. Smoke billows as the warships slowly approach, crushing the remaining debris. Navy personnel disembark from the ships in formation, swiftly seizing control of the port of Kent Island. Leading the charge are 3 vice admirals, with Vic at the forefront. Their mission, to capture the son of Jaeger and cleanse the island. Vic gazes at the fleeing pirates in the distance, solidifying the overall tone of this operation. Henry and Caecilius do not dispute. This mission is inherently under Vic's command, and his strength surpasses theirs. Report, Admiral. The two targets seem to be approaching us through the central street. The Navy lookout spots Hades and Titan from a distance. Amidst the smoke, the naval battleships anchored at the port relentlessly bombard the island. Buildings crumble. Unfortunate souls are sent soaring into the sky by the blasts. Flames engulf the surroundings. And it appears the Navy has no intention of allowing the island's inhabitants to survive. However, the Navy's arrival is so swift that the various factions on the island have yet to organize any resistance. At this moment, a peculiar scene unfolds on the street. Almost everyone is fleeing in the opposite direction of the Navy, while Hades and Titan walk resolutely down the center of the street, their destination clearly the port. Hades and Titan move in tandem, with the throngs of people parting around them as if an invisible force repels them, causing those who approach to instinctively veer aside. Are they seeking direct confrontation with the Navy? Concealed in the shadows, Ladefield observes the two figures from a distance, pondering to himself. Even from afar, he can sense the suppressed fury and murderous intent radiating from Hades. He has no desire to stir up trouble or clash with the Navy, after all. The funds from the auction of the mantis fruit are already secured. He initially intended to find a small boat and depart, but curiosity at their actions compels him to linger. With his strength, he could leave at any moment, yet he wishes to witness the enigmatic pair's performance. They are approaching voluntarily? The intelligence relayed to Vic and his companions comes as a surprise. Such confidence. It seems they are oblivious to the identities of their adversaries. The three vice admirals possess absolute confidence, unaware of the possibility of defeat. Perfect. I shall handle this one. You can choose the other, Vic declares, eager to eliminate this threat swiftly to avoid future complications. Titan. Hades extended his hand, and Titan seamlessly retrieved the box containing the scythe. With a powerful punch, Hades struck the box, shattering it and allowing his fist to pierce through the wooden enclosure, firmly grasping the scythe's handle. With a vigorous flick of his arm, the ensuing eruption of armed color hockey obliterated the wooden box, revealing the scythe within. To seemingly safeguard the purchaser from the dangers of this cursed weapon, the entire blade was wrapped in thick bandages. However, such precautions were unnecessary for Hades, and the bandages fell away as he seized the blade with a firm grip. One could distinctly feel the scythe quivering violently, as if in defiance against Hades' armed color hockey. A nearly frenzied intent to kill surged forth, resisting the invasion of Hades' hockey. The will contained within the scythe poured into Hades' mind, inundating him with the anguished wails of countless deceased souls. The very essence of slaughter and death assaulting him on an existential level. Truly, this cursed blade sought to dominate Hades. Yet, how could he allow such a thing? A far more powerful surge of armed color hockey erupted forth, flooding the interior of the scythe, subduing its will and relentlessly refining it, leaving behind Hades' indelible mark upon this malevolent weapon. This is a true harbinger of slaughter, a terrifying will to kill that has even influenced its previous master, the King of Carnage. With a fully realized consciousness of its own, how could it possibly submit so easily after centuries of silence? The more Hades suppresses it, the more fervent its resistance becomes. Be obedient, he commands. Submit willingly. Its defiance only serves to amuse Hades, yet the unrelenting rebellion is beginning to test his patience. A terrifying aura erupts in an instant, directed towards the scythe, as he employs his armed color to suppress the will contained within the blade. A ghastly, grayish-white power of death emanates from Hades, enveloping his arm and spreading relentlessly throughout the scythe. Under the weight of Hades' imposing presence, the scythe's will is instantaneously subdued, retracting back into the blade itself. Overwhelmed by the dreadful potency of the deathly force, it trembles in sheer terror. At this moment, it has truly submitted. Acknowledging Hades as the one capable of mastering its existence, it displays an extraordinary compliance, no longer resisting the refinement of the armed color domineering. It exists merely as a simple consciousness, a demonic blade continuously metamorphosing from the essence of slaughter. As long as one is stronger than it, submission is inevitable. If one falls short, they shall be dominated and controlled by it. The formidable nature of a renowned blade lies not only in its impenetrable material and unparalleled sharpness, but also in its ability to enhance the combat prowess of its wielder. Within their cores resides the wisdom of all past owners, the insights of swordsmen into the way of the sword, with remnants of sword intent preserved. Through this sword intent, rapid advancement in the path of the sword can be fostered, and it may even assist certain swordsmen in transcending to the realm of sword masters or even grand sword masters. After all, the more prestigious the blade, the greater the strength of the swordsmen who have wielded it, and the richer the experiences from which they can draw and learn. Although it is not a renowned blade, countless acts of slaughter have birthed within it a killing aura akin to sword intent, significantly amplifying its lethality. Essentially, all demonic blades possess a similar power. The ashen white force of death intertwines with the sanguine aura of slaughter, continuously swirling around the scythe. The intermingling of grayish-white and crimson light, under the relentless refinement of the domineering aura, disperses the dust settled upon the surface of the scythe. The weapon of slaughter, long shrouded in silence for centuries, has finally unveiled its rightful brilliance. With a sharp cry, the blade emitted a piercing shriek as Hades wielded it, almost as if it were exultant. From this moment forth, you shall be named Nightmarish. Prepare to taste blood, Hades declared with fervor, the scythe and its wielder seemingly merging into a singular entity. As he swung Nightmarish, a razor-sharp glimmer sliced through the air, cleaving the structures on either side in twain, which promptly crumbled into ruins. With Nightmarish in hand, Hades found his combat style rendered more versatile, its quality rivaling that of the 21 masterful blades, even capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the finest of craftsmanship. Hades discerned the approaching figure. The island was modest in size, and soon the individual stood before him. By a twist of fate, Hades encountered Vic at a circular plaza on Kin Island. Dominating the center was a statue of a saintly maiden, an unsettling presence in such a nefarious locale. Its existence was inherently illogical. At first glance, Hades recognized Vic, who equally identified him in an instant. You little brat, has this weapon bestowed upon you confidence? This will not alter your impending fate. Prepare to face the righteous retribution. Vic's glare bore the weight of lethal intent. To the untrained eye, his hostility might seem unfathomable. After all, was it not merely a mark left by Nyx? Many in the Navy bore far stranger visages. Who would have imagined that Vic's greatest pride had once been his visage, now reduced to a source of mockery? As a promising vice admiral, he had aspired to court a noble-born military beauty. A successful union would have elevated him to greater heights. Yet, that dream was shattered by Nyx, resulting not only in the loss of love, but also the forfeiture of his future. That was indeed his destiny. Given his potential, he had already reached his zenith. Ascending to the rank of admiral seemed virtually impossible, unless an extraordinarily powerful devil fruit capable of instigating a remarkable transformation were to appear before him. The loss of love rendered him a laughingstock within the ranks, as many had once envied him. Such an experience has transformed a hawkish individual into an unequivocal, even extreme proponent of militarism. Though the reason behind Admiral Vic's profound animosity remains elusive, the intensity of his sentiments is unmistakable. And there is no necessity for one to heed the opinions of a deceased individual. Casting a glance at the other two admirals, who exuded mediocrity and lacked strength, one cannot help but question their origins. Titan, the rest are in your capable hands. This foe is mine to confront, Hades declared calmly, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the other admirals, which only served to incite the ire of some naval officers. Titan, choosing brevity, opted to express his stance through action. At that moment, a contingent of individuals surged forth behind Hades, encompassing pirate crews, underground factions, lone rogues, individual pirates, and even the island's denizens. Faced with the encirclement by the Navy, escape was not an option. They could only fight with utmost desperation. In a mere span of time, they had successfully consolidated their strength and regained their composure amidst the chaos. Observing Hades and Titan confronting the Navy, the sight was unexpectedly reassuring for them, particularly for the island's prominent figures who recognized the duo. After all, they were the ones who had bid 50 million for the Mantis fruit. Undoubtedly, they were formidable beings. And the ominous aura radiating from Hades and Titan was beyond question, providing a sense of security at this critical juncture. Sensing the commotion behind him, Hades turned slightly. His tone relaxed yet imbued with an undeniable authority. You have arrived just in time. The minor nuisances are yours to handle. Upon the utterance of those words, some individuals within the Navy could no longer restrain themselves. Do you truly comprehend the current circumstances? What do you take our Navy for? Major General Estain, hailing from the West Sea, serves as the aide-de-camp to Major General Henry. He is a figure of considerable stature in the West Sea. Yet upon his arrival at the Navy headquarters, he experienced a stark sense of disparity as the strength of the other major generals surpassed his own. Due to the headquarters oppression of the four seas, he has endured considerable humiliation. Many of his fellow naval officers from the four seas share a similar fate. Yet it is indeed true that their capabilities fall short. Thus, they prefer to avoid the headquarters, seeking solace in various fortresses and branches within the New World. This aligns perfectly with the sentiments of the high-ranking officials at the Navy headquarters. The navies across the four seas remain largely ignorant of the terror that is the Rocks pirates. Even those who have been warned have taken it lightly. After all, they have never truly encountered the Rocks pirates. The current skirmishes are merely minor inconveniences, failing to exert any significant pressure upon them. Ista, hailed as a genius in the four seas, feels utterly diminished upon arriving at headquarters. Having endured suppression for far too long, he can no longer tolerate the audacious words of a young upstart like Hades. His confidence in his own abilities fuels his belief that he can easily handle this obscure youth. Suddenly, Ista strikes, leaving no time for intervention. His form vanishes from sight as he propels himself forward with remarkable speed, charging straight at Hades. However, a towering figure abruptly materializes before Hades, obstructing his path. In the next instant, a forceful blow obscures his vision, crashing down upon him with tremendous might. The overwhelming force is inescapable. With a resounding crack, the horrific impact reverberates through his body, shattering his bones inch by inch. His entire being is sent hurtling back to where it came from, as he is forcefully propelled towards the Navy's ranks. What a feeble rear admiral! Is he truly an admiral? Hades cannot help but scoff, for the insignia on the uniform clearly denotes the man's rank. Yet, the rank and his actual prowess are entirely mismatched. He must be one of the naval officers from the four seas. Should we suggest to Admiral Black that their ranks be demoted by one level? Or perhaps send them back to the four seas altogether, for their presence here in the New World is indeed quite embarrassing. Such words left everyone astonished. Although the atmosphere no longer bore the sharp tension it once did, the implications were far more dire, resonating painfully in the ears of the Navy personnel. This is an attempt to sow discord within the Navy. On the surface, the internal conflicts seem to have subsided in the face of formidable adversaries. However, the tensions have intensified as the majority of the Navy's vice admirals from across the seas are stationed far from the headquarters, commanding their forces in the New World, free from the prejudices of the main office. Presently, there is a vice admiral from headquarters alongside two vice admirals from the four seas, each commanding their respective naval forces from headquarters and the four seas. Hades's words are nothing short of pouring molten oil on a raging fire. Little brat, I hope your prowess is as sharp as your tongue. Vic's gaze bore into Hades, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. Yet, in the next moment, Hades erupted with a sudden force, appearing almost imperceptibly before Vice Admiral Vic. The newly acquired nightmare displayed formidable lethality, its armed color coiling into a dark blade. The aura of slaughter intertwining with the essence of death, resembling a scythe from the depths of hell. With a powerful slash, Hades unleashed the full might of his strike, wielding nightmare like the grim reaper harvesting souls. In that instant, Vic felt his life hanging by a thread, the scythe embodying an unparalleled destructive force. His heart raced, and instinctively, he crouched down and rolled to the side, narrowly evading this deadly blow. Enough is enough. Old man, prepare to meet your demise. I shall tear your mouth apart. Every utterance of the term little brat had become increasingly irksome to Hades, fueling a profound loathing within him. These two words are indeed excruciatingly harsh. Do you truly believe yourself to be something significant? Hades could only express his fury, for he was thoroughly provoked. He could no longer endure it. All he desired was to swiftly eliminate this naval officer named Vic, not merely for the sake of his mother, but for himself as well. The sheer magnitude of his lethal intent was such that even Vic would need to evade it, let alone the vice admiral at his side. The scythe sliced through the air, a fleeting flash of crimson. Ollie. Vic did not anticipate that upon lifting his gaze, he would be met with such a harrowing scene, eliciting a painful exclamation. Ollie was his most trusted vice admiral, and in the blink of an eye, he had been separated by death. Meanwhile, Ollie felt as though he were soaring, until he beheld his own headless body, at which point he realized that he had perished. The battle is far from over. Hades unleashed a formidable crescent strike, merging the essence of slaughter with the power of death. The several dozen naval officers behind Ollie found themselves within the reach of this devastating blow. The sheer force of the cut cleaved their bodies asunder, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, sensing Hades' wrath, Titan continued his assault, delivering a crushing blow that felled Vice Admiral Lopez, the deputy of Admiral Casillas. Casillas was powerless to intervene, forced to witness as Lopez's body sank deeply into the ground. His breath grew increasingly feeble, clearly on the brink of death. It is worth noting that Titan's hammer was laced with numerous spikes to enhance its lethality. One by one, these spikes pierced Lopez's body, with one striking directly into his heart. Titan's overwhelming strength was evident, fixated on Casillas, who found himself at an absolute disadvantage in this confrontation. Casillas dared not engage Titan directly, for he had experienced the crushing weight of absolute suppression. Even a single clash threatened to shatter his bones, leaving him to expend every ounce of his strength just to withstand the onslaught. Only when Admiral Henry joined the fray did he find a modicum of relief, though it was merely a slight reprieve. Titan's power was indisputably tyrannical. His movements were swift, and his body, harder than steel and fortified by the armament hockey, bore no scars from the attacks of the two admirals. Having been tempered by the trials of Ruscana Island, Titan was on an entirely different level of strength compared to these two admirals from the Four Seas. Both Henry and Casillas fully realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. This is not an unripe young tiger, but rather a youthful dragon, already casting shadows of a future that could shake the world. The gusts generated by the swing of the golden hammer seemed to threaten to tear everything apart, causing a subtle pain to their faces. Titan is far from resembling a mere 16-year-old. His immense physique, impenetrable defenses, and terrifying strength render him a formidable monster, akin to an earthly deity of calamity. Where could you possibly hide? Titan's mind is rather uncomplicated. Having followed Hades since the tender age of 6, his education has been severely limited, with the Tartaros family imposing deliberate restrictions in that regard. Yet, his thinking remains entirely normal. He has been cultivated purely as a superlative warrior, reminiscent of the infamous warrior Cao Cao's beloved tiger. He requires no authority or position. He simply needs to be by Hades' side, standing in front of him, annihilating all foes that dare to obstruct Hades' path. However, the malice radiating from him instills terror. The two naval vice admirals have no desire to confront Titan head-on, for that would lead to their own demise. Faced with Titan, Henry and Casillas can only manage a feeble resistance, with two rear admirals already serving as grim reminders. The rest of the Navy is utterly outmatched. One strike, two strikes, foes are sent flying, crashing into the ground, their bodies deformed, heads obliterated. In the blink of an eye, dozens of naval officers have met their tragic ends at Titan's hands. His undeniable power instills fear in the Navy and invigorates the various factions on the island amidst their trepidation. Kill this group of Navy men who dare invade our Kent Island. Once you arrive, do not leave. The sounds of gunfire echo incessantly, placing the Navy at a distinct disadvantage. Criminals, pirates, and gang members brandish their weapons and rush forward to clash with the Navy. Your Highness commands your demise. Can you not simply accept your fate? Have you heard the order to perish? Titan's relentless slaughter primarily targets the two naval vice admirals, Henry and Casillas. He remains oblivious to their names, showing utter indifference. Some individuals are merely a waste of air. Those who are visually displeasing shall be dealt with. These were the words spoken by Hades, which the Titan remembered. In his eyes, the situation regarding these two navies was dire. He vowed to annihilate them. The Titan could vividly sense Hades' fury, an overwhelming wrath, and an unyielding desire for destruction. Hades' will was his own. He sought to obliterate everything and vanquish all naval forces. In a terrifying outburst, the Titan propelled himself like a cannonball, his feet striking the air and creating evident ripples. The ground beneath him shattered as if it had endured a cataclysmic impact. Possessing formidable talent in combat, the Titan initially set his sights on the rear admiral, Henry. These two individuals are evenly matched. Thus, it is prudent to address one first. Heavenly Tiger Hunt. Titan's deep voice, coupled with his formidable presence, instills an overwhelming sense of pressure. The dark, malevolent aura entwined with his armed hockey envelopes his dual hammers. Titan's hammers appear to be ablaze with a dark crimson flame. This is the flowing hockey, emanating a ferocious and terrifying aura akin to that of a savage beast, coalescing to form a grotesque visage of a tiger's head, unleashing a roar befitting the king of all beasts. With a single strike, even if he were to survive, he would lose half of his life. Henry realized this and desperately sought to evade the blow, his figure vanishing in an instant. Yet, just as he reappeared several dozen meters away, a massive shadow enveloped his body. The speed of the Titan surpassed his own. Where could you possibly flee? A calm voice resonated in Henry's ears. His entire body stiffened, a chilling sensation coursing through him, as if his very blood were freezing. With a roar, akin to a tiger's cry, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Henry raised his arms with all his might to defend himself, but within a mere breath, his trembling limbs, fingers, hands, and arms began to shatter inch by inch. His knees slammed harshly against the ground, fissures appearing on his skin, blood oozing forth. It was as if a colossal adult were overpowering a mere child. The monstrous force instantaneously crushed the spirit and body of Major General Henry. The earth trembled violently, a catastrophic blow causing the surrounding terrain to buckle upwards in countless jagged pieces. The dreadful shockwaves spread out like a relentless tide. The mere oscillation rendered many unable to stand, some even caught in its wake. Raising the bloodied hammer, beneath it lay a figure devoid of life. The Navy Major General Henry was no more. Henry. Major General Cassius witnessed this scene, his body trembling uncontrollably, gripped by profound fear, his heart already in shambles. This is a monster. I should never have come. General Cassius stood rigidly in place, his expression vacant. The chasm of disparity rendered any glimmer of hope invisible to him. While on the other side, Vic found himself ensnared in a fierce struggle. At this moment, Cassius was engulfed in regret, lamenting his ill-fated decision to wade into this turbulent waters. Yet, it was too late. One admiral had been brutally slain in a single blow, while another displayed such a pitiful state that the morale of the surrounding sailors plummeted. Without a moment's pause after dispatching one, Titan appeared before Cassius. He offered no resistance. Unable even to harness his hockey, his spirit had already crumbled. Both armament and observation hockey seemed to have vanished from his being. Unless he could muster the strength to rally, Titan would afford him no opportunity. Lacking the protection of armament hockey, Titan found it all too effortless to deal with him. A formidable strike met Cassius's head directly. Undoubtedly, blood-spattered, and a headless corpse was driven into the ground. Two of the three strongest forces of the Navy had fallen. Departing far too early and succumbing far too swiftly, Titan stood unmoving, instilling fear in all who dared approach him. None wished to endure the terror of his mighty blow, unless they sought death. Numerous pirates and criminals found themselves inadvertently caught in the crossfire. They understood that although Hades and his companion were, for the time being, enemies of the Navy, it did not imply they were allies. That monster cared little for their survival. In the New World, a Navy admiral was a formidable force, capable of commanding respect. Even if Henry and Cassius were deemed ineffective, they were still admirals. Yet, these two admirals had so easily fallen to Titan's might. It was not a matter of their weakness, but rather Titan's overwhelming strength. His power, physicality, the quality of his hockey, and his mastery of technique conferred upon him a comprehensive advantage, resulting in absolute dominance. It was evident that the scales of war had tilted entirely in favor of the Navy's adversaries. Truly a monster. As a fellow monster, Radefield could not help but acknowledge the terror of Titan's strength. Moreover, that seemingly impenetrable physical defense reminded him of the innate destroyer, Charlotte Linlin, who now shone brilliantly within the Rock's pirates. However, there remained a distinction. Linlin was indeed an innate destroyer. Nonetheless, he held unwavering confidence in his own abilities. For him, this battle felt more akin to a performance. It appeared that the Navy's operation was destined for failure, a pity indeed, to encounter two such monsters. Riderfield pondered with a sense of nostalgia, perceiving the unfolding events solely from the perspective of an observer. He could sense that Titan was not exerting his full strength, as within him lay a formidable power, likely a potent devil fruit. Unbeknownst to him, the Navy's objective had always been to target Hades and his companion, despite his musings. Receiving such acknowledgement from Riderfield was a source of pride for Titan. The haughty Riderfield reserved his regard for only a select few. Moreover, he merely recognized Titan's potential, while the power he currently exhibited did not command Riderfield's utmost attention. Meanwhile, the clash between Hades and Admiral Vic of the Navy was intensely fierce, with Hades evidently gaining the upper hand. The nightmare in Hades' grasp resembled a soul-binding chain, relentlessly siphoning Vic's life force. The lethal scythe. With each strike, Vic narrowly evaded calamity, as Hades had yet to master the weapon he had just acquired. As the battle wore on, it became increasingly apparent that Hades was inflicting mounting pressure on Vic, gradually leaving him with injuries. Vic was indeed a formidable adversary, possessing exquisite martial skills, mastery of dual hockey, and a wealth of combat experience. He had long been stationed on the front lines of the New World, combating pirates, and ranked among the top within the Marine headquarters. Yet, that was merely the extent of it. The more the battle progressed, the more turmoil brewed within Vic's heart. What manner of monster was he facing? He was but 14 years old. His hockey, honed through years of rigorous training, seemed to pale in comparison, perhaps even surpassed by Titan's innate prowess. In terms of sheer strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. Hades' combat experience was equally extensive, always discerning Vic's intentions and possessing sufficient means to counter them. The son of Jaeger. At that moment, he truly comprehended the profound significance encapsulated in the word son of Jaeger. A nightmare slicing through the air, a razor-sharp scythe, capable of shattering even his armed color's domineering presence. Coupled with Hades' seemingly youthful yet remarkably seasoned combat style, his body bore numerous grotesque wounds. Each strike drained a portion of his blood through the gaping lacerations. An eerie crimson light flickered above the nightmare, reveling in the exhilaration of siphoning energy from the blood. The instinctual thirst for blood heightened its fervor, intensifying the aura of carnage that erupted around it. Vic felt a discomfort he had never experienced before. Every intention to fight was nearly transparent, leaving him with no room for resistance. He had contemplated counterattacking, yet no matter how he moved, Hades effortlessly evaded his every effort. Even when he managed to strike Hades directly, an invisible force rendered him incapable of consolidating his strength, diminishing his attacks until he could not even wound Hades. He was at a loss for understanding. It felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. The clash of dominances was commonplace. Yet he never anticipated that someone could exhibit a softer aspect of their domineering presence rather than sheer hardness. He realized he had to retaliate, otherwise, he would surely fall to this adversary. Flying finger gun. Vic harnessed his fingernail as a conduit, unleashing a formidable strike from an angle unseen by Hades, striving to turn the tide in his favor. At such a close distance, the slicing air was palpable, even evoking a sense of life-threatening peril in Hades. There was no room for evasion at this proximity. Perhaps this was what Vice Admiral Vic had in mind, but Hades had no intention of complying. Familiar with this maneuver, he had already anticipated Vic's move. Soaring Dragon. Slash. Hades' graceful figure effortlessly dodged the attack, instantaneously reappearing to Vic's right. A triumphant smile gracing his face as he brandished the nightmare. This is bad. Vic's heart sank, but it was too late. Instinctively, he made a short-range maneuver to evade the fatal strike. However, the extreme crimson light easily penetrated his form. One arm was propelled skyward by an overwhelming force. Crashing to the ground, Vic's entire right arm vanished, leaving behind an empty void from which blood gushed uncontrollably. Intense agony permeated his entire being. The force of death invaded his body through the flesh, the vitality at the wound gradually waning and being stripped away. The entire wound began to rot, exuding an ominous aura. It was akin to an overture. The latent power of death concealed within Vic's myriad of minor wounds was triggered, unleashing torrents of death energy that consumed Vic's blood and vitality, corroding his very being. The ebb and flow of this death energy, governed by Hades, was entirely under his control. Accompanied by the excruciating agony of a severed limb, Vic seemed to endure the torment akin to that of purgatory. He strained to summon his vitality to mend his wounds, employing the power of armed color hockey to repel this dreadful force. Visibly, Vic's stamina was being drained at an alarming rate. Although his injuries had somewhat healed, the scars left behind remained impervious to recovery. The depletion of his life force rendered Vic seemingly a decade older, his face becoming marred with numerous wrinkles. In that moment, Vic appeared grotesque, resembling a monster. The terrifying nature of the death fruit became undeniably apparent, catching Vic utterly off guard. Hades observed Vic's struggle in silence, refraining from further action. For he wished to torment this wretch as much as possible, allowing him to perish in extreme agony. At this moment, Hades unleashed the full extent of the powers bestowed by the death fruit. A dense aura of death enveloped him, wrapping around Hades like a shroud. Armed with his nightmarish abilities, he appeared as a harbinger of death itself. Yet, Vic did not relent. His figure vanished in an instant, darting with remarkable speed toward the severed arm. As a master of martial arts, the loss of an arm bore a significant toll, severely diminishing his combat prowess. At this moment, Vic could no longer disregard the formidable strength of the son of Jaeger, whom he had once underestimated. It was undeniable that this individual was a monster, and Vic realized that he was no match for him. Therefore, he resolved to conserve his strength as much as possible and endure. Even now, a flicker of hope resided in his heart. That hope lay in the presence of Admiral Day Tiger Davis, a fellow Hawk. Vic was acutely aware of Davis's prowess. As the pinnacle of combat strength, failure was simply not an option for him. As long as he could hold out until Admiral Day Tiger's arrival, victory would still belong to the Navy. What he needed to do now was to delay, to persistently stretch out the time. This was the only course of action available to him. Prior to that, he needed to reclaim his arm. His intentions were swiftly perceived by Hades, who dealt a fatal blow, forcing Vic to retreat. The arm, incessantly oozing blood, was firmly pinned down by Hades' foot, utterly extinguishing any hope Vic had of reattaching it. As the power of death coursed through Hades' foot, it relentlessly eroded the arm, and soon it transformed entirely into bone. In this scenario, the possibility of Victor reattaching his severed arm has been utterly extinguished. While it is conceivable to reattach a limb, such a feat, akin to the profound mastery of life restoration techniques, can only be achieved at a certain level of expertise. Nevertheless, once severed, an arm remains irreparably lost. Even if it were to be reattached, it would never regain its former dexterity. It is certainly preferable to being entirely without an arm. Ah, are you still struggling? Those two worthless beings from afar have perished. How much longer can you endure? Immersed in the throes of crisis, Victor possesses neither the energy nor the focus to regard the unfolding battles elsewhere. Hades' words sent a shiver through Victor's heart, prompting him to turn and gaze into the distance, where he could sense neither Henry nor Caecilius, only the imposing form of the Titan, reminiscent of a demonic deity. This news is utterly shocking, causing a fleeting moment of disorientation for Vic. He finds himself in an unequivocally disadvantageous position, with the deaths of the other two generals weighing heavily on him. How has the situation deteriorated to such an alarming extent in such a brief span? The Navy on the island has completely succumbed to peril, subjected to relentless slaughter, with the echoes of despair incessantly reaching his ears. An opportunity. The impact of verbal assaults is proving remarkably effective. Hades, naturally, seizes this moment, gripping the hilt of his blade and sweeping the nightmare upwards from below. The cold, glinting edge precisely severs Vic's other arm. Ah! Vic cries out in anguish. The specter of death once again invades Vic's very being. At this moment, Vic truly found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, resigned to Hades' whims. Suppressing the agony, Vic slowly lifted his head, embodying the posture of a defeated soul, his grotesque visage prompting Hades to furrow his brow. Why? Why not kill me? Vic's voice emerged hoarse, tinged with an unsettling age. The blade that had just struck him could have easily found its mark upon his skull, ending his life. Yet, Hades refrained from such an act. Why not kill you? No, of course, you must die. But not yet. Your time has not come. In response to Vic's inquiry, a gentle smile graced Hades' features, though to Vic, it appeared somewhat terrifying. Watch closely. I grant you a little more time to live, allowing you to be the last to perish. Be grateful for my mercy. Upon hearing Hades' words, Vic's emotions surged with unmatched fervor. Kill me now, you demon. He understood all too well Hades' malevolent intentions. This was no gift, but a form of torment, compelling him to witness the demise of all the Navy before his very eyes. Such actions are tantamount to delivering a severe blow to both body and spirit, leaving him unable to find peace even in death. In a fit of rage, Vic charged towards Hades, his eyes wide with fury, teeth clenched tightly, determined to bite Hades even without his arms. A futile struggle. Observing the approaching Vic, Hades disdainfully shook his head, wielding his nightmare to swiftly sever Vic's legs in an instant. With his body utterly devoid of support, he collapsed to the ground. All his limbs severed, the excruciating pain urged Vic to wish for immediate death, yet he found himself unable to escape that fate. The formidable vitality of a vice admiral kept him stubbornly aware. The sounds of fallen Marines echoed in his ears, each one striking him like a needle. The Navy stationed at the port had perished beyond any hope of revival, as Titan unleashed a dense cloud of toxic mist, a potent vapor capable of corroding even steel, effortlessly stripping away the lives of the sailors. The entire port had transformed into a forbidden zone, deterring anyone from daring to approach. This is far from over. Hades seeks to leave no survivors. The naval warships encircling the islands shall not be spared either. Amidst the toxic mist, a terrifyingly colossal shadow suddenly emerges. Titan unfurls his wings, transforming into his complete beastly form, embodying the insatiable devourer. With a gaping maw, he voraciously consumes the naval vessels docked along the shore, drawing them into his vast interior. Simultaneously, the toxic fog spreads swiftly, enveloping each ship. Damn it! What is that creature? Open fire! Within the poisonous haze lurks some monstrous entity, a piercing roar reverberating through the air, causing their very souls to tremble. To maintain the air of enigma surrounding his powers, Titan conceals his transformed visage beneath a shroud of toxic mist. Shells are unleashed towards the fog, but they vanish into the depths of the sea, yielding no response. The miasma encroaches rapidly, enveloping the warships, ensuring that the crew witnesses one of the most horrifying sights of their lives. What manner of beast is this? Then, silence descends. The entire vessel, along with its crew, is devoured by Titan. With the consumption of all naval ships, the possibility of retreat for the island's forces is extinguished, leaving them to struggle in agonizing despair. Titan returns to Hades' side, quietly observing the final clash. Some individuals have ceased their actions, yet dare not approach. They are acutely aware of the terrifying prowess exhibited by Titan and Hades. The fallen Rear Admiral Henry, Rear Admiral Caecilius, and the barely surviving Rear Admiral Vic, each renowned as formidable warriors in these waters, succumbed with alarming ease. As the last Marine collapses, Hades strides forward, applauding with a sinister smile. His gaze fixed upon Rear Admiral Vic, bestowing upon him an unending humiliation. Now, powerless to act, Vic can only glare fiercely at Hades, cursing him with wild abandon. Congratulations to you, the final survivor. However, allow me to see you off on your final journey. Hades approaches Vic, bending slightly to look down upon him. Furthermore, let me share a piece of news with you. The Admiral of the Day Tiger you so eagerly awaited shall not arrive. As for the reason, ponder it when you reach the depths below. Hades chuckles softly, shattering the last flicker of hope that resided within Vic. This glimmer of hope is torn to shreds. Standing tall, Hades places a foot upon Vic's head, pressing down with force, causing the ground to tremble and crack beneath him. This continued for quite some time, inflicting the final agony upon Vic. At last, with a crisp sound, Hades exhaled, stepping over Vic's lifeless body as he made his way toward the harbor. Titan silently followed in Hades' wake. As they passed Vic's corpse, Titan, confronting this wretched man who had relentlessly provoked and insulted their lord, delivered a powerful kick, sending the mangled body flying 100 meters away. Vic was indeed a formidable warrior, but merely in the context of this vast ocean. In the eyes of Hades and Titan, he did not even possess the merit to earn their respect. The fierce battle concluded. The outcome defied the expectations of the majority. Observing the departing figures of Hades and Titan, the various factions on the island, pirates and residents alike, were filled with a profound sense of awe. They had prepared themselves for a desperate struggle against the Navy, yet the process had proven unexpectedly effortless. After all, the three admirals, those formidable forces, had been dealt with by Hades and Titan, leaving behind a demoralized navy that stood no chance against them. Two more monsters were set to take the stage. Concealed in the shadows, Rightful mused, his heart remarkably tranquil. He had no intention of engaging in discourse with Hades. There was nothing worthwhile to discuss. Rightful was inherently proud, viewing this war merely as an exquisite performance. With the matter resolved, he chose not to linger, turning away to continue his aimless wanderings across the sea. This marks the initial intersection between the two individuals. The formidable Hades, having vanquished Admiral Vic, seemingly released a pent-up turmoil that had long resided within him, leaving him exhilarated beyond measure. Despite Hades's previous disregard for him, this battle served as a testament to his true capabilities, providing clarity regarding his standing in the hierarchy of power. He became acutely aware of the terrifying potential harbored within his own physique. The typical admiral of the Navy was now far beneath him. Meanwhile, on the island, a hidden journalist captured the unfolding events, their body drenched in sweat from a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Gripping their camera tightly, they seemed to safeguard something profoundly precious. Although they narrowly escaped a brush with death, the ultimate outcome was undeniably worthwhile. A significant story, indeed. The journalist was overwhelmed with a surge of excitement, for an opportunity to amass wealth overnight had presented itself. Initially, the naval assault on Kent Island seemed to be noteworthy news, but it ultimately culminated in an astonishing revelation. Two formidable monsters emerged, resulting in the demise of 3 vice admirals, while the remaining Marines faced total annihilation. What could possibly be more shocking than this news? In this moment, the Navy has undoubtedly been humiliated. 2 formidable young titans have emerged, likely to rival the likes of Shiki and Charlotte Linlin, new luminaries of the Rocks pirates. One must never underestimate the vast legion of journalists whose presence permeates the entire world. The profession of journalism itself is a widely embraced pursuit upon the seas, fundamentally revolving around the trade of information. Some intelligence possesses astonishing value, and the news acquired today undoubtedly warrants a place on the front page of any newspaper. For this journalist, it is akin to ascending to the heavens, potentially becoming a hotshot in the realm of news. Human nature is inherently greedy. Having obtained a morsel, one craves even more. Observing the retreating figures of Hades and his companions, the journalist stealthily trailed behind, eager for further intelligence, identity, names. Upon reaching the port, Hades sensed the presence of an individual following them. He frowned slightly and cast a glance at Titan. Understanding Hades' intent, Titan shot a glance behind him, his eyes flashing with a brutal glint. The dissipated poisonous mist re-emerged, emanating from Titan's form. The rapidly spreading miasma swiftly enveloped the entire port once more. The noxious fog obscured visibility, and those who had witnessed its terror scrambled desperately to retreat. However, the journalists and pirates trailing behind them stood little chance of escape, as their speed paled in comparison to the expanding fog. With cries of anguish echoing, one figure after another succumbed to the torment of death. The corrosive mist, capable of eroding even steel, was insurmountable for the ordinary. They paid dearly for their avarice. Simultaneously, Titan's tactic was devised to deal with those of impure motives. In relation to this island, neither Hades nor Titan ever aspired to be virtuous, nor did they wish to project such an image. The ensuing spectacle was one they preferred to keep hidden from outsiders. The range of the poisonous fog unleashed by Titan was confined solely to the port area. As long as one maintained their distance, they would remain unharmed. Should an unfortunate incident occur, they could only blame their ill fortune. Their departure had already been arranged, with their means of escape having been secured by Titan beforehand. Beyond the shroud of the toxic miasma, the internal happenings remained obscured from view. Titan then assumed his complete beastly form, revealing a gaping maw reminiscent of an abyss, as a medium-sized Navy warship plummeted into the sea. The massive impact sent forth a deluge of water, disturbing the coastal waters and stirring tumultuous waves. These colossal items can only be stored after Titan undergoes complete beastification. Indeed, we are referring to naval warships. Each large naval vessel represents an immense fortune, akin to high-value currency upon the ocean's expanse. The construction of each ship requires a staggering 40 million berries. With formidable firepower, they can accommodate up to 800 Marines. In contrast, a medium-sized warship, capable of housing 200 Marines, demands 10 million berries, while a small vessel necessitates 5 million berries. To have Titan retrieve these ships without inflicting harm upon them is akin to seizing wealth effortlessly, not to mention the superior performance of the naval warships themselves. Their resale value is astronomical. For various factions upon the sea, the allied nations are highly coveted assets. This also serves as the foundation for the Navy's dominance over pirates in naval warfare, as they are firmly rooted in the sea. Even if one possesses wealth, acquiring such a vessel proves exceedingly difficult. The extraction of this medium-sized naval warship does not imply that Hades and his companions intend to commandeer it. In this contemporary era, it is simply impossible for just two individuals to operate a ship. What is required is merely a small craft from within the medium-sized warship. They will extract the small boat and subsequently reintegrate the medium-sized warship back into the voracious space. Such abilities, Hades is reluctant to reveal for the time being, striving to maintain an air of enigma. As the small vessel departs the harbor, it sails towards the next island, shrouded in toxic mists, resembling a ghostly ship. Shortly after Hades' departure, Kent Island commenced its restoration efforts, rebuilding structures ravaged by battle and corroded by the noxious fog. Concurrently, a series of unspoken skirmishes and struggles for dominance began to unfold. This is a significant upheaval, with many factions suffering considerable losses. Even though the Navy's elite forces were primarily dealt with by Hades and Titan, the remaining Navy is not an easy adversary to confront. In such circumstances, there are those who hope to redistribute the interests on the island. The only reliable recourse lies in war and one's own strength. In the chaotic underworld, such situations are all too common. Each tremor signals a reshuffling of power. What matters is the extent of the tremor's influence. Even the pirates, whether hired by underground factions to engage in battle or merely seeking to benefit from the turmoil, are present. A figure swiftly darted through the air, descending upon Kent Island. With a commanding gaze from above, The state of the island was laid bare. Had the battle concluded? The air was thick with smoke, and numerous structures lay in ruins, reminiscent of destruction wrought by corrosive forces. Countless bodies clad in Navy uniforms littered the ground, their numbers substantial. Yet, from this alone, it was impossible to discern the full tale of what transpired. Touching down in the heart of the street, an invisible aura of authority drew the attention of those around him. Could it be the lion demon? How could such a formidable figure be present here? In an instant, astonishment spread among the onlookers, their eyes widening as they were involuntarily captivated by Shiki's formidable presence. Adorned in a yellow kimono, 2 swords at his waist, and with short golden hair, lacking the future's dense mane reminiscent of a lion, he nonetheless bore a shadow of the overwhelming charisma that would one day engulf the world. Indeed, the visitor was Shiki. His appearance, however, was not without its imperfections. He bore significant injuries, a testament to a fierce battle endured prior to his arrival. Tell me, what has transpired on this island? Shiki's gaze fell upon one of the pirates, his voice a low, commanding rumble. The pirate, caught in Shiki's intense stare, felt his heart leap into his throat, paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. Observing this reaction, Shiki let out a cold snort, his gaze sharpening. In a flash, a blade of light sliced through the air as he drew his long sword with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, cleaving through the pirate's torso. To the others, Shiki's movement was a blur. Blood sprayed forth as a deep gash appeared at the pirate's waist, swiftly severing him in two. My patience is limited. Quickly, tell me what transpired before. The terrifying aura emanating from him rendered the others immobile, instilling an undeniable certainty that, should he desire, Shiki would eliminate everyone present. This was the merciless and domineering style of the pirate known as the lion demon, Shiki. In a desperate bid to preserve their lives, one after another, they eagerly divulged the information they possessed. Before long, Shiki had grasped the entirety of the situation, primarily concerning Hades and Titan. Upon learning that they had effortlessly dispatched the vice admiral, an ecstatic smile spread across Shiki's face. Ha ha ha. What a pity I couldn't meet them in person. It was noteworthy that he had rushed over with great urgency after fulfilling his own mission, only to find that the son of Jaeger had concluded the battle so swiftly. It seemed yet another formidable entity had emerged, which only heightened his excitement. Another monster was poised to board the grand ship of the Rock's pirates. No, it should be two. Yet, we shall meet soon enough. Although Shiki felt a twinge of regret for not encountering Hades, he was nonetheless satisfied with the outcome. He had long been intrigued by the legends surrounding the Grim Reaper Jaeger. Furthermore, he was aware of the ambitions harbored by the crew of the Rock's pirates. Should Hades prove too weak, it would be utterly impossible for him to remain aboard the ship. Surely, some would be left disappointed, hinting at the potential for intriguing developments. Many pirates sought to use Hades as a stepping stone. Having acquired the information he desired, Shiki made his departure from Kent Island. Meanwhile, on the vast ocean, amidst a cluster of dark reefs, the formidable Admiral Davis found himself in an exceedingly dire predicament. Damn Shiki, I shall kill you. Davis seethed with fury, having been ambushed by the lion demon Shiki en route to Kent Island. Although Davis possessed greater strength, he found it impossible to suppress Shiki in aerial combat due to the latter's ability derived from the float fruit. Throughout their confrontation, he struggled to safeguard his warship. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Shiki obliterated his vessel, with all the sailors aboard, save for himself, meeting their demise and sinking into the depths of the sea. This battle, to him, was an absolute disgrace. He found himself in such a predicament, reduced to a state of utter embarrassment by a mere junior. In his eyes, Shurji was merely capitalizing on the advantages afforded by his abilities. Davis's hatred for Shurji had reached its zenith. After all, the Marines sacrificed were his loyal subordinates who had followed him for many years. What he needed to do now was to locate the nearest island and await the Navy's rescue. How could this be? Brack could hardly believe it. His right hand, which grasped the pen, trembled involuntarily. The unfolding events were beyond his expectations, the cascade of news rendering him unable to accept the reality. First, the General Chiho suffered devastating losses against the lion demon Shurji, with only one survivor remaining. How brief a time it has been. Shiki, having recently joined the Rock's pirates, was merely a figure of modest renown. Yet, in what seems to be just a few fleeting years, he has ascended to such remarkable heights. I had thought that the headquarters had afforded sufficient regard to the formidable Shiki, only to discover that I had ultimately misjudged his prowess. According to Davis's account, Shiki appears to have acquired abilities akin to those of the float fruit. This intensified the threat posed by the lion demon Shiki, rendering him a formidable adversary to the Navy. The situation on Kent Island sent a jolt of alarm through him. The Navy had intelligence personnel stationed on Kent Island, and even when the circumstances became dire, Admiral Brack had already issued orders to abandon the operation and retreat. However, it proved futile. The warships encircling the island were consecutively devoured by Titan. He recalled the voice that had come through just before the telephone bug was severed. "This is terrible. We are surrounded by a peculiar mist. It's unbearable. It's excruciating. Monsters. Monsters. The phantom beasts." From the scant intelligence available, Admiral Brack deduced the hidden abilities of Hades' guardian. What troubled him further was the overwhelming strength of Hades and that unnamed guardian, both of whom were titans among beasts. Vice Admiral Henry and Vice Admiral Cassius had no capacity for resistance against the guardian wielding twin hammers. Moreover, Vice Admiral Vic was nearly wholly subdued by the son of Jaeger. These descriptions rendered it difficult for him to believe. The defeat was so swift that even news of a retreat was not obtained. Could it be that a natural aberration like Charlotte Lingling has emerged once more? Due to the scant information available, Black's understanding of the son of Jaeger and his guard was exceedingly limited. The Navy has suffered grievously this time, with thousands of Marines lost, alongside 3 rear admirals and numerous naval officers. It has dealt a resounding slap to the face of the Navy, catching them completely off guard with a relentless series of blows. This operation was initially brimming with confidence, yet it culminated in failure. They grossly underestimated the prowess of the son of Jaeger and failed to anticipate the response of the Rocks pirates upon receiving the news, resulting in the current predicament. The Rocks pirates have emerged, targeting the Kingdom of Crodea, one of the member nations of the world government. Situated in the frontiers of the New World, near the Red Line and the Southern Doldrums, the Kingdom of Crodea is a formidable power with an army of 1.5 million, including quasi-admiral level warriors and even top-tier combatants. However, before the might of the Rocks pirates, they were utterly powerless. The entire kingdom was ravaged. At the earliest opportunity, the Kingdom of Crodea sought assistance from the world government. Yet, the Navy remained inert, or merely engaged in superficial actions. Initially, they intended to present the son of Jaeger as a scapegoat to the world government and its member nations. Now, in light of the current situation, they have nothing to show for it. It is worth noting that he had made assurances to the 5 elders, and now he feels an acute sting of humiliation. Fortunately, the royal family of Crodea managed to escape, taking with them the elite forces of the kingdom along with some treasures. In the New World, the terrifying reputation of the Rocks pirates is well known, with numerous typical cases attesting to their ferocity. Upon receiving the news, the royal family of Crodea issued a command for evacuation, deploying ordinary soldiers to delay the enemy, ultimately retreating to the Red Line with the assistance of the Navy and the army of the Red Line. As for everything else, the royal family of Crodea paid little heed, for as long as they endure, the kingdom shall persist. The vital combat strength of the kingdom remained intact. In due course, the world government will undoubtedly assist the Kingdom of Crodea in its restoration. This is an imperative duty that the world government must undertake. Each loss of a member state represents a significant detriment to the world government, akin to losing a precious treasure from the heavens. The repercussions and emotional scars inflicted upon the member states are often irreparable. Moreover, what significance does a world government hold if it cannot even safeguard its own members? Presently, all eyes are upon this situation. Black can already envision the protests from the member states directed at the Navy and the world government. The Navy's inaction will undoubtedly become the focal point of their criticism. No one would believe in a Navy that cowers in fear of pirates. Indeed, to outsiders, it appears that the Navy is intimidated by the Rocks pirates. But can he openly acknowledge this reality? In recent years, as the Navy has grappled with its disadvantage against the Loxus pirate crew, member nations have harbored a persistent mistrust towards the Navy. Although they have not severed ties with the world government, they have covertly and overtly been fortifying their own military capabilities. A substantial procurement of advanced weaponry produced by Vulcan Industries and Zephyr Corporation has been undertaken to strengthen their alliance with the Kingdom of Kronos. They have even extended invitations to certain retired naval officers to cultivate formidable talents for the kingdom. All manifestations of self-strengthening represent a profound distrust in the Navy. Humans inherently possess a sense of crisis, a sentiment that has been influenced by the relatively tranquil seas over the past years. With the resurgence of the Rocks pirates, this situation is bound to intensify. Once the crisis of trust among the allied nations reaches a certain threshold, the very existence of the world government becomes superfluous. The kingdom of Crocodia stands as a formidable power in the New World, wielding significant influence on a global scale and ranking among the foremost of allied nations in terms of national strength. If such a kingdom can be annihilated, what then becomes of the others? What thoughts must they harbor? The operational domain of the Rocks Pirates has never been confined to the New World. Their incursions have extended across the 4 seas in the first half of the Grand Line. Should the Navy capitulate to the world government, the entire world would be powerless to halt the advance of the Rocks Pirates. The recent events have utterly shattered Black's original calculations. At that moment, a confidential telephone bug on Blark's desk began to ring. His expression instantly shifted to one of grave seriousness, a wave of tension washing over him. This was no ordinary call. It connected him directly to Mariawa, the epicenter of supreme authority, the very office of the 5 elders. Gulp. Marshal Blark swallowed hard, a hint of bitterness tugging at the corners of his mouth, fully aware that the 5 elders were calling to demand accountability. As he answered the telephone bug, Blark instinctively lowered his head, adopting a posture of submission. Blark, is this the explanation you promised us? A cold, authoritative voice emanated from the device, laced with an undercurrent of fury. I deeply apologize, Lord Gabello. It is entirely my fault. Blark did not seek to offer excuses. A failure was a failure, devoid of justification. As he spoke, he bowed his head even lower. It was hard to fathom that a high-ranking admiral could be so utterly humble. This reflects a profound respect. The voice of the elder from the 5 elders carries a certain frailty, marking him as the most esteemed among them in contemporary times. He is Christo Jobilo Saint, hailing from the illustrious Christo family, with a tenure as a member of the 5 elders that spans the longest. He has reached the venerable age of 158. It can be asserted that both Black and the previous admirals have served under Jobilo Saint's esteemed leadership. With only 2 years remaining in his term, the emergence of such dire circumstances is unforeseen. Immediate remedial measures must be enacted to manifest the Navy's stance alongside the world government. Otherwise, the position of admiral will be untenable for you. The initial selection of Black as admiral was not solely based on his prowess, but also due to his commendable obedience. Over the past 2 years, the world government has invested nearly 100 billion berries to bolster the Navy's capacity to confront the Rocks Pirates, enlisting recruits and constructing naval fortresses and warships, with the Navy's annual salaries and pensions amounting to astronomical figures. It was anticipated that the Navy would deliver a satisfactory report. However, the onset has instead yielded such disconcerting news. Regardless of the circumstances, the Navy must provide an account to the world government and the member states, which in turn must also offer explanations to their constituents. Indeed, Jobilo Saint, at his advanced age, Black's fortitude has been tempered, and he does not take Jobilo Saint's threats to heart. Given the current situation, the world government is unlikely to remove him from his position, as there are numerous considerations at play. Nevertheless, Admiral Black feels the weight of significant pressure. It is impossible for him to remain unperturbed. The challenges facing the Navy are bound to intensify. Furthermore, this ordeal necessitates that the Navy take decisive action, confronting the Rocks Pirates head-on to assert their position. Naturally, they must also avoid Rocks D, Jibek, and the formidable concentration of the Rocks Pirates. With this in mind, Black opened the transponder snail. Admiral, what has transpired? Upon receiving Black's call, Kong immediately sensed that something was amiss. He succinctly recounted the failure of their recent operation. Thus, go retrieve Davis and prepare for the impending battle. Without the need for further explanation, Kong grasped Black's intent. They require a target, one of considerable strength, a key figure within the Rocks Pirates, who poses a significant threat. By utilizing this individual, they will demonstrate to the world government and the member states that the Navy is indeed trustworthy. The Navy does not fear the Rocks Pirates and possesses the capability to confront them. By circumventing the overarching threat posed by the Rocks Pirates, they must systematically dismantle the key members of this formidable crew. This is the best approach he could conceive, for the Navy is indeed no match for the Rocks Pirates. The fully assembled Rocks Pirates are undeniably formidable, unless the world government employs its hidden powers. Yet, certain forces remain dormant until a genuine threat emerges, rendering even the Gorosei incapable of mobilizing them. Who could have anticipated the Navy's dire circumstances in this era? The emergence of Rocks D. Zebek has placed the Navy and the world government in a precarious position, wielding unparalleled strength to subdue a multitude of ambitious fiends. It is common knowledge that Rocks D. Xebec is the true nucleus of the Rocks Pirates. The simplest solution to dismantling the Rocks Pirates is to eliminate Rocks D. Xebec. Once he is dealt with, the entire crew will inevitably fragment. The internal conflicts among the pirates, rife with contradictions and severe infighting, make the prospect of their unification impossible. At that juncture, the Navy would find it considerably easier to confront a disbanded crew of pirates. However, all of this hinges on the ability to neutralize the Rocks Pirates. Has the world government not attempted this? Assassinations, poisonings, and various tactics have been exhausted. They even resorted to employing a femme fatale, who, during the entertainment orchestrated by Rocks, harbored lethal poison within her, a toxin that would prove fatal upon contact. Ultimately, they failed, and while the details remain obscure, one can surmise the general course of events. At such a level, Rocks D. Xebec's Kenbunchika hockey has undoubtedly reached its zenith. His precognitive ability to sense danger allows him to evade threats with remarkable precision. The world government even arranged for a user of the Soul Fruit. As the name implies, this power connects the life of a user to another individual. Should the user perish, the person linked by the Soul Fruit would also meet their demise. Historically, the Soul Fruit has been instrumental in slaying a top-tier combatant. Yet, it proved ineffective against Rocks D. Xebec, whose overwhelmingly potent hockey has transcended all limits. He can even withstand the causality-affecting powers of such a broken devil fruit. The user of this ability met a futile end. As for sowing discord among the officers and key members of the Rocks Pirates, it bears no significance. These pirates engage in mutual slaughter and betrayal, devoid of any trust aboard their ship, enveloped in utter chaos. Everything remains within a controllable realm, for Rocks D. Xebec possesses absolute strength to suppress it all. Thus, the situation returns to its origin. The Navy's current primary strategy is to systematically eliminate the key members of the Rocks Pirates, continually weakening their forces while simultaneously bolstering the Navy's overall strength. Truly, he is my son. The news brought immense joy to Nikes, while Ananke beside her wore an expression of sheer excitement. Throughout, they harbored unwavering confidence in Hades. There could be no more fitting way to herald their debut than with such a triumphant outcome. The Rocks Pirates also received the same tidings. The entirety of the kingdom of Crotia was engulfed in chaos. Countless pirates rampaged through the realm, indulging in acts of arson, murder, and plunder. The palace, laden with the greatest wealth, along with the mansions and summer residences of the nobility, fell into the hands of the Rocks Pirates. They relentlessly looted treasures, reveling in the grand campaign that had not been witnessed in years. The pirates celebrated exuberantly on the island, hosting lavish feasts at the royal palace of Crotia. Piles of resplendent treasures formed mounds, and each pirate adorned themselves with jewelry and golden ornaments, sipping fine wine and dancing joyously. This is a revelry belonging to pirates, reigniting the long-dormant predatory nature of the Rocks Pirates. Although the vast majority of treasures have been claimed by those formidable pirates, the riches distributed among the ordinary members still constitute a substantial fortune, sufficient to indulge in leisure for an extended period. The ease with which wealth is acquired is striking for the members of the Rocks Pirates. It is precisely for this reason that countless pirates yearn to join the Rocks Pirates each year, even though many may lose their lives in the process. Yet, within these vast seas, there has never been a shortage of individuals who disregard life and death, willing to sacrifice everything for a promise of a brighter future. Such is the allure of the ocean. One must bear the consequences of their choices. Success brings boundless rewards, while failure merely leads one back to the sea. That lad truly has not disappointed me. So come forth. Rocks felt a surge of joy, receiving such news in this particular setting. What does this imply? The Rocks Pirates will soon welcome another formidable captain. Rocks D. Xebec harbors ambitions of unparalleled magnitude. Merely being the sovereign of the seas fails to satiate his aspirations. His true desire is to ascend as the king of the world. His unyielding target has always been the world government. However, he is acutely aware of the formidable strength of the world government. Even if the Rocks Pirates reach a level capable of subduing the Navy, they will still require an accumulation of greater power. Thus, he welcomes the emergence of young pirates from within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. On board, strength reigns supreme. Naive individuals find it exceedingly difficult to survive. It is commonplace for comrades to engage in fierce battles to resolve their conflicts. This vast platform resembles a breeding ground for formidable creatures, nurturing one after another into powerful kings of the goo. Shiki and Edward Newgate stand as the most remarkable creations of the Rocks Pirates in recent years. Shiki's ruthless demeanor epitomizes what it truly means to be a pirate. Edward Newgate, while harboring noble ideals, is by no means naive. Their terrifying potential and strength have allowed them to rise above countless other pirates. As for Charlotte Limlin, she is a born monster, establishing her dominance within the Rocks Pirates from the very beginning. Countless others have fallen by the wayside, many of whom possess potential rivaling that of Shiki and Newgate. Yet, failure is failure, and the number of young pirates sacrificed in this relentless pursuit is staggering. Potential does not guarantee that one can reach such heights, nor does it ensure the ability to transform potential into tangible strength. It is precisely amidst such fierce internal strife that true monsters emerge. Lured by treasures, the brutal ethos has forged the Rocks Pirates into a gathering of aberrations. The onset of this tumultuous upheaval is merely beginning. The long-dormant actions of the Rocks Pirates have resulted in the annihilation of one of the New World's great powers, the Kingdom of Crocodia. This news undoubtedly deserves a prominent place on the front page. Newspapers spread across the globe as waves of fear permeate the world, leaving some ill-informed member states in a state of utter astonishment. They relentlessly exert pressure on the world government and the Navy. With the naval headquarters reallocating the elite forces of the Four Seas Navy, the overall strength of this naval force has significantly diminished. This situation has directly resulted in a more chaotic world, with the power of pirates expanding. The relentless cycle of plunder has led to countless tragedies. Throughout this turmoil, an unknown number of individuals have been compelled to take to the seas as pirates. However, once one embarks on this path, returning to tranquility becomes an arduous task. Consequently, such outcomes have led to further destruction of families, an increase in maritime disorder, and a growing number of pirates. The influence of underworld forces continues to strengthen and expand. This represents a cycle, a trend, unless someone steps forward to uphold the order of the seas. The navies of the Four Seas alone are insufficient for this task, as their focus has shifted to the New World, rendering them incapable of dispatching forces to restore order in the Four Seas. The Allied nations' procurement of armaments to fortify their kingdoms is a response to such a predicament. In the face of the Navy's ineptitude, they can rely solely on themselves. Simultaneously, the Allied nations' resistance against the world government and the Navy intensifies, seeking to compel the world government to take a stance by diminishing the heavenly gold. They wish to swiftly eradicate the Rocks Pirates and restore the sea to its original order. Meanwhile, during this tumultuous period, the world government further insists on increasing the share of heavenly gold, citing the need to combat the formidable Rocks Pirates. While the Navy has succumbed to weakness and is hoping for greater support from the Allied nations. Such an attitude from the world government has incited considerable dissatisfaction among the Allied nations, as the expansion and strengthening of the Rocks Pirates fundamentally stem from the world government's responsibility and the Navy's incompetence. In this context, the audacity to take advantage of the situation and use the Rocks Pirates as leverage against them is intolerable. They shall neither accept threats nor relinquish their support for the world government. After all, the only entities capable of confronting the Rocks Pirates are the world government and the Navy. Without their presence to shield them, no one can withstand the onslaught of the Rocks Pirates unless they are willing to submit to the pirates. The lessons of the Kingdom of Crocodia remain vivid. Many kingdoms have perished at the hands of the Rocks Pirates in the past, although they were subsequently restored with the aid of the world government. Is the kingdom rebuilt after such devastation truly the same as before? It is commonplace for national strength to be diminished several-fold. Some even chose to establish their kingdoms anew on different islands, effectively starting from scratch. No one desires to confront such a fate. Abandoning one's kingdom and fleeing is a profoundly humiliating act. Even if they manage to restore their nation thereafter, a solid foundation of governance remains elusive, and disturbances frequently arise. This is an intense negotiation that will address matters concerning the Rocks Pirates and their connection to the elusive treasure of the Sky Gold at the Global Conference. However, the member states will not readily relinquish their own interests nor easily concede to the world government. The collective strength they wield is formidable, bolstered by the support of formidable nations such as the Kingdom of Kronos, which stands in opposition to the world government. Simultaneously, this presents an opportunity for them to expand their own influence. These nations possess formidable capabilities to combat piracy, even able to deploy forces to assist other kingdoms. In terms of confidence, they are exceptionally well equipped. Moreover, the wealth of the heavens resides in their grasp, symbolizing that the initiative lies with them. It is the world government that finds itself in urgent need as they confront the looming pressure of the Rocks Pirates. This world necessitates order. and the existence of a world government indeed holds significant importance. Its presence greatly aids in the maintenance of global stability. Particularly, the Navy tirelessly apprehends pirates, safeguarding the trade routes of member nations. In contrast, their collective aspiration lies in combating the Rock's pirates. A chaotic world is a sight none wish to behold. While supporting the world government, there also exists an opportunity to subtly diminish its power. The initial vision behind the establishment of the world government was commendable, playing a crucial role in fostering peace and order across the globe. However, presently, the actions of the world government have become increasingly brazen, with certain measures inciting considerable discontent among member nations. It is essential to seize this opportunity for suppression while also exercising caution in the approach. The discourse, which pertains to self-interest, is on the verge of commencement. A considerable number of affiliated nations maintain a close connection with the world government. Each of these nations harbors ulterior motives, driven by their own aspirations. The Navy of the New World, bolstered by the arrival of Admiral Steelbone, has found a steadfast anchor. However, beyond training, there have been no further maneuvers. The Navy must bide its time, awaiting an opportune moment in order to avert a clash with the formidable Rocks. Although Air embodies a hawkish stance, he is acutely aware of the disparities between the Navy and the Rock's pirate crew. With Marshal Black shielding him from various pressures, he is afforded the liberty to act as he sees fit. Training efforts have been directed towards the younger Navy personnel, utilizing the minor pirates of the New World as a means of honing their skills. Through these military accomplishments, he has consistently promoted his own ranks, thereby fortifying the Navy's strength. This endeavor has persisted for a full fortnight. During this span, the patience of both the world government and numerous allied nations has reached its zenith. At last, the Navy has made its move. Air. This operation must undoubtedly culminate in success. You must be cognizant of the circumstances we face. In a mere fortnight, Marshal Black appeared to have aged several years. As various factions exerted pressure upon the Navy, a burden he bore alone. At last, the opportune moment had arrived. Over the course of these 2 weeks, the power of the Rock's pirates gradually dissipated, some sailing the seas while others returned to their respective territories. Not all members of the Rock's pirates remained on Hive Island. Many leaders possessed their own domains. Apart from being members of the Rock's pirates, they also held the titles of captains of their own crews. It was primarily the rising stars within the Rock's pirates who lacked their own territories. Even those who sought to establish their own influence did so within the confines of the Rock's pirates. The pirates who had territories were mostly those who had gained fame on the seas either prior to or during the early establishment of the Rock's pirates. Among the most notable were the 3 kings of the same era as Rocks. Wolfman Quiro, captain of the Wolfman Pirates, held his base in the northern central New World, centered around Moonlight Island in the Moonlight Sea. Gold King Donovan, captain of the Gold Pirates, operated from the northern part of the New World, in the renowned Gold Sea. Donovan, who possessed the greatest wealth within the Rock's pirates, commanded the largest number of subordinate pirates. The Gold Sea was home to Gold Island, once famous for its gold mine, which eventually became depleted, leading to the island's decline. It is said that Donovan, utilizing the powers of his gold fruit, rediscovered a hidden vein of gold beneath the abandoned mine and established a golden fortress upon the island. Violent King Kosa, captain of the Violent Pirates, reigned over a pirate kingdom in the central New World. This entire kingdom was built upon the remnants of a non-member state, with its nobility and royalty sacrificed to Kosa. A proponent of strength, Kosa erected a grand coliseum within his kingdom, where pirates could engage in brutal combat. These individuals had been maritime overlords before the establishment of the Rock's pirates. As for the marksman Leon, a lone wolf blessed with the power of the penetration fruit, he was recognized as the world's foremost sharpshooter. Leon's formidable prowess made him the most significant threat among the kings, seamlessly merging exceptional physical combat skills with his marksmanship. Whether in close quarters or ranged attacks, Leon exhibited no vulnerabilities, instead presenting a lethal menace. Typically, Leon resided on Hive Island, venturing out only on rare occasions. Beneath them lay numerous pirates who later joined the Rock's pirates. Some formidable pirates, despite their affiliation with the Rock's pirates, did not disband their own crews. Their original territories remained under their control, albeit nominally belonging to the Rock's pirates. Generally, unless called upon for special missions, they maintained a high degree of autonomy, rarely staying with the Rock's pirates. However, once the Rock's pirates issued a command, participation was mandatory, for failure to comply would lead to inevitable destruction. Such lessons have been repeated several times. each resulting in the utter destruction wrought by the Rock's pirates in a most brutal manner. The Navy has identified their target, Wendigo, the demolitions expert of the Rock's pirates. Wendigo, a user of the explosive devil fruit, serves as the captain of the bombardment pirates. He is an exceptionally ruthless fiend who derives pleasure from witnessing the gruesome explosions of others' heads and bodies into fragments. His penchant for piling corpses and reveling in the sight of them being blown apart is as chilling as it is macabre. Complementing his heinous actions is his formidable personal strength, which has earned him a bounty of 602 million berries. Not only does he wield the formidable powers of the explosive fruit, but he also excels in the mastery of both observation and armament hockey, making him a formidable adversary in combat. Beyond him, every member of the bombardment pirates is a fanatic for destruction, reveling in chaos. In both ability and demeanor, Wendigo stands as a target that the Navy must eliminate. His notorious infamy is one of the primary reasons the Navy seeks to confront him. Moreover, Wendigo's territory, Flame Island, lies a considerable distance from Hakanosu. Provided the Navy moves swiftly, reinforcements from the Rock's pirates would be unable to arrive in time. The Navy is poised to launch their counteroffensive, though the specific target remains uncertain. Several warships of the Navy stealthily navigate the seas, led by the formidable Admiral Daybreak Davis. The news subtly reached Hades. He sat in a tavern, gently swirling a glass of red wine, while the surrounding pirates dared not approach him. With the conclusion of the battle at Kent Island, Hades' bounty had astonishingly soared to 120 million berries, while Titan's bounty stood at 100 million berries. It can be said that both Hades and Titan had achieved notoriety, ascending to prominence by stepping atop the heads of naval commanders. The overwhelming majority of pirates refrained from provoking them, and those few who foolishly considered using them as a stepping stone found their lifeless bodies hanging at the entrance. He felt a tinge of curiosity about which unfortunate soul had drawn the attention of the Navy. Once action was taken, it was certain that they would have absolute confidence in their endeavor. After all, the Navy possessed intelligence in the initiative, enabling them to allocate their forces strategically. Incidents like Hades's were exceedingly rare. As for the reaction of the Rock's pirates upon receiving the news, it could only be described as non-existent. Given their inability to ascertain the Navy's intended target, the structure of the Rock's pirates exemplified their tendency to be the aggressors, with their defensive capabilities being woefully inadequate. Moreover, without a clear target, they would flounder about like headless flies. Pirates, evidently, lacked the patience for such uncertainties, and the bonds among the members of the Rock's pirates were disturbingly thin. Who would willingly engage the Navy over a pirate with whom they had little connection? Hades paid no mind to this. Their journey was directed toward Hichinos, and they were approximately 5 days away from reaching the headquarters of the Rock's pirates. "Let us depart." "Titan," he said, draped in a black cloak that concealed his form, with a sinister scythe slung across his back, resembling a harbinger of death. Titan, clad in armor, bore 2 hammers at his side that did not hinder his movements. 3 naval warships quietly approached the waters surrounding Flame Island. "Captain, we have trouble. The Navy is here." Wendigo, the demolitions expert, was reveling in celebration with his crew, arms entwined with 2 elegantly dressed women, when this shocking announcement jolted everyone to sobriety. "Captain, we must swiftly seek assistance from the Rock's pirates," one member urged anxiously. Although the Navy could only temporarily evade confrontation with the Rock's pirates, it did not imply that they were invulnerable. The Navy remained a formidable force in their eyes, causing them to tremble at the thought of their presence. If the Navy dared to approach, they would undoubtedly deploy powerful forces with their sights set on them. "It's futile. It is already too late." Wendigo shook his head, fully aware of the nature of those aboard that ship, for he was no different. Rising from his seat, Wendigo cast aside the woman in his arms. The 2 women, terrified and bewildered, fled, realizing that remaining there with the impending arrival of the Navy could spell disaster for them. "Crew, prepare for evacuation." Wendigo ascended with a commanding call. "As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Indeed, flee swiftly. My treasures remain unspent." The banquet hall was a whirlwind of chaos yet maintained an air of order. Time was of the essence, and each pirate clutched what was dear to them. There was no shame in fleeing from the Navy. Precision strikes. Annihilate all visible vessels along the coast, severing any hope of escape for the bombers. Admiral Dayu Tiger issued the command. Davis could not afford the failure of this mission. The previous setback had left him in a most precarious position, and his standing within the Navy had suffered as a consequence. "Yes, Admiral. If there is anyone to benefit from the enhanced accuracy of the artillery, It is undoubtedly the Navy. The Navy's systematic training is capable of cultivating a multitude of exceptional gunners. Moreover, some seemingly ordinary sailors have risen through the ranks due to their outstanding proficiency with artillery. This significantly enhances the naval firepower at sea, and the status of gunners begins to rise gradually. The true battlefield for gunners, however, lies within the relatively weaker regions of the four seas and the initial segment of the Grand Line. Boom, boom, boom. In merely 3 rounds of cannon fire, every vessel at Flame Island's dock was annihilated. The hastily arriving bombardment pirates wore expressions of dismay. Quickly, seek assistance from the Rocks pirates, Wendigo instructed his subordinates, selectively forgetting his earlier words. He had already discerned who led the opposing naval forces, Admiral Daytime Tiger, Davis. At this moment, he had no choice but to fight to the bitter end, placing his hopes on the support of the Rocks pirates. As long as assistance from the Rocks pirates arrived, he would have a chance to survive. You maintain the bombardment here. Do not concern yourselves with my presence, Davis commanded, leaping forth like a cannonball. Swiftly charging towards Flame Island, determined to single-handedly confront the demolition pirates. The Navy's firepower would continue to rain down upon the demolition pirates. By the time the ammunition was exhausted, the demolition pirates and their comrades on the island would be sufficiently dealt with, allowing the Navy to sweep the area and minimize losses. He had confidence in his own abilities and felt no need to worry about the potential damage from the cannon fire. Learning from past experiences, Davis held himself to an exceedingly high standard, determined to execute this operation flawlessly. Among the demolition pirates, the only one worthy of his serious attention was the demolisher, Wendigo. Wendigo, you cannot escape. Come quietly with me to impel down to spend the rest of your days. That is your ultimate fate. Davis fixed his gaze on Wendigo, emanating a terrifying aura akin to a ferocious beast, instilling immense pressure in the members of the demolition pirates, as if they were being targeted by something dreadful. Gradually, Davis transformed. He grew taller and more robust, muscles bulging, golden fur sprouting across his body, and a tail emerging from behind. His hands morphed into claws, while 2 saber-like fangs seemed capable of tearing through anything. From the outset, Davis had never intended to hold back. The significant loss he suffered at the hands of Shiki was largely due to his initial underestimation of him. Now, he only wished to swiftly eliminate the demolisher, Wendigo. A day tiger, humiliated by that brat Shiki. What right do you have to boast before me? Despite Wendigo's current disadvantage before Davis, his words remained sharp. Moreover, he spoke the truth. Within the Rocks pirates, he was indeed Shiki Sr., having joined several years earlier. Yet, Shiki had quickly caught up in a matter of years, attaining an equal standing. While he could make such assertions here, it would be a different story in the Rocks pirates if Shiki were to hear such words. A fierce battle would be inevitable. As these words escaped his lips, Davis's expression instantly darkened. Wendigo's remark struck at the very core of Davis's anguish, akin to pouring salt directly into his wounds. In that moment, Wendigo had officially ascended to the rank of his second most despised pirate. Without uttering a single word, he channeled his fury through sheer action. In a flash, Davis surged towards Wendigo, leaving behind a lingering afterimage. His razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, imbued with the flowing might of Haki, rendered even more formidable than steel. Wendigo sensed the impending danger, but remained unfazed. Wrapping his fists in Haki, he instinctively retaliated with a punch aimed at the approaching Davis. In terms of the quality of Haki, he could not rival Davis, nor did he possess the same level of skill in its application. However, as a user of the explosive fruit, he was never one to shy away from destruction. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. At the moment of their collision, the atmosphere erupted violently, a blinding white light engulfing all onlookers. The crew, well aware of their captain's powers, had fled to a safe distance from the onset. The nature of the explosive fruit made it impossible to control the blast with precision. The greater the explosion, the wider the radius of its devastation. Both figures were consumed by the intense impact generated by the explosion and collision. They were simultaneously propelled backward by the force of the blast. Yet, neither sustained any injuries. Davis, enveloped in Haki, effortlessly withstood the shockwave. Any turbulence he faced was inconsequential against his formidable physique. As a user of his own power, Wendigo was also unharmed, with the explosive force mitigating the impact of Davis's powerful strike. For Wendigo, the best defense was an offense. In direct confrontation, he was not inferior to Davis. The battle was poised to ignite, with one seeking to buy time for reinforcements while the other aimed to swiftly overpower and capture his foe. The Rocks pirates received news from the explosive pirates. For Wendigo, The Demolisher, rescue was imperative. In the eyes of Rox D. Zebek, although Wendigo could not compare to the likes of Shiki or Whitebeard, he would eventually grow into a formidable commander. Moreover, the explosive pirates were an affiliated crew of the Rox pirates. Failing to assist would raise questions among others. Even if the attempt was futile, it was essential to demonstrate their stance. Did anyone wish to rescue Wendigo? In response to Rox D. Zebek's inquiry, the surrounding pirates fell silent. No one was willing to clash with the Navy for the sake of another, especially not against an admiral. What if they lost their own lives in the process? Moreover, there are several members who harbor animosity towards Wendigo, reveling in his misfortune. The Navy will retaliate, as they have anticipated. During this time, some astute pirates have chosen to remain in Hachinos and its surrounding waters to evade the Navy's onslaught. Let me take charge then. It is the perfect opportunity to test my new sword and engage in a bout with that fellow Davis. Ski has once again stepped forward. Adorned with his new weaponry, 2 exquisite swords sourced from the noble collection of the Kingdom of Crotia. These blades, renowned for their craftsmanship, are known as Sakuragi and Kushi. Upon returning to Hachinos, they were delivered to him, and Ski is exceedingly pleased with these acquisitions. However, many are well aware of Ski's true intentions. As his strength and status have increased, his prestige within the Rox pirate crew has soared. He has begun to amass a faction within the crew, already wielding considerable influence. His remarkable growth rate and unique charisma have drawn the attention of numerous pirates, who increasingly seek his protection. The ability to stand up for his comrades and boldly challenge the admirals of the Navy is a trait highly esteemed among pirates. Ski's reputation within the Rox pirate crew has begun to be compared to that of esteemed predecessors such as John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji. Rox D. Zebek remains unfazed by this development, for he possesses the confidence to suppress any challenges. Ski is still in the nascent stages of his ascent, while figures like John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and the 4 great sovereigns loom above him, being significantly more formidable. In this context, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji are approximately 10 years older than Ski and Edward Newgate, having joined the Rox pirate crew a decade earlier during its inception. Though time may be running short, and the demolitions expert Wendigo is likely beyond salvation, Ski's nature will not allow him to embark on this journey without purpose. This aligns with Rox D. Zebek's intentions. Informing others of this news is crucial, as the Navy will undoubtedly not limit its focus to Wendigo alone. There are likely other targets in their sights. The Navy has dispatched only 1 admiral, yet the New World boasts 3 admirals and 20 vice admirals, alongside 4 admiral candidates. The New World has 18 fortresses corresponding to 18 vice admirals, plus 5 sent from the headquarters, minus 3 who perished in battle, totaling 20. The Navy maintains 46 fortresses, but this does not equate to 46 vice admirals. The 13 newly established fortresses in the New World account for 33 positions, with 20 originating from the 4 seas. Additionally, the naval headquarters comprises 27 vice admirals, 9 of whom hail from the 4 seas, and in order to counter the influence of the 4 seas factions within the headquarters, they must continually promote the younger Navy personnel to maintain numerical superiority over the 4 seas factions in the naval headquarters. Additionally, during these extraordinary times, there is an urgent need for formidable combat power. In periods of chaos, promotions tend to occur at an accelerated pace, presenting a plethora of opportunities. Consequently, most of these rear admirals may not possess exceptional strength, they merely appear intimidating in number. Such formidable combat power is indeed astonishing. It is inconceivable that only 1 individual is deployed. A warning has been issued. Should it be disregarded, the consequences are well deserved. The fierce battle on Flame Island has persisted for a full 3 hours, culminating at last. Although Wendigo, utilizing the explosive fruit's capabilities, exhibits destructive prowess comparable to Davis, he suffers from rapid depletion of stamina. In comparison, Davis, endowed with the strength of martial arts and the ancient demonic fruit's abilities, possesses far greater endurance than Wendigo. Die. Navy. I shall never yield. Wendigo gasped heavily, his skin flushed crimson. Particularly, his entire right arm shimmered with a fiery glow, fissures appearing akin to molten lava. He was prepared to employ his ultimate technique. Once unleashed, the outcome would be irrevocable, signifying that Wendigo had reached his limits, driven to the brink. Danger. He intends to self-destruct. Davis's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on Wendigo's nearly ignited right arm, sensing an imminent lethal threat. He could surmise Wendigo's intentions. Yet it was too late. Wendigo lunged towards Davis, delivering a fist engulfed in flames. Davis braced himself against the blow, attempting to create distance from Wendigo through the force of the impact. However, Wendigo would not grant him this opportunity. As the fist neared Davis's head, his entire left arm withered into dust, dissipating into the air. It was akin to a prologue, a terrifying energy erupting instantaneously, engulfing the silhouettes of the two individuals completely. In a fleeting moment, a catastrophic explosion and the expanding Crimson Hemisphere devoured a significant portion of the island. The destructive force was overwhelming. As Wendigo employed one of his arms as a vessel for the explosion, producing a horrifying effect, the entire sea trembled under such an explosion, with monstrous waves surging forth. The admiral, the navy aboard the warship were left astonished at the spectacle, their minds already bracing for the worst. Suddenly, a sailor spotted a dark figure soaring from the island amidst the explosion, faintly recognizing the tattered cloak of justice. "Hurry, rescue. Someone has fallen into the water." It could very well be the admiral. Davis had not perished. At the critical moment, he had shielded himself with his hockey, combined with his formidable vitality and physique, enabling him to survive the terrifying blast. However, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, and had it not been for someone's timely discovery, he might have drowned in the sea. Even so, Davis had sustained severe injuries. Coughing, he opened his eyes, enduring the pain as he gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. Upon being rescued, his body had received only rudimentary treatment from the ship's medic. "We must inspect the island. We cannot allow that fiend to escape." "But Admiral, your injuries?" "Merely minor wounds." Capturing the pirate is of utmost importance. The island, scorched inch by inch, radiated intense heat in the aftermath of the explosion. Wendigo had not fled. He had nearly reached the limits of his physical capacity during the explosion. Having expended too much energy, he now lay unconscious, his right arm rendered useless, leaving him with little strength to resist. "Seize him," Davis commanded, observing the incapacitated Wendigo. Thus, Wendigo was defeated by Davis, shackled with sea stone handcuffs and taken alive. "We must retreat," Davis urged, unwilling to linger. The Rock's pirates had undoubtedly received word, and reinforcements might already be en route. The image of Shiki, the lion demon, surfaced in his mind. If anyone were to arrive, it would likely be him. Despite Davis's yearning for vengeance, in his current condition, the risk to his life was substantial. Having endured the self-detonation of Wendigo, his combat capability was severely diminished. Alert the nearby naval branches to heighten their vigilance. As he had anticipated, 1 hour after their departure, Shiki arrived at Flame Island. Is it over? It is too late. Shiki had long foreseen the devastation that would greet him upon his arrival at the ravaged island, now marred by a vast chasm that had mysteriously emerged. A sense of melancholy enveloped him as he realized the ferocity of the conflict exceeded his expectations. With Davis gravely wounded, there was no time to eliminate the remaining pirates on the island. By interrogating the surviving pirates, he gleaned the general situation. True to his nature, Shiki would not allow this opportunity to slip by without action. Otherwise, he would merely be reduced to a post-war journalist. Thus, he resolved to head to the nearest naval stronghold, the G-44 base. Despite Davis's warnings, the nearby naval bases followed suit, yet their efforts were futile against overwhelming force. At the G-44 fortress, Vice Admiral Scholes found himself utterly powerless against the formidable Shiki, the lioness demon. If even Admiral Day Tiger could falter in the face of Shiki, how could this mere Vice Admiral from the East Blue hope to stand against him? In a display of sheer might, Shiki brutally dispatched Scholes, severing his head with the legendary blade, Sakuraji. The entire naval stronghold was left in ruins. A testament to his ruthless nature, which revealed a lion-like dominance even before his hair had grown long. The Navy's special operations had yet to conclude. The capture of the notorious pirate, Wendigo the Demolisher, was merely the beginning. Capturing a single great pirate would not suffice to strike a significant blow to pirate morale. Wendigo was apprehended by Admiral Day Tiger himself, leading to the obliteration of the Demolisher pirates. As news of Shiki's annihilation of the G-44 naval base and the beheading of Vice Admiral Scholes spread, it reverberated across the world, igniting a fresh wave of sensationalism. Just 2 days after the eruption of the Flame Island incident, Admiral Shixiang Puyol took decisive action in another sea, capturing a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 500 million berries, the fearsome Meranti the Grizzly. He is a young and domineering pirate, the captain of the Grey Bear pirate crew, and one of the prominent figures in the Rock's pirates. Emerging a few years prior to the likes of Shiki and Edward Newgate, he stands as a rising star within the Rocks Pirates, possessing the potential to become a core powerhouse of the crew. However, his audacious demeanor has drawn the attention of the Navy, marking him as their second target. It appears that his journey may have reached its conclusion, as he faces imprisonment in the impregnable Impel Down, a fortress that has never been breached since its inception. Whether he will ever have the opportunity to resurface upon the seas remains uncertain, yet in this era belonging to the Rocks Pirates, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. The recent capture of 2 formidable pirates by the Navy has invigorated their ranks significantly. Such remarkable achievements command attention, especially for those who have not heard positive news from the Navy in quite some time. Yet, just 2 days later, while many remained astonished by this announcement, 2 exceptional talents from the West Sea and the North Sea, both highly anticipated by their respective navies, took action. The illustrious duo, the Purple Lion Messi and the White Mouse Ronaldo, struck together. The 2 vice-admirals triumphantly vanquished the notorious duo known as the Pirate Brothers, the formidable Matty and Carter, who boasted a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. The recent conflict has significantly elevated the prestige of both individuals within the naval ranks, a development undoubtedly buoyed by the support of the Western and Northern fleets. Unlike the majority of admirals hailing from the 4 seas, Messi and Ronaldo possess formidable capabilities. Their ascension to the rank of admiral is solely attributed to their innate talent and prowess. Moreover, although they belong to the 4 seas faction, they are distinguished as admirals from the headquarters, not merely as subpar representatives of the 4 seas. Equally powerful figures include Admiral Shixiang Puyol, Admiral Zhuhua Davis, and the reserve admirals Clouvert and Ferdinand. Even within the ranks of the 4 seas faction, the admirals exemplify considerable strength. The 4 seas Navy's ability to establish a foothold within the naval headquarters and wield significant influence is fundamentally reliant on their strength. Conversely, Marshal Black's excessive promotion of young admirals has resulted in a slight deficiency in both their capabilities and their influence within the Navy. Marshal Black and Admiral Gong Gukong aspire to elevate Carp and Sengoku as candidates for the next generation of admirals. While the 4 seas Navy may have somewhat acquiesced, it is evidently impossible for them to relinquish their aspirations entirely. They continue to support the rise of Messi and Ronaldo, fostering a competitive atmosphere against Carp and Sengoku, whom Gong Gukong and Black endorse. The ambition to gain merit and become a reserve admiral first is palpable. Although the positions of reserve admirals are limited, they are not excessively so. Presently, the Navy has 4 reserve admirals, and the path to becoming an admiral remains considerably arduous. Therefore, hopes are pinned on the younger generation of naval officers. Previously, the most promising candidates were Messi and Ronaldo, but now the formidable Carp and Sengoku, chosen by Admiral Gong Gukong, have emerged as even more exceptional. To bolster the competitiveness of both Messi and Ronaldo against Carp and Sengoku, the 4 seas Navy has deliberately provided them with 2 rare and powerful devil fruits. It is noteworthy that the most elite devil fruits from the Navy's secret vault have been appropriated by Kong. 1 hurricane fruit remains unaccounted for, while the Buddha fruit has undoubtedly been consumed by Sengoku. Such actions have certainly incited considerable discontent among many within the naval ranks, particularly from Messi and Ronaldo, who have long coveted the 2 devil fruits. Messi has set his sights on the Buddha fruit, while Ronaldo has his aspirations directed towards the hurricane fruit. In this manner, they are compelled to seek other devil fruits. The mythical Zoan type, the lightning mouse fruit, along with the Paramecia type, proves to be of great interest. The support from the 4 seas powerful nations, unwilling to witness the decline of the 4 seas Navy, serves to safeguard their own interests alongside those of the 4 seas. They have even extended their reach to the Navy headquarters. Presently, the influence of the 4 seas Navy has revealed its potential to them. They continuously bolster the 4 seas Navy, aspiring to make it their own, forging connections and colluding in order to compete with the Navy headquarters supported by the world government. Such actions have incited the displeasure of the world government, which, with a moment's inattention, has allowed the 4 seas Navy to develop to this extent. The connections with various kingdoms of the 4 seas have caused the Navy to become somewhat detached from the control of the world government and the Navy headquarters. The world government did not foresee that while it sought to dominate the world through the Navy, the kingdoms were simultaneously eroding the Navy's strength and undermining the very foundations of the world government. Behind each admiral of the 4 seas factions, there exists an intricate web of connections with certain allied nations. This situation is exceedingly dire for the global governance. signifying an erosion of the very foundations upon which it stands. If this situation persists, the world government is likely to forfeit its greatest stronghold, the Four Seas. This would undoubtedly undermine its dominion, for losing the Four Seas equates to losing its affiliated nations. The relationship between the world government and these nations has never been one of mere hierarchy. The covert competition is fierce and signifies the affiliated nations' resistance against the world government's control, yearning for autonomy. The lament of the world echoes. The heavens are indifferent to the plight of the earth. Supporting the naval forces of the Four Seas is merely one avenue, as each affiliated nation has begun to seek alternative paths. Strengthening their military capabilities is one such strategy, shifting focus to a different trajectory. No one places their hopes solely on one path. Many affiliated nations have already prepared for the eventual suppression of the Four Seas Navy. Even when the naval commanders of the Four Seas were reassigned to the Grand Line, this reality did not escape their notice. The Four Seas Navy may very well serve as a pawn for the affiliated nations to gauge the world government's resolve. The intricate political maneuvers unfold upon the grand chessboard of the world. The determination of the Navy headquarters to suppress the Four Seas Navy remains steadfast, bolstered by the unwavering support of the world government. Despite the potential for unforeseen adverse consequences, the pursuit is deemed worthwhile when weighed against possible repercussions. In contrast to the glaring brilliance of figures like Messi and Ronaldo, the likes of Garp and Sengoku seem to have their radiance concealed. In truth, their low profile serves both to remain understated and to safeguard their positions. Sengoku has honed his skills alongside Kong, while Crane diligently works within the staff. Garp, in a sense, has been left to his own devices, confronting what he deems his lifelong rival, the newly emergent pirate crew of Roger. Concurrently, there is a subtle suppression of Garp and Sengoku's advancement, as their previous rapid ascension had drawn too much attention. It is now imperative to bide their time and cultivate obscurity. This approach allows them to largely evade the gaze of the ocean while affording ample time for their growth. Otherwise, given Garp's temperament, one could only speculate what unforeseen events might transpire. This is but a vision of fantasy. As the renown of Messi and Ronaldo grows, they become increasingly vulnerable to the scrutiny of the Rock's pirates. The higher they ascend, the more devastating their fall. The Navy's counteroffensive has proven to be far more formidable than anticipated. The capture of 4 notorious pirates marks an unprecedented achievement in recent years. The world government and the Navy shamelessly trumpet the success of this operation, disseminating news across the globe. A counterattack from the Rock's pirates is imminent. Upon perusing the information in the newspapers, Hades remained unperturbed. The Navy has never been so feeble. A retaliation was to be expected. The loss of 4 prominent pirates does not inflict irreparable damage upon the Rock's pirates. There will be no second chance. The Navy's actions have merely caught the Rock's pirates off guard, who will swiftly adapt. Cautious pirates will no longer present opportunities for the Navy to seize. In the forthcoming encounters, the Navy shall face the fervent backlash of the Rock's pirates. The actions of the Rock's pirates herald the dawn of a new conflict. While the Navy's response signifies their readiness for battle, this war has indeed commenced. However, none of this concerns him, for their destination, Hachinos, lies only 3 days' journey ahead. Soon, Hades shall set foot upon the land he has longed for. Titan, silent as ever, follows closely behind Hades, his gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings. Throughout their journey, they have encountered their fair share of bloodshed. Upon arriving here, they found themselves completely within the territory of the Rock's pirates, where nearly every island, every pirate ship, and even taverns and shops bore the flag of the Rock's crew. The intentions of Hades and his companion were unmistakably clear. Their every action drew the attention of many, and there were those who covertly sought to provoke and test them. Yet, the inevitable outcome for these adversaries was always the same: their demise beneath the dual hammers of Titan. Such futile provocations merely resulted in an increased count of corpses at their feet. Evidently, the achievements on Kent Island had failed to convince all pirates of their prowess. Let them perish, Hades declared, his violet eyes flashing with an ominous intent. It mattered not whether they were adversaries. He simply sought to kill. He aimed to instill fear and command respect through sheer force, to establish his authority through slaughter. Killing pirates had never weighed upon his conscience, especially with Titan lending his strength. In these waters, reputation was forged through bloodshed. The price of hesitance in the face of future adversaries was indeed laughable. The journey from Kent Island to Hachinos was equally a process of Hades solidifying his renown. In a flash, Titan surged forth into the distance. Requiring no justification, merely a word from Hades sufficed. As they traversed this treacherous path, Hades and the Titans trod upon a multitude of scattered bones, a testament to the pirate crews that had fallen at the hands of the Titans, surpassing 10 in number. The senseless slaughter and tyrannical demeanor of the Titans had become notorious, instilling fear among pirates who had long since retreated to the shadows. Yet, there were those who remained undeterred, boldly observing from a distance, and Hades had grown weary of the scrutinizing gazes that regarded him as a mere spectacle. In truth, he was indifferent. He merely sought to justify his feelings. He admitted to himself that he did not consider these remnants to be human. The path he had traveled was rife with malevolence, revealing to him the true nature of most pirates in this vast ocean. But did one truly require justification for taking a life? Especially when it concerned a band of detritus from the sea. He was, after all, endeavoring to learn the art of being a competent pirate. The atmosphere aboard the Rock's pirate crew remained unchanged. The news of a comrade's capture by the Navy did not cast a pall over their spirits. Yet, each member was acutely aware of the implications, given their captain's temperament. Such indignity would not be tolerated. Rox D. Jibek, with seemingly lenient ship rules, appeared unconcerned with the happenings aboard, allowing a modicum of freedom. However, this fade of leniency was underpinned by an absolute dominance that brooked no dissent against his will. In the face of the Navy's provocations, retribution would inevitably follow, though the opportune moment had yet to arrive. A new recruitment drive for the Rock's pirate crew was on the horizon, promising yet another grand spectacle. Hakanosu, the pirate haven, boasted an abundance of pleasures, yet indulgence could lead to ennui. The annual recruitment event, characterized by fierce competition and bloodshed, was always a source of excitement. Pirates selected the previous year by the Rock's pirate crew would be intrigued by the new wave of recruits. This time of year was a carnival for Hakanosu. Even some of the formal crew members of the Rock's pirate crew would partake, raising the stakes for the newcomers. Of course, there were plenty of instances where the tables had turned and newcomers had bested seasoned pirates. In the face of a Navy ambush, the members of the Rock's pirate crew remained composed, while the affiliated pirate crews began to panic. Whether it was the Blast pirate crew or the Grizzly Bear pirate crew, they were among the top ranks of the affiliated crews. If even they were vanquished, how could they possibly escape the Navy's relentless pursuit? In this context, even the Rock's pirates' efforts to dispatch reinforcements prove futile, as timely assistance is unattainable. Even the Werewolf, Golden, and Violent pirate crews, each led by one of the three sovereigns of the Rock's pirates, find themselves in a state of unease. The formidable strength of the Rock's pirates means that should the Navy choose to confront them, it would not pose a significant challenge, particularly given the overwhelming force the Navy now possesses in the New World. True security can only be found upon returning to the territory of the Rock's pirates. The sense of impending danger among pirates is palpable. Following the dissemination of information, numerous pirate crews, previously adrift, have turned their attention towards Hakanosu, or have drawn closer to the surrounding waters. They seek to maintain a safe distance from the Navy's sphere of influence, positioning themselves in areas where the Navy dares not venture, thus evading their scrutiny. Even the three sovereigns have returned to Hakanosu. While the Navy's actions have been successful, they have also resulted in a dramatic increase in the number of pirates on Hakanosu Island. The territorial distribution of the Rock's pirates' affiliated crews is more confined and concentrated. This also signifies that the cohesion of the Rock's pirates is increasingly formidable, allowing Rox D. Zebek to summon all pirates with remarkable ease. He can gather the full might of the Rock's pirates in a shorter span of time, transforming them into a war machine capable of unleashing astonishing power at any moment. For the Navy, the Rock's pirates will become an even more daunting adversary. This island truly exudes a sense of ennui. Upon stepping into the harbor of Hakanosa Island, Hades formed an initial impression of this place. Madness, slaughter, betrayal, and conspiracy coalesce. Unspeakable underground dealings seem to encompass all the world's corruption. Some activities are conducted with blatant openness, devoid of any hidden intentions. This is the epicenter of the New World, the heart of piracy, a veritable den of iniquity. Perhaps only the abode of the celestial dragons can be deemed comparable to this place. Hades' arrival, though intended to draw attention, was overshadowed by the frenzied skirmishes among pirates, each vying for their own gain. Moreover, the island is teeming with notorious pirates, rendering Hades all but inconspicuous. Kill, annihilate those wretched dogs, and seize their treasures. The two factions of pirates commenced their brazen clash over a portion of the loot. Many others lurked in the shadows, eager to reap the rewards of a well-timed intervention. Such occurrences are far too frequent on this island, especially following the plunder by the Rocks pirates from the kingdom of Crocodia. Those who are dissatisfied with their own amassed treasures naturally turn their gaze toward others. This embodies the culture of Hachinos, the tenets of the Rocks pirates, where power reigns supreme. As long as one is not a crucial combatant of the Rocks pirates, Rocks D. Jibek remains utterly indifferent to the fate of others. Ha. This woman now belongs to me. This place is not meant for you insignificant wretches. You foolish children can only boast with empty bravado. I have encountered many like you over the years. Here is a word of advice. Upon arriving on this island, bow your heads and endure for a while, and you shall come to realize your true standing. A burly man, his face full of coarse features, mercilessly dispatched a few naive foreign pirates as easily as one would bully a child. The surrounding pirates mostly wore expressions of amusement, devoid of any compassion. On this island, those who perish do not even merit the dignity of leaving behind a corpse. Even the worthless have their utility. Their organs can be harvested and sold. If nothing else, their flesh and blood can serve as sustenance for the beasts in the arena. Should we eliminate them all, Your Highness? Upon hearing Hades' words, Titan felt a familiar itch in his hands. Throughout this journey, he had either been on the path of killing or engaged in the act itself. The name of the Blood Guard had begun to spread. However, perhaps it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. No, let us continue to slay. Initially, Hades had no intention of becoming embroiled in matters, but before he could finish his thought, he abruptly halted, shifting his stance. Titan spoke without any pretense. His booming voice could be heard for hundreds of meters. The air fell into a profound silence, and piercing gazes settled upon the two of them, their expressions turning increasingly hostile. A palpable aura of menace permeated the atmosphere. Hades, being of noble lineage, had never concealed his status, which naturally incited some hostility among the pirates. His arrogant demeanor further exacerbated their irritation. Where's this place? Hachinos, the pirate's paradise. How can a noble like you be so audacious? Moreover, Titan seems utterly unconcerned about them. What kind of proud individuals dare to set foot on this island? Be they newcomers or local pirates of Hachinos, the latter possess a formidable strength. Even those not chosen to join the Rocks pirates carry an innate sense of superiority when confronting outsiders. The incoming pirates are undeniably ambitious, seeking to carve out their own domain on this island of piracy. Whether for fame or to recruit powerful crewmates, Hachinos is the unequivocal choice. Crack. Hades shows no mercy, twisting his neck to loosen his muscles. He is prepared to strike. This island is his true battlefield. He ventured into the seas solely to grow stronger, aiming to reach the pinnacle of this ocean, not to engage in mere pirate games. The port of Hachinos is a gathering place for pirates arriving from all directions. Any significant commotion quickly reverberates throughout the island. Hades and Titan have undoubtedly escalated the situation. Everyone attack. Kill those two. A throng of pirates encircles them, forming an expansive arena. As one by one, they charge at Hades and Titan with their blades. The pirates roar with excitement, treating Hades and Titan as if they were mere targets for execution. Yet, Titan and Hades are too formidable. In the face of the onslaught, Titan crushes them one by one or sends them flying. Hades dances like the wind, effortlessly evading each strike before delivering a fatal blow, his scythe reaping through the wheat fields. The pressure exerted by the pirates of Hachinos is significantly greater than that from other regions, yet it clearly poses no threat to Hades and Titan. As time passes, the once boisterous pirates gradually fall silent, their eyes fixed on the two figures in the center of the battlefield, astonishment and fear creeping into their hearts. Do these two never tire? For a full 2 hours, Titan and Hades engaged in relentless and frenzied slaughter. Over 2,000 pirates had perished, their bodies accumulating into small mountains, while blood flowed freely upon the ground. The number of daring pirates willing to charge forth dwindled, gradually creating an expansive void. Initially, they had believed that sheer numbers could wear down these two formidable foes. Yet Hades and Titan exhibited no signs of fatigue. Titan, brimming with vitality, regarded the ordeal merely as a warm-up. Hades, with a physique equally robust, possessed an extraordinary command over his body, deftly avoiding unnecessary exertion. Ultimately, there was no presence among the pirates that warranted their attention. Let us bring this tedious farce to an end, Hades declared coldly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, where no pirate dared to advance, regardless of how many might approach. Death was inescapable. With nightmare in hand, Hades swung the hilt. In that moment, The air crystallized, and as the side swept through, a deep, disquieting aura manifested upon the blade. The strike, emblematic of death, radiated outward incessantly, accompanied by an ever-expanding vortex of demise. Death Hunt. The chilling voice resonated through the air. Within mere seconds, the death vortex enveloped a radius of several hundred meters centered around Hades. The potent essence of mortality, coupled with the swirling vortex, relentlessly invaded the bodies of the pirates. Those who came into contact with it faced their inevitable end. No, no, a pirate cried out in anguished despair, his voice turning hoarse and fading. He was powerless against this terrifying force, helplessly witnessing his body wither away. His vitality was incessantly consumed, his skin wrinkling, his frame emaciating, until he succumbed to despair and death. Yet this was far from over. Even in death, his essence was eroded, flesh gradually vanishing, leaving behind stark, white bones, which soon fractured and disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. The death hunt, inherited from Jaeger, had once again manifested upon these seas, bringing forth an unending shockwave. In the blink of an eye, thousands of lives dissipated before their eyes. Apart from Hades and Titan, all life within the affected area was obliterated, as if they had never existed at all. It is difficult to fathom the sensation of witnessing a person vanish in such a brief span of time. For the vast majority of pirates, however, this invoked sheer terror, absolute fear. The true terror does not emanate from the brutal guard, but rather from the noble with the violet hair. Is this the capability of the death fruit? In the distance, a young man with golden locks gazes in astonishment. What say you, Newgate? Shall we test this fellow? He is soon to board our ship, and it would be prudent to gather some insight beforehand. Shiki remarked with a grin. Spare me. This ability is far too domineering. I must consult with those more seasoned to comprehend his powers. The young Edward Newgate was no fool, unwilling to become a mere pawn in Shiki's gambit against Hades. Life holds little value in the face of the death fruit. When one dies, a body remains with blood and flesh, a testament to their existence. Yet, before the death fruit, all that is corporeal vanishes. Confronting him is akin to staring death in the face. Edward Newgate felt the weight of the threat beneath this force. Although he possessed confidence in his strength, capable of exuding an aura that could, to some extent, withstand this dreadful power, he would not recklessly take risks without sufficient intelligence. Moreover, he had no cause to act. Hades appeared youthful, yet his prowess was not to be underestimated. In comparison, Newgate and Shiki could only be deemed rogue. Their initial renown upon the seas was primarily due to their innate talent. It was only after joining the Rocks pirates that their potential truly erupted. Not only did the pressure of their environment catalyze their growth, but the myriad of training manuals available compensated for their foundational weaknesses, granting them access to superior powers. While Rocks D. Zebek would not directly instruct them, it was common for pirates with favorable connections to exchange knowledge. Hades, having been immersed in elite education from a young age, benefited from esteemed mentors, laying a robust foundation that facilitated his rapid advancement compared to Newgate and his peers. The disparity in their formative environments effectively bridged the gap of their ages. Had they been of the same age, Hades would undoubtedly surpass them. A similar scenario unfolds with the future pirate emperor, red-haired Shanks, and the three admirals of the Navy. One, guided by Rayleigh, established a solid groundwork. The other, under the tutelage of the renowned Zifa, was spared many missteps, swiftly transforming potential into strength. It seems they have all arrived. Shiki gazed into the distance, where numerous familiar figures were gathered, observing from afar. In the span of 2 hours, the news of the son of Jaeger's arrival on the island had spread like wildfire among the members of the Rocks pirates. The curious crew members hastily assembled to witness the unfolding events. As it turned out, their decision was far from misguided. They were about to miss an extraordinary spectacle. A group of feeble pirates was utterly incapable of compelling the true strength of the two combatants to surface. After 2 continuous hours of battle, the profound depth of their capabilities became evident. Ultimately, the manifestation of the death fruit's power undoubtedly injected a potent dose of exhilaration into their hearts. How nostalgic it was. Some of the elder members of the Rocks pirates, such as John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, who had joined during the early days of the crew's formation, had borne witness to the true terror that Jaeger represented. Aside from Rocks D. Zebek, no one could rival him. Observing the potential that Hades now displayed, it was clear he possessed the capacity to evolve into the next Jaeger. One could even distinctly perceive the shadow of Jaeger looming over him. Such a stunning display has led some to realize that secretly undermining Hades is an impossibility. With Hades' formidable strength, he has already qualified for a position among the ranks of the elite, although he still lags slightly behind the new generation of prodigies like Shiki and Edward Newgate. This disparity is merely a consequence of age. In just a few years, he will undoubtedly mature and stand shoulder to shoulder with Shiki and the others, ultimately becoming a core member of the Rocks Pirates, second only to Captain Rocks himself. Absent unforeseen circumstances, Hades is unlikely to meet an untimely demise. Captain Rocks D. Jybeck, recognizing the potential in this young monster, will provide him with protection, allowing him to flourish under his wing. A monster can only be deemed truly monstrous once it has fully matured. The same applies to John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, as well as Shiki, Edward Newgate, and Charlotte Linlin. The other formidable beings within the Rocks Pirates are no exception. It is precisely for this reason that the strength of the Rocks Pirates has consistently increased over the years, particularly in terms of elite combat power. While it remains uncertain whether Rocks D. Jybeck is merely cautious or harbors ulterior motives, the Rocks Pirates undeniably serve as a breeding ground for monsters, provided one can reach the level of merit that captures their attention, even to the extent of receiving precious devil fruits for their cultivation. It is truly magnificent. The youthful Charlotte Linlin gazed with excitement at Titan, whose impenetrable physique mirrored her own towering stature, as if she were beholding a reflection of herself, an ideal counterpart, one that could potentially bear progeny. From an early age, Charlotte Linlin harbored aspirations of establishing a vast empire and envisioned the creation of her own dominion. Unlike the solitary Edward Newgate, she, akin to Shiki, yearned to gather other pirates under her aegis. Regrettably, her gender played a significant role, for even as a formidable entity, few were inclined to become her subordinates. Many pirates balked at the notion of being dominated by a woman. Acknowledging this reality, Charlotte Linlin shifted her perspective. If no one was willing to serve her, she would instead procreate. By bearing numerous offspring, she would establish the Charlotte family, ensuring that, as her children matured, they would naturally carve out a niche for themselves in the new world. With her strength, any child she bore would undoubtedly be formidable. However, she had yet to act on this intention, not for lack of trying, but due to repeated rejections. Figures like John and Silver Axe had unhesitatingly declined her advances, as had Edward Newgate and Shiki of their generation. They had no desire to become mere vessels for Charlotte Linlin's offspring, relinquishing their progeny to her, and subsequently facing the prospect of countless rivals emerging over them. No one was foolish enough to accept such a fate. Despite the numerous rejections, Charlotte Linlin remained undeterred in her ambitions, whether it be the establishment of an empire or the foundation of the Charlotte lineage. Yet, she recognized the necessity of acquiring greater strength and stature. If the likes of Shiki were unfit, she would seek those of lesser caliber, and if all else failed, she would simply resort to coercion. Titan had evidently become the object of Charlotte Linlin's aspirations. Observing her intent, the long loaf of bread let out a sigh. The identity of the son of Jaeger was not one to be trifled with, for he had long been aware of Jaeger's legendary reputation. Nevertheless, since Charlotte Linlin desired this, he would do his utmost to assist her. For the 40-year-old long loaf of bread, regardless of his initial motives. Watching Charlotte Linlin mature was akin to witnessing a daughter grow. In the distance, Titan shivered, puzzled by the sudden chill. What was happening? Why did he feel cold? While the majority of the Rocks Pirates acknowledged Hades, there were still some who regarded him with disdain. One such pirate stepped forward. This has garnered the attention of numerous pirates. What is the maniacal Lehman up to? Interesting events are about to unfold. The pirates, familiar with Lehman's reputation, wore expressions akin to spectators at a show. True to his name, Lehman embodies a wild and audacious spirit, brimming with arrogance. Yet, it cannot be denied that he is a formidable pirate, boasting a bounty exceeding 200 million berries, and is no weakling within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. Approaching Hades, Lehman displayed a haughty grin, his gaze towards Hades laden with disdain, and beneath the surface of his eyes simmered a deep-seated jealousy. You little brat. In the new world, raw power means little. As an elder, allow me to educate you properly. Only Haki holds true significance. Lehman's hands were enveloped in a dark, radiant Haki, which rapidly spread to cover his entire being. As he regarded Hades, confidence surged within him, relishing the attention directed his way. Oblivious to Hades's increasingly indifferent demeanor or the scornful, mocking glances from those nearby, his jealousy festered. He resented Hades for possessing such formidable devil fruit powers. In Lehman's eyes, Hades had yet to master Haki, relying solely on the strength of his devil fruit. He believed he could easily engage these ordinary pirates in battle for 2 hours without breaking a sweat, convinced that his own prowess would suffice. Though the power of the death fruit was potent, Lehman believed that his armed Haki could withstand it. What of the son of Jaeger? Without Haki, he remains beneath my threshold. Lehman mused as he unleashed in astonishing speed, darting towards Hades and swiftly appearing at his side. He unleashed a full-powered punch, intending to crush the son of Jaeger beneath his overwhelming Haki, using him as a mere stepping stone. Fool. Idiot. He is doomed, Lehman thought, unaware that to others, his actions appeared as nothing more than a farce. A flash of purple flickered by. Hades, wielding nightmares in his left hand, effortlessly blocked Lehman's punch. Before Lehman could react, Hades' right hand, akin to a dragon's claw, seized his head. Dark purple Haki enveloped Hades' right hand, pulsating ominously. As a terrifying strength gripped Lehman's skull, leaving him no chance to resist. Intense pain surged through Lehman, making him feel as if his head were splitting apart. A wave of dread washing over him. What gave you the illusion that I lack Haki? A calm voice echoed in Lehman's ears. Skull splitter. Without hesitation, Hades exerted force, his arm propelled by the subtle power of the 8 extremities fist, as his external Haki invaded Lehman's body. Boom. Lehman's head exploded with a thunderous sound, akin to a watermelon plummeting from the sky, as blood and brain matter splattered in all directions. The gory spray was swiftly annihilated by the deathly aura enveloping Hades, ensuring that not a single speck of filth marred his form. Even Hades' hand remained untouched, as the foreign substances were completely eroded away by the power of death. Such a display once again left the onlookers in awe. While they had suspected that Hades had awakened his conqueror's Haki, they had not anticipated that his mastery of it had reached such extraordinary heights. The external manifestation of Haki and its internal destruction techniques were beyond the grasp of many of their officers. The finesse required for internal destruction remained an elusive skill for the majority. Yet, Hades had already attained a remarkable proficiency. In the realm of armed Haki application, Hades ranked among the top 3 within the Rocks Pirates. Even the most formidable kings could merely manage the flow and external display of Haki. The art of internal destruction was quite advanced, and its significance was lost on some, as it could only reach its zenith in the hands of those skilled in martial prowess. When an adversary wielded a weapon, they would not be influenced by the internal destruction of Haki, as they remained unharmed. Conversely, if one were to wield a weapon themselves, the practical application of this technique would remain futile. Truth be told, it only bore some efficacy against beastly figures like Kaido or those adept in martial arts. When facing a swordsman like Shiki, it proved to be rather ineffectual, unless one could land a hit, of course. Suddenly, Hades turned his head, and a familiar boisterous laughter echoed through the air. Thud, thud. With each resonating footfall, the hearts of many pirates raced. Accompanying them was the terrifying aura of Haki, imposing a tremendous pressure that sent shivers down their spines and instilled fear within their hearts. An endless surge of energy and Haki erupted with manic fervor alongside the laughter. The bright noon was abruptly shrouded in darkness as ominous clouds gathered, threatening to engulf the entire island. Rox D. Jibek, the mightiest being in this world, had arrived. Having inhabited this world for so long, it was Hades' first encounter with such a formidable presence, one capable of inflicting tangible damage. The earth trembled, fissures appearing as pirates fell to their knees, unable to rise. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Rox, with his octopus-like crimson hair, exuded an audacious and commanding aura. This singular figure, through sheer strength, dominated the world around him. As he strode forward, his arms crossed defiantly, he surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Hades. Subsequently, the conqueror's Haki targeted Hades, emanating an unfathomable ferocity, imbued with an undeniable, world-devouring will. Faced with the onslaught of conqueror's Haki, how could Hades show weakness? A similar force erupted from within him, a terrifying aura reminiscent of the underworld, embodying the will of one born to be a king. Hades was indeed the crown prince, the future ruler of the kingdom of Kronos, the destined scion of the Tartaros family, bearing the monumental responsibility of a nation's future and wielding the power of life and death over countless souls. How could one afford to exhibit weakness? In terms of ambition and spirit, Hades has never found himself outmatched. Alas, he stands before Rox D. Zebek, the strongest entity in the world today. Hades' resolve is utterly suppressed, overwhelmed from all directions. Yet, to the astonishment of many, Hades withstands the oppressive aura emanating from Rox D. Zebek. Although he can merely defend his own territory, he successfully halts Rox D. Zebek's relentless advance, standing firm like an ancient fortress amidst a tempest. Rox, not overly aggressive, perceives Hades' resilience and reveals a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes as he retracts his imposing presence. Hades, this must be our first encounter. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the Rox pirate crew. Rox unequivocally confirms this. It seems I have no grounds for refusal. Arriving here took considerable effort. Hades chuckles softly, facing Rox with an air of composure that belies the immense pressure of the situation, a scene that appears quite peculiar to onlookers. A select few understand that the son of YG has fully earned the captain's acknowledgement. Hades? The name resonates through Rox's lips, becoming known to the assembly. Regardless of the circumstances, from this day forth, Hades officially becomes a part of the Rox pirate crew. You are a Titan. Joining us should pose no issue. I would be most willing. Rox perceives the Titan's potential, even more remarkable than that of YG's companion. The addition of another top-tier warrior is undeniably advantageous, enhancing the likelihood of success in future endeavors. Without waiting for a formal recruitment process, Hades swiftly integrates into the Rox pirate crew. After all, his performance has already met Rox's expectations. Like a droplet of water, Hades quietly melds into the crew. There is no welcoming ceremony. The island of Hakanosu is perpetually alive with festivity. In the days following his successful induction into the Rox pirate crew, contrary to what others might envision, Hades maintains a notably low profile. Aside from exploring the entirety of Hakanosu, he becomes acquainted with only 3 pirates. One is Edward Newgate, the future emperor of the sea, known as Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Within the Rox pirate crew, Edward Newgate has not established his own dominion. His aspiration for family, in the eyes of other pirates, seems almost laughable. Having returned most of his acquired treasures to his homeland, he can be described as destitute, without riches. How could any pirate be inclined to follow him? Moreover, Edward Newgate harbored no such intentions at present. The acquaintance with Edward Newgate was, in fact, quite serendipitous. While Hades lingered in a tavern, Newgate approached with a bottle of liquor in hand, seating himself opposite Hades in an attempt to ingratiate himself. His true aim was to indulge in the drink without monetary compensation, having procured that very bottle from other pirates. After all, Hades was genuinely affluent, being the son of Jaeger and backed by the superpower of the Kronos kingdom. Initially, only a select few in the upper echelons were privy to Hades' identity and background. But with his arrival, all such secrets were unearthed. The first order of business upon joining the Rox pirates was to lavishly invest in a grand villa in Hakanosu. Residing in Hakanosu undoubtedly required substantial expenditure, as the various industries on the island concealed diverse factions, all of which yielded to the Rox pirates and were obligated to pay protection fees. In essence, the entire island was an asset of the Rox pirates. The expansion of the Rox pirates necessitated considerable financial resources. Without money, progress would be impossible. Numerous witnesses observed Titan extracting boxes of berries from his very own abdomen, seemingly without limit. Just 2 days later, a rather discreet currency exchange establishment commenced operations, facilitating a range of currency exchange services, transforming valuable treasures and items into berries. Hakanosu served as a nexus for treasures in the New World, having amassed an unknown number of plundered riches. Converting these treasures into berries represented a lucrative enterprise. On the same day, most currency exchange businesses in Hakanosu announced their closure, leaving only a select few operational. The remaining establishments offered fair prices, with exchange rates surpassing those of their competitors, naturally attracting a multitude of pirates. Pirates, driven by profit, would not overlook a more advantageous exchange. 2 days later, the few remaining currency exchange venues also ceased operations. Thus, the entire island was left with only the newly opened establishment, monopolizing the currency exchange business in Hakanosu and acquiring the other exchange venues. Such extraordinary methods naturally incited debates among others, for it is well known that behind these currency exchange establishments often stand the sovereigns of the shadowy underworld. Only a select few are aware that the specter of Hades looms behind this particular exchange. It remains a mystery how he has managed to subdue numerous dark monarchs. Yet those in the know harbor an increased trepidation towards Hades, imbued with an inscrutable depth. Edward Newgate received this information through the lips of Shiki, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. Aside from indulging in libations, he harbored intentions of forging a deliberate alliance. It is noteworthy that Hades invariably orders the most expensive wines at the bar, a luxury far beyond Newgate's means, who typically opts for the most economical selections. Those exquisite trophies and fine wines do not linger long in his possession. Once he secures a place in Hades' favor, he shall have the liberty to indulge in as much wine as he desires. Hades did not rebuff Newgate's overtures. Trivial wealth held no allure for him. As their interactions multiplied, familiarity blossomed between the two. Newgate divulged a plethora of insights regarding the internal dynamics of the Rock's pirates, some of which Shiki had mentioned, yet none as elaborately as Newgate articulated. It is evident that the currency exchange is indeed Hades' enterprise, with Victor, the Arms King, and one of the Dark Monarchs, being a core member of the underworld, covertly controlled by the Tartaros royal family. By merely providing other Dark Sovereigns with a consignment of arms or permitting them discounts on their purchases, Hades secures their allegiance. The Dark Sovereigns would undoubtedly grant Victor this favor, conceding the market of Hachinos to him. Furthermore, the benefits derived from the exchange of gold are, in reality, rather meager. Such schemes may only deceive novices akin to the future Straw Hat pirates. The pirates residing on Hachinos Island are seasoned veterans. Many are even fearsome brigands whom the underground factions dare not offend. At times, the amount of belly expended may exceed the actual worth of the treasures acquired, rendering it a decidedly unprofitable venture. For Hades, however, this situation presents a tremendous opportunity. As the tumultuous seas continue to stir, the world government will likely print additional belly to alleviate fiscal pressures, leading to a devaluation of belly's purchasing power across the globe. In essence, the more belly one retains, the greater the eventual losses will be. Thus, the world government may remain unscathed. However, the common folk utilizing berries across the globe, various factions, and even the allied nations that rely on berries are experiencing significant losses. The impact on pirates is minimal, as the berries they possess are unlikely to last long, with most being spent in a short span of time. The Kingdom of Kronos has transformed its surplus berries into treasures and precious items through currency exchange, thereby shielding itself from the devaluation of berries. In essence, this creates a win-win situation. Another figure is Shiki, whom I became acquainted with through Whitebeard. As for the third individual, Charlotte Linlin, she approached with a determination that rivals even that of Edward Newgate. Her fiery gaze and insatiable greed seemed to suggest an intent to devour Titan itself. What thoughts Charlotte Linlin harbors, Hades cannot possibly be unaware of. In response to her demands, Hades undoubtedly declines on behalf of Titan. Even so, while Charlotte Linlin may outwardly appear to relent and engage with Hades, her heart has not truly abandoned her pursuit of Titan. This aspect cannot be concealed from Hades. Recognizing the future Emperor of the Seas undoubtedly holds advantages for him, and Hades did not refuse. It must be said that the youthful Charlotte Linlin possesses an undeniable beauty, a goddess in the hearts of countless pirates. However, one cannot persist as a thief indefinitely. It is only reasonable to expect that vigilance must be maintained against thieves. One day, Hades will undoubtedly regret not severing ties with Charlotte Linlin. The annual recruitment event of the Rock's Pirates is merely a few days away. During his time in Hakanosu, Hades and Titan have not relinquished their training and strength. They engage in mutual sparring, practice with Edward Newgate, and even contend with Charlotte Linlin, training, battling, honing their skills, and unlocking their physical potential. The anchored Navy warships serve as tools for Hades and Titan's training, relying solely on their own strength to drag these colossal naval vessels, which are laden with countless heavy objects that add to their burden, is no small feat nevertheless. Hades has an unsettling feeling that he is being observed by a pair of eyes, though they bear no malice. In truth, Hades has also discerned their presence, his father, the former subordinates of the Grim Reaper, Jaeger. This is the legacy bequeathed to him by his father. For a prince like Jaeger, the majority of those he recruits are nurtured as loyal retainers, destined to become integral members of the Kingdom of Kronos. They may either enlist in the military, join the underworld, or serve as pirates to safeguard the Kingdom of Kronos. Among them are several who have followed Jaeger since before the establishment of the Rock's Pirates, primarily those who sought refuge under Jaeger's protection during the early days of the cruise formation. Aside from those who perished in their quest for vengeance against Jaeger's demise, the survivors comprise an elite cadre of renowned warriors within the Rock's Pirates. Even the younger pirates, having matured over a decade, have not fallen by the wayside. At the very least, they have attained the rank of esteemed officers. Tyrant Ball, the Undertaker Calloway, and Blade Edge Aji are all fearsome individuals with bounties exceeding 500 million berries. They hold positions within the Rock's Pirates equivalent to that of Edward Newgate and Shiki. Additionally, There is the death bard Khalsis, a paramecia-type user of the sound fruit, boasting a bounty of 460 million berries. Among the surviving members of the Rocks Pirates, only these four remained who had followed Hades' father Jaeger prior to the crew's establishment. The remaining former subordinates of Jaeger, provided they have not aligned themselves with other notorious pirate factions, primarily rally around these four as their leaders. This illustrates the formidable influence that Jaeger holds within the Rocks pirate crew, a power that remains terrifyingly potent even today. Looking towards the future, it could easily rival that wielded by a sovereign of the seas. For Hades, the possibility of subjugating them is entirely within reach, allowing him to amass a colossal force. Should he return to the kingdom of Kronos with them, it would undoubtedly bolster the kingdom's military might. In this vast ocean, whether now or in the future, the theme of dominance will perpetually prevail. Even if one chooses not to contend, one cannot afford to lack strength. Within the Rocks pirate crew, he must also cultivate his own power. The first step in establishing his own influence is to reclaim his father's former subordinates. At present, his prestige cannot compare to that of the other pirates in the crew. However, since Hades has not sensed any malevolence, it signifies that he has a chance to win them over. His previous actions have, to some extent, garnered their acknowledgement. What he presently lacks may very well be his own strength. The weak bow to the strong. Without the imposition of power, how could others be willing to submit? Nevertheless, Hades is not in a rush. He requires several years for growth. The Rocks pirate crew can still roam the seas for over a decade. Currently, it is the year 1471 of the Sea Era, and the crew is predicted to meet its demise around 1485, granting him ample time for development. The second phase of the Rocks pirate crew's confrontation with the Navy and the world government has only just commenced. Before that, there is one individual whom Hades is quite confident he can subdue, the Bard of Death, Khalsis, a self-proclaimed exceptional minstrel of dubious skill. He is the most loyal servant and fervent follower of the death god Jaeger. While they observe Hades, he too clandestinely watches them. Khalsis, with his heart racing in excitement, cannot conceal the fervor in his gaze. His almost fanatical adoration seems entirely redirected towards Hades after his emergence. Within Hades' perceptive range of emotions, Khalsis' wildly fluctuating feelings shine as brightly as the sun. Hades begins to suspect that should he present himself before Khalsis, no words would be necessary for Khalsis to bow in reverence. With this first conquest, the subsequent ones would become considerably easier. Khalsis is the soul of Jaeger's former subordinates, possessing formidable strength, second only to Baal, Caraway, and Ek. He was once prepared to sacrifice himself for Jaeger, and his desire for vengeance against the Navy was only surpassed by his mother, Nyx. Following Nyx's recent activities in the years prior, numerous pirates have engaged in retaliatory actions against the Navy, with Khalsis being one of them. His mother has advised him that to win over his father's old subordinates, the first move should be made against Khalsis. With Khalsis' influence and as Hades' power grows, so too will Khalsis' standing within the Rocks pirate crew, leading these former subordinates to return to his protection. In this regard, Hades possesses a significant advantage over Shiki. Despite Shiki's immense potential, he remains merely a rising star within the Rocks pirate crew. Setting aside the numerous formidable monsters of his caliber, even the three predecessors, John, Silveraxe, and Wang Ji, are significantly stronger than him, and they are still in their 30s, yet to reach their peak. If one were to join a promising candidate, their priority would undoubtedly be higher than his. Whereas Khalsis, one need only inquire slightly to discover that at the foot of a mountain, near a grove of trees to the east of Hychinos, lies a small and humble chapel. Bathed in the fading light of the setting sun, the night descends, and Hades arrives quietly. The chapel lacks a door, and as Hades steps before it, a damp and shadowy atmosphere envelopes him. A glance inside reveals the chapel to be utterly deserted. The floor, the chairs, and even the windows appear to have been meticulously cleaned. Hades is acutely aware that Khalsis is within, having already sensed that slightly agitated gaze. Entering the chapel and following that gaze, Hades beholds Khalsis, clad in a black robe, one hand cradling a Bible, standing beside the pulpit. The interior of the chapel is devoid of any adornments or carvings, presenting an exceedingly austere and somewhat eerie appearance. Observing Khalsis, Hades perceives that he resembles not a wandering poet, but a priest, a devoted believer. At this moment, Khalsis' heart does not reflect the madness that Hades had previously sensed. Rather, he appears somewhat tranquil, and his gaze towards Hades conveys a certain gentleness. This realization dawned upon Hades. The figure that Khalsis had previously observed was not himself. but rather his father, YG. With the crisp sound of footsteps echoing, Hades advanced along the central aisle, lifting his legs as he ascended the altar of the church. He stood bathed in the ethereal light cascading from the high windows above. My heart remained silent, patiently awaiting the divine. My salvation cometh from him. Karsus approached slowly, revealing his visage to Hades, a tall, slender youth with long hair and a pallid complexion, yet nearing the age of 40. I have long awaited the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Karsus's words caused Hades to frown slightly. He did not wish to be perceived as a mere substitute for his father, YG. I apologize, I am not the Grim Reaper. In response to Hades's refusal, Karsus did not display anger. Instead, a smile graced his features. As long as I have a need, I possess a reason to live. Contentment is akin to death. The throne of death has descended, and I shall offer all that I am to crown you. Karsus's submission was unmistakable, yet whose will did it represent? His father's? YG? Everything that belongs to me is mine. My fate lies within my own hands, and its nature shall be forged by my own actions. Hades would not dismiss the assistance offered by his family. However, at that moment, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for he was the king, and always had been, requiring no reliance on others. He had never contemplated living in the shadow of the Grim Reaper. An invisible yet terrifying aura erupted from within Hades, saturating the air with an overwhelming pressure, perfectly contained within the confines of the church. The dreadful presence, akin to the depths of the underworld, merged with the fierce spirit residing within Hades, unmistakably revealing the domineering will of a king. Upon hearing Hades's declaration, Karsus broke into an excited, silent laughter. After a considerable time, Karsus slowly knelt before Hades, bowing his head. One hand grasped Hades's palm, placing a Bible upon it. My lord, one day my life shall reach its end, and you shall undoubtedly be crowned as king. Despite Hades' assertions, he is not yet a king, and that remains an undeniable truth. In terms of both strength and influence, he is yet to mature. The expectations of his family and kingdom provide him with boundless motivation, yet he requires more time. Nevertheless, Hades has achieved his objective. Calthus has submitted, becoming the first subordinate to yield to Hades since his arrival in Hychinos. Under Hades' protection, another formidable general has emerged. Unbeknownst to him, 3 figures appeared outside the church: Baal, Caraway, and Aji. They had been closely monitoring Hades' movements, and upon learning of his approach toward the church, they understood his intentions. Witnessing Calthus' submission to Hades stirred a tempest within them. Their once tranquil hearts were ignited with fervor after years of dormancy. Silently departing, they pondered whether Calthus' submission meant they were not far behind. Sensing their retreat, Hades donned a confident smile, aware of the stability he had secured. The emotional shifts of the 3 were transparent to him. Events were unfolding even more favorably than he had anticipated. Congratulations, Your Highness. Shall I persuade them to join your ranks? It should pose no unforeseen complications, Calthus suggested, rising. Having known Baal and the others for years, he was well acquainted with their essence. As a user of the Soundwave fruit, he functioned like a human radar, detecting their presence as soon as they drew near. He was quite confident in his ability to convince them. No, it is too early for that. When I truly reach that level, I will defeat them myself, Hades replied, shaking his head and rejecting Calthus' proposal. He preferred to rely on his own strength to vanquish and then recruit them. Rapid expansion of power was not in his best interest. He sought a period of stable development. Given his current strength and influence, he was ill-equipped to command such a powerful faction, as it could likely provoke hostility from others. Moreover, the expansion of Baal and his companions' influence would inherently reflect on Hades, ultimately returning to him. The trio were formidable generals under his father, the Grim Reaper YG, wielding extraordinary influence among YEG's former followers. Should they choose to rally, they could easily summon the majority of the old guard. Furthermore, as earlier members of the Rocks Pirates, their influence surpassed that of the newly arrived Shiki. Indeed, Your Highness, this is a true king. Karsus mused inwardly, simultaneously aware of his next course of action, which undoubtedly included engaging in dialogue with Baal and the others. Since His Highness wished to remain in the shadows, he would allow them to cultivate their power. For the time being, he would assist in guarding the exchange. Yes, Hades departed, returning to his villa, lifting his gaze to the luminous moon above. Events had unfolded far more favorably than he had anticipated. Whether it stemmed from underestimating his father's prestige or his own capabilities, perhaps it was a combination of both. The only unexpected turn was Karsus's transformation from a mere bard into a priest. Regardless, he had now firmly established his footing within the Rocks pirates, possessing his own faction. Even with Karsus alone, he surpassed many ambitious pirates. Little did they know. The most formidable of Lion Monster Shiki's subordinates was merely a pirate with a bounty nearing 200 million berries. At this moment, Titan was training, encumbered with weights. Grasping two chains connecting naval warships, pulling them forward. He had anticipated a respite after departing from Ruskana Island, but instead encountered an even more terrifying concentration of monsters. This brought considerable pressure to Titan, especially in the presence of Rox D. Zebek. Before him, Titan felt like a small boat caught in a storm. On the verge of capsizing, Hades had also joined in, for the number of naval warships they had captured was more than sufficient. To grow stronger, indeed. News of Karsus's establishment at the exchange inadvertently spread. The lower-tier pirates might not grasp the situation, merely speculating that those behind the exchange possessed immense influence. Some marveled that even the Deathsinger Karsus, such a formidable pirate, could be persuaded. This further solidified the position of the exchange in Hakanosu, if disturbances continued. The exchange would struggle to maintain operations on this island. Originally, the guardian of the exchange was a grim reaper dispatched by the Koronos kingdom. Possessing considerable strength but lacking sufficient prestige to intimidate the numerous pirates on the island. It is worth noting that the wealth of the exchange was immense. In just a few days, the outflow of berries had already surpassed 100 billion. What an astonishing wealth this is, sufficient to attract the covetous gaze of numerous pirates. Little do they realize that the actual amount of berries flowing from the exchange exceeds 30 billion. It is almost unfathomable to consider the extent of treasures amassed by Hachinos. With the formidable Karsus guarding it, coupled with his influence and associations with many powerful pirates, the status of the exchange has been firmly established. The ability to dispense such a vast sum of berries implies a formidable backing that dissuades any rashness in offending them. For the few pirates privy to the underlying truths, this signifies a singular reality. Hades has successfully recruited the Requiem of Death, Karsus, within merely a week of his induction into the Rocks Pirates. Such efficiency is indeed astonishing. Karthus is no insignificant figure. As a core member of the former Yeg faction, although Karthus has maintained a relatively low profile in recent years, his influence has not waned. Hades has garnered Karthus's approval, thereby securing a natural inclination towards Hades within the former Yeg faction. Over the years, there have been numerous attempts to subdue the remnants of the Rocks pirates, yet, regrettably, none have succeeded. Presently, apart from Rox himself, no one possesses the capability to do so. The ensuing days unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Characterized by rigorous training and engaging in combat drills with figures such as Edward Newgate and Charlotte Linland, thereby honing one's prowess. As familiarity grew with these future luminaries, many acquaintances were forged. The annual spectacle of Hakanosu arrived as anticipated, bustling with vibrancy. From a vantage point, Hades observed the throngs of people surging in the distance. Every day, thousands of pirates flooded the island. The bustling commercial exchanges were nothing short of extraordinary. Even Hades' exchange had become somewhat congested. Hakanosu stands as the epicenter of the New World, serving as the stronghold of the most formidable and fearsome pirate crew, the Rocks Pirates. This time marked the liveliest day of the year in Hakanosu, as it hosted the annual recruitment conference for new members. Pirates from every corner of the New World would flock here, vying for the coveted opportunity to join the Rocks Pirates. For them, being accepted into the crew would undoubtedly be akin to soaring to great heights. Even for those seeking renown, this conference would serve as a premier stage. Of course, aspiring to join the Rocks Pirates necessitates enduring a brutal melee, transforming each year into a blood-soaked feast. Pirates who deem themselves inadequate in strength typically refrain from participating, finding enjoyment merely in spectating, as such madness is a thrill for them. For first-timers, accustomed to the spectacle, the anticipation of witnessing exceptional young pirates emerging this time is palpable. Edward Newgate, however, held little enthusiasm for such carnage, despite having emerged from it himself. Surviving merely makes one a pawn, and what truly piques his interest are those who excel during this conferment. It appears I am quite fortunate, having been spared considerable trouble. Hades chuckled softly. Gulalala. Hades, do not jest. You have already experienced a battle. Edward Newgate's laughter echoed, recalling the significant commotion that had ensued. Let us proceed. As members of the Rocks Pirates, we must make our collective appearance. Challenges from numerous pirates are to be expected, and we hold no right to refuse. Indeed, Hades has comprehended the regulations of the Rocks Pirates with clarity. The principle of respecting strength is upheld rigorously. Individuals like Hades, alongside Titan and Charlotte Lin, would undoubtedly seize the top position if they participated in the recruitment conference, challenging the officers of the Rocks Pirates to usurp their positions and ascend to prominence. However, this prospect diminishes the thrill, as the ultimate victor is all too apparent. Thus, formidable individuals of a certain caliber are either personally recruited by Rocks D. Zebek or through his subordinates, bypassing the recruitment conference altogether. The majority of pirates recruited through this conference are mere fodder, with only a select few able to distinguish themselves. Should Hades compete, his ability to wield the death fruit would enable him to annihilate them all. Some originally exceptional individuals, capable of growth, would be stifled, detrimental to the development of the Rocks Pirates. While the appearance of chaos within the Rocks Pirates is evident, it is intertwined with an exquisite order that sustains the growth and expansion of the crew. Although internal strife exists, it is not absolute. Is this truly the strongest man in the world? How terrifying. Before him, I find myself devoid of any desire to strike. I can scarcely breathe. The atmosphere in Hachinos is utterly vibrant, with numerous pirates exchanging furious retorts and confrontations. At that moment, a throng of individuals approached, igniting a fervor among the pirates. The principal members of the Rocks Pirates had arrived, led, of course, by the formidable Rocks D. Zebek, who strode forward with a resounding laugh, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror that enveloped the multitude of pirates. As was customary, his overwhelming presence descended upon the island like an impending apocalypse, instilling fear and awe in countless souls. Trailing behind him were several titans of the sea: John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Shiki, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lin, and numerous others, each possessing the potential of a king. They too unleashed their formidable auras. Hades, of course, conformed to the prevailing atmosphere. Even those lacking the conqueror's haki emitted their own powerful presence. The simultaneous release of such terrifying energies wrought a dreadful impact. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with lightning and thunder. Nature itself seemed to shudder under the weight of so many wills, as if a cataclysm was at hand. This terrifying entrance collectively paints a historical tableau of villainy. The dominance and majesty of the Rocks Pirates have thoroughly stunned all pirates. Their unparalleled strength and ferocity instilled fear in the shadowy observers of the world government, the Navy, and numerous allied nations. In response to the Navy's targeted assault, the Rocks Pirates are poised to unleash a frenzied counterattack, following the recruitment conference. At that juncture, whether it be the Navy, the world government, or the allied nations, all shall stand as potential adversaries to the Rocks Pirates. The might displayed by the Rocks Pirates is indeed formidable. Some allied nations have even begun to relocate their populace and wealth, preparing for a resurgence. The fall of the Kingdom of Crocodia has sounded an alarm within their hearts, revealing the unreliability of both the world government and the Navy. The Rocks Pirates are utterly unstoppable, more fearsome than the legendary giant pirate crew of 50 years past. All present swallowed hard, gazing upon this menacing pirate faction. Most of the officers and core members of the Rocks Pirates had gathered, and even the most ordinary members exuded an extraordinary aura. After all, the Rocks Pirates, excluding their affiliated crews and powers, command a super legion of 8,000. They embody the elite of the New World. Even the expendables are perceived as such only by those formidable beings. Adrift upon the seas, each possesses remarkable strength, with mastery of haki being a fundamental requisite. Rocks revealed a smile reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Children, show me your strength. The rules are straightforward. Slay 10 individuals and bring their heads before us to become a part of the Rocks Pirates. Engage in the frenzy of battle. Upon Rock's declaration, a hush fell over the square. Even the members of the Rocks Pirates appeared taken aback. Is this not a tad too simplistic? Unlike the rules of yore, where the battles were fiercely contested, the current scenario presents a stark contrast. In previous encounters, the number of participants often soared into the tens of thousands, with the Rocks Pirates frequently imposing strict limits on their recruitment, typically accepting only 400 to 500 members. This year, however, the influx of pirates has been particularly substantial, drawn in by the formidable exploits of the Rocks Pirates as they ravaged entire nations. After all, compared to the more subdued years of the past, the Rocks Pirates have indeed made quite the resurgence. Upon surveying the scene, Hades surmised that approximately 30,000 pirates had gathered, suggesting that around 3,000 might ultimately survive to join the Rocks Pirates. This effectively signifies a reduction in the recruitment threshold, enhancing the prospects for these pirates to gain admission. Merely claiming 10 heads seems rather straightforward, does it not? although it requires the slaying of 10 individuals for pirates. Adopting unscrupulous methods is par for the course. There has never been a stipulation that they must personally deliver the fatal blow. Others may do so just as well. The war is about to commence, and we require a greater supply of cannon fodder. Only those who endure the forthcoming conflict will truly earn their place among us. Hades' words roused Newgate from his reverie and prompted a realization among the other pirates. Indeed, it is possible to enlist all these pirates. However, should that occur, the threshold for joining the Rock's pirates would be significantly lowered, necessitating some form of filtration. Ultimately, the Rock's pirates require the elite. While 8,000 pirates may seem plentiful, it pales in comparison to the 200,000-strong forces the Navy has deployed in the New World. In truth, the Rock's pirates have yet to account for numerous affiliated pirate crews and subordinate factions. When fully assembled, they would pose a challenge that the Navy could scarcely withstand. Suddenly, someone made a move, launching an assault on a nearby pirate. "I'll take your life. Slay him." Within mere seconds, the entire square descended into chaos. Pirates engaged in frenzied combat, and those who first achieved their objectives were often slain before they could present their trophies to the Rock's pirates, falling victim to ambushes from their fellow marauders. Your spoils are now mine." The astute refrained from exhausting their energy unnecessarily, opting instead to seize the heads claimed by others. Devious and cunning, the malevolence of pirates was vividly displayed amidst the tumultuous battlefield. The challenge of transporting their spoils to the Rock's pirates remained a pressing concern. The atmosphere on the battlefield was decidedly eerie, as all around them, pirates remained on guard, aware that every individual was a potential foe. Those closer to the Rock's pirates had already completed their objectives and disengaged from the fray, while some pirates directed their focus towards those spectators lingering at a distance. Among the pirates present, apart from the affiliated crews of the Rock's pirates, many considered themselves lacking in strength and merely spectators, unaware that they would be dragged into the fray. Dealing with them proved to be considerably easier. Once the first was subdued, others swiftly redirected their focus, no longer contending with these formidable foes. Consequently, the battlefield expanded, drawing in countless pirates. The unfolding events surpassed their expectations. Hades had anticipated that the actual number of survivors would be lower than his initial projections. However, based on the current circumstances, the final count of pirates joining would far exceed his anticipations. Presently, the island of Hades had become a haven for hundreds of thousands of pirates. And as a result of this unforeseen turn of events, an indeterminate number of pirates and crews were ensnared. Even some of the onlooking affiliated crews of the Rock's pirates found themselves caught in the turmoil. An affiliated crew merely reflects the strength of their captain. It does not imply that the crew members themselves possess formidable capabilities. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, with more original contestants surviving, as they now had an abundance of weaker targets. The ordinary pirates who were swept in also found themselves with an opportunity to join the Rock's pirates. What was initially expected to conclude in merely half an hour extended to a staggering 4 hours. Countless pirates successfully integrated into the Rock's pirates, resulting in a rapid swell of their ranks by over 20,000. This equated to at least 200,000 pirates being ensnared, with the actual figure likely being even higher. Many powerful pirates were not content with merely slaying 10. They became frenzied, eager to showcase their potential and worth. Numerous pirates, lured by curiosity, often met their demise, becoming stepping stones for others to join the Rock's pirates. The entire island of Hades suddenly felt desolate, with blood and corpses scattered everywhere. Damaged structures were ubiquitous. The brutal law of survival rendered life trivial at this moment. Some bore witness to the terrifying might of the Rock's pirates for the first time. Prepare for a feast. Welcome the addition of our new comrades, exclaimed Rock's D. Zebek, joyfully spreading his arms wide in laughter, as if to embrace the entire world. Who would mourn the fallen pirates? It was their honor to serve as a tribute to the establishment of the Rock's dynasty. They may remain nameless throughout their lives, mere flotsam of the sea. Yet, the Rock's pirates would forge an immortal legacy, with a portion of it attributable to their contributions. Nothing brings greater joy than a grand banquet. As the voice of Rock's echoed, all the pirates erupted into wild cheers. Thus, the annual recruitment event of the Rock's pirates came to a triumphant close. Following a fierce competition, the number of members within the Rock's pirates surged dramatically, imposing immense pressure on the Navy upon receiving the news. In the New World, while the numbers of pirates have dwindled due to their relentless conflicts, the strength of the Rock's pirates has undeniably flourished. In this chaotic world, the number of pirates has been steadily increasing. Unless the Rock's pirates are dealt with in a few years, the number of deceased pirates will return to its former state. Indeed, with the rise of the Rock's pirates, the annual influx of new pirates continues to swell. Under the cover of night, Hakanosu Island gleams with lights, radiating an atmosphere of revelry. Although the difficulty of recruitment has diminished, the square at the port remains the primary battleground. True pirates, confident in their own prowess, disdain engaging with the weak. Their brilliance remains undeniable, and the prominent members of the Rock's pirates are acutely aware of it. Many ambitious officers have set their sights on them, eager to recruit these outstanding young pirates, for once they mature, they could become formidable commanders. This, indeed, is the simplest method to expand one's influence. In terms of loyalty, they can be trusted, as they are nurtured by their own hands. Hades, clutching a bottle of red wine, weaves through the throngs of pirates. The surrounding clamor appears to have no bearing on him. Some pirates have already begun to resolve their disputes in the midst of the festivities. For once intoxicated, they care for nothing else. After this banquet, it is inevitable that members will perish. Such occurrences are indeed quite common. Just a few days after Hades joined the Rock's pirates, numerous conflicts and contradictions became apparent. Particularly after indulging in libations, one often becomes reckless and disregards everything. Titan followed closely behind Hades, making their way through, as the pirates they passed swiftly yielded to them. Undoubtedly, the two were the latest luminaries of the Rock's pirates, rising to fame by stepping over the heads of naval vice-admirals, personally invited by the formidable Rock's D. Zebek. They were not to be trifled with. Moreover, their accomplishments were evident to all. Even the notorious pirate, Ryman, with a bounty exceeding 200 million, could not withstand a single blow from Hades. In the face of such monsters, all one could do was maintain a respectful distance. Care for a drink? Hades approached a young pirate, taking a seat beside him, the bottle of liquor lightly tapping against the table. This was Randy Orton, a newcomer with a bounty of 50 million berries, evidently catching Hades' attention. The nearby pirates observed Hades' actions and discerned his intentions. What a fortunate fellow! How enviable it is to be noticed by such a legendary pirate. Following in the wake of a grand pirate surely promises a greater share of future plundered riches. Yet, do not underestimate this individual. He has already dispatched over 300 pirates today. Indeed, his methods are ruthlessly effective. Looking for me? The young pirate, Randy Orton, paused, glancing at Hades with a look of disbelief. Indeed, I hold you in high regard. Would you consider following me? Hades clinked his wine bottle against Randy Orton's glass, chuckling as he extended his invitation. Randy Orton, a talent in Hades' eyes, possessed formidable combat prowess, distinguishing himself among this cohort of novice pirates. Although his performance was not the pinnacle, many pirates surpassed him in strength, with several boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, even reaching over 200 million berries. Yet, he was sufficiently youthful, fierce, and possessed a ruthless fighting style, coupled with abundant combat experience. When confronting adversaries, he invariably discerned their weaknesses or orchestrated flaws in mere moments. Striking decisively like a venomous serpent, he resembled a merciless assassin, resorting to any means necessary, leaving a trail of pirates who fell victim to his brutal attacks. Hades remained unaware of the trials Randy Orton had endured, but the venomous glint in his eyes seemed suffused with hatred, exuding arrogance, disdain, coldness, and an undercurrent of fury. Hades admired Randy Orton's combat style and was captivated by his defiant gaze. At just 19, Randy Orton harbored immense potential yet to be realized. Given another 2 or 3 years, he could emerge as the most formidable presence among these fledgling pirates. Even with his indomitable spirit, Randy Orton felt astonishment at Hades' overture. Having witnessed the latter's actions upon joining the Rock's pirates firsthand, a creature more youthful and terrifying than himself, this is an existence he cannot surpass. No matter how hard he strives. Such is the cruelty of reality. When faced with Hades, he harbors no thoughts of transcendence, for it is simply impossible. It appears he has no grounds for refusal. Clearly, there is a flicker of desire within Randy Orton. There is nothing inherently wrong in following such a formidable creature. I hope you can assist me with a task, Orton said, crushing the wine glass in his hand. His fist clenched so tightly that the glass disintegrated into dust under his immense strength. Oh, what is it? Hades inquired, curiosity piqued. Randy Orton clearly possessed a story. For such a brutal fighting style could not be born of mere happenstance. The fury simmering within him shone like a beacon. Help me eliminate Lavisk and Ric Flair. The mere thought of those two ignited a conflagration of rage within Orton, exuding an intense aura of malevolence. What heinous acts had those two committed to transform this young pirate into such a figure of wrath? Lavisk? Ric Flair? Hades silently echoed these names. Feeling a sense of familiarity, a waft of fragrance reached his senses, compelling him to turn. A figure appeared behind Hades, her alluring form capturing the attention of numerous pirates, their greedy gazes fixating on her exposed features. Lavisk, a member of the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty of 230 million. Ric Flair, a crew member of the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty of 210 million. Responding effortlessly to Hades' astonished gaze, Shaki chuckled lightly. The two were a notorious duo, famed for plundering the riches of fellow pirates, and even within the Rocks Pirates, few held any affection for them. They typically targeted novice pirates, relying on their own prowess and the protection of their affiliation with the Rocks Pirates, leaving little room for retaliation. A year prior, they had lured numerous young pirates into their meticulously laid trap with promises of treasure and the allure of devil fruits. Ultimately, the vast majority perished, their riches and resources seized by Lavisk and Ric Flair. Only a handful of pirates survived, and you must be one of them, Randy Orton. As Shaki gazed at Orton with a smile, her words transported Randy Orton back to a harrowing incident from many years ago. He was once among a group of young pirates, and such an experience imparted a painful lesson upon him, exacting a heavy toll. In fact, he had set sail a year prior, establishing his own pirate crew, yearning for freedom and adventure. When news of a treasure reached them, they were filled with exuberance, unaware that it was a meticulously laid trap. Confronted by two formidable pirates, they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Ultimately, aside from himself, the entire crew met with annihilation, rendering Randy Orton's arduous efforts futile. He barely escaped with his life, having faced near death. This revelation made him acutely aware of the ocean's brutality. To survive in these treacherous waters, he must become stronger and more ruthless than other pirates, employing any means necessary to achieve victory. The appearance of Shaki brought joy to Hades, as her intelligence provided him with insights into Randy Orton's tribulations. Killing those two is certainly not an issue, he stated. His gaze fixed intently on Randy Orton's eyes, where an unmistakable hatred lingered. But will this truly quench your thirst for vengeance? For Hades, two bounties of 200 million berries each posed no challenge. He could dispatch them at any moment. You should seek revenge yourself, personally eliminate them, and shatter their skulls. Hades' voice echoed in Randy Orton's ears, gradually instilling a sense of calm within him. What must I do? Randy Orton gritted his teeth. Recognizing the truth in Hades' words, relying on others could never constitute true retribution. He needed to act on his own. However, his current strength was woefully inadequate. He was merely a rising name, while those two were officers in the Rocks Pirates, commanding a substantial following. Of course, you must grow stronger. I shall grant you 3 years, during which you need not fear those two targeting you. I have great faith in your potential. If after 3 years you still cannot vanquish them, it would only indicate that I have misjudged you. Hades continued, trust me. Even if those two pledge allegiance to other formidable foes, I shall bear the burden on your behalf. Holding a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other, he poured himself a drink and downed it in one gulp. Eager to observe the path Randy Orton would choose. If it came to him taking action, he would still welcome Randy Orton into his fold. In this way, Randy Orton's rating in his heart would diminish, indicating that this man is merely mediocre and of little use. However, such a probability is slim. Hades already knows what choices he will make. He can sense the fervent, burning desire for vengeance within Randy Orton. I shall personally eliminate them. Orton solidified his resolve, eager to rend them to pieces. Your Highness. This title signifies his decision to submit to Hades, becoming one of his subordinates. Hades' identity is extraordinary. Your Highness is the appellation used by the Titans for him, a title that has now spread far and wide. It is akin to the moniker Son of Death conferred upon Hades by the Navy. Son of Death directly corresponds to Hades' abilities and the identity of the progeny of the Jaeger. But why not the Son of the Reaper? It is well known that God is a forbidden term for the world government. Only the world's aristocracy can claim to be descendants of deities. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Hades was pleased, for Randy Orton was the first pirate he had successfully subdued. Karsus could be said to have largely benefited from his father's influence, while subduing Randy Orton was entirely a testament to Hades' own strength. Hades' demeanor also made Randy Orton feel somewhat at ease, not as arrogant as he had imagined. It was a stark contrast to the image he had previously encountered. May I be counted among you? At that moment, a somewhat coarse voice resonated from the side. Turning his head, one beheld a pirate towering at 5 meters, his muscular upper body exposed. With a fierce countenance, he appeared decidedly formidable. However, in the eyes of Hades and Titan, he was merely another figure. Batista? Upon seeing this pirate silhouette, Randy Orton expressed surprise, inadvertently calling out his name. "Oh, you know him?" Hades inquired with curiosity, for he too had recognized the pirate who had stepped forth. Dave Batista, with a bounty of 60 million berries, slightly overshadowed Orton, and was likewise a young pirate of interest to Hades. Yet, Hades had previously focused his attention on Orton, neglecting to notice Batista's presence. The primary objective of Hades this time revolves solely around Randy Orton. In comparison to other formidable pirates, his competitive edge is rather limited. Should the opportunity arise, Hades would undoubtedly extend an olive branch. From his recent expressions, it appears this individual is almost presenting himself on a silver platter. Batista, whose fate mirrors that of Orton, likely belongs to the same cohort of survivors. With her arms crossed, Shaki reminisced about the intelligence regarding Batista and smiled, acknowledging that she had noticed his presence earlier. Indeed. It was during that time that I became acquainted with Orton. However, our interaction was brief, and thereafter, we chose divergent paths, merely exchanging occasional whispers of rumors about him. Before Hades, Batista exhibited a certain timidity, contrasting sharply with his previously fearsome, beast-like combat demeanor. In the presence of absolute power, recognizing one's own limitations becomes a vital principle for survival in these treacherous seas. Youth, too, serves as an advantage for Hades. Through mutual comparison, they are acutely aware of the chasm that separates them from Hades, both in terms of strength and potential. Individuals like Shiki possess immense power. Yet they too began their journey as mere ordinary pirates, gaining a modicum of fame upon joining the Rocks Pirates and showcasing their talents. In comparison to them, there is indeed little difference. They too may ascend rapidly within just a few years. Judging from this perspective, Hades is poised to surpass Shiki and his associates. Those two individuals are also my targets, thus, it seems fitting to take one each. A painful experience serves to clarify reality. And Batista has joined the Rocks Pirates with the aim of becoming stronger. However, within the Rocks Pirates, protection is equally necessary. The emergence of Hades is fortuitous for Batista. He overheard Hades conversing with Randy Orton, and he too yearns for an opportunity, the chance to personally eliminate those two scoundrels. Indeed, Hades nodded. Why would he refuse the arrival of talent? Revenge. In these vast seas, such narratives perpetually resurface yet remain timeless. A year has passed. They have likely forgotten about the two of you. It's time to exert yourselves and provide them with a surprise. If you delay, you may miss the opportunity. As the impending war promises to be exceedingly brutal, Hades raised his glass, clinking it with theirs, before downing its contents in one swift motion. Shaki and Titan stood as witnesses to Hades' public endeavor to cultivate his own influence. The submission of Karsus remains discreet, known only to a select few. The banquet continues as Hades discreetly departs, accompanied by Titan and his two new subordinates. Shaki does not follow, seemingly occupied with other matters. The intelligence operations of the Rocks Pirates are undeniably demanding and far from effortless. Each day, an abundance of information flows in from across the globe, requiring the analysis and organization by intelligence personnel, particularly concerning the Navy. Currently, Shaki is still in the phase of honing her intelligence capabilities. After a few more years of refinement and the cultivation of her own intelligence agents, she will be able to master the power of information with the same ease as her mother, Nyx. This visit is merely to meet with Hades. As an intelligence operative, it is unwise for her to expose herself. The Rocks Pirates possess a clandestine base for their intelligence operations. Their intelligence capabilities are a primary target for both the Navy and the world government. Having endured numerous battles, their main adversaries have been the agents of the world government and the intelligence personnel of the Navy. The intelligence network of the Rocks Pirates has developed to its current formidable state through a relentless struggle. Presently, the villa where Hades resides is interconnected with nearby territories and the coast, all of which are under the dominion of Hades' enemies, serving as Hades' stronghold in Hachinos. Hades has devised a plan for the expansion of his influence, choosing to develop temporarily within Hachinos. As his power grows, he will inevitably seek to extend his reach and establish a territory as his base. When the opportune moment arises, Hades will return directly to the kingdom of Kronos. The rigorous training commences. Such behavior, compared to other members in Hachinos, is truly anomalous. After all, the experiences of these pirates are of little significance in Hades' eyes. At this moment, there were few who took notice of them. Time was increasingly pressing, and soon the counteroffensive of the Rocks pirates would erupt. To survive, one must grow stronger. The grand revelry lasted a full 3 days. Hades swiftly and decisively brought 4 pirates under his command. Contrary to Hades' expectations, the other officers of the Rocks pirates appeared indifferent to recruiting talent. Each harbored their own pride, mostly waiting for others to come forth and pledge their allegiance. This approach is comprehended by Hades, yet remains unendorsed. The advancement of power and the accumulation in the early stages are of paramount importance. The Rocks pirates boast a plethora of young and promising pirates, who typically await their rise to fame before attracting attention. By that time, these burgeoning pirates will possess greater confidence, both in their choices and in their capacity to refuse. Those who have not consumed a devil fruit might swiftly ascend to prominence with a single potent devil fruit. In the current new world, is there any opportunity to obtain a devil fruit greater than that offered by the Rocks pirates? None. The choices made by the formidable pirate Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, are indeed commonplace within the present-day Rocks pirates. There is an abundance of ambitious individuals. This situation was only subsequently grasped by Hades. Many young pirates who had recently joined the Rocks pirates were not in haste to align themselves under any particular officer, opting instead to observe. They required time to adequately comprehend the various officers within the Rocks pirates before determining which one would be most advantageous for themselves. Each notorious pirate possesses a distinct style of conduct and personality, thus it is only natural to choose one under whom they can feel at ease. The principle of selecting a worthy leader is an instinctive choice for many, akin to birds choosing a sturdy tree in which to nest. This also provided Hades with an opportunity. While Abel, a member of the fur tribe, and Simos, a merman resembling a great white shark, as well as Porcupine Barkley and Cobra Wozy, were among the new recruits of the Rocks pirates. While Abel and Simos were not particularly formidable, ranking only in the middle tier among this batch of newcomers, they were likely inexperienced sailors, having just set out to sea without any bounties to their names, fortuitously encountering this moment. At 13 and 12 years of age respectively, even their mid-tier status indicated potential, as those who could join the Rocks pirates were not weak. During the recruitment assembly, Hades observed their relatively impressive performance. Although still somewhat immature, they exhibited sufficient capacity for growth. More importantly, he valued the influence of the Fur Tribe and Fishman Island that lay behind them. For these 2 obscure young pirates, Hades' recruitment was nothing short of a pleasant surprise. Despite the presence of various races within the Rocks pirates, there remained an undercurrent of rejection, particularly towards the weaker factions, such as the Fur Tribe and the Fishmen, who were often regarded as less than human. Not anticipating being noticed by this young prodigy, they naturally would not refuse, for such inconspicuous pirates. Swiftly joining a crew was of utmost importance. Lacking strength and background, their lives held little value, and their demise would scarcely be noticed. Porcupine Barkley and Cobra Wozy were both newcomers with bounties nearing 100 million berries, possessing strength surpassing that of Orton and Bautista, and they were also devil fruit users. Barkley wielded the powers of the animal type, specifically the hedgehog fruit, while Wozy possessed the abilities of the animal type, specifically the cobra fruit. However, this did not guarantee that their ultimate achievements would eclipse those of Orton and his ilk. As devil fruit users, they inherently held an advantage. Yet their recruitment did not stir any significant ripples. In Hades' presence, the stark disparity rendered their ambitions of surpassing him non-existent. The fact that Hades personally sought to recruit them indicated a measure of respect. A week after the banquet commenced, the atmosphere of Hachino's island underwent a sudden transformation. The scent of war began to permeate the air, enveloping the entirety of the New World, as the Rocks pirates continuously mobilized personnel and amassed military strength. The Navy dispatched intelligence operatives to investigate the operational strategies of the Rocks pirates. Gaining early insight into the intentions of the Rocks pirates would facilitate preemptive measures. The contest between the Navy and the Rocks pirates was largely a struggle for information dominance. A palpable tension filled the air within the skeletal-like grandeur of Hachino's. The assembly hall of the Rocks pirates was bustling with powerful pirates present, including the 4 great kings, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Shiki, as well as Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and numerous other formidable members. Hades was also present, somewhat inconspicuous, merely standing in a corner, with Karsa's position behind him. He exchanged glances with Ike, Calloway, and Barr, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed as Rox D. Zebek emerged from the shadowy corridor, holding a scroll of a map measuring 4 meters in length. Approaching the head of the table, he slammed the map down and slowly unfurled it, revealing a world map before everyone. A depiction that included the first half of the Grand Line, the New World, the Four Seas, and the Red Line, even marking the Navy's troop deployments within the New World. This map is remarkably detailed, adorned with numerous markings that likely signify the responsibilities of their current operation. Within the chaos of the Rocks Pirates, there exists an exquisite order that enables the full potential of their strength to be unleashed at critical moments, thus allowing them to subdue the Navy. This operation is meticulously planned. Through the map, Hades can discern the approximate targets of the Rocks Pirates, namely the formidable powers of the New World, the Kingdom of Iwa, the Kingdom of Bayardin, the Kingdom of Washington, the Kingdom of Adams, and the Kingdom of George. In the first half of the Grand Line, there lie the Kingdom of Lincoln and the Kingdom of Wilson. In the East Sea, there is the Kingdom of Theodore. In the West Sea, the Kingdom of Harrison. In the South Sea, the Kingdom of Warren. And in the North Sea, the Kingdom of Herbert. At a glance, the number of world government-affiliated nations marked with red crosses amounts to 11, 5 in the New World, 2 in Paradise, and 4 spread across the 4 seas. This clearly indicates the grand ambitions of the Rocks Pirates ahead. Among them, the Kingdom of Iwa is renowned in the New World for its immense natural resources, particularly in mining. Most of the materials required for the construction by the world government are sourced directly from Iwa. As for the other affiliated nations, Hades possesses little knowledge. Yet any nation capable of offering heavenly gold is unlikely to be mediocre, especially considering the targets of the Rocks Pirates. Notably, there are no naval bases above. For pirates, confronting the Navy is often a thankless endeavor, failing to ignite the fervor for battle. Typically, they would conserve their strength during combat. The same applies to their targets. As each affiliated nation harbors astonishing wealth, pirates are driven by insatiable greed, with wealth and plunder being perennial themes. In the pursuit of riches, they can unleash their utmost combat fervor and determination. Even if the Navy arrives subsequently, they will fight valiantly to protect the treasures they have seized. The Rocks Pirates have a keen understanding of the pirate's mindset. The planning behind this undoubtedly involves the analytical prowess of intelligence organizations. The intelligence apparatus of the Rocks Pirates wields significant information power, which also encompasses advisory functions. Only through such means can the full potential of the Rocks Pirates be harnessed. Managing such a colossal organization as the Rocks Pirates requires more than mere brute strength. It necessitates the application of strategic intellect as well. However, this does not imply that the Rocks Pirates will refrain from confronting the Navy. As you have all observed, Rocks pointed at the map, exuding an aura of dominance that seemed to convey a sense of commanding authority. The Navy's concentration of power in the New World suggests they believe they can contend with us, but they are prematurely optimistic. It is time for them to witness the true might with which we sweep across the world. As he spoke, Roxdy Jibek gazed at the assembly, a frenzied glint in his eyes that was utterly captivating, seemingly infecting those present with his fervor. His dark, armored fingers pressed against the map, marking the location of the Kingdom of Rock with a deep imprint. With numerous targets ahead, the division of forces was inevitable. Yet, the Rocks Pirates possessed sufficient military strength to undertake this division without fear. These allied nations are the objectives of our operation. I shall take charge of the Kingdom of Rock, and the next 4 shall be chosen by you. As soon as the words left his lips, the eyes of the assembly fell upon the 4 great kings. Rocks referred to the remaining 4 allied nations in the New World, which faced the greatest pressures as a battleground. The majority of the Navy's military might was aggregated in the New World, ensuring rapid support would arrive. This, of course, would be shouldered by the 4 great kings, whose strength was second only to that of Roxdy Jibek. The 4 great kings stood at the forefront, closest to Rocks. The violent King Kosa, a terrifying behemoth standing 4 meters tall, was a massive muscle capable of unleashing devastating power at any moment. Behind him stood numerous subordinates, each a renowned powerhouse in the New World, emanating an aura of menace. The Golden King Donovan wielded a larger influence than the violent King Kosa, boasting greater numbers due to his wealth, yet he fell slightly short in terms of raw power. The werewolf King Quiro's forces were relatively weak. As a member of the werewolf tribe, he faced some degree of exclusion from other pirates. His ship was predominantly crewed by werewolf tribe members, making it somewhat insular. Nevertheless, in terms of strength, he was not inferior to Kosa. The remaining figure, the Deadshot Leon, stood alone yet exuded an air of calm. a testament to his unwavering confidence in his abilities. "The kingdom of Bayarden shall be entrusted to me," Kosa declared first, flicking his finger lightly, leaving a mark of his own on the map at the location of the kingdom of Bayarden. "Then I shall take on the kingdom of Washington." The illustrious Donovan, adorned with a crown of golden locks, has etched his mark upon the map. He exudes the air of nobility, renowned for his immense wealth. Donovan's reputation within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates is unparalleled, thanks to the powers of the gold fruit. He possesses formidable resources and is generous in bestowing treasures upon others. Notably, his mastery over the gold fruit has reached an awakened state, albeit his approach diverges from that of the future Golden Emperor. In addition to his ability to manipulate gold, Donovan possesses the unique capability to create it. The gold produced in this manner is everlasting, rather than a fleeting assimilation. The scenario where the ability vanishes upon the user's unconsciousness or demise will not arise. In terms of the development of the golden fruit, Donovan has long achieved the stage of gold synthesis. The ability functions akin to a synthesizer, requiring merely a selection of ores and metals to extract valuable elements and synthesize gold of greater worth. Such a Donovan could be described as possessing wealth rivaling nations, with an abundance of treasures at his disposal. The sole potential repercussion of this would be the significant influx of gold into the world, leading to an increase in the quantity of gold without a corresponding rise in demand, resulting in a decline in its value. Hades is well aware that Donovan has long been under the scrutiny of the formidable Hilton Kingdom, a superpower in the realm of gold. Donovan's indiscriminate production of gold has already disrupted the entire gold market, causing a depreciation in its value that directly impacts the interests of the Hilton Kingdom. Previously, the gold market was under the control of the Hilton Kingdom, but it now appears to be slipping from their grasp. It is akin to the Kronos Kingdom's dominion over the global silver market. What would happen if an individual capable of creating silver were to emerge? They would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Alternatively, they might seek to capture him alive and bring him under their control. The stance of the Kronos Kingdom mirrors that of the Hilton Kingdom. However, the current situation is one that the superpowers of the Hilton Kingdom are inclined to endorse, as there is no immediate need to weaken the Rocks Pirates. Instead, they aim to further bolster the Rocks Pirates to stand against the world government. The Adams Kingdom's werewolf, Quiro, articulated his ambitions. "That final kingdom, George, shall be entrusted to me," Leon chuckled softly, cleaning his beloved firearm. In truth, aside from Leon, the other three sovereigns have chosen allied nations that are relatively close to their own territories. Within the surrounding waters of these allied nations, naval fortresses observe their movements. Once their operations commence, their initial targets will not be the world government's allied nations, but rather the naval forces that could potentially disrupt their plans. These naval fortresses serve as the eyes of the Navy. It is imperative that the Navy remains unaware of their true objectives at the earliest opportunity. An assault on a naval base would create the illusion that the Rocks Pirates are specifically targeting the Navy, leading to potential miscalculations in troop movements. In reality, the concealment of the allied nations stands as the primary goal. Furthermore, the vice admirals stationed at these naval strongholds lack the capability to pose any significant threat. The selection of allied nations may indeed reflect this consideration, aiming to weaken both the world government and the Navy simultaneously. As for the two targets, who among you will take the lead? The objectives in the New World have been identified, and the next step involves navigating the initial leg of the route. The Lincoln Kingdom and the Wilson Kingdom are staunch loyalists of the world government, having consistently aligned themselves with its interests, effectively having been tamed by it long ago. In comparison to the New World and the Four Seas, the world government and the Navy wield greater power in the initial segment of the Grand Line, enabling them to exert more influence and accomplish more. The Four Seas essentially represent the foundational base of the world government, boasting the most expansive maritime territory, resources, and population, with a larger number of allied nations. Meanwhile, in the initial segment of the Grand Line, the control exerted by the world government and the Navy is even stronger. The allied nations targeted in this segment face less pressure than those in the New World, but remain second only to them in terms of challenge. The strength of the dispatched forces must not be underestimated, and it is now time for the slightly less formidable trio of John, Silveraxe, and Wang Ji to take their turn. In this context of divided operations, the allocation of interests and combat power becomes exceedingly crucial. John and Wang Ji, choose one allied nation each, while Silveraxe shall accompany me. Rox made a decisive choice on their behalf. The pirate fleet he commands is destined to be the most formidable in overall combat strength, poised to confront the greatest of challenges. They must not only contend with the Kingdom of Rock, but also with the reinforcements dispatched by the Navy. Currently, 3 admirals are stationed in the New World, at least 2 of whom will undoubtedly be drawn to him. His ambitions extend well beyond mere allied nations. The Navy is equally a target. From the very beginning, Rox has been confronting the world government and the Navy. When the captain speaks, refusal is not an option. Moreover, selecting 1 from 2 is far easier than choosing 2 from 3. Ultimately, John will set his sights on plundering the Lincoln Kingdom, while Wangji will target the Wilson Kingdom. As for the allied nations in the 4 seas, they are relatively easier to subdue, as the Navy's elite forces have already been redeployed, leaving no one to thwart the Rox pirates, provided they are not from the powerful nations. Sending any cadre over can lead to substantial chaos. Among the 4 allied nations in the 4 seas, there are plenty of willing cadres, akin to a gold rush. The candidates were swiftly determined, with Hades only recognizing the blade-wielding edge, while the other 3 are notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 300 million berries. This merely serves as a temporary appointment of a leader. Once the primary candidate is selected, a portion of the pirates will remain to safeguard the base, and the entire Rox Pirates crew will be divided into 12 teams. The remaining cadre will likewise be assigned to these 12 groups. Such matters are entirely voluntary, yet they necessitate the assurance of a balanced combat strength, requiring adjustments. Hades' choice is none other than Rox. Although the war against the Kingdom of Rock will be particularly fierce, Hades possesses a greater faith in the might of Rox D. Zebek than in other notorious pirates. Furthermore, the strength of the Rox pirates along this journey is truly formidable. This includes the terrifying monster Rox D. Zebek himself, the now matured top-tier powerhouse Silver Axe, as well as the destructive force of Shiki, the natural destroyer Charlotte Linlin, the Undertaker Calloway, and the Tyrant Ball. Moreover, Hades himself is no weakling, accompanied by Titans and secretly backed by the commander of Hell, Crow. In terms of securing his own safety, one could confidently say it is absolutely assured. It is time to witness the pinnacle of battle on these seas. The meeting concluded, and the Rox pirates maintained an eerie tranquility. The Navy, oblivious to the true intentions of the Rox pirates, found it challenging to monitor them. Surveillance was not a straightforward endeavor, as certain regions remained forbidden zones, impervious to both the Navy and the world government. Several pirates had mysteriously vanished, leaving the Navy unable to ascertain the motives behind their disappearance. All signs indicated that the Rox pirates had set their sights on the Navy, as evidenced by the leaked intelligence and the mobilization of their forces on the front lines. Simultaneously, the Rox pirates exhibited astonishing countermeasures, with intelligence agents from the Navy and world government disappearing one after another, rendering the Navy seemingly blind, as if the island of Hachinos was shrouded in a veil of fog. Only a select few were aware that this was the handiwork of Hades. It was imperative to appropriately showcase one's abilities and value. Yet, to be candid, the Rox pirates did not particularly require his combat prowess. Hades' observation hockey possessed remarkable strategic value, thwarting the attempts of Navy and world government intelligence personnel to infiltrate Hachinos. With the meeting at an end, the Rox pirates did not hasten to take action. Recently, Shiki had been quite busy, needing to utilize his float fruit abilities to transport 2 pirate fleets destined for the East Sea and North Sea to their respective waters. Navigating the doldrums was not a daunting task for formidable pirates, especially those endowed with Conqueror's Haki, who could traverse directly through. This was particularly true for the southern seas connected to the North Sea and the northern seas linked to the New World. The Rox pirates possessed the capability to clandestinely smuggle into these 2 maritime regions. However, the East Sea and North Sea presented a more formidable challenge. The doldrums connecting the East Sea and North Sea lay in the initial segment of the Grand Line, with the northern end linked to the East Sea and the southern end to the North Sea. Between them and the New World lay the Red Line and vast expanses of ocean controlled by the Navy. To remain undetected by the world government and the Navy, they had to rely on Shiki's strength. Warfare hinged on strategy. Should the Navy continue to treat the Rox pirates as a mere ordinary pirate crew, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Through years of evolution, the Rox pirates had transformed immensely. From Shaki's brief remarks, Hades could surmise the extent to which the intelligence capabilities of the Rox pirates had developed. The vast ocean swells with relentless currents, heralding the tremors of the world government's crumbling foundation. The Rox pirates represent a colossal vessel, propelled forward by myriad forces for various reasons. There is no turning back. They steadfastly charge towards the world government. What formidable powers lie concealed within the Rox pirates? How many tendrils of diverse factions extend in support? Continuously supplying funds and meeting various demands? The resources and armaments from the Kingdom of Kronos clandestinely bolster the strength of the Rocks Pirates. Currently, the core crew of the Rocks Pirates includes the swordsman Wang Ji, hailing from the East Blue, and the captain of the Five Peaks Pirates. Mysteriously emerging, he is intricately linked to the ancient Daxia Empire, which has stood for 5 millennia. This superpower, though discreet, possesses a terrifying strength that commands the utmost caution from the world government, surpassing even the present-day Kingdom of Kronos. A century ago, even before the establishment of the giant soldier pirates, a mysterious man of the Gua clan emerged from the Daxia Empire, becoming the world's strongest with his overwhelming prowess. He forged a name as the Sea Emperor, unmatched by any. The epic tale of his exploits is beyond further elaboration. The world government paid a hefty price for their actions against the Daxia Empire, which, upon discovery, retaliated fiercely. In terms of strength, at his peak, he could very well rival the current Rox D. Jibek. Importantly, he hails from the Daxia Empire, and despite the passage of a century, that man certainly still lives. Such monsters find it unchallenging to live for over a century, with many even reaching the remarkable age of over 200 years. Of course, this is predicated on possessing extraordinary physical prowess, maintaining a body free from significant hidden injuries, and mastering the art of health preservation. The Tartaros family chronicles record that the longest-lived member of their lineage reached the venerable age of 212. Besides King Ben, 3 generations of the Tartaros family remain alive and in good health. During the initial development of the Rocks Pirates, substantial funding was required, with clandestine support from merchant associations controlled by the Hilton Kingdom. Except for the Holy Bright Kingdom in the South Sea, nearly all superpowers extended their assistance to the Rocks Pirates. Even numerous members of the Elbaf giant tribe, who had been isolated from the sea since the dissolution of the giant pirate crew, have joined the Rocks Pirates. Within the entirety of the Rocks Pirates, the number of giant tribe members exceeds 20, a formidable force surpassing even the giants possessed by the Navy. Various factions, those aspiring to challenge the hegemony of the world government, as well as kingdoms and allied nations within the current world order, have also joined. Take good care. Hades clinked glasses with Newgate, subsequently indulging in copious amounts of wine. Newgate was about to depart, following the forces led by John. John and Wang Ji were poised to set forth, covertly infiltrating the first half of the Grand Line. Utilizing cloaking techniques in conjunction with members of the Fishman tribe, they planned to submerge into the depths of the sea, traversing Fishman Island and crossing the Red Line to reach their paradise. The recent action plan is remarkably comprehensive, nearly devoid of flaws, prompting Hades to marvel at the exceptional talents within the intelligence organization of the Rocks Pirates. Of course, one cannot claim it is entirely without imperfections. However, the reality remains that the overall strength of the Rocks Pirates holds an absolute advantage. Under such circumstances, this superiority maximizes the offensive efficiency of the Rocks Pirates. The caveat lies in the Navy also dividing its forces. If this occurs, defeat for the Navy is all but inevitable. Should the Navy choose to sacrifice some units and concentrate their might against 1 or 2 core members, there remains a possibility of securing some victories. Does the Navy possess such resolve? Certainly. In the battle at Kent Island, the Navy recognized their inability to contend with the Rocks Pirates and decisively opted for retreat, instead dispatching formidable forces to confront Hades, a relatively obscure figure. Yet, they misjudged Hades' capabilities, leading to mission failure, compounded by the intervention of the Rocks Pirates, who sent forth the fierce Shiki. Nevertheless, Hades had no intention of offering any warnings. The strategy of the Rocks Pirates is sound. If the Navy finds itself targeted, it can only be attributed to inadequate strength and ill fortune. The Rocks Pirates are poised to strike, akin to a beast ready to break free from its cage, on the brink of eruption. Meanwhile, the Navy deliberates on how to counter the Rocks Pirates, each member furrowing their brows in speculation about the potential targets of the Rocks Pirates. The Four Seas must deploy their forces, if they remain inactive. Should the Rocks Pirates indeed launch an assault on the Four Seas, we might still muster a resistance, thereby providing a semblance of accountability to the allied nations. Marshal Black rubbed his temples, fully aware that this was merely a facade. With the elite naval forces of the Four Seas redeployed, it was utterly implausible to contend with the Rocks Pirates. Even the pirates within the Four Seas would prove to be a formidable challenge, given the current strength of the naval forces in that region. Moreover, the expanse of the Four Seas was vast. Deploying a mere handful of troops would be futile. Presently, The Navy's primary stronghold lay in the New World, where they were engaged in a fierce struggle against the Rocks pirates. Even the world government disallowed the Navy from allocating significant resources to the Four Seas. Should the New World succumb to the onslaught, the Rocks pirates would find themselves operating unimpeded. Whether they chose to invade the Red Line or wreak havoc on the first half of the Grand Line through Fishman Island, they could do so with ease. As for the Four Seas, should the Rocks pirates indeed dispatch their forces against the Allied nations, it was highly improbable that the Navy could intervene in time. The Navy had already faced ample condemnation. One more instance would not make a difference. Yet, inaction was not an option. Genuine negligence would provide the Allied nations with ample justification to refuse the tribute of celestial gold. Some Allied nations might be eagerly awaiting such an opportunity. Once the precedent was set, further occurrences would inevitably follow, leading to distress for both the world government and the Navy. Hence, this path must not be embarked upon. The Navy was compelled to take decisive action. With the formidable suppression of the Navy withdrawn, the pirates of the Four Seas began to wreak havoc, adversely affecting the overall economy of the region. Certain Allied nations had already issued ultimatums, declaring that this year's celestial gold contributions would be diminished. Marshal Black had conceived a plan to eradicate the rampant pirates of the Four Seas, aiming to diminish their numbers and suppress their overall strength. This should effectively silence the voices of these affiliated nations, serving as an explanation to the Four Seas. As for those nations that may face annihilation, the world government will assist in their reconstruction when the time comes, provided there are sufficient reasons and results. The responsibility of communicating with the affiliated nations rests with the world government, as Black currently has no time to fret over such matters. In the first half of the Grand Line, preparations are underway at 8 bases, which will constantly patrol the surrounding waters. Upon discovering any trace of the Rocks pirates, immediate reports will be sent to headquarters. The Navy is equipped with strategies to counter the potential assaults of the Rocks pirates on the Four Seas in the initial segment of the Grand Line. Although current intelligence suggests that the Rocks pirates are most likely to engage with the Navy in the New World, it is prudent to be prepared for all eventualities. Moreover, the current state of the Rocks pirates is highly unsettling, with numerous anomalies, particularly the disappearance of intelligence personnel, which has instilled a sense of foreboding in Black. As the Admiral of the Navy, Black has witnessed a multitude of events. The situation surrounding the Rocks pirates is already somewhat irrational. However, he remains uncertain of their true intentions and targets. In summary, the Navy must respond with utmost diligence. 3 vice admirals will be dispatched to each maritime region of the Four Seas to assume the role of acting governor, coordinating the naval forces across the expanse of the seas and preparing to confront the Rocks pirates, while simultaneously eradicating the increasingly rampant pirates of the Four Seas. Although deploying 12 vice admirals may seem excessive, it equates to merely 3 per maritime area. Before Black lies a list, populated entirely by the current vice admirals stationed at headquarters. He methodically ticks off names with a pen, annotating each one. Others observing this quickly grasp Black's intentions. 1 vice admiral from each faction of the Four Seas will be appointed, assigned to their respective regions. The remaining 2 vice admirals, however, will be chosen from headquarters personnel with no affiliations to the Four Seas factions, firmly suppressing their influence in terms of numbers. Moreover, the position of acting governor will also be held by a vice admiral from headquarters, disconnected from the factions of the Four Seas. This arrangement signifies that Black has begun to intervene in the affairs of the Four Seas Navy. Although the higher echelons of the Four Seas faction harbor intentions to oppose this, they find themselves devoid of justification, as factional disputes cannot be overtly addressed. Of utmost importance is the implication of the personnel dispatched by Black, which effectively relinquishes the potential of the Four Seas allied nations falling prey to the Rocks pirates, redirecting the primary focus towards the eradication of piracy. The vast expanse of the Four Seas serves as an impediment to the deployment of naval forces. Even the initial segment of the Grand Line necessitates the guardianship of 8 Navy vice admirals. How much more so for the Four Seas, where each maritime domain is several times the size of the Grand Line segments. The Navy headquarters is also unable to allocate additional strength, as the New World requires support at any moment due to the evolving circumstances. In just a month, during the Battle of Kin Island, 3 Navy vice admirals perished. Following the Battle of Flame Island, the formidable Shiki executed another vice admiral, culminating in the loss of 4 vice admirals. To truly safeguard the allied nations of the Four Seas, at the very least, 4 admiral candidates must be recalled. The general capabilities of ordinary vice admirals may not suffice to contend with the subordinates sent by the Rock's pirates. An unprecedented burden bears down upon Marshal Black. Unbeknownst to outsiders, his hair has turned completely white, now merely appearing dyed black. Presently, the overall strength of the Navy, compared to the past, is not considered weak. 3 Navy admirals directly correspond to the core members of the Rock's pirates. For candidates possessing near-peak combat capabilities can effectively counter 1 or 2 of the core personnel of the Rock's pirates, including the exceptionally powerful vice admirals, Mace and Ronaldo. They are poised against high-ranking figures of the Rock's pirates, such as Shiki and Whitebeard. However, in terms of sheer numbers, the Navy finds itself at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, while the quantity of vice admirals in the Navy is considerable, their overall quality is inferior to that of the Rock's pirates. What manner of monster, then, is the Rock's pirates? When it was first established, there was little sensation surrounding it. Only Rox and Jaeger were somewhat renowned. However, with the addition of the 4 great emperors, the Rock's pirate crew swiftly became an entity against which the Navy could not contend. Significantly, the Rock's pirate crew continues to witness the rise of new talents. Initially, there were the formidable figures of John, Silver Axe, and Wang Zhi. Subsequently emerged Newgate, Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin. Now, one might even consider Hades, or rather 2, the Titans endowed with mythical beast powers, serving as Hades' guardians, representing an extraordinary potential for supreme combat prowess. If time could be turned back, Black would undoubtedly exert every effort to dispatch all available forces to eliminate Rox Zebek and quash this threat in its infancy. Presently, Black can merely strive to maintain the status quo within the Navy. The current objective of Admiral Black is to preserve this situation, which implies that the Navy must continue to endure sacrifices. To truly confront the Rock's pirate crew, the Navy alone is insufficient. It necessitates formidable support from the world government. Be it CP0, which boasts 3 top-tier combatants, or the esteemed Knights of God, regarded as the strongest organization of the world government's air force. Regrettably, CP0 suffered significant losses a decade ago and, aside from secret missions, is also tasked with protecting the world's aristocracy. When the need arises, CP0 may intervene. The Knights of God serve as the most potent guardians of the celestial dragons and will only act when the lives of the celestial dragons are threatened. The only glimmer of hope lies with the Army. The Army safeguards the various checkpoints of the Red Line, ensuring the stability of the continent. The environment of the Red Line is exceedingly harsh, with its tough soil proving difficult to cultivate. Through prolonged transformation by the world government, the region has gradually become habitable. After more than 7 centuries of development, the Red Line has evolved into a super kingdom housing 1 billion inhabitants, directly governed by the world government. The residents of the Red Line, aside from the nobles who migrated there, government officials, and the affluent, consist solely of ordinary people, while referred to as common residents. They are, in reality, the slaves of the world government. These residents are a vast collective, descended through generations as the slaves of the world's aristocracy. Born into servitude from the moment of their arrival, the Red Land is the region most severely tormented by the machinations of the world's nobility. In the Sabaody archipelago, celestial beings occasionally descend to observe, while the Red Land is home to a substantial population of these divine beings, confronting several of them daily. One can only imagine the depths of suffering endured by the inhabitants of the Red Land. For the celestial dragons, as descendants of gods, descending to the sea is akin to a divine visitation. Typically, they do not venture down easily, except for special missions requiring visits to affiliated nations. Celestial dragons seldom grace the sea with their presence. They may only make the journey to the Sabaody archipelago in search of favored slaves. Each year, countless slaves are sent to the Red Land, with the demands of the world's aristocracy constituting only a fraction of the total. More critically, the construction of the Red Land necessitates an immense supply of free labor. In such a harsh environment as the Red Land, the establishment of a vast, habitable nation is achieved at the cost of innumerable slave lives. Many attribute the origins of the slave trade solely to the world's aristocracy, unaware of the true nature of the Red Land itself. In reality, the aristocracy's demand for slaves is but a minor component, the true puppet master. The source of this malevolence is the world government. Were it not for the world government, the institution of slave trading would have long been abolished. A significant portion of the annual celestial gold is also invested in the development and transformation of the Red Land. To sustain the Red Land, Vast quantities of resources must be procured from the four seas or the Grand Line each year, under the oppressive rule of the world government. The Red Land is not only subject to force, but also reliant on countless resources essential for the survival of its inhabitants. Should this supply line be severed, the Red Land would erupt into unprecedented chaos, and one can only fathom the catastrophic ramifications of such an immense uprising. As the Red Land expands, the affiliated nations of the four seas gradually begin to seize control over the lifeblood of the world government, be it celestial gold or food supplies. Agriculture holds immense significance for the world government, as it governs the survival of over 1 billion souls. It is for this reason that one of the 5 elders is designated as the agricultural martial deity. In such a vast expanse of the Red Earth continent, a mere 3 million soldiers is evidently insufficient. For many years, this land has remained uninvaded, resulting in no increase in the army's ranks. It is conceivable that the military could swiftly bolster its forces to 5 million or even 8 million at any given moment. Countless individuals aspire to enlist in the army on the Red Earth continent. For those inhabitants born into servitude, the path to becoming a free person necessitates a decade of military service, thereby enabling them to break free from the chains of slavery. This also presents an opportunity bestowed upon them by the world government, a glimmer of hope akin to a ray of light emerging from the depths of hell. Otherwise, the Red Earth continent would have long succumbed to chaos. Even with the abolition of slavery, the inhabitants of the Red Earth continent remain no different from serfs in the eyes of the global aristocracy, albeit they gain slightly more rights to exist. Burak is acutely aware of this reality. Although he does not condone the actions of the world government, the military force that can be unleashed is nothing short of terrifying. Years ago, the annihilation of hundreds of thousands of troops in the Kingdom of Kronos did not significantly weaken the army as a whole. Within less than a month, the losses were replenished. The death of the army general was indeed a painful blow. In terms of recruitment, the Navy cannot compete with the army. With sheer numbers, the army can deplete much of the combat strength of the Rocks pirates. Moreover, the army's combat prowess is formidable. Although there is no position of marshal, there are 3 army generals, each comparable to the top-tier strength of Davis and Puyol. Beneath them are 16 army lieutenant generals, corresponding to the Navy's vice admirals. The Navy, needing the support of the world government, can only turn to the army. In fact, Marshal Burak is urging the world government to dispatch formidable reinforcements to assist the Navy in combating the Rocks pirates. The more, the better. Unfortunately, the world government declined, citing the army's obligation to protect the Red Earth continent, fearing a direct invasion by the Rocks pirates. Only when a true lesson is imparted will they come to realize the gravity of the situation. Burak is also secretly calculating the world government's vulnerabilities. The foundation of the world government is the celestial gold, derived from its member nations. Abandoning the nations of the four seas would directly incite rebellion against the world government, thereby undermining its authority and affecting its share of celestial gold. Burak has reached out to several friendly member nations. According to clandestine intelligence, these nations have united, and this year's celestial gold has been reduced by 30% compared to the previous year. Should further incidents occur, especially if they perceive the threat of the Rocks pirates and the ineptitude of the world government, the amount of celestial gold may be diminished even further. At that juncture, the world government will truly feel the sting and will be compelled to take serious measures to support the Navy against the Rocks pirates, simultaneously dispatching powerful reinforcements. With the issuance of Marshal Burak's orders, the atmosphere across the Grand Line's first half, the New World, and the Four Seas has become increasingly tense. Naval warships have begun to depart from the naval headquarters, traversing vast seas, splitting into 4 routes to head directly towards the Four Seas. Aside from the naval headquarters, 8 naval fortresses in the first half of the Grand Line have also dispatched warships to commence patrols in the surrounding waters, striving to respond swiftly upon receiving intelligence regarding the Rocks pirates. When the time comes, both the 8 naval fortresses and the naval headquarters will take action, dispatching powerful forces to encircle the Rocks pirates in that maritime expanse. This sea, referred to as paradise by the pirates of the New World, is unequivocally the Navy's stronghold. While entry is relatively easy, egress is exceedingly difficult. Both the upside-down mountain and the waters leading to paradise through Fishman Island are under the vigilant watch of the Navy. The truth is, the Grand Line is akin to a prison. The only means of escape is through the doldrums. The pressure faced here is no less than that in the New World. However, Rocks possesses confidence in the capabilities of John and Wang Ji. as long as the world government does not intervene. It will be exceedingly challenging for the Navy to thwart John and Wang Ji solely with their own strength. Currently, the Navy's top combat power in the first half of the Grand Line is limited to Marshal Barak alone. Generally, the Naval Marshal will not leave the naval headquarters, Marineford. Even if he were to act, it would not matter. The naval headquarters remains within the monitoring range of the Rocks pirates. At the slightest stir, the Rocks pirates would promptly relay the information to John and Wang Ji. Rocks, in fact, anticipates Marshal Barak to take action. At that moment, he will unleash Shiki the Golden Lion, directing him to swiftly assault the naval headquarters. What could be more exhilarating than conquering the naval headquarters? Striking a severe blow to the prestige of both the Navy and the world government? The world government will not intervene. It has not yet been compelled to that extent. Without prior preparation, any attempt at support will be too late, as the world government will still require the Navy to dispatch warships for assistance. The movements of the Navy are impossible to conceal, which reflects their stance towards the Rocks pirates, whether regarding the pirates themselves, the world government, or the allied nations. The Rocks pirates remain indifferent to this, having already devised a comprehensive action plan to be executed under the absolute dominion of Rocks D. Zebek. Moreover, the Navy's response appears rather lackluster in their eyes. The three admirals of the four seas seem merely ornamental to some of the stronger figures. Even the first half of the Grand Line is not particularly daunting, considering that each legion of the Rocks pirates, apart from its leading strongmen, harbors numerous formidable beings. Among them is Edward Newgate, who fights alongside John, and Bill Russell, known as the Ring King, who is a newcomer from 5 or 6 years ago when the Rocks pirates first ascended, now boasting a bounty of 400 million berries. He is an indispensable senior officer of the Rocks pirates, endowed with immense potential as a pirate. Both Bill Russell and Edward Newgate are merely two among many. Given the current circumstances, each legion of the Rocks pirates is unstoppable. How will the Navy respond? What will be the outcome? The final resolution will undoubtedly influence the global situation. The year 1471 of the Sea Yuan calendar is destined to be extraordinary. After nearly a decade of silence, the Rocks pirates once again declare war upon the Navy, the world government, and the entire world. Similarly, the Navy, which had once been on the brink of expulsion from the New World for over a decade, has rallied after a period of recovery and now sounds the charge against the Rocks pirates, proclaiming to the world that justice will never wane. Whether it is the assault of the Rocks pirates or the counteroffensive of the Navy, this is merely the beginning. The Rocks pirates are on the move, fleet after fleet. Flying the pirate flag, the vessels of the Rocks pirates set sail in 5 divisions towards the sea. The flamboyant emblem of Rocks appears both fierce and imposing. Particularly noteworthy is the flagship of the Rocks pirates, the colossal warship Godslayer Raven, stretching over 300 meters, capable of accommodating an army of 8,000. Even giants seem less conspicuous aboard the super battleship. The name Raven symbolizes destruction, while Godslayer directly challenges the world government, targeting the so-called descendants of gods among the world's aristocracy. This reveals the astonishing ambition of Rocks D. Zebek. In addition to the various warships belonging to the Rocks pirates, both large and small, there are also pirate ships adorned with a myriad of pirate flags, all bearing the emblem of the Rocks pirates. These vessels represent the affiliated pirate crews of the Rocks pirates. They too must partake in the conflict against the Navy. There can be no evasion. This also serves as the price they pay for the protection of the Rocks pirates, whose captains are, in fact, prominent members of the very crew. Yet the organization remains intact. Even the Snake Princess pirates, led by Shaki, are embroiled in this affair. Currently, Shaki occupies merely a minor role within the intelligence organization, a mere subordinate, exerting no significant influence over its operations. Once she ascends to become a core member of the Rocks pirates intelligence network, her standing will be equivalent to that of senior executives within the crew, thereby negating the necessity for her involvement in battles. At that juncture, she will truly operate from the shadows, endowed with the immunity from warfare granted by the Rocks pirates. Presently, few possess this privilege within the Rocks pirates, with Lady Nyx, the mother of Hades, being one of the select few. The true roster of individuals eligible for such immunity is likely known only to Rocks D. Zebek himself. The Rocks pirates have embarked on their journey, and the world government along with the Navy have received word of their departure. However, they are gripped by fear as a significant number of crucial intelligence personnel and agents have gone missing. At this critical juncture, yet another wave of intelligence operatives has vanished. Hades has been exceedingly busy these days, tirelessly searching for those who may belong to the Navy and the world government among the missing. Upon discovery, these individuals did not take immediate action to resolve the situation. Instead, at this particular juncture, they aimed to psychologically undermine the world government and the Navy, potentially causing a degree of disarray in their ranks and exerting a notable influence. Every intelligence organization resembles a voracious beast, consuming vast amounts of resources. The training and development of each intelligence operative requires substantial funding. They arrive at the territory of the Rocks Pirates through various legitimate means, reaching Hachinos or even joining the Rocks Pirates. Everything is far more complex than it appears on the surface. The losses incurred by these intelligence operatives undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to both the Navy and the world government, with financial damages amounting to hundreds of billions, if not more. Particularly, the development of intelligence organizations necessitates the accumulation of time. Following this setback, the Rocks Pirates will find themselves at a considerable disadvantage in terms of crucial intelligence for at least the next 5 years. This situation has instigated a sense of self-doubt among them. Are their intelligence personnel truly so inept? Is it really so effortless for them to be detected? It is important to remember that the intelligence capabilities of the Navy and the world government have consistently ranked first and second in the world. In an era before the rise of the World Economic News Agency, their intelligence prowess served as a razor-sharp weapon, a formidable force against any faction. Now, confronted by the unorthodox Rocks Pirates, they find themselves unexpectedly subdued. How is this possible? Where has all their funding been allocated over the years? They were acutely aware of the urgent need to initiate a thorough purge within the intelligence department, striving for a comprehensive overhaul. However, they quickly realized that the unexpected events occurring within mere days could only indicate a significant shift within the Rocks Pirates. Perhaps a new wielder of an extraordinary devil fruit ability had emerged. The world is replete with such unique fruits. Regardless, this posed an immense threat to both the world government and the Navy, second only to the menace of Rocks D. Zebek himself. One individual had rendered the intelligence apparatus of the Navy and the world government nearly incapacitated across half of the New World. Henceforth, capturing this person became imperative. The world government and the Navy did not suspect Hades, for he was indeed a user of the death fruit, a verifiable fact. His recent affiliation with the Rocks Pirates did not serve as conclusive evidence against him. The Rocks Pirates had lain dormant for a decade, with numerous pirates joining their ranks. Who could ascertain when they might have infiltrated, hidden away under Rock's watchful eye? Hades' abilities were not invincible. His perceptions were ultimately a synthesis of emotions and his own judgments. Some emotions were deeply concealed, seemingly allowing him to genuinely embrace the persona of a pirate and a member of the Rocks Pirates. He had forgotten his true identity, making it exceedingly difficult for the Navy or the world government to unearth Hades. Of course, the elite among the intelligence personnel of the Navy and the world government had reached such a level of expertise. The initial wave of the Rocks Pirates had already eliminated the more ordinary intelligence agents. During this time, Hades was relentlessly pursuing traces of those whose concealment was more profound. No one could maintain their disguise indefinitely. Any sign of information leakage would inevitably alter the hidden emotions, allowing Hades to pinpoint their location. His formidable observation hockey enveloped the entire island. Once he had locked onto a target, every action would be visible to him, akin to a human radar, commanding everything within his realm of perception. What Hades referred to as the divine intuition of his unique observation hockey astounded Rocks. Although the precise capabilities of Hades' observation hockey remained unknown, its manifestations offered a glimpse into its formidable efficacy. True to its name, it provided a perspective akin to that of a deity, wielding a terrifying dominion. Even all the pirates on Hakanosu Island lay within Hades' sight. Yet, Hades refrained from such actions. If he were to deliberately focus on a particular formidable individual, it would surely be detected. However, only a handful possessed the acumen to notice such scrutiny. Rocks and the Deadshot Leon could accurately discern Hades' direction. Their observation hockey had reached its zenith, or they were exceptionally keen intuitives who, even upon detection, could merely sense the presence of someone watching them. Even so, a fraction of intelligence agents remained undiscovered, perhaps having sensed the sacrifice of their comrades. Some psychological fluctuations would be quite pronounced, while others would remain deeply buried. With the mobilization of the Rocks Pirates, their opportunities for information transmission diminished. The members of the Rocks Pirates would vigilantly oversee one another. The existence of spies from the Navy and world government within their ranks was no secret. Under such circumstances, Intelligence agents found it increasingly difficult to relay information, especially during missions when ordinary members were generally prohibited from carrying din-din mushi. This further eliminates the possibility of them transmitting intelligence. The Rocks pirates have split into 5 groups. Apart from this piece of information, the Navy and the world government cannot acquire any other accurate intelligence. The ocean is vast. Even a formidable fleet appears diminutive upon the islands. The Pirate Legion advances boldly, deliberately avoiding routes that lead to islands, thereby preventing scouts from deducing the intentions of the Rocks pirates. Currently, the Navy and the world government are utterly in the dark. The Navy relentlessly deploys patrol fleets to scour the areas under their control in search of traces of the Rocks pirates. Pirate ships glide across the sea, exuding a terrifying aura that even the sea kings of the deep dare not approach. The ship Judgment, named Raven, occupies the center of these pirate vessels. Hades leans against the railing, embraced by the sea breeze, his purple hair flowing in the wind. At peace within, he squints his eyes, absorbing the frenzied atmosphere that belongs to war. Excitement, tension, exhilaration, various intense emotions vividly surface in Hades' mind. The only sentiments absent are fear and trepidation. The Rocks pirates are a band of lunatics, their members utterly unrestrained. Only when confronted with the specter of death or faced with a formidable opponent do they experience fear. Even those who are not naturally inclined to such behavior find themselves influenced and assimilated by this atmosphere. Take Edward Newgate, for instance. He appears to possess a rather tranquil demeanor, but that is only in the eyes of those who are familiar with him. In truth, he is quite domineering, feared by many within the Rocks pirates. Externally, he is renowned as a fearsome pirate of great notoriety. In the future, his reputation will reach a level that silences even the cries of children. Such is the nature of the Rocks pirates, where one must be formidable to secure their footing, instill fear, and secure greater spoils to distribute among themselves. In this crew, the weak do not thrive. Titan stands like an impenetrable wall, steadfastly at Hades' side. Not far away, Karsus, who has joined his ranks, stands alone. On another side, Randy Orton, Batistan, Wally Bell, Simos, Cobra Vasi, and Porcupine Barkley huddle together. After several days of interaction, they have grown somewhat familiar with one another. As newcomers, their hearts still flutter with nervousness at participating in the war instigated by the Rocks pirates, surrounded by numerous unfamiliar pirates, which hastens their camaraderie. This is the essence of war. Even within the hearts of pirates, an undeniable sense of tension inevitably arises. This sense of tension is essential, particularly for novice pirates, marking the commencement of their transformation. Of course, there are also newcomers like Hades, who possess unwavering confidence in their abilities. Even amidst these moments, skirmishes still unfold aboard the ship. Though restrained, unexpected incidents inevitably arise. Pressure demands release, and for some pirates, slaughter and bloodshed often serve as the most effective means of alleviating stress. The pirates observed instead erupt in fervent cheers, requiring such outlets to divert their own anxieties. Many pirates do not exude the confidence they appear to possess. Confidence acts as a protective veneer, projecting strength and resilience. However, the slightest hint of fear can lead to being branded as weak and ridiculed as an easy target. The true nature of piracy continually reveals itself before Hades, as many pirates are essentially novices, participating in such a monumental battle for the first time. As time progresses, the overall sentiment within the Rocks pirates is shifting, with the tension gradually dissipating. The emergence of formidable figures like Rocks, Shiki, Calloway, and Ball provides a sense of security for all pirates. They are nearing the G40 base. Hades opens his eyes, casting his gaze upon the distant sea, where a naval patrol vessel navigates the waters, invisible to the naked eye. The primary objective of Captain Rocks and his legion is the G40 fortress, guarded by Vice Admiral Gimmeler. The G40 fortress lies in the same direction as the G5 fortress. Passing G40, they will continue towards the waters surrounding G5. Rocks also discerns the presence of the naval patrol vessel. Shiki, dispose of them. Do not grant them the opportunity to relay any messages. Understood, Captain Rocks. Shiki harbors profound respect for Rocks, though he has not yet reached that level of ambition. His desires for independence still burgeoning. Possessing the ability to soar through the skies, Shiki serves as a sharp blade for the Rocks pirates. In a brief moment, Shiki ascends above the naval patrol ship, peering down at the vessel with a cruel smile upon his face. Ha! Lion's might, /wave. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, Shiki swiftly draws the Sakura blade from his waist. This formidable weapon, originating from the noble collection of the Kingdom of Crotia, has unveiled its tremendous power. A golden strike descends from the heavens, cleaving the patrol ship in twain at its center. The dreadful impact relentlessly crushes and devastates the hull on either side. It is as if the very sea has been bisected. What transpired? Before the Navy could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the surrounding waters surged upward, coalescing into a colossal sphere that ensnared them all within. The lion's might, imperial onslaught. With resolute decisiveness, Shiki strikes without granting the enemy a moment's respite. Thus, all the naval forces are enveloped by the encroaching waters, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure and drowning in a most brutal manner. Truly, a display of sheer might. Hades, witnessing this scene, cannot help but express his astonishment. This is indeed the future Golden Lion, the second Rox D. Zebek since the downfall of the Rox pirates. Regrettably, it has not ascended to that remarkable stature. Had it not been for Roger's emergence, seeking the truth behind the century of blank history, Shiki would undoubtedly have been the most formidable threat since Rox. The peak of the flying pirate crew, yet they suffered significant losses when confronting the Roger pirates. In Hades' view, it is indeed a lamentable situation, given the current trajectory. The Flying Sky Pirates, under the leadership of the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion, are poised to challenge the world government. For someone of Hades' stature, affiliated with a superpower, pirates like Roger are merely agents planted by the world government to serve its interests, prolonging its dominion. Whether by collaborating with Garb to vanquish Rox D. Zebek or witnessing the Flying Sky Pirates bowing at their zenith, Roger is inextricably linked to it all, rendering the efforts of various factions fruitless, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The colossal fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, led by Shiki, is destined to become the second entity supported by those who aspire to contest the hegemony of the world government following the downfall of the Rox pirates. Thus, Hades harbors no affection for Roger, viewing him as nothing more than a disruptive force. Is the blank century truly significant? Not in the slightest. The Kingdom of Kronos likely possesses some knowledge of that era, albeit lacking the intricate details, while it may inflict a certain degree of damage upon the world government. What purpose does it serve? The existence of the world nobles upholds the authority of the world government, albeit tenuously. After 8 centuries, what relevance does revisiting past events hold? History is invariably penned by the victors. Pursuing the elusive threads of history seems far less pragmatic than persistently undermining the world government. The Great Pirate Era, with its terrifying ramifications, is a testament to the potential for rebirth through chaos, yet the notion of reshaping the dynamics of the seas is utterly absurd. The vast expanse of this ocean reveals that many individuals possess a relatively low level of education, particularly those of common origin like Roger. Perhaps Roger remains unaware. Yet he has inadvertently disrupted the intricate schemes of the mighty nations within the Kingdom of Kronos and the rival factions of various world governments, resulting in incalculable losses. This is an undeniable truth. It is no wonder that Roger's future reputation is so tarnished. Aside from pirates, he has offended all factions, including those that could have been allies. The world government possesses a terrifying depth. How could it be eradicated in one fell swoop? The prudent approach is to advance step by step, gradually undermining their power. Moreover, the Great Pirate Era did not inflict any substantial damage upon the world government. Rather, some kingdoms succumbed, becoming member states and contributing even more riches to the celestial coffers. The Rox pirates could have wreaked greater havoc upon the world government, yet they failed to achieve their desired outcomes. Had it not been for Roger and Garp's suppression of Rox, the core members of the Rox pirates might not have betrayed him. What a monumental feat that would have been. Rox D. Zebek stands as the backbone of the Rox pirates. Once he falters, the very foundation of the crew would begin to fracture. The establishment and evolution of the Rox pirates were built upon Rox's unparalleled strength. When morale crumbles, all is lost. For his own sake, and for the Kingdom of Kronos, Hades is inherently positioned in opposition to the world government. Calculating against the world government is an imperative for him, as is nurturing the growth of the Rox pirates. Compared to the world government, the threat posed by Rox is minimal. For superpowers like Hades, there are myriad ways to dismantle the Rox pirates. Furthermore, the very ascent of the Rox pirates owes much to their influence. As for Rox D. Zebek, if the Navy's top 3 powers are insufficient, then 5. If 5 are inadequate, then 9. And once Rox meets his demise or ages, the era will ultimately belong to them. In summary, the impending battle at God Island will mark a pivotal moment, with the emergence of the Roger pirates being crucial, and Hades has etched this in his memory. In an unfamiliar expanse of ocean, A pirate ship sails swiftly across the waves. Achoo. The young Roger couldn't help but sneeze. Who dares to insult me? Is the captain feeling under the weather? Aha. A crew member nearby mocked. Do you not yet comprehend my strength? Roger retorted, flexing his muscles. Trouble brews, Captain. That rascal Garp is closing in, shouted a lookout perched atop the mast. The faces of all members of the Roger pirates changed in an instant. How could that dog S-Nose be so swift? Run, run. At the age of 25, Roger had spent 4 to 5 years at sea, establishing himself as a pirate of some renown, yet still overshadowed by the infamous Rocks pirates. His time of honing his skills was far too brief, resulting in a significant disparity in strength compared to Garp. In the face of Garp's relentless pursuit, he could only flee, occasionally benefiting from Garp's merciful leniency. The patrol ship of Fortress G40 had been destroyed, leaving no opportunity to relay messages. The colossal fleet of the Rocks pirates advanced unimpeded towards Fortress G40. This boded ill. The base commander, Gerd Muller, furrowed his brow, feeling an escalating unease within him. He had already received news of the patrol ship's disappearance. Communications between the patrol ship and the fortress occurred every 5 minutes, and the loss of the patrol ship signaled impending disaster. Evacuate immediately. All personnel. Withdraw from Fortress G40 and inform the Navy, he commanded. In the face of the Rocks pirates, fleeing was not a mark of shame. Rather, it was crucial to minimize losses. Only through unity could they hope to truly confront the might of the Rocks pirates. Admiral Blark had already emphasized this point to them with great urgency. However, it was too late. The Rocks pirates had arrived. The next piece of news left Gademuller momentarily stunned, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, straightened his back, and in front of his subordinates. During such a critical moment, he, as a leader, could not afford to display any semblance of cowardice. However, this resolve did not last long. As a wave of terrifying despair spread throughout the naval fortress, their hearts sank to the depths of despair upon realizing that they were to face the strongest legion of the Rocks pirates, personally led by Rocks D. Jibek. The formidable Shiki had already descended upon the skies above Fortress G40, sealing off any chance of escape. Inform headquarters, Admiral Gademuller commanded his aide, his face resolute. We shall fight to the death. His unwavering conviction seemed to resonate with the surrounding navy, lifting their spirits. Each sailor steeled themselves with a solemn determination. It appeared noble, yet it bore little significance. In the face of overwhelming power, everything felt futile. With the arrival of the Rocks pirates, the formidable firepower and impregnable walls of Fortress G40 were rendered meaningless. The Navy personnel were like lambs targeted by a pack of wolves, and within a mere 10 minutes, they were utterly slaughtered. Admiral Gademuller fell in battle, unable to mount any resistance against the onslaught of several notorious pirates. The Rocks pirates were pressed for time and had no inclination to waste it on a single admiral. The entire fortress was pillaged, its treasures and powerful armaments stripped bare. Notably, Titan transformed into an insatiable beast, voraciously devouring the naval warships docked at the harbor, a sight that left many pirates in awe. Nonetheless, to maintain an air of mystery, Titan remained shrouded in poisonous mist, despite the fact that his identity as a mythical Zoan devil fruit user was hardly a secret. According to the plundering rules of the Rocks pirates, treasures were to be distributed, but everything else belonged to whoever claimed it. Of course, one could also take by force. Strength dictated everything. Yet, who would dare to seize anything from Hades? The strong had no need, while the weak feared retribution. Shiki, Silver Axe. The next phase is entrusted to you. With the fall of Fortress G40, the true plan of the Rocks pirates commenced. At this juncture, the fleet would split into two. Shiki and Silver Axe would lead one division toward Fortress G5, while the remaining forces, under the direct command of Rocks, would advance toward their true objective, the Land of Rocks. As for the matter of disguise, I leave that to you. Rocks addressed a young, beautiful woman with azure hair clad in a striking red kimono. Rest assured, Captain, I shall take care of it, she remarked, her grin oddly incongruous with her appearance. Behind her stood a young man in a kimono, holding a pipa, her younger brother. To the astonishment of onlookers, she gently patted her face, and in an instant, transformed into Rock's likeness. Is this satisfactory, Captain Rocks? She inquired, her voice perfectly mirroring that of Rocks D. Jibek. These two individuals are among the ranks of the Rocks pirates. The woman holds a position as a mere cadre, endowed with the abilities of a paramecia fruit user. In contrast, the young man possesses formidable strength. As a barrier fruit user endowed with what is often regarded as absolute defense. However, both maintain a relatively low profile within the Rocks Pirates. Not far away, Hades observes these two figures and deduces their identities. They are Kurazumi Mitsuki and Kurazumi Semimaru, members of the dwindling Kurazumi clan from Wano country, now residing abroad. They are the clandestine forces poised to assist Kurazumi Orochi in toppling the Kazuki family's reign. It comes as a surprise that they have joined the Rocks Pirates at such an early juncture. In this regard, collaboration between them remains a possibility. Despite the Black Charcoal clan's decline and the relentless pursuit they face due to rebellion, they still harbor extraordinary strength. Assisting Black Charcoal Kaido in his resurgence cannot merely be accomplished through the efforts of 3 individuals. Although he maintains a cordial relationship with Whitebeard, he shows no mercy when it comes to confrontation, particularly concerning Wano country. Hades has already contemplated the establishment of his own faction. Within 2 or 3 years, he will require a stable territory. The location has been chosen, and when the opportune moment arises, he will seize it as his stronghold. Currently, he harbors no immediate intentions of action, for Hades can merely be regarded as a mid-level officer within the Rocks Pirates, lacking the freedom to act independently. To ensure the smooth execution of their plans, Black Charcoal Mushi will transform into the likeness of rocks. The distinction between having rocks and lacking him is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. It is only at this point that all pirates realize the true objective of the Rocks Pirates is not the Navy, but rather the Kingdom of Rock, one of the nations affiliated with the world government. An endless treasure seems to beckon to them, inciting a chorus of excitement and fervor. The main force is divided into 2 factions. Meanwhile, the Navy remains oblivious to the true intentions of the Rocks Pirates. Upon receiving news from the G40 Fortress, the Navy headquarters speculates that the actual target of the Rocks Pirates may indeed be the Navy, specifically the heavily guarded G5 Fortress. The trajectory of their approach aligns perfectly. As for the fate of the G40 Fortress, they have their suspicions, yet there is no time for lamentation in such dire circumstances. Presently, G5 Fortress is under the command of Admirals Davis and Puyol. Could it be that the Rocks Pirates aim to inflict a devastating blow upon the Navy? It is highly plausible. The Rocks Pirates may very well be targeting the Navy's elite forces. In light of this situation, Marshal Black issued a retreat command without delay. He chose not to confront the Rocks Pirates head-on, nor to face the monstrous Rocks Zebek directly. Ultimately, Black's lack of confidence in the strength of Admirals Davis and Puyol is an issue readily apparent to many. More importantly, it is about buying time, sacrificing a naval fortress in the hope of consolidating the strength of various naval outposts to muster the most formidable resistance against the Rocks Pirates. This is the only way to mitigate casualties. Otherwise, the loss of a single naval admiral would be irreplaceable, a deficit that could not be compensated by the establishment of several naval fortresses. Marshal Black mobilized his troops, and the G5 Fortress was relinquished, with all naval forces retreating to the next naval stronghold aboard their warships. Meanwhile, Steelbone at the G1 Fortress was also preparing for action. After many years, he would once again confront Rocks Zebek. Regrettably, his aspirations were fated to remain unfulfilled. The objectives of the Rocks Pirates had already been established, and the patrol vessels dispatched from the G5 Fortress were strategically positioned along their route, effortlessly capturing the formidable fleet of the Rocks Pirates. Intelligence was relayed back to headquarters. But thereafter, there was naught but silence. They operated like a suicide squad, their sole purpose being to gather intelligence on the Rocks Pirates. Upon their discovery of the Rocks Pirates, the latter likewise became aware of their presence. The moment Shiki struck, escape became an impossibility. The bodies sinking to the ocean floor would serve as stepping stones on Shiki's path to ascendancy, reduced to nothing more than a trivial tally of numbers. The naval headquarters harbored no doubts, as there was no time for meticulous observation. Indeed, the Rocks Pirates had detected the Navy even before they were identified. The intelligence regarding the division of the Rocks Pirates into 5 factions was acquired by the Navy from the outset. Even if the forces led by Rocks were to split again, they would not alter their predetermined strategy, regardless of how they divided their ranks. The Navy would remain no match for the Rocks Pirates. Those naval forces that had departed from the fortress, redeployed, left only a handful of reconnaissance personnel behind, with the remainder preparing to consolidate under the directives of the naval headquarters. These fortresses are effectively abandoned, even if breached by the Rocks Pirates. The damage inflicted would be minimal. Rox's primary objective is the G5 Fortress. The other 4 formidable kings must have also made their appearance. What are their intentions? We must expedite their withdrawal. Kong communicated with Marshal Black through the telephone snail, suggesting this course of action. Although it felt somewhat humiliating, retreating before the Rock's pirates was not a disgrace. Under Marshal Black's influence, Kong began to exhibit a degree of shrewdness, or rather, an understanding of adaptability. Fortresses can be rebuilt. After all, the funds for reconstruction are provided by the world government, unless one wishes to abandon the Navy as a bulwark against the Rock's pirates. Resources will undeniably be abundant. Indeed, Marshal Black sensed Kong's growth, as his once unyielding spirit had been polished to a degree of smoothness. He was on the verge of offering words of praise when the sudden ring of the telephone interrupted him, delivering news that caused his countenance to shift dramatically. The astonished expression mirrored itself in the still open telephone snail. "Marshal, what has transpired?" Kong inquired, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. "It is too late. Our response has been sluggish. Since the intelligence network in Hachinos has suffered a devastating blow, we have been at a disadvantage." Marshal Black's words carried a bitter weight, as various overlooked circumstances began to coalesce in his mind. The Navy had originally intended to acquire the operational plans of the Rock's pirates before methodically mobilizing forces for a targeted resistance. From Hachinos to the waters occupied by the Navy, there was ample time for strategic adjustments. However, once the bulk of our intelligence apparatus was dismantled, the Navy's formation became disordered. Lacking clarity on the operational plans of the Rock's pirates, they were hesitant to mobilize forces. Consequently, no Navy fortress can withstand the onslaught of the Rock's pirates. The fortresses targeted by the Rock's pirates have no time to retreat. The loss of our intelligence capabilities has derailed our strategy, leading to our current subjugation to the rhythm dictated by the Rock's pirates. The realization comes too late. The pirate fleet led by Kosa has encircled the G-34 fortress. Donovan's forces have surrounded the G-39 fortress. The G-38 fortress is besieged by the troops commanded by the cunning old wolf, Quiro. The G-41 fortress has fallen under the gaze of the deadly sniper. For naval fortresses have come under the watchful gaze of the Rock's pirates, ensnared and surrounded, leaving no avenue for escape. The gravity of the situation has become abundantly clear to Sora. The admiral stationed at Fortress G-34 is Vice Admiral Kluge, a mere candidate for the rank of admiral. And he is no match for Kosa. It is imperative to acknowledge that Kosa is a formidable adversary, rivaling even Sora, who is yet to consume a devil fruit. In an era prior to the establishment of the Rock's pirates, Sora had engaged Kosa in battle on multiple occasions. Fortress G-39 is defended by Governor Guardiola of the West Sea, a figure of considerable renown among vice admirals. Possessing the prowess of an elite vice admiral or perhaps even the strength of a quasi-admiral. However, standing before the four great kings under the aegis of Rocks, who were already maritime overlords before the formation of the Rock's pirates, he pales in comparison. Similarly, Fortress G-41, commanded by the base leader Governor Munoz of the North Sea, finds itself in the crosshairs of the deadly gunman, Leon. Kluge may yet find a path to safety, but these two are truly beyond rescue, as they cannot endure until the arrival of naval reinforcements. To speak candidly, Black harbors a desire for these four-sea governors to meet their demise. Yet such a death must bear significance, rather than being a mere, trivial end. Defending Fortress G-38 is Vice Admiral Ferdinand, who too finds himself unable to gain the upper hand against the werewolf, Quiro. The Navy, in the New World, can currently be said to be in a state of complete collapse. At this moment, neither Brack nor Kong knew what to do. The 5 naval fortresses targeted by the Rock's pirates were doomed to destruction, signifying a significant loss of elite naval forces, including 2 vice admirals. This was merely the initial onslaught from the Rock's pirates. A profound sense of defeat and an undercurrent of fear enveloped them. However, both men were of resolute character and would not surrender so easily. They quickly rallied their spirits. Forget about the contingent led by Rocks for now. Kong, you must proceed to Fortress G-38 to rescue Ferdinand. Noir and De Gea head to Fortress G-34 to save Kruik. We must not abandon hope as long as there is even a sliver of possibility. Their survival hinges on whether they can endure until our reinforcements arrive. Admiral Brack immediately revised the original plan. The priority was to save lives. If they could reach a naval admiral and 2 vice admirals in time, there might still be a chance. Relying solely on 2 naval admirals would not suffice against the formidable Rock's pirates. He was already preparing to request military support from the world government. At such a critical juncture, the world government could not afford to remain passive, allowing the Navy to bear the brunt of the onslaught. Brack found himself increasingly frustrated with the world government's inaction. Meanwhile, the other two governors were conspicuously overlooked by Brack, a consequence of their inadequacies, as they could not endure until naval support arrived. The Navy's resources were limited, necessitating the focus on the more valuable lives of the two vice admirals. Fortress G39 was engulfed in a radiant golden light, as the West Sea Governor Guardiola found himself encased within a colossal sphere crafted from gold. This is a realm of gold, and even more so. It is the golden domain of Donovan. At the pinnacle of this golden space, Donovan sits regally upon his resplendent throne. This grand seat is anchored by a series of golden chains that connect to the edges of the realm. With a casual flourish of his arm, Donovan toys with the figure of Guardiola below, commanding the gold to surge relentlessly towards him. The entire golden orb spins at a dizzying speed, transforming between solid and liquid states, radiating intense heat. Golden spears rise ominously from the ground, prompting Guardiola to evade swiftly or shatter them with sheer force. While he manages to endure for a brief period, Donovan's relentless and overwhelming assault leaves him no respite, continuously seeking an opportunity to breach this gilded space. Guardiola finds that Donovan has left no openings. The only potential weakness lies within Donovan himself, yet he is acutely aware that he is no match for his opponent. This is a prison. Within its confines, he struggles as a cornered beast, every effort proving futile. At last, the tumult of battle beyond the Golden Realm subsided, and all the naval forces of Fort G39, save for Guardiola, had been vanquished. Donovan, too, had lost interest in the game. Each individual harbors a dream of wealth. Let me manifest it into reality and indulge in its depths. The entire golden space was inundated with searing liquid gold, swiftly engulfing Guardiola whole. The erratic currents of gold relentlessly tore at Guardiola's body, the forces from every direction rendering him powerless to resist. The incessant friction of gold generated an unbearable heat. Only such meticulous control could enable the once manipulative gold fruit to grasp the essence of creation, rather than merely assimilate. Among the four kings, Donovan may not possess the greatest strength, yet he instills the deepest trepidation in the Navy and the world government. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, the power it displays is profoundly terrifying. Guardiola felt as though he was submerged in a pool of molten lava. Gradually, he found himself unable to move. The gold invaded his being, and his consciousness began to sink. The golden space slowly faded, streams of gold being drawn back into Donovan's body along chains. In its place remained a statue of gold, a likeness of Guardiola. What is the situation now? Donovan inquired of his subordinate. Within the intelligence organization, he had operatives who would continually relay the information obtained. Oh, is the Navy truly so inept? Yet, it is as expected. He received news of the exploits of the Rocks pirates, a mixture of surprise and derision dancing in his smile. What are the Navy's movements? Admiral Steelbone Kong has departed the fortress, while Vice Admiral De Gea has joined forces with Neuer. Their intentions remain unclear. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Donovan's eyes brimmed with disdain. What a cowardly Navy indeed. We shall proceed directly to the Kingdom of Washington. Are we not dividing our forces, Captain? The command perplexed his subordinate, as it had been a decision made during the conference. Should they fail, Captain Rocks would certainly hold them accountable. Humph. The timid Navy dares not confront Rocks. Their primary targets are undoubtedly the four of us. As for the two worthy of rescue among the Navy admirals, they lie with Kosa and Quiro, which does not concern us. The remaining Navy lacks the power to hinder us. Dividing our forces might only lead to being devoured by an enraged Navy. Under these circumstances, splitting up is entirely unnecessary. Born of nobility, Donovan's most formidable asset lay not in his abilities or strength, but in his intellect, capable of discerning the Navy's movements with ease and adapting plans to make optimal decisions. Shall we notify those two? There is no need. Being captured is preferable, sparing one the irritation of watching. How could he possibly possess such benevolence? Even within the ranks of the Rocks pirates, their conflicts remain numerous. The notion of a harmonious relationship is far from reality, should the adversary perish. A banquet would be held in celebration. Truly, this governor is feeble. The troops led by Deschamps Leon have made landfall, while the naval morale surrounding Fortress G41 has entirely collapsed, lacking even the capacity for resistance. Prior to this, the base commander, Munoz, had already met his demise. A distance of several kilometers away, Munoz fell victim to Deadshot Leon's sharpshooting. With terrifying marksmanship and formidable Kinbunchika hockey, Leon pinpointed Munoz's location with precision. The formidable ability of the puncture fruit imbued the bullets fired by Leon with unparalleled penetrating power. As they traversed the air, the bullets were impervious to wind and air resistance. The hockey-imbued bullets, augmented by the power of the puncture fruit, were akin to armor-piercing shells, capable of breaching the defenses of Busashoka hockey. This implies that Munoz's hockey defense could not withstand Leon's projectiles. Indeed, as Munoz was sniped from afar by Leon, he sensed the impending danger, yet his body failed to respond in time. Instinctively attempting to wield hockey, he found it effortlessly shattered by the force of the puncture fruit. The hockey-enshrouded bullet pierced through Munoz's heart, claiming the life of the North Sea governor. Leon caressed his beloved firearm, Deathshot, a weapon crafted specifically for him. Sharing a name with his moniker, this lethal firearm, known as the Dead Gun, was custom-crafted by Leon as a prize for his service to the Vulcan Corporation, representing a pinnacle of sniper technology. Its performance in every aspect far surpasses that of his original weapon, and in his skilled hands, its potential is maximized, thereby augmenting Leon's own prowess. As the most formidable pirate among the four great sovereigns, Dead Gun Leon poses the greatest threat on the battlefield. His exquisite marksmanship proving nearly impossible to counter, coupled with the capabilities of the penetration fruit. Each shot he fires possesses the lethal power to endanger even the most elite warriors. The battle at Fort G41 concluded more swiftly than any of the other strongholds. With the very backbone of their defense annihilated, how much resistance could they possibly muster? The Navy has retreated? As per the plan, they will turn back in an hour. News of the impending evacuation of the naval stronghold reached us. Despite the Navy's inability to halt their advance, Leon steadfastly executed his mission as planned. The G38 fortification had devolved into a battlefield, ravaged and more than half destroyed. The sounds of combat echoed relentlessly, like several other battlegrounds. The Navy found itself at a distinct disadvantage. Particularly, the Vice Admiral Ferdinand bore the brunt of the greatest pressure, led by the formidable werewolf Quiro. The werewolf pirate crew was among the most formidable of the four great kings. Quiro and his subordinates adhered to a pack mentality, relishing in overwhelming their foes. Irrespective of their strength, Ferdinand found himself ensnared in this dire predicament, contending with Quiro, who was his superior in strength, as well as the members of the werewolf pirate crew who had dispatched their previous adversaries to join the fray. Quiro commanded 3 exceptionally powerful subordinates, each renowned in the New World as notorious pirates. The Wolf King Garnet, a user of the ancient species, dire wolf fruit, boasted a bounty of 600 million berries. Blood Wolf Spurwell, a wielder of the wolf fruit in its forest wolf form, had a bounty exceeding 400 million berries. Frenzied Wolf Castle, a user of the wolf fruit in its ice wolf form, also bore a bounty surpassing 400 million berries. Together, these 3 formed the triumvirate of Quiro's werewolf pirate crew. At this moment, Ferdinand faced the monstrous Quiro and the relentless assault from the 3 werewolf lieutenants. The unyielding onslaught rendered Ferdinand nearly defenseless. He sought an opening amidst the 4 adversaries, but found none. The synergy among Quiro and the 3 lieutenants, all members of the werewolf race, was unfathomable. Regardless of Ferdinand's intentions, Quiro and Garnet would invariably disrupt his movements, plunging him into a fierce struggle. Quiro's prowess surpassed Ferdinand's, while Garnet was only marginally weaker. The 2 formidable foes, complemented by their aides, masterfully transformed Ferdinand into a cornered beast, relentlessly depleting his stamina and inflicting injuries, ultimately landing a decisive blow at a critical juncture. The other officers of the Rock's pirate crew, under Quiro's command, merely observed the confrontation, showing no inclination to intervene. As anticipated, the outcome was grim. Ferdinand perished, slain by the hand of Quiro. Thus, a vice admiral of the Navy met his end under the assault of the werewolf pirate crew. In such a disadvantaged situation, who could possibly escape the encirclement? At the very moment Ferdinand met his demise, Admiral Steelbone's life card, which had been perpetually ablaze, extinguished, scattering a few particles of dust with the wind. Following this, an overwhelming sense of oppression swept in like a tidal wave. Kong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot from the fury that coursed through him. Veins on his forehead and neck bulged like coiling dragons, pulsating with rage. A tempest of anger surged within him. Ultimately, Kong had failed to arrive in time. Though he had anticipated this outcome, as Ferdinand was facing the infamous werewolf, Quello. At that moment, the communicator in his chest buzzed, and without glancing, he knew it was the headquarters calling. "What instructions do you have, Marshal?" Kong suppressed his inner fury, striving to maintain his composure. His original mission had been to rescue Ferdinand from Fortress G38. Now, with Ferdinand fallen in battle, he had inevitably failed. The naval headquarters had received the news simultaneously. On the other end of the communicator, Marshal Brack's condition was far from optimal. Kong, proceed immediately to Fortress G34. Go alone, Marshal Brack issued a dire command. No more sacrifices, you must understand. Moreover, ensure that rascal Kosa does not escape. No matter the cost, Kosa must be apprehended. Brack, too, was somewhat frantic. In such dire times, extreme measures were imperative. Though he had mentally prepared for this moment, the reality proved difficult to accept. A candidate for admiral, nearing or already attaining peak combat prowess, represented the Navy's utmost elite strength. Such losses will further widen the chasm between the Navy and the Rocks pirates. In contrast, the sacrifices of ordinary rear admirals within the Navy scarcely register against its vast expanse. Although the quality may be lacking, promoting 100 rear admirals poses no challenge. After all, the Navy's hierarchy is populated by those who have ascended through seniority and military achievements. Particularly in this era, the Navy is compelled to elevate a multitude of moderately skilled rear admirals, far from the elite caliber of the future. With 4 naval fortresses fallen, only the G34 fortress, under assault by the fearsome King Kosa, remains steadfast. How long it can endure remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Kosa has become the Navy's primary target. Whether for the sake of accountability to the world government's member states or for the Navy's own integrity, they must deliver convincing results. Naval vessels sailing upon the ocean suddenly tilted as if besieged by a terrifying force, their bows descending perilously close to a 45-degree angle with the sea. This was merely a prelude to an impending impact. The individual soared skyward like a cannonball, executing a rapid and astonishing moonwalk. Abandoning the naval vessel, he charged alone toward the G34 fortress, for time was of the essence. Upon receiving the news, Dehia and Moore accelerated their advance. It is over, utterly doomed. After ending the call, Admiral Black retracted his earlier bravado, collapsing into his chair as if drained of all vitality. The cause of this sudden turn of events eluded him. Perhaps the intelligence apparatus had been decimated by the Rocks pirates, leading to a disarrayed state of information. This has resulted in a complete imbalance between the Navy's offense and defense against the Rocks pirates. The overall strategic layout of the Navy has crumbled. Moving forward, regardless of the Rocks pirates' objectives, the Navy will struggle to respond. Retreat is the only option, a continuous withdrawal. One can only hope that Kluwe can hold the line. And Kosa must not be allowed to escape. A wave of pressure nearly suffocated Admiral Black, the burdens imposed by the world government, the member states, and the global community, compounded by internal Navy pressures and the relentless strain brought forth by the Rocks pirates. Ever since he assumed the role of fleet admiral, it seems he has known no peace. He wonders how future generations will judge his legacy. Should he remain at this juncture, he would undoubtedly earn the infamous title of the most inept naval admiral in history. However, he is determined to alter this fate. The Rocks pirates must be dealt with. In the remaining days of his life, he shall devote himself to this endeavor. With this thought in mind, Black regained his composure, regulating his breath to return to a state of tranquility. At Fortress G34, the battle between Vice Admiral Kruik and the violent King Kosa raged with unprecedented intensity. Kruik, an adept of the paramecia-type soft fruit, possessed the ability to soften his body, significantly mitigating damage. He could even soften the ground beneath him, thereby affecting the explosive power of his adversaries during combat. Undoubtedly, Kosa found himself repulsed by Kruik's powers. As a user of the muscle fruit, Kosa wielded terrifying strength and explosive might. In terms of individual combat prowess, Kosa was indisputably the most formidable among the 4 kings. Even Roxty, Jibek had to exert considerable effort to subdue Kosa. While battles on other fronts concluded early, Kosa remained locked in combat with Kruik. He received news from other battlefields, and for the first time, the self-proclaimed strongest among the 4 found himself at a disadvantage. This dissonance stirred within him a sense of anger, driving him further into a frenzy. The soft fruit was not omnipotent. It merely diminished a fraction of his strength. In the face of overwhelming hockey, mere softness could only lead one toward the gates of despair. Kruik faced formidable challenges. In a state of comprehensive disadvantage, he could rely solely on his devil fruit abilities. As the battle progressed, Kosa's physique grew ever more colossal. His layered muscles, under the oppressive sheen of hockey, revealed a terrifyingly demonic form. Each punch Kosa unleashed amplified in power, not merely incrementally, but explosively. "Captain, we need not concern ourselves with this fellow any longer. We must begin plundering other battlefields. If we delay, we will surely attract the attention of the Navy." Unable to contain their discontent, one of Kosa's subordinates, the formidable stewman of the violent pirate crew, expressed unease. He was acutely aware of the internal dynamics within the Legion, where murmurs of dissatisfaction towards Kosa had begun to surface, albeit veiled in subtlety. The relentless nature of the ongoing conflict had stirred the hearts of the entire Legion, fostering a sense of restlessness among the waiting pirates. They had vanquished all adversaries. Yet Kosa remained engaged in battle, seemingly intent on prolonging the skirmish. Reports from other battlefronts only intensified their impatience, particularly among those officers privy to the true objective of their undertaking. Their mission was to seize treasure, not to witness Kosa's combat prowess. The violent King Kosa, who espoused the philosophy of brutality and held an unwavering belief in his own strength, commanded the allegiance of many pirates through sheer force. He was no mere brute, rather. He was an undeniable tyrant, and the loyalty of the pirates under his dominion was tenuous at best. Many followed him solely in pursuit of riches, and the current circumstances were beginning to impede their quest for profit. In this context, even the members of the violent pirate crew directly under his command harbored some discontent, with the monstrous stewman being just one among them. The Wildman Counts and the bone-crushing Anseld Weiss, each boasting bounties exceeding 400 million berry, were equally notable figures. Stewman was unperturbed by the prospect of offending Kosa. In fact, he was indifferent to the notion altogether. Kosa revered strength, and it was precisely for this reason that he submitted to Rox after being vanquished by him. Should someone else defeat Rox, he would similarly yield to that individual. The violent pirate crew under his aegis shared this sentiment, devoid of any semblance of loyalty. Even if they were to offend Kosa, they harbored no fears, for they could simply sever ties with the violent pirate crew. Essentially, they were all members of the Rox pirate crew, and with so many factions available, aligning themselves with other core members posed no issue. As cadres of the Rox pirate crew, their capabilities afforded them such privileges. Conversely, any delay in their quest for fortune constituted a far greater concern. Perhaps Kosa failed to grasp the implications of Stewman's words. Stewman's insistence provoked Kosa to unleash an even more formidable display of strength. His fists, capable of obliterating all, came crashing down upon Cluis. Cluis' body was reduced to a mere mass of pulp. It seems that when fate opens a door, it simultaneously closes a window. Unlike Hades, who commands the highest mastery of armament hockey at such a young age, Kosa does not employ techniques that disrupt the internal workings of hockey. No matter how forceful the impact of his hockey, the resulting lethality could not surpass that of an internal disruption. Moreover, it had yet to reach the limits of Cluis' endurance. Growing somewhat impatient, compounded by the urgings of his subordinates, Kosa grasped half of Cluis' body with a massive hand. The ability to soften one's body does not equate to the capacity for mobility. Regardless of Cluis' struggles, he could not break free, firmly ensnared. Kosa was acutely aware of the importance of time. Any hindrance to his plans would tarnish his reputation and adversely affect the interests of other pirates. He had to weigh these considerations carefully. "You may go, but leave a ship behind. I shall catch up shortly," Kosa declared. His gaze fixed menacingly on Cluis in his grasp, a cruel smile gracing his face as if he had discovered a most amusing toy. Following Kosa's orders, a throng of waiting pirates swiftly boarded their ship, including several cadres of the violent pirate crew. Only a single pirate vessel remained, along with some ordinary members of the violent pirate crew needed to operate it. Even though Kosa feigned indifference, witnessing the scene caused a shadow to cross his face. "Let me see how much longer you can endure." Kosa seized one of Cluis' arms, forcefully tearing him to the side. The overwhelming presence of hockey has a restraining effect on devil fruit abilities. At this moment, although Cluis could still employ his powers, their efficacy was significantly diminished. Unable to escape Kosa's grasp, relying on his abilities alone was a futile endeavor. In the face of Kosa's violent tugging, Cluis enveloped himself in armament hockey, resisting with all his might. Retreat? How utterly dull. Upon receiving news of the G5 naval forces' withdrawal, Shiki wore a displeased expression. The Navy seemed increasingly inept. "It appeared our journey here was in vain. Let us return." "Indeed, they have already reached the Kingdom of Rock," Caraway concurred from the side. The news spread rapidly throughout the entire kingdom. At that moment, the Kingdom of Rock was in utter chaos. Why? Because the Rock's pirates had arrived, setting their sights upon them. Pirate ships docked along the shores of the Kingdom of Rock, directly advancing towards the royal palace. "Kill. Seize everything. Do not allow those nobles to escape." The pirates, in a frenzy, charged towards the kingdom of rock, their coveted treasures tantalizingly within reach. What are we waiting for? The army of the kingdom of rock desired to fight back. However, a mere display of Conqueror's hockey from Rock's Jibek incapacitated a significant portion of their forces. Moreover, the suddenness of the Rock's pirates' assault left the kingdom of rock with no time to prepare a defense. Were the Rock's pirates not targeting the navy? How did they suddenly end up here? Regardless of their internal confusion, a singular thought prevailed: to flee, to escape. The unstoppable Rocks had arrived. In the royal palace of the kingdom of rock, the king was urged by a group: "Your Majesty, we must flee. It will soon be too late." Flee? This is my kingdom. My subjects are suffering. How can I survive? The king's resolve was unyielding. The kingdom may fall, but I shall remain with it. The elderly monarch had made up his mind. You all may leave. The kingdom's foundation and elite forces remain intact. We have long anticipated this day. It is not too late. When the Rock's pirates depart, you may return. After the annihilation of the Rock's pirates, you can rebuild the kingdom of rock. The elder's words brought tears to the eyes of the royal family and loyalists present. They had no choice but to depart, leaving only the elder and 2 others behind. Greg, from this moment forth, you shall be the king of the kingdom of rock. Take care of Duncan. The elder addressed his son Gregor, relinquishing his crown and scepter, presenting them before him. Gazing at his grandson, an unmistakable satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Rest assured, Duncan will surely flourish. A momentary despondency is but trivial. The kingdom of rock will ultimately regain its zenith under his stewardship, and the Tim family shall endure through the ages. Now, you must depart swiftly. Do not confront the Rock's pirate crew. Even the wisest of kingdoms, regardless of their global stature, adhere to such prudence. Although it is a regrettable necessity, it is indeed the most judicious course of action. Preserving the kingdom's elite ensures that restoration can be undertaken at any moment. Even formidable nations like the Kingdom of Rock had long prepared contingency plans. Despite the abrupt arrival of the Rock's pirate crew, the chaos subsided swiftly, restoring order throughout the Kingdom of Rock. Under the guidance of the local governor, the kingdom's denizens sought refuge without hesitation. A few treasures may be lost, but they pale in comparison to the value of life itself. In truth, the royal palace of the Kingdom of Rock had already amassed a considerable fortune, for anything less would not satiate the insatiable appetite of the Rock's pirate crew. This will lead the Rock's pirates to shift their focus towards the ordinary citizens. As for the nobles, who cares? Their fate merely affects the royal family's grip on the kingdom. Their demise would be inconsequential for the nascent Rock Kingdom. There are no vessels to carry them. All have departed, and the deposed monarch of the Rock Kingdom bears a tranquil expression, for he knows that the Rock Kingdom has not perished. Through the hand of Rocks, a rebirth shall ensue. From the moment he received news from the world government, he understood that they were utterly untrustworthy. Just wait. This is merely the beginning. I shall await you below. A blood-stained longsword clattered to the ground as the elderly man's body slumped down, sinking into a pool of blood. The news of the kingdom's self-destruction swiftly spread throughout the royal capital and indeed across the entire kingdom. This revelation is profoundly shocking. Even the members of the Rock's pirates found themselves taken aback as they encountered little resistance. The inhabitants of the kingdom readily surrendered their treasures, placing them at their doorsteps, which rendered the pirates somewhat hesitant to invade. Some even stepped forward to inform them of the locations of their riches. The desolate royal palace was laid bare for their plunder, with piles of treasure leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Faced with such circumstances, the members of the Rock's pirates tacitly set down their weapons. In another locale, however, they acted without restraint, under the guidance of the locals. The residences of various nobles were identified one by one. When confronting these aristocrats, the pirates felt no need for decorum, with swift and decisive actions. They reclaimed their dignity as pirates. A noble kingdom, a venerable royal family. On the shore, Hades remained uninvolved, observing the reaction of the Kingdom of Rock in the face of the Rock's pirates with admiration. They defended their realm, trading treasure for stability. The blood of the king safeguarded the dignity of the royal house. As the nobility was purged, the royal family's dominion and the foundation of popular support would surely become even more entrenched. The Kingdom of Rock may have faced devastation, yet it did not perish. Once the Rock's pirates departed, the kingdom would undoubtedly embark on a path of reconstruction, emerging stronger than before. That fleeting glimpse of Conqueror's hockey revealed to Hades that the Kingdom of Rock possessed equally profound heritage. In contrast, the royal family of the previously annihilated Crotia kingdom appeared exceedingly foolish. Ultimately, Hades would return to the kingdom of Kronos, he would not partake in these wars of extermination. This brings him no benefit, only detriment, serving merely as a blemish on his reputation. Remaining on the shore to observe the ships is, in fact, a significant task. Others are pleased that no one competes with them for treasures. Throughout this tumultuous process, the Navy, the world government, and indeed the entire world have descended into chaos. The Kingdom of Washington in the New World has been invaded by the Pirate Legion led by the formidable Golden King Donovan. The Kingdom of Adams has fallen prey to the pirate horde commanded by the werewolf Quello. The Kingdom of George is besieged by the pirate fleet under the notorious Deschamps Leon. As if by prior agreement, the kingdoms of Lincoln and Wilson in the first half of the Grand Line, along with the kingdoms of Theodore, Harrison, Warren, and Herbert from all corners, have all suffered incursions from the hidden legions of the Rock's pirates, led by infamous pirates, including the already fallen Kingdom of Rock. A total of 10 member states of the world government have been targeted by the Rock's pirates. Not long after, the Pirate Legion led by Cosa similarly invaded the Kingdom of Bearden. This grand maneuver reveals that the true objective of the Rock's pirates is not the Navy, but rather the member states of the world government. The world has gone mad. The Navy has lost its sanity. The world government is on the brink of insanity. The entire world has been ensnared in a web of deception spun by the Rock's pirates. Meanwhile, the Navy has long since abandoned resistance, retreating their forces continuously, let alone rushing to the member states to rescue them or confront the Rock's pirates. It is far too late. The pleas for accountability from the member states and the distress signals keep flooding in, leaving the world government bewildered. The complete collapse of the Navy's war efforts caught them off guard. Faced with the request for aid from the Kingdom of Rock, they have no intention of intervening. After all, a single member state does not significantly threaten the interests of the world government. Ultimately, a member state can be rebuilt at any time. At this juncture, they could no longer remain passive observers. The situation had escalated to a point where their intervention was imperative. The appetite of the Rock's pirates had grown excessively voracious, threatening the 11 member nations of the world government. Their influence had even stirred the indifference of the world's aristocracy. The imminent annihilation of these 11 nations profoundly unsettled the very foundation of the world government. In response, the 5 elders convened an urgent secret meeting. While the celestial dragon families gathered for a concurrent council, past impediments were swiftly dismantled in this critical moment. Without resorting to the last resort of the Knights of God, the world government resolved to dispatch 2 army generals, 8 army lieutenant generals, and a contingent of 150,000 army soldiers to bolster their forces in the New World. This decision was not a reluctance to recruit from the Navy, but rather a recognition that the costs of the army were significantly lower, especially given the current fiscal strains facing the world government. Additionally, CP0 agents would be deployed to assist in the operations. Such a mobilization of troops seems rather belated and will have no significant impact on the annihilation efforts of the Rock's pirates. The allied nations were not as fortunate as the Rock Kingdom. Some royal families fled, while others could not escape. Nobility and treasures alike fell into the hands of the Rock's pirates. The formidable fleet of the Rock's pirates departed, laden with riches, traversing the seas with carefree abandon. The 2 fleets in the first half of the Grand Line did not linger, swiftly making their escape. The Navy arrived too late. One by one, the allied nations in the New World fell into ruin. Even the Kingdom of Bearden, which arrived a bit later, could not evade this fate. Admiral Brack of the Navy headquarters felt a measure of relief, for the Rock's pirates' targets were not the Navy or the world government, but rather the allied nations. The Navy had already incurred significant losses, with Steelbone Kong and 2 vice admirals dispatched to confront the violent King Cosa. The remaining 2 admirals of the Navy were hardly a match for Rock's. Had the Rock's pirates truly aimed at the Navy, their forces would have been insurmountable, resulting in unimaginable losses. Brack was essentially gambling. Ultimately, the Navy lacked the capacity to withstand the pressure exerted by the Rock's pirates. Meanwhile, the world government turned a blind eye to the chaos, refusing to share the burden. Regardless, the Navy's losses remained within acceptable limits, compelling the world government to intervene in this dire situation. The Navy, however, achieved some measure of success, as Kong and his team successfully executed Brack's urgent orders, restoring some semblance of honor to the Navy. The blame for the debacle would ultimately rest upon the world government. What a fool! That unfortunate soul was ensnared by this vice admiral candidate. May fortune favor him. The Rock's pirates emerged victorious. Yet, amidst this, there came the sole piece of unfortunate news. The violent King Cosa was unable to withdraw in time, hindered by the Navy's reinforcements. Clove managed to hold out until the arrival of support, paying the price of losing an entire arm, brutally torn asunder by Kosa. The agony he endured was beyond description. An indelible memory. With a somewhat relaxed demeanor, he lay in a chair, gazing at the distant battle within Fort G-34, while the ship's doctor tended to his wounds. Kosa, you cannot escape. Advancing into the city is your destiny. Kong, who had arrived early, engaged in a fierce battle with Kosa. The Vice Admirals Dehia and Moore followed closely behind, providing support. I never imagined that I am no longer the person I once was. Kosa fixed his gaze on Kong. A potent aura emanating from him. He recognized Kong's strength and had no intention of retreating. In this situation, escape seems highly improbable. Kosa possesses his own discernment. Thus, let them engage in a frenzied battle. A man should meet his demise upon the ocean. Had they not been prepared for this moment? They have been long-standing adversaries, and their current strengths surpass those of the past. However, the growth of Kong's power has been even more pronounced. In a fierce and brutal confrontation, both combatants exerted their utmost, causing the entire island to tremble with each clash. The earth cracked and fissured, and the foundational integrity of the island was severely compromised. After the passage of half a day, Kong, alongside the reinforcements Dehea and Neuer, successfully vanquished Kosa. Sea prism stone handcuffs bound Kosa's wrists, and he was apprehended by the Navy. By the time reinforcements arrived, the pirates left behind by the Pirate Legion were swiftly dealt with. Communication between Kosa and the Rocks pirates was severed, and by the time the Rocks pirates received the news, it was already too late. The die was cast, leaving no opportunity for support. Such a flawlessly executed operation by the Rocks pirates rendered Kosa's defeat the sole blemish. Yet, no one paid heed to Kosa's capture by the Navy, nor did anyone dare to risk the ire of the Navy and the world government to rescue him. Kosa was a formidable force, yet the Rocks pirates would not miss him. Inevitably, a successor would arise to claim his rightful place. For Kosa, only derision remained following his capture. As for Kosa's violent pirate crew, they naturally disbanded. The original officers reverted to their ranks within the Rocks pirates, while ordinary members flocked to more powerful pirate factions. The outcome did not deviate from Hades' expectations. The Navy, in a desperate gamble, successfully eliminated one of Rock's most formidable arms. Hades sat alone within the tavern, quietly savoring fine wine, with Titan stationed outside. The Rocks pirates from the Four Seas in the first half of the Grand Line were still on their return journey. A grand banquet was inevitable, but it would have to wait until their arrival. The treasures had already begun to be divided, as pirates surged into the exchange office, trading their riches for berries, gold, jewels, antiques of considerable worth, and even famous swords and devil fruits were being transferred to the kingdom of Kronos through the exchange office. Presently, only Hades' exchange office on Hachino's island could accommodate such vast amounts of treasure. Behind the exchange office stood the kingdom of Kronos, which had preemptively supplied 300 billion berries in cash. Such a vast sum of money is personally guarded by Geo, stored within the space of his own being. No one can seize it from him. The recent fortune amassed by the Rocks pirates encompasses no less than 11 nations affiliated with the world government. A mere sum of 300 billion berries may prove insufficient. Currently, the kingdom is striving to marshal resources, transferring berries acquired through maritime trade. Some of the treasures and antiques hold little value for pirates, yet they are regarded as rare gems by nobles, affluent individuals, and collectors. If traded, they could command unimaginably high prices. The kingdom of Kronos possesses the means to facilitate this, sending these items to auctions across the seas to yield greater profits. As the currency exchange establishes itself, specialized personnel have begun to manage its operations. This more formal exchange, in a tumultuous place like Hachino's, appears somewhat extraordinary. Compared to the previously underground exchanges, it is far more favored by pirates. Has Kosa been rendered obsolete by the tides of time? Not at all. He is merely imprisoned within Impelled Down. Should the need arise, rescuing him is a mere matter of willingness. Ultimately, it is simply a question of desire. With the combined might of Shiki and Rocks, along with a few key officers, they could easily sweep through Impelled Down. The island of revelry is alive with incessant noise. Yet Hades feels somewhat out of place. He contemplates the matters that lie ahead. The Navy cannot match the Rocks pirates, but with the world government's intervention, true adversaries will soon emerge. The breach of allied nations does not diminish the power of the world government. The discord between the allied nations and the world government bears no relation to the Rocks pirates. The Navy has lost a candidate for admiral and sustained severe injuries to another. Meanwhile, the Rocks pirates have also lost a top-tier combatant. Considering the two army generals supported by the world government and the potential covert presence of CP0 agents, it is evident that the Rocks pirates are now facing genuine opponents, making future endeavors far from effortless. However, these concerns are not his immediate concern. The mere addition of combat strength does not equate to a capability to confront the Rocks pirates. Shiki and Newgate are still in their stages of growth. And with Charlotte, Linlin, and Hades by their side, the Rocks pirates will soon reach new pinnacles. Cheers erupt from the port, and Hades recognizes that they come from the pirate regiments returning successfully from the Four Seas in the first half of the Grand Line. What they bring back, of course, is an abundance of treasures. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure bursts into the tavern, and the Titan at the entrance does not impede his entry. With flowing golden hair and a robust, powerful physique, the newcomer is none other than Edward Newgate. Gururara. Hades. Would you care to see what I have brought back this time? Newgate approached with a hearty laugh, taking a seat beside Hades. With a resounding thud, the hefty burlap sack he carried fell to the ground, revealing a gleaming golden hue within. Under Hades' calm gaze, Newgate suddenly realized his folly. Offering an awkward chuckle as he unabashedly seized Hades' bottle to pour himself a generous bowl of liquor. Almost forgetting that such trivialities did not pique Hades' interest, he leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially into Hades' ear, a hint of boastfulness in his tone. Their camaraderie blossomed naturally in the atmosphere of the Rocks pirates, fueled by their personalities and a deliberate effort to bond. Unlike other pirates, Hades bore no grievances or conflicts of interest. Oh, Newgate's words piqued Hades' curiosity. A new ability, if he was not mistaken. Gulalala. Experience it through your own body. Hades, Newgate bellowed, brandishing his fist, which radiated a luminous white aura, brimming with cataclysmic power. The air around them fractured, splintering like glass. Truly, Newgate was remarkable. Having consumed this devil fruit not long ago, he could already demonstrate formidable strength. The powerful punch hurtled directly towards Hades' head. Sensing the imminent danger, Hades swiftly vacated his position, narrowly evading the strike. Noticing Hades' departure, Newgate restrained his fist, twisting his body to unleash astonishing speed. Just as Hades landed 10 meters away, Newgate materialized before him, delivering a ferocious blow. Although Hades could still evade, it was evident from Newgate's demeanor that he would not relent without a direct confrontation. He was eager to experience the might of the tremor fruit. At this moment, it was somewhat tardy to gather strength. Mere defense was not in Hades' nature. Instinctively, Hades clenched his fists, his muscles taut, raising his arm to utilize his elbow in an upward motion. 8 extremes, mountain crumble. An invisible armor enveloped Hades' body, shielding him from the relentless onslaught of vibrational force. The outward manifestation of his armed color hockey coalesced at his elbow, unleashing astonishing power with the burst of a subtle force. The collision of these two formidable energies generated a shockwave, fracturing the ground beneath them. Neither combatant exerted their full strength, both exercising restraint. Although the tavern was in utter disarray, its structure remained intact and salvageable for reconstruction. In terms of raw power, Hades was no match for Newgate. In a true battle, Hades would not engage Newgate head-on. The brief clash served merely to assess Newgate's newly acquired abilities. Judging by the results, Newgate was exceedingly pleased. Presently, the vibrational force lacked sufficient potency to breach even Hades' hockey defense. After compensating the tavern owner with some berry, Hades and Newgate relocated. The funds were provided by Newgate. As he had instigated the situation, in this regard, he had performed admirably. In this endeavor, Newgate acquired the formidable powers of the tremor fruit, signifying his imminent rise within the Rocks pirates and propelling him closer to becoming a core member. Although his potential undoubtedly promised such an elevation, the might of the tremor fruit would significantly expedite this journey. As a remarkable talent alongside Shiki, who had already harnessed the powers of the float fruit, Newgate found himself overshadowed by the rapid expansion of Shiki's influence. The young Newgate possessed an insatiable ambition, yearning for greater strength, elevated status, and abundant riches, aspirations that resonate with all pirates. From Hades' perspective, Newgate without the tremor fruit felt incomplete, as if a vital element was missing. With the arrival of the final piece of the puzzle, the iconic Whitebeard, the ensemble felt nearly whole. Over the subsequent 2 months, the Rocks pirates remained relatively inactive. Newgate devoted himself to mastering the powers of the tremor fruit, engaging in sparring sessions with Hades while also battling other formidable pirates within the crew, including Shiki, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, each a powerful officer whom he had thoroughly challenged. Word of Newgate's acquisition of this potent devil fruit spread rapidly. Each day, Hades could perceive Newgate's burgeoning strength, a terrifying force that surged forth with relentless vigor. In contrast to Newgate's flamboyance, Hades focused on honing his own abilities alongside his subordinates. Within the ranks of the Rock's pirates, strength was paramount. Possessing power granted one the means to attain anything, aside from his initial days with the crew. Hades grew increasingly inconspicuous within the Rock's pirates, to the point where he began to fade from memory, save for his loyal followers. His interactions were primarily limited to senior officers like Newgate and Karsus, whose standing was markedly distinct from his own. Hades' strategy of maintaining a low profile was deliberate within the crew's dynamics. Seated on a sofa, Hades reflected on the gains accumulated during this period. The exchange of gold was thriving, with an abundance of renowned swords and devil fruits. During his treasure hunts, Newgate had stumbled upon the Tremor fruit. Other pirates too had their share of discoveries, as devil fruits coveted by nobles were also present in royal treasuries. With each operation, the strength of the Rock's pirates grew. Eager for power, many pirates consumed devil fruits at the first opportunity to enhance their prowess. However, not all pirates followed this path. Some were already endowed with abilities. Dissatisfied with their current powers, or uncertain about the unknown capabilities of the devil fruits, preferring instead to exchange them for berries. The Rock's pirates have looted more than 100 devil fruits from the 11 kingdoms. This count does not even include those that were consumed or hidden away from prying eyes. A substantial number of devil fruits have been dispatched to the exchange. Among them are the Paramecia-type magma fruit, the Paramecia-type blood fruit, the ancient-type scythe dragon fruit, and the ancient-type snake-neck dragon fruit. Has Hades suffered losses? Never. How many of the devil fruits coveted by the nobility are truly ordinary? A significant reason lies in the fact that some pirates remain oblivious to the abilities of these devil fruits. Even with a devil fruit encyclopedia, the information is woefully incomplete. Moreover, it is exasperating that while the encyclopedia documents the abilities of the majority of devil fruits in existence, most of them lack accompanying illustrations. If these abilities were genuinely precious, the pirates would be reluctant to part with them for sale. The tranquility did not last long. The Navy, bolstered by the support of the world government, seemed emboldened. Coupled with the reinforcement of 150,000 troops, their military presence in the New World continues to expand. They maintain an air of intimidation without making significant moves. July 4th marks the commencement of the World Conference and the anniversary of the world government's establishment. The kings of the 50-member countries will embark early to attend the conference. Interestingly, the member countries allowed to participate are those of considerable prestige, rather than the 50 most powerful nations. For instance, the superpower Hilton Kingdom will not be attending such a meeting. Those influential powers will also abstain from participation, signaling a subtle rejection and clear discontent towards the world government from the member nations. The vast influence of these great powers and their actions are thought-provoking, providing a strong impetus for some hesitant member countries that fear offending the world government. It is noteworthy that the heavenly gold should have been transported to the world government at the same time. This time, the overwhelming majority of member nations collectively postponed the preparation of the celestial gold, indicating a temporary reluctance to submit it. This left the naval forces dispatched to escort the celestial gold and the officials of the world government in a most awkward predicament, as they were met with closed doors. The delivery of the celestial gold has been delayed until after the conclusion of the World Conference, with a clear declaration of a halving of this year's celestial gold, and even a refusal to submit it. Their stance is unequivocal and resolute. The world government has begun to sense a crisis. Previously, it was merely rumors, with dissent and resistance from member nations confined to rhetoric. However, this time, the member nations have genuinely started to drift away from the world government. These nations require the world government to maintain global stability, with the paramount concern being the safeguarding of their interests. Clearly, the world government has failed in this regard. Since the onset of the Rock's pirates' activities, the world government has not demonstrated the determination to confront them, leaving the Navy to bear the brunt of the consequences. Following the destruction of the Kingdom of Crotia, there has been no response, and now, with 11 more member nations annihilated by the Rock's pirates, the world government has finally taken action, albeit belatedly. The patience of the member nations has long been exhausted. The obliteration of the Kingdom of Crotia and the Kingdom of Rock has struck a nerve among them. They are unwilling to wait any longer and must impart a lesson to the world government, reminding them that the functioning of this world has never solely depended on their decree. The Navy is pressuring the world government, the member nations are compelling it, and the Rock's pirates are forcing their hand. The entire world is urging the world government to act. Should they remain inactive, their prestige will be continuously undermined. The convening of the World Conference has not impacted the Rocks pirates. On the contrary, the world government must now worry about whether the Rocks pirates will turn against them. Whether escorting the kings of member nations attending the conference or attempting to transport the celestial gold. These efforts have significantly dispersed the resources of both the Navy and the world government. In recent years, substantial funds have been expended in the world government. In an effort to alleviate financial pressure, has commenced the excessive printing of Bailey. This has begun to impact the vast ocean. Should the world government wish to prevent the ramifications from escalating, it must ensure a sufficient reserve of funds, or rather, a celestial gold to mitigate the situation. The deployment of formidable military forces by the world government is largely aimed at safeguarding the celestial gold and protecting the forthcoming world conference. Does the Rocks pirate crew harbor any intentions toward the celestial gold? Indeed, they do. With the world government already involved, they need not fear provoking its ire. Those transport vessels are laden with treasures aplenty. However, the escort for the celestial gold has yet to commence. The intelligence regarding the resistance from member nations is known even to the Rocks pirate crew. Since the onset of this resistance, the discord between the two parties has been laid bare. It now remains to be seen how the world government will address this predicament. The transportation routes for celestial gold are absolute secrets to both the world government and the Navy. Each member nation's celestial gold is transported by multiple vessels, each destined for a distinct route, often changing direction multiple times. Can the Rocks pirate crew discern the transportation routes of the celestial gold? Certainly. The internal decay within the world government has given rise to numerous officials privy to these routes. With the right connections, relevant intelligence can easily be acquired. The development of the Rocks pirate crew is covertly bolstered by adversarial forces within the world government and the member nations. Whenever they desire, the Rocks pirate crew can glean this information. Once the celestial gold leaves national territory, all responsibilities regarding it cease to concern the member nations. It falls upon the world government and the Navy to ensure its protection. Should it be lost, it is merely their loss. The celestial gold is never available more than once a year. The World Conference garners significant attention, with the topics discussed being scrutinized from all angles by the public. Compared to this year's conference, the previous two were strikingly peaceful. With the mobilization of the Rocks pirate crew and their series of bold actions, the foundation of the world government has been shaken, severely diminishing its prestige. Numerous issues have been brought to light, particularly the betrayal from member nations at this critical juncture, which raises doubts about the necessity of the world government's existence. There are even rumors suggesting its impending dissolution. Each day, explosive news flows from Mariawa, igniting discussions regarding the shares of celestial gold. Some member nations demand a halving of the celestial gold, while others insist on a reduction of 70%. Some have even brazenly declared intentions to eliminate this year's celestial gold altogether, proposing to assess the world government's performance next year before deciding on the submission of celestial gold. Naturally, the world government vehemently opposes this. The celestial gold is their lifeblood. This singular issue has been deliberated for a full 5 days. In addition to the 50 sovereign kings of the allied nations, numerous other states dispatched emissaries to the World Conference. For the celestial bounty at stake directly pertains to their own interests. Throughout this discourse, the allied nations maintained a distinct advantage. The inaction of the world government is an undeniable reality, as is the annihilation of the allied nations, the turmoil of the seas, the losses endured by these nations, and the audacity of the Rocks pirates. The defeat of the Navy is also an undeniable fact. Despite the capture of the ruthless King Kosa and the significant weakening of the Rocks pirates' formidable strength, the prevailing situation remains unchanged. Moreover, a crucial point to note is that the world government has failed to send aid to the royal family of the Kingdom of Iwa. Several other allied nations are similarly neglected, with the Navy's complete withdrawal, focusing their efforts on rescuing individuals and apprehending the violent King Kosa. How could they possibly have the resources or time to safeguard the allied nations? This has entirely become a rationale for the member states to assail the world government. The Kingdom of Rock, a formidable nation, has traditionally aligned itself closely with the world government. Its abandonment of this stance raises suspicions about whether the world government truly regards them with any significance. This situation serves as a symbol, causing even those member states that were already sympathetic to the world government to waver in their convictions. They find themselves contemplating whether to continue their policies favoring the world government and whether such a course of action would be advantageous for them. Even the elders, despite their position atop the hierarchy and their formidable power, find themselves at a loss when confronted by these ordinary citizens time and again. From their elevated vantage point, they recognize that, for the sake of the world government's interests, adherence to established protocols is imperative. Certain actions must remain off limits. Should they stray from these guidelines, the world government risks disintegration. No one desires such a scenario to unfold, save for those top-tier powers and superstates that thrive on chaos, as well as the antagonistic forces opposed to the world government. The vast majority of member states still yearn for the existence of the world government, as a stable ocean is what they truly desire, with the world government continuing to uphold global stability. While a lesson may be warranted, they do not wish to see the world government struck down entirely. Through ongoing negotiations and compromises from various parties, it has ultimately been determined that the celestial gold allocated to each member state will remain at 60% of the original amount. Such a cost is one that the world government must bear. Should funds prove insufficient, and the world government wish to preserve the value of Bailey, it can only resort to utilizing its own treasures to support its finances and alleviate fiscal pressure. The ramifications are manifold. A diminishment in financial resources will directly result in a reduction of expenses across various sectors of the world government. This includes naval expenditures, the living allowances of the global aristocracy, salaries for various departments, and the clandestine development of organizations. Discussions regarding the threat posed by the Rocks pirates and strategies for counteraction are ongoing. However, it remains a one-sided narrative dictated by the world government and the Navy. The member nations ultimately focus solely on tangible outcomes. The world government, meanwhile, is reluctant to make guarantees, as the Rocks pirates have indeed grown formidable. There are calls to replace the Navy's commander due to perceived ineffectiveness, yet this remains merely a suggestion that has come to naught. Allowing member nations the authority to purchase naval vessels and arm their own fleets to fend off external pirate invasions is something the world government is naturally disinclined to endorse, instead announcing that it will deploy additional forces across the seas to uphold maritime stability. Typically, a world conference requires only a week to convene, with the actual duration of discussions lasting merely 3 to 4 days. However, this particular world conference has set a historical precedent, extending to an entire month. During this period, the Rocks pirates have not remained idle. Although no large-scale coordinated assaults have occurred, their activities have been numerous. They have intermittently dispatched formidable pirates, annihilating one member nation today and another a few days later. In the span of just 1 month, 7 member nations have fallen victim to the Rocks pirates' ambitions. This has alleviated the pressure on the Navy considerably. Merely a handful of notorious pirates are within their capacity to manage. Among the 7 allied nations, 3 have been obliterated by the Rocks pirates, while the Navy managed to intervene in 2 instances during the plunders, successfully repelling the pirates and preventing significant losses. Additionally, 2 allied nations were fortunate enough to receive advance intelligence from the Navy, allowing them to intercept and thwart the Rocks pirates' operational plans before their arrival. Both sides incurred casualties, yet they remained within a manageable limit. Undoubtedly, the world government has suffered losses, but the situation is markedly improved compared to before. As long as they can reinvigorate their intelligence capabilities, the Navy will not fall short against the Rocks pirates, especially with the backing of the world government. The deplorable events that transpired during the World Conference undoubtedly serve as a thorn in the side of the world government. The Allied nations are indifferent to the Navy's slightly improved performance. A loss is a loss. The news of the destruction of 3 Allied nations only exacerbates the world government's embarrassment. With the World Conference finally concluded, both the Navy and the world government feel immense pressure. Particularly, the 5 elders in black have never found themselves so diminished in the presence of the Allied nations. Their insecurity is palpable. The lack of tangible results is undeniable. Moreover, the 5 elders must also contend with internal upheaval amongst the world nobles. The reduction in celestial gold has elicited the greatest dissatisfaction from the world nobles. What was once 60% of celestial gold has been painstakingly secured by the 5 elders. However, the 5 elders currently preside over the world government. The true power holders among the celestial dragons are pragmatic individuals, and dissenting voices are swiftly quelled. Naturally, the hostile focus has shifted towards the Rocks pirates. Various celestial dragon families have voluntarily contributed their wealth to bolster the world government's finances, even dispatching family forces to reinforce CP0, thereby augmenting the world government's capabilities against the Rocks pirates. However, the The demands put forth are exceedingly extravagant. To make Rocks D. Zebek and the prominent members of the Rocks Pirates their slaves? How is this possible? These monsters cannot be confined by mere slave collars. However, in pursuit of greater backing, the five elders readily acquiesced, yet ultimately, it is still they who hold the reins of power. Nonetheless, the primary reason lies in the fact that the world aristocracy has sensed an impending crisis. Rocks D. Zebek's ascendance is all but assured. Behold, this is indeed D. The legendary nemesis of the gods. The conclusion of the World Conference has arrived. A fleet of vessels, laden with the heavenly gold, is being escorted by the navy and agents of the world government, destined for Mariahua. Numerous kingdoms are eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the world government's folly. Insider information regarding the heavenly gold shipping routes has been uncovered by the Rocks Pirates. Some of these messages hold truth, while others may very well be mere smokescreens disseminated by the global government. The crew of the Rocks Pirates is limited in number, rendering it impossible to confront all the celestial gold. Surrender is not an option. Instead, they must strategically target specific portions of the celestial gold. Furthermore, actions against the allied nations will not cease. This strategy serves to disperse the forces of both the Navy and the world government. Whether it pertains to celestial gold or the plundering of allied nations, all amounts to the acquisition of wealth. This is a game of cat and mouse, wherein the world government and the Navy assume the role of the cat, while the Rocks Pirates embody the mouse. Conversely, the Rocks Pirates also play the role of the cat, with the celestial gold safeguarded by the world government and the Navy representing the mouse. The Navy and the world government must thwart the Rocks Pirates' attempts to seize the affiliated nations and the celestial gold. With the task of escorting the celestial gold, the Navy's forces are drastically scattered, leaving them with insufficient capacity to proactively strike against the Rocks Pirates. Elite warriors are meticulously monitored by the intelligence network of the Rocks Pirates. As soon as they mobilize, the Rocks Pirates will likewise deploy their top combatants in response. Both parties are locked in a delicate balance, engaging in an extensive melee centered around the plunder and protection of the affiliated nations and celestial gold. The extent of the losses faced by the world government remains to be seen, a circumstance that is rather unavoidable. In terms of combat capability, it is highly improbable that top-tier forces will be involved, as each elite warrior wields a pivotal influence akin to that of a divine anchor, making their deployment exceedingly rare. In a broader context, the Rocks Pirates increasingly resemble a well-coordinated collective, exhibiting meticulous planning amidst chaos. To bring about their downfall, one must first incite their madness. The Rocks Pirates have yet to truly descend into insanity. They have not yet reached their zenith. They have not genuinely disregarded everything. Treasures, still treasures. Drawn by the allure of heavenly gold, the Rocks Pirates have once again succumbed to frenzy. Numerous routes leading to the celestial gold and information from various allied nations emerge. Rather than delineating specific operational plans and targets, Rocks presents all of this, allowing the pirates below to make their own choices. Success means that what is obtained is rightfully yours. Should one fail, it is a reflection of personal inadequacy. If one perishes, it is due to insufficient strength. In Hades' view, this may not be the optimal strategy, yet it is quintessentially piratical. It is very much in line with the ethos of the Rocks Pirates. He does not seem inclined to take unwarranted risks. The ensuing situation is quite intriguing. The Navy and pirates engage in a back-and-forth, with pursuits and evasions. The attacks by the Rocks Pirates have significantly delayed the transport of celestial gold to the world government, compelling the latter and the Navy to repeatedly alter their shipping routes. It was not until 2 months later that the situation began to stabilize. The number of kingdoms worldwide exceeds 1,000. As even small islands with merely a few thousand or tens of thousands of inhabitants can be deemed kingdoms. Meanwhile, the number of nations allied with the world government exceeds 200. Those eligible to become allied nations of the world government, capable of affording the celestial gold, may be somewhat more numerous, though not by a significant margin. The world's great powers and superstates are ultimately a select few. The future world government will comprise over 170 member nations, a number that has increased following the resurgence of chaos across the seas. It is difficult to fathom how many member states of the world government were annihilated by the Rocks Pirates, and how many of those were kingdoms reconstructed after their destruction. During the reign of the Rocks Pirates across the oceans, the world government undoubtedly endured significant devastation. The number of kingdoms obliterated by the Rocks Pirates is likely even greater, for their targets extend beyond merely member states. In contrast to the formidable member nations, smaller and medium-sized countries lacking the status of membership are often more easily subdued. Over 200 pieces of celestial gold were pilfered from the world government by the Rock's pirates, amounting to 1/10 of its already diminished share. The most illustrious among them is undoubtedly Shiki, who, with his formidable mobility and aerial prowess, claimed at least half of the celestial gold. This has resulted in a significant increase in Shiki's bounty, reaching an astronomical 800 million berries. A clear indication of the threat he poses in the eyes of the world government and the Navy. More importantly, ever since he acquired the float fruit, Shiki has refrained from trimming his hair. His thick, flowing golden locks have officially severed his ties to the moniker of the lion's ghost, transforming him into the true golden lion. The golden lion, Shiki. During this period, 5 allied nations have been obliterated. Nonetheless, both the world government and the Navy have exerted their utmost efforts. Such results are, at the very least, satisfactory to them. The scattered might of the heavens has diluted their strength significantly, and as they regain their resources, they will possess sufficient forces and formidable warriors to confront the Rock's pirates. Soon enough, Hades has been with the Rock's pirates for over a year. Hades has now reached the age of 15. Adhering to the principle of discretion and showing little desire for wealth, Hades has not engaged in many confrontations, whether against kingdoms or the heavens. He has no intention of taking matters into his own hands. It would merely be a waste of time. It is far more prudent to remain in Hachinos, quietly honing his strength. Do these ordinary actions bear the weight of the formidable pressure brought forth by the mighty Whitebeard? Whitebeard, accustomed to the fray, does not mind being utilized as a sparring partner by Hades. Shiki gradually instills fear across the seas, while Whitebeard remains unhurried to reveal himself. Just a single opportunity is all he requires to unveil his true power to the world. This is the confidence derived from absolute strength. If there is anything worthy of Hades' attention this year, it is undoubtedly the emergence of a young prodigy, merely 20 years of age. During the recent recruitment event of the Rock's Pirates 2 months ago, named Tim Duncan, he is a user of the nature-type Earth fruit. With his youthful yet formidable power, he claimed victory at the recruitment conference, his expression as unyielding as a stoic mask, displaying remarkable mental fortitude in the face of any pirate's provocation. His mindset, akin to that of the Buddha, combined with his devil fruit abilities, has earned him the moniker of the Stone Buddha. This is also a nod to the Marine's renowned figure in the New World, the Buddha of War. Few are aware of Duncan's true identity, and Hades is not among them. Like Hades, Duncan does not fit the typical mold of a pirate, lacking the innate nobility that Hades possesses. Beneath that tranquil visage lies an indomitable will. Within just a month of joining the Rock's Pirates, Duncan established the Earth Pirates, setting his base in the Rock Kingdom, which had been devastated by the Rock's Pirates a year prior. He became the sovereign of the Rock Kingdom, the rightful heir to its royal lineage. After the departure of the Rock's Pirates, the fleeing royal family returned to the Rock Kingdom, discreetly managing the land to prevent further chaos and the collapse of order. The primary reason for this was that the Rock's pirates had not wrought excessive bloodshed. Otherwise, they would have had to remain in hiding for a while longer. Perhaps influenced by Hades, Tim Duncan joined the Rock's pirates in the name of piracy, establishing his own crew and ruling over the kingdom that rightfully belonged to him. The Rock Kingdom has not been restored. It has merely undergone a transformation. The so-called Earth Pirates are essentially the elite forces of the original Rock Kingdom, maintaining their former essence. The populace is not naive. They are aware of the truth and willingly feign ignorance, submitting to the authority of a pirate. In Hades' perspective, this is a matter of great intrigue and an exceptionally astute strategy. The Rock's pirates are by no means fools. They simply maintain a certain understanding among themselves. Duncan's affiliation with the Rock's pirates signifies the absence of animosity between the two parties. So, where will the sentiments of the Rock Kingdom be directed? They can only be aimed at the world government. The Rock Kingdom, once allied with the world government, has now lost its trust in them. Even if the royal family of the Rock Kingdom were to restore their sovereignty with the support of the world government, it would merely be a means of exploiting that very government. During this period, Hades cannot remain inactive in his endeavors. This will inevitably breed discontent among other pirates, particularly within the ranks of Rocks. The inclusion of Hades is not merely to allow him to idle away his time if he fails to generate value. It would be best for him to depart post-haste. Aside from his patrol duties, Hades will partake in various annihilation missions, which are primarily executed by Titan. Or he may have Titan lead a few of his subordinates for practice. To a certain extent, Titan serves as Hades' spokesperson, possessing formidable strength himself. at the age of 17. He boasts a towering stature exceeding 7 meters, with a monstrous physique and terrifying power, making him one of the most formidable entities within the Rock's pirates. His capabilities have inevitably come to light, earning him the moniker of Glutton. In fact, his notoriety has eclipsed that of Hades. With his bounty soaring to nearly 400 million berries, yet none dare underestimate Hades, who stands in the shadows behind Titan. The passage of time has led Hades to inadvertently overlook certain matters. This time, the Rock's pirates have set their sights on a small nation, within which lies Titan and Charlotte Linlin. Through numerous joint operations and interactions in Hakanosu, Titan has grown familiar with Charlotte Linlin, gradually letting down his guard. The colossal warship of the Rock's pirates, exceeding 100 meters in length, sails across the ocean. Now on their return journey, the vessel is laden with treasures, reveling in a jubilant feast. How could such a diminutive nation hope to impede the destructive forces embodied by two monstrous entities? Before the navy could even arrive, the entire kingdom lay in ruins. Titan indulges in copious amounts of fine wine and exquisite cuisine, celebrating without restraint, as Hades imposes no limitations on him. Entirely unaware of the machinations unfolding around him, will failure truly elude them? Charlotte Linlin gazes at the long loaf of bread, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with caution. Her words harbor a blend of anticipation, excitement, and doubt. Rest assured, I have meticulously calculated everything, the long loaf replies confidently, though a hint of trepidation lingers within. In his efforts to assist Charlotte Linlin, he has racked his brain and finally awaited an opportune moment. The food contains a potent concoction procured from the black market, a super-enhanced version of a powerful drug, which Titan is sure to fall victim to. Yet, uncertainty lingers regarding its effectiveness, given that he is an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit user. To ensure that no unforeseen circumstances arise, it all hinges on his abilities. The powers of the spring fruit can amplify one's desires 100-fold. For precautionary measures, I previously conducted clandestine tests on Newgate, Shiki, Silver Axe, and others. Yielding promising results, it is worth noting that the abilities they experienced were not even tenfold, while Titan has consumed the enhanced version of the potent drug. This revelation left Charlotte Linlin somewhat astonished, for such matters had not yet been communicated to her by the Longbread. Perceiving the eager flame ignited in Charlotte's eyes, Longbread swiftly quelled her reckless thoughts. This scheme could only be executed once, and even during their experiments, they dared not overextend their abilities. Should the effects prove too potent, they would inevitably attract attention. Nearby, a frail man trembled, his body slick with cold sweat as he listened to Longbread and Charlotte's clandestine machinations. He was filled with profound trepidation. Merely an ordinary pirate with a somewhat peculiar devil fruit ability, he had unwittingly offended numerous formidable pirates, any of whom could rend him into 100 pieces. Yet, he found himself ensnared in an irreversible path. Unlike previous clandestine experiments, this time they were truly poised to confront the great pirates, especially the fearsome Taudai, a creature he had witnessed in action on multiple occasions. A mere flick of a finger could obliterate him. Nevertheless, inaction was not an option. His very existence lay in Charlotte Linlin's grasp. Faced with the choice between immediate death and prolonging his life, he undoubtedly chose the latter, hoping for a chance at salvation. The operation could commence. Should Titan realize the drug's contact effects, I shall utilize Seastone handcuffs to render him incapable of resistance. Longbread had meticulously devised the plan. However, following the completion of this endeavor, we must prepare for an escape, as a period of concealment will be necessary. Linlin. Longbread gazed at Linlin, imparting his earnest caution. Rest assured, I comprehend. We shall target the northern region of the New World, the Torrent Sea we previously agreed upon, and seize control of it. This marks the initial stride towards Charlotte Linlin's grand ambition, necessitating utmost caution. The banquet grew increasingly lively. As the exquisite culinary skills of the Longbread combined with the ability to consume fruit yielded delectable desserts, gracing the dining table. Titan relished the food, as did Charlotte Linlin. The powers of Longbread consistently provided an abundance of culinary delights. Titan savored the delicacies heartily. Yet he sensed an unusual sensation emanating from within his body, though he paid it little heed. As time elapsed, this feeling intensified, his body igniting with a fiery fervor. A potent desire rising within him, ultimately alerting Titan to the peculiarities of his condition. This is troubling. Titan's physique was formidable, his powerful digestive capabilities rendering even the most potent of concoctions largely ineffective, thwarting the anticipated outcomes. Longbread recognized the need for action and discreetly signaled to Linlin. Linlin had been preparing diligently, her enjoyment of the feast overshadowed by her focus. Upon receiving Longbread's cue, Charlotte Linlin suddenly lunged at Titan, her monstrous strength ensnaring him with unyielding grip. Titan, momentarily distracted, failed to comprehend Linlin's intentions. This moment of hesitation granted Longbread the opportunity to leap into action. Producing a colossal pair of sea stone handcuffs specifically designed for Titan, securing them onto him. Instantly, Titan was engulfed by a profound sense of weakness. His powers seemingly slipping into slumber as the effects of the prior concoction surged forth. He soon grasped that Charlotte Linlin intended to take action against him. Even while shackled by the sea stone cuffs, Titan retained his formidable strength. Yet, it was too late. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Weakened as he was, he found himself utterly unable to resist Charlotte Linlin. Impatience flickered in Linlin's eyes as she seized Titan and ushered him into a nearby room. The other pirates at the banquet were utterly astounded by this unforeseen turn of events, bewildered by the sudden shift. Before they could comprehend the situation, the entire pirate ship sprang to life. Hidden homies emerged, encircling them like a legion of spirits, working in concert with Longbread to subdue the pirates. Having prepared in advance, there were no crewmates aboard capable of opposing Longbread, aside from Titan and Charlotte Linlin. After all, being a mere diminutive nation, sending both Titan and Charlotte Linlin was akin to a lion hunting a rabbit. All means of communication with the outside world had been discarded by Longbread, eliminating the last vestiges of risk. What followed was entirely in Linlin's hands. There remains a capacity for resistance. Charlotte Linlin gazed at Titan, her eyes betraying an unmistakable satisfaction. She had eagerly anticipated this moment for countless days and nights, holding her breath for what felt like an eternity. Quickly, she prepared to employ her abilities at their utmost potency against him. Charlotte Linlin, impatient and eager to commence, turned to command the frightened little pirate. "What do you intend to do?" Titan struggled fiercely, yet to no avail. Swallowing hard, the little pirate gritted his teeth and unleashed the power of his devil fruit. A green light shimmered in his hand, coalescing into a sphere that surged into Titan's body. Within mere seconds, Titan sensed something amiss within himself. An insatiable desire erupted geometrically, soon reaching a magnitude 100-fold greater than before. This overwhelming craving swiftly devoured Titan's reason, his bloodshot eyes, feral like a beast, inevitably fixating upon Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte, manipulating her homies, expelled the little pirate from the room and promptly shut the door. Releasing her hold on Titan, she blissfully flung herself into his embrace. In that moment, a conflagration of passion ignited, shaking the very foundations of reality. Both towering figures shared nearly equal stature and monstrous physiques. The vast pirate ship sailed through the tranquil sea. Yet it swayed incessantly as if careening through a tempest. 3 days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. On the following day, Charlotte unbound Titan. Overwhelmed by confusion and madness, Titan erupted with even greater power, delivering a potent impact upon Charlotte. Sensing Titan's conscious intent, she summoned the Spring Fruit user to continue exerting his abilities on Titan. With spring's arrival came the season of renewal. The Spring Fruit's power not only amplified desire but also awakened the instinct for procreation, affecting even Charlotte Linlin herself. By the 4th day, the Longbread could no longer contain himself. "Linlin, it's time to stop." His reminder snapped Charlotte back to reality as she beheld Titan sprawled on the bed. A look of satisfaction etched upon his features. She had obtained what she desired. Clenching her fist, Charlotte delivered an unceremonious punch to Titan's head. The sheer force rendered the weakened Titan unconscious. Dressing swiftly, she exited the room and leapt onto the back of Zeus, the thundercloud, escaping alongside the Longbread. They needed to hide for a time. Having engaged in such actions, neither Titan nor Hades would let them off lightly. Titan, struck unconscious by Charlotte's blow, awoke mere minutes later. That punch had indeed roused him. Lying on the bed, Titan inhaled the mingling scents of sweat and the heavy atmosphere. The power of absorption within him swiftly eradicated all anomalies. In the past 3 days, fragmented memories began to resurface, finally shedding light on the events that transpired. That wretched Charlotte Linlin. The humiliation, boundless humiliation, rage, an inferno of wrath. Titan clenched his fists tightly, rising to his feet, exuding an aura of palpable danger and a fierce malevolence that seemed to pierce the heavens. The once sunny skies darkened ominously, giving way to tumultuous storms and thunderous roars. Exiting the room, Titan felt as though his reason was on the verge of being consumed by his fury. Linlin, that despicable fiend. As he stepped outside, Titan sensed the absence of Charlotte Lingling's presence, realizing she had escaped. His terrifying gaze, reminiscent of a demon, shifted toward the crew aboard the ship. A palpable murderous intent instilling fear within them. "No, please. We have nothing to do with this." As they felt Titan's gaze upon them, they surmised his intentions. Trembling in abject terror, these individuals deserve their fate, having witnessed the events of the past 3 days. Titan is in dire need of catharsis. A fervent release of his pent-up fury. Summoning a colossal hammer from the void, he relentlessly brings it crashing down upon the pirates, extinguishing their lives along with the homies that ensnared them. Faced with Titan, they possess no means of resistance. Thus, thousands of pirates meet their demise at Titan's hands. Ultimately, the lone survivor, a user of the spring fruit, trembles in a corner of the ship. Titan's gaze seems poised to obliterate him. For this very wretch is the pivotal reason for his current state. Now fully awakened, Titan vividly recalls his visage, and with every ounce of strength, he crushes the wretch's body into oblivion. This is not yet concluded, nor can it alleviate the deep-seated resentment harbored by Titan. The overwhelming force surges uncontrollably, transforming in an instant into a terrifying beast of gluttony. A dreadful miasma envelopes the entire warship. This is his place of sorrow, and even more so, his taboo, which must be utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Moreover, the entire pirate ship has been transformed into homies by Charlotte Linlin. Under the power of devouring, nothing will remain. Everything is refined and decomposed. Soon, the traces of the Rock's pirates' warship have vanished from the sea. Yet Titan's wrath remains unquenched. This is merely the beginning. With a piercing roar, Titan flaps his fleshy wings, soaring towards the direction of Hakanosu. Accelerating, Titan awakens. The fleeing Charlotte Linlin senses the demise of the homies. Realizing that Titan has risen. "No, Mother, we are already at maximum speed. Where is Charlotte Linlin? Show yourself." The terrifying beast looms over Hakanosa Island, exuding a dreadful aura that can be felt from afar. The fury in his words ignites curiosity. What has transpired with Titan? Was he on a mission alongside Charlotte Linlin? Why has he returned alone? Where is the ship? Where has Charlotte Linlin gone? Titan and Charlotte Linlin's mission had long been completed, as reported in the newspapers. It seems they have returned a bit late. What could have possibly happened? How did that Charlotte Linlin provoke Titan? Their relationship seemed amicable. The intense aura of murderous intent and fresh blood emanating from Titan leads one to speculate whether the crew members met their demise at his hands. Their suspicions are indeed correct, yet they remain unconcerned. What truly piques their curiosity is the events that unfolded. Upon discovering the absence of Charlotte Linlin, Titan suppresses his fury and returns to Hades. What? How dare she? Hades is acutely aware of Titan's demeanor. In his perception, Titan is not only consumed by fury, but also by a profound sense of humiliation and shame. He harbors no secrets in the presence of Hades. However, upon hearing Titan's revelations, Hades is utterly astounded and comes to understand the source of Titan's rage. He never anticipated that he would be so brazenly betrayed. Nor did he foresee such duplicity from Charlotte Linlin. Initially, Hades maintained a degree of vigilance, but as time passed, he became somewhat complacent, affording Charlotte the opportunity to strike. After joining the Rock's pirates, Hades' previously tranquil disposition is abruptly shattered. He is caught off guard for the first time. The terrifying conqueror's haki erupts from Hades' being, enveloping the entire island in an instant. The sheer intensity of his wrath and willpower evokes curiosity and bewilderment. Given Titan's earlier actions, even Hades' fury raises questions about what transgression Charlotte Linlin has committed. Titan wishes to silence him and compel Charlotte to flee, preventing her return to Hakanosu. Under the weight of Hades' imposing presence, the weak succumb to unconsciousness. Yet, even the formidable pirates can perceive the astonishing growth in Hades' strength through his aura. While a select few are acquainted with Hades' true power, many others still regard him as he was upon joining the Rock's pirates. Hades' anger is fleeting, lacking personal experience. He finds it difficult to fully empathize. Intriguingly, he feels a certain amusement within. He is well aware of Charlotte Linlin's objectives, and it seems that her first child will indeed bear Titan's lineage. The depth of Charlotte's schemes has even ensnared Hades himself. Nevertheless, such a scenario will not recur. Hades will not afford Charlotte Linlin a second chance. He is determined to confront her, though he realizes it may ultimately be futile. Hades understands that they are powerless against Charlotte Linlin, whose strength surpasses their own. Thus, he is left with no choice but to endure or seek some form of recompense from her. In truth, Hades perceives this as a fortuitous turn of events. as it is no easy feat for Titan, given his stature, to father a child. The current Charlotte Linlin is not the one of the future. Undoubtedly. She embodies the highest caliber of womanhood, possessing the most terrifying potential, and she has, for the first time, been taken by Titan. Upon reflection, Hades found his spirits considerably soothed. In response, he could only offer some words of comfort to Titan. Titan was one of his own. Although Hades did not perceive this as entirely unfavorable, the fact remained that both he and Titan had been ensnared in a cunning plot. Certain attitudes must indeed be expressed. They two were destined to engage in a confrontation. She could not evade it for long. When the time came, a lesson would be imparted. Is the power of the spring fruit truly wielded in such a manner? Conversely, the way Titan described that particular wielder elicited a mix of amusement and irritation from Hades. The power of the spring fruit is not merely a stimulant. It embodies the essence of spring. Spring, a season of rejuvenation and growth, when applied to agriculture, could significantly enhance both the yield and growth rate of crops. For a nation, particularly an agrarian one, this would undoubtedly be an immensely valuable devil fruit. Such a remarkable devil fruit could effortlessly command a price of 10 billion berries, possessing the potential to foster prosperity and development within an entire nation. It could even transform the environment of an island, altering the magnetic field of a region for an extended period and establishing a permanent change. Transitioning winter into spring is not a formidable task. Numerous islands in this sea, known as the Islands of Spring, have indeed been transformed by the spring fruit. Even Mariewa has undergone modifications due to the influence of the spring fruit, underscoring the immense value of this particular devil fruit. Yet, the wielder has chosen to develop their abilities in a direction related to aphrodisiacs, which strikes Hades as utterly ludicrous. Had they pursued a more conventional path, they could have easily become a distinguished guest in any great nation, receiving whatever they desired without the need to resort to piracy. They could simply exist as a cherished mascot, revered and celebrated. Furthermore, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Your Highness. What is it? Observing the once calm Titan now adopting a serious demeanor, Hades felt a surge of curiosity. Titan reached into his bosom and retrieved a cerulean devil fruit. Hades' pupils constricted as he enveloped his territory with observation haki, ensuring that not even an ant escaped his notice. Is it reborn from within your domain? Hades inquired earnestly, a hint of excitement threading through his words. Indeed, after I consumed that fellow's corpse, I became aware of it, Titan affirmed, fully cognizant of the implications this revelation held. This devil fruit is none other than the spring fruit, which had just been mentioned by Hades. In this manner, Hades can entirely rely on the capabilities of Titan for the retrieval of the devil fruits. What an astonishing surprise this is. We must extend our gratitude to Charlotte Lingling. Had it not been for her, Titan would have furiously devoured this ability user. Hades would have remained oblivious to the fact that Titan's powers could yield such effects. Although Charlotte Lingling has hidden herself, her concealment cannot last long. Soon, she was discovered in the northern waters of the New World, a region abundant with culinary resources. In a remarkably short span, Charlotte Lingling seized control of the central island of this maritime domain, simply renovated it, and named it Cake Island. With her formidable strength, she personally crafted the Homies Legion to reign over the island, establishing herself as its queen. Upon receiving the news, Hades and Titan immediately set off towards the Torrenti Sea. While Titan's mood had settled, and after careful contemplation, he realized he had not truly lost much. Yet, experiencing such treatment and scheming, being coerced into becoming a farmer for 3 days, left him with a profound sense of humiliation. If he did not take action, he would find it unbearable. Who might that be approaching? Ah, it is you, Titan. With Titan at her doorstep, Charlotte Lingling could no longer remain in hiding and had no choice but to respond. In the open space before the gates of Cake Castle, faced with Titan wielding a hammer, Charlotte Lingling gripped Apollyon tightly with both hands. A smile adorned her face. Yet a hint of wariness lurked beneath, her gaze occasionally darting toward Hades, concerned that he might intervene. Fortunately, Hades did not exhibit such intentions, which allowed the long loaf behind Charlotte Lingling to breathe a sigh of relief. Hades stood at a distance, to be precise, accompanying Titan. He had no plans to strike, but merely observed from the sidelines. As he watched Charlotte Lingling and perceived the fluctuations in her emotions, Hades wore a somewhat enigmatic expression. Complex, surprised, assured, various emotions intertwined within him. He had not anticipated it would truly come to pass. He sensed that within Charlotte Lingling, life was already beginning to take form. Indeed, how could it not? One must consider that Titan had been imprisoned for 3 days and 3 nights. Charlotte Lingling, during her actions, must have calculated the timing meticulously. Unlike the future, this was Charlotte Lingling's first child, and being a novice, she possessed no experience. Her vigilance and caution were palpable, as she harbored concerns that the impending battle might jeopardize the child within her. At present, Charlotte Lingling was not yet the tyrant of the future and remained unaware of the immense power her physique possessed. Even with her pronounced pregnancy, her combat prowess remained unaffected. Alas, Hades sighed inwardly. This battle is destined to conclude in tranquility. To others, Titan is a brutal harbinger of death, the executioner of Hades, and a devoted servant. This does not imply that Titan lacks a sense of self. On the contrary, Titan is deeply emotional. Had it been otherwise, he would not have formed a bond with Charlotte Lingling. With the onset of impending conflict, Titan has taken action, leaving Charlotte Lingling with no choice but to respond defensively. In terms of true strength, Charlotte Lingling surpasses Titan by a narrow margin. However, during the skirmish, Charlotte Lingling appeared somewhat constrained, diverting her focus to protect her abdomen while passively countering Titan's assaults. Lacking lethal intent and fighting spirit, her combat effectiveness diminished significantly, leading to her being subdued by Titan. The struggle persisted for a full day and night, with the two Titans merely catching their breath afterward. A crucial factor was that Titan had not exerted his full strength. Holding back, Charlotte Lingling's scheme succeeded. She successfully siphoned Titan's bloodline, and within her womb, their child was already taking form. Throughout the battle, Titan gradually became aware of this reality, and his swinging arms involuntarily lost some of their vigor. He is not a heartless individual. Rather, he felt a sense of bewilderment at becoming a father in such a manner. After an exhausting day of combat, Titan's energy waned. The pressing question now was what to do next. What should be done about the child growing within Charlotte Lingling? Following the battle, the three entered Cake Island for a clandestine discussion. In the realm of adults, only interests matter. To them, the child in Charlotte Lingling's womb is a treasure. Hades and Titan would never allow Titan's bloodline to slip away. Titan, a loyal vassal of Hades and a member of the Tartaros family, would inevitably see his offspring become a guardian of the kingdom and the royal lineage. His descendants would be among the foundations of the kingdom of Kronos. Given Titan's potential, his bloodline could not be deemed worthless. Allowing it to remain outside would effectively weaken the strength of the kingdom of Kronos, depriving it of a top-tier combatant. Moreover, this child is the offspring of both Titan and Charlotte Lingling, possessing half of the innate destruction bloodline. The ultimate goal of Charlotte Lingling was to seize Titan's bloodline and give birth to their first child, and she would certainly not permit any miscarriage of this plan. An hour later, Hades and Titan departed from Cake Island, returning to Hachino's, no longer pursuing any troubles with Charlotte Lingling. It seemed as though everything had been resolved in a single stroke. Was this truly the conclusion? The members of the Rock's pirate crew, upon receiving the news, were taken aback, puzzled. They were all too aware of the depth of Titan's fury at that time. They could only wonder what price Charlotte Lingling had paid to quell the wrath of Titan and Hades. Furthermore, what exactly had Charlotte Lingling done to Titan? The entire incident remained shrouded in mystery. Even when Newgate, filled with curiosity, sought answers, Hades remained silent, resolute in the belief that the truth would reveal itself in due time. This enigma has thus transformed into a riddle for the Rock's pirates, a truth that everyone yearns to uncover. Quickly, more than half a year has passed. The long-quiet Hades and Titan stealthily arrived at Cake Island, their arrival heralded by the messenger, Longbread. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling bore a radiant smile, exuding a maternal glow. Despite her noticeably prominent belly, Charlotte Lingling felt no discomfort whatsoever. She indulged in her afternoon tea, savoring every moment of her leisure, even as Hades and Titan approached. According to Longbread, Charlotte Lingling was ready to deliver her child at any moment, the life within her stirring with vigor. Yet, she had made a promise to wait for Hades and his companion, and she had patiently held on until now. One might say, truly, that she is a natural-born harbinger of destruction. Such formidable vitality left Hades momentarily speechless, while the Titans appeared somewhat apprehensive. Hades harbored no concerns regarding the child's well-being. After all, Charlotte Lingling was a woman capable of establishing a family single-handedly, having even given birth to a set of quintuplets. To put it bluntly, for Charlotte Lingling, childbirth was as effortless as laying an egg. Hades and his companions awaited anxiously outside the delivery room. Merely 2 minutes had elapsed when a piercing scream reverberated through the air, followed by a commotion emanating from within. Shock, fear, and joy intermingled, creating a palpable tension. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a disheveled doctor stumbled out in haste. Monster! Monster! A female nurse quivered in terror, her clothing and face smeared with blood. What on earth happened? Hades intercepted her path, his invisible presence rendering her immobile. Confronted by Hades, she dared not resist, trembling as she recounted the harrowing scene she had witnessed. Her account caused Hades and his companions to exchange bewildered glances, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. The first child to emerge had seized the midwife's arm, crushing it with a single grip, and inadvertently delivered a fatal kick that shattered her skull. On that fateful day, an extraordinary and terrifying power was born, restless and untamed. The second child was somewhat quieter, yet upon entering the world, immediately engaged in a skirmish with the first. Several individuals burst into the delivery room, only to find it in utter disarray. Personnel were either fleeing or cowering in corners. The two newborns lay on the ground, instinctively swinging their tiny fists at one another or grasping each other's arms. Charlotte Lingling sat on the bed, covered with a blanket, a smile of excitement illuminating her face. How vivacious they are, my darling. Have you been stifled? The commotion, in Charlotte Lingling's eyes, was merely a display of exuberance. She did not perceive it as a misfortune. And indeed, Hades shared this sentiment. It was evident that both children were born as natural anomalies. Hades cast a discerning glance around the room before signaling to Long Mianbao. Understanding Hades' intent, Long Mianbao, though not one of Hades' subordinates, knew the gravity of the situation. Charlotte Lingling was not yet sufficiently powerful. The existence of these two children must remain concealed. Those privy to the knowledge were to be silenced. This was imperative. From the moment they were summoned to assist in Charlotte Lingling's delivery, their fates were sealed. The two children seemed inherently adversarial, yet neither could prevail over the other. One child emerged, drenched in blood, wielding an unconscious power that had lethally dispatched an individual. As if birthed from a sanguine baptism, they possessed an innate brutality, a ferocity that demanded release through violence. This is the malevolent aura of Titan, a unique power formed by the fusion of his innate talents with the consumption of the gluttonous fruit, which has been flawlessly inherited by this child. It is as if a pure evil deity has descended upon the world. In contrast to the eldest son, the second son appears to embody the polar extremes of good and evil. It is only natural to say that he possesses strength that rivals his elder sibling. Titan cradles the two children, grasping one in each hand, forcibly separating them. Hades, too, has never cared for children, despite having fathered them in his past life. He was never involved in their upbringing. The two children are excessively lively, struggling desperately in Titan's grasp, yet to no avail. Gradually, they seem to tire, sinking into a state of calm. The three await the moment when the two children settle down. All right, Lingling, as we previously agreed, we shall each take one. Hades states earnestly, glancing at Charlotte Lingling. No problem, you may choose first, she replies graciously, with no intention of breaching their agreement. Although she feels a twinge of reluctance, she is quite satisfied with the two children. Charlotte Lingling is expecting twins, a revelation that Hades discovered 6 months ago. This arrangement provides both parties with an agreeable accord. Each side shall receive one child born to Charlotte Lingling. The two children, Hades and Titan, harmoniously chose the latter, specifically Titan's second son. Both Titan and Hades felt that the younger son was more suitable. The children bore a striking resemblance to each other, and to Charlotte Lingling as well. Yet, Hades and his companions could discern subtle differences between them. The elder son was headstrong, while the younger exhibited a more composed demeanor. It is often said that one can glimpse a person's future from their early years, and these two children, from the moment of their birth, were no exception. Ultimately, it was time to give them names. Hades proposed a suggestion. Although they would be separated and might not have future interactions, they were, after all, Titan's children, with Titan's blood coursing through their veins, and thus deserved to be named. Titan, having returned the elder son to Charlotte Lingling, cradled his younger son in his hands. Before the imposing figure of Titan, this newborn appeared exceedingly fragile, despite being larger than the average infant. Tartaros Tyr. Titan aspired for his child to grow into a formidable warrior, a god of war, who would clear all obstacles for the Tartaros family. Indeed, Titan bore the surname Tartaros. After aligning himself with Hades, he was bestowed with the surname Tartaros. If even one can be conferred, how much more so a surname? He was not merely a vassal of Hades, but a member of the family. Though there might be no blood ties between them, in time, he would undoubtedly become fully integrated into the Tartaros lineage. Thus, Hades never harbored fears of Titan's betrayal. "Then my child shall be named Typhon," Charlotte Lingling said with a smile as she held the child. Charlotte, Typhon. Typhon. Hades and Titan departed without a trace of regret. For Titan, this was a fateful bond. Severed completely at that moment, Hades is more concerned with the future transformations of this vast ocean. Certain aspects have already shifted. He remains uncertain about the extent to which the emergence of Typhon, the eldest son of the Titans, will affect the Charlotte family in the ocean to come. More significantly, Hades senses that his time has nearly arrived. Now at the age of 16, he has spent 2 years within the Rocks Pirates, and has also remained in the shadows for the same duration. Much like the dormant power on Ruscano Island, this period has been sufficient for Hades to undergo a metamorphosis. His aura is remarkably restrained, yet poised to unleash astonishing power at any moment. Newgate, who frequently sparred with Hades, is acutely aware of his formidable strength. Be it in physical prowess, combat skills, or hockey, Hades is a multifaceted adversary, exceedingly challenging to contend with. Should he harness the powers of the Death Fruit, his combat capabilities would only become more terrifying. Although Newgate currently appears to surpass Hades in sheer strength, he maintains a firm upper hand in raw power. Hades is fully cognizant of his own limitations and therefore never confronts Newgate head-on. Given Hades' innate talent and prolonged training, his strength is undoubtedly monstrous. Yet when compared to Newgate, he falls somewhat short, by more than just a small margin. This disparity is not solely due to Newgate's greater age, but rather stems from his truly fearsome talent, especially in terms of raw power, which even eclipses that of Charlotte Lingling. Members of the giant race must also concede to him. It is worth noting that Newgate's fame was initially established upon his prodigious strength, excluding the devil fruit. Hades does not believe anyone possesses a talent more terrifying than Newgate's in terms of pure power. Hades feels it is time to gradually reveal his brilliance. Remaining low profile is not his desire. Certain things cannot be obtained without action. If one does not strive, they will only drift further away, whether it be the devil fruit, formidable subordinates, prestige, or resources. They cannot be secured merely through steady development. The influence of Shiki the Golden Lion continues to expand, positioning himself firmly among the top tier, just beneath Rocks, alongside John and the others. It has been over a year since Newgate showcased the powers of the Quake fruit, and his mastery and development of its capabilities have reached a terrifying level. Apart from the cadre of the Rocks Pirates, the outside world remains largely unaware of the true extent of Newgate's formidable power. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring to a height of 90,000 miles. After 2 years of honing, the subordinates he selected have begun to mature under the tutelage of Typhon and Hades, aside from Walibel and Shimos, who are still quite young. The others are more than capable of standing on their own and ascending to the ranks of cadre, without a doubt. The first shot was fired deep within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. Randy Orton and Batista could hardly contain their eagerness for vengeance. In contrast to the two, driven by the thirst for retribution, LeVisque and Ric Flair had not seen a significant enhancement in their strength. Their bounties remained largely unchanged. However, they were formidable pirates with bounties exceeding 200 million berries, far beyond what any novice pirate could aspire to match. At their level, mastery of the two-color hockey